Chapter 161 Mountain Break. Half a step of profound energy? At this moment, the hundreds of half-step Xuanqi present all exclaimed in surprise. No one thought that this seemingly ordinary young man had actually reached such a state. Zhang Tianyi was even more shocked. And then, he started laughing ferociously. Good boy. No wonder you dare to stop me, and see how I kill you. In the martial arts world, there are various ways to improve one's cultivation level, including taking the demon elixir from a great demon, or using some kind of elixir to forcibly upgrade one's cultivation level. Such examples are not uncommon. But how can the cultivation level improve through this method compared to the strength they gain through hard work? Therefore, even if Yang Mucheng showed his cultivation, Zhang Tianyi was not afraid at all. Even if you have half a step of profound energy, you may not be his opponent, Liang Xiao shouted. Apparently, he also believed that Yang Mucheng improved his cultivation through other means. After all, there is no one like him at his age who has reached even half a step of profound energy. Go to H.L. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Tianyi roared angrily and punched through. This punch is called Cannon Fist. It looks like a cannon, but is not a cannon. But its speed and power are definitely extraordinary. The punches are fierce, and the strength is terrifying. Previously, Zhang Tianyi used this punch to knock Liang Xiao down from the air. Now, let alone using this punch to deal with Yang Mucheng. Even if he was dealing with half a step of profound energy from a fellow practitioner, he would be able to knock him back. However, Yang Mucheng smiled faintly and punched with the same gesture. 36 moves of Jinwu. Dragon Transformation. Hold head high. With one punch, like a wild dragon coming out of the sea, a shocking dragon roar sounded in the void, under the shocked eyes of countless people. His punch, like a blue dragon coming out of the sea, hit Zhang Tianyi's cannon fist. Boom! The fists collided, and a shocking force exploded. Zhang Tian's expression suddenly changed. The opponent's punch actually made his right arm numb, and the bones in his right hand seemed to be faintly broken. At the same time, the power of the dragon hidden behind the fist also exploded at this moment. Wow! Zhang Tianyi spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body retreated even more embarrassedly. Under the shocked eyes of countless people, he flew out directly. Yang Mucheng, on the other hand, stood still and did not move a step. Crush! This is absolutely crushing. At this moment, countless half-step Xuanqi gasped. Zhang Tianyi's strength ranked in the middle among them. Even some top-level half-step profound energy experts did not dare to confidently claim that they could seriously injure Zhang Tianyi with one punch. But this kid who appeared out of nowhere actually did it. Which sect is he a disciple of? Presumably, he must be a traveling genius from a big family. Many half-step Xuanqi looked at Yang Mucheng with faint fear. This kid. She opened her mouth wide and couldn't believe it. She never expected that the boy she had scolded and teased before would actually have more terrifying strength than her uncle. Is he really from the mortal world? How can a person from the mortal world have such strength? Liang Xiao swallowed, extremely shocked. The reason why the martial arts world is aloof from the world and unknown to the mortal world is precisely because they are too powerful. If someone had told him before that there were people in the secular world who could suppress strong men in the martial arts world, Liang Xiao would not believe it. But now this fact is before his eyes. Boy! How dare you hurt me? Zhang Tianyi, on the other hand, was completely furious. He roared and clapped his hands heavily. The next moment, the surging inner energy swept out of his body, and together with the power of heaven and earth, he suddenly transformed into a terrifying poisonous wolf outside his body. Ouch! The poisonous wolf let out a howl, stepped on the void, and pounced on Yang Mucheng. Although it was transformed by internal energy, the power of heaven and earth was mixed into it, and it was actually 7 or 8 meters long. Every time it stepped on the void, it made the air tremble, and it even left deep footprints on the ground. The terrifying sound of treading on the ground even resounded throughout the entire Dragon Burial Mountain at this moment. This is the bite of greedy wolf poison! A high-grade yellow-level martial skill! Zhang Tianyi cried out. Get away quickly! There are countless differences between the secular world and the martial arts world. Resources, techniques, martial arts. All of these are the fundamental reasons for the huge difference between the secular world and the martial arts world. In the martial arts world, Huang Jia's techniques are quite common. In the mortal world, most of the Huang-level skills possessed by the Xia Kingdom are incomplete. Therefore, the rising warriors in the mortal world are no match for the martial arts world at all. This is almost an accepted fact. However, he happened to meet Yang Mucheng. Are you high-grade Huang level martial arts? I can do it too. Yang Mucheng grinned. 36 moves of Jinwu. Breaking the mountains. He clenched his right palm and slapped it into the void. The surging inner energy was compatible with the power of heaven and earth. And a mountain peak appeared faintly in the void. Just like the Five Fingers Mountain descended by Tathagata Buddha, which crashed down in an instant with a powerful posture. The huge greedy wolf looked like an ant in front of this mountain. Click! There was a crisp sound. And greedy wolf instantly shattered. And this mountain peak did not stop at all, falling above Zhang Tianyi in an even more horrifying manner. Zhang Tian's expression changed drastically. He only had time to retract his hands and push them out, trying to resist the mountain's pressing posture. But the moment his hands touched the mountain, he felt a huge force coming from him. He fell to his knees, and his knees even made 2 deep pits in the ground. Countless cracks spread densely along his knees. Yeah! Zhang Tianyi let out a scream. And under the shocked eyes of countless people, his entire body was pressed to the ground by the mountain. Yang Mucheng retracted his right hand, and the mountains turned into smoke and disappeared quietly. Everyone looked again. Only Zhang Tian was left with a ball of flesh and blood. This kid is truly half-step profound energy. Seeing this scene, many people felt chills running down their spines and couldn't believe it. Of the more than 100 people present, every one of them had not practiced hard for 40 or 50 years before reaching this state. But now, such a young boy is actually at the same level as them, and can even kill a half-step profound energy expert with just one move. How can they not be shocked? Receive! Without moving his expression, he took Zhang Tianyi's energy and blood into his body. Yang Mucheng's brows wrinkled slightly. In the past, every time he absorbed qi and blood, he could feel that his cultivation level was significantly enhanced. But this time, he didn't feel anything at all. It's like a drop of water blending into the ocean or a deep pool, without any significant increase. Now I finally understand why so many warriors with half-step profound energy come to Dragon Burial Mountain. It turns out that reaching the profound energy realm is not an easy task. Yang Mucheng thought to himself. Thank you, little brother, for saving your life. At this time, Liang Xiao also walked over with sheer support. His face was still a little pale, and his eyes could not hide the shock. Sheer also looked at Yang Mucheng with a complicated expression. She never dreamed that the young man from the mortal world in front of her had such terrifying strength. Chapter 162 Baixian Jinren. It's just a little effort. Moreover, you also told me about the martial arts world before. So this is my return gift. Yang Mucheng waved his hand casually, not taking it to heart at all. Liang Xiao had a wry smile on his face. With Yang Mucheng's strength, it would be a matter of time before he transcended the mortal world, and the martial arts world would eventually understand it. He just said some things that everyone knew, but Yang Mucheng saved him. If you feel bad about it, let's go into the tomb together. I don't know much about things in the martial arts world, and I need your help to explain it. If we get something in the tomb, how about we give it a 50-50 share? Yang Mu became enlightened. That's great. Liang Xiao was overjoyed. Let Sheer go down the mountain. After all, no one knows what will happen when the tomb is opened. Sheer only has the Henglian realm, and her strength is nothing among the many half-step profound energy masters. If she encounters trouble, it will be difficult to stop. Liang Xiao stood behind Yang Mucheng, vaguely looking like a follower. As the two asked and answered questions, Yang Mucheng's understanding of the martial arts world became deeper and deeper. Sure enough, as Yang Mucheng had guessed before, Dakian was just a small country and was not connected with the martial arts world. He also knows very little about sects and forces. But some big countries have almost integrated into the martial arts world. Moreover, in the martial arts world, there are also ladders. Each staircase is like 2 disconnected pawns. The strong know almost everything about the weak, but the weak know nothing about the strong. It's like Yang Mucheng didn't even know the existence of the martial arts world before and thought Zhou Xiaotian was a peerless master. But Liang Xiao can know countless half-step profound energy experts. Is he really from the mortal world? When did such a genius appear in the mortal world? At such an age, he can reach half a step of profound energy? He said he came from Dakian? I have heard of this country before. It is just a small country. If he was born in some big country, I am afraid that the big family has long been the target of competition from many forces. Maybe there will be higher achievements and higher cultivation in the future. Liang Xiao smiled bitterly in his heart. He had reached half-step of profound energy at the age of 45, and had always regarded himself as a genius. But now his confidence was completely trampled by the appearance of Yang Maicheng. I just feel that my pride for half my life is just a joke in front of the other person. As for the other half-step profound energy experts, they were also vaguely wary of Yang Maicheng. After all, the appearance of such a powerful half-step Xuanqi warrior must be quite competitive for them. On the other hand, the skinny old man in the Xuanqi realm just paid attention to Yang Maicheng and stopped thinking about it. No matter how strong Yang Maicheng's cultivation was, it was still lower than him. No matter how strong he is still weaker than him. Instead, he set his sights on the tomb again. The tomb is about to open. At this time, suddenly there was a cry from the crowd. The attention of Yang Maicheng and Liang Xiao was immediately attracted. I just saw that the black light covering the door of the tomb dissipated like smoke at this moment. Tying! 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 Almost at the same time, those half-step profound energy rushed forward, as fast as a shark smelled the smell of blood. Don't act rashly! Yang Maicheng glanced at Liang Xiao, who was also excited, and scolded him in a low voice. Emperors in the mortal world will set up a large number of traps in their tombs after they die to prevent future people from robbing the tomb. This is a strong man in the mysterious liquid realm. How can he not have traps? Liang Xiao nodded when he heard this. The skinny old man in the distance also glanced at Yang Maicheng in surprise. It is really rare to be able to be so calm under the temptation of the mysterious liquid realm treasure. Within a moment, more than 100 half-step profound energy experts rushed into the tomb. Outside the mountain, only Yang Maicheng, Liang Xiao, and the skinny old man were left. After waiting for a while and confirming that there was no more noise from the tomb, they started and arrived outside the tomb. Zhenren Bei Xian? Seeing the stone tablet outside the tomb, Yang Maicheng muttered in a low voice. The skinny old man looked at the stone tablet and slowly shook his head. Zhenren Bei Xian and I were born in the same era. At that time, he had already become famous, and I was just an unknown junior. He rose to prominence as a generation, and when he was 103 years old, he has reached the mysterious liquid realm. This old man is actually over 500 years old. Yang Maicheng remembered that this tomb was at least 400 years old, and Bei Xian was a figure from more than 500 years ago. Hey, the lifespan of the Xuanqi realm is only 500 years old. The skinny old man saw Yang Maicheng's surprise and smiled lightly. I came to the tomb of Master Bei Xian, this time just to find a way to break through. As my lifespan is about to end, my energy and blood have been declining, and I have fallen from the peak of my profound energy to the current early stage of my profound energy. If I don't break through, I will turn into a pile of bones like Master Bei Xian. Is there a way to break through the mysterious liquid realm in this tomb? Liang Xiao was even more moved. The skinny old man nodded. Bei Xuan's real name was Zhenren Bei Xian. He was both good and evil in his life. Not only was he highly skilled in cultivation, he was also a top-level alchemist of the Huang rank. Just because he offended a powerful enemy, he was seriously injured by the opponent. According to legend, before Zhenren Bei Xian died, still thinking about how to be reborn. But it's a pity that it failed in the end. Before he died, he built his own tomb in this dragon burial mountain and hid everything in his life in the tomb. If I can get 1 or 2 tombs, I might be able to break through to the mysterious liquid realm. Are all the strong men in the mysterious liquid realm seriously injured? Presumably, that is a higher and stronger person. Is it located in a higher level of martial arts world? Yang Maicheng now has some understanding of the martial arts world, and is no longer as shocked as before. I'm just a little interested in Zhenren Bei Xian's status as an alchemist. Although he got the An Yuan Dan Ju in the lottery before, it was limited to the knowledge of alchemy. But it doesn't have any of the core elixir recipes needed for alchemy. It's like being a chef who has no recipes and no cooking skills. What's this? Oh my god! Is this the tomb of Master Bei Xian? At this time, waves of exclamations came from the depths of the tomb. As if those people had encountered something terrible. The 3 people outside the tomb looked at each other and immediately moved forward. Many of the half-step mysterious people who had entered the tomb earlier gathered in front of a huge platform, staring ahead in stunned silence. The entire interior of Dragon Burial Mountain was completely hollowed out, leaving only a narrow trail in front of everyone. On both sides of the trail, there are many suspended islands. It is indeed the tomb of Master Bei Xian. It is indeed a grand gesture. The skinny old man also gasped when he saw this. Chapter 163 Suspended Island. The narrow path is like a path leading to H.L. with endless abyss on both sides. No one in the half-step Xuanqi present could see through this darkness, and see what was under the abyss. On both sides of the trail, there are floating islands of different sizes. The smallest one is only 1 meter square, and the big one is as big as half a football field. They are arranged on both sides of the trail. Is this the tomb of Master Bei Xian? What are the floating islands on both sides? There seems to be a treasure on the island, and it's shining brightly. There was a commotion. Many people are jealous of the treasures on the suspended island. Huh? What a bunch of cowards. If you want treasure, just go and get it. A burly man glanced disdainfully at the people on the platform, stamped his feet fiercely, and jumped out like a cheetah. Although the cultivation of half-step profound energy cannot achieve true flying, stepping in the air is not a problem. But as soon as the man jumped off the platform, he was like a bird with broken wings. No matter how strong the internal energy in his body was, he could not move. Under the horrified eyes of everyone, he fell directly into the abyss. This is? Yang Mucheng was shocked. He picked up a stone and flicked it with his finger. Whoosh! The stone filled with internal energy turned into a ray of light and shot out like an angry arrow. But after flying out of the platform, the wrapped inner energy was directly swallowed by the darkness and fell into the abyss like the previous burly man. There should be a formation under this abyss that can absorb internal energy. Once you get out of this platform, the internal energy will be sucked out in an instant, the skinny old man said in a deep voice. The suspended islands on both sides should store various treasures that Master Bei Xian had during his lifetime. Master Bei Xian used this method to tell us that his treasures cannot be coveted by anyone. As soon as the skinny old man said this, everyone present was shocked. On the one hand, he was shocked by the large formation arranged by Master Bei Xian. Even half a step of Xuanqi was unable to fight back under this large formation. The second is to lament that there are so many treasures right in front of you, but you are longing for them, but out of reach. Let me try. Yang Mucheng stepped forward. Boy, I've already said how powerful this array is. Are you going to die? The things deep in the tomb are many times better than the treasures on this floating island. The skinny old man saw Yang Mucheng standing up. He shouted subconsciously. Even a strong man in the Xianqi realm doesn't dare to give it a try. How dare a kid like him take risks? Yes, the treasures deep in the tomb must be better. It's not worth it to die for the treasures on the floating island. Humph. When you have reached half a step of profound energy at such a young age, you don't know what it means to be so high-end. I think that the boss of Tian, his second son, doesn't take anyone seriously. When the half-step Xuanqi around saw the scene, they all whispered. The skinny old man also secretly lamented that he only loved Yang Mucheng and did not want such a genius to be buried in the tomb of Bei Xian Master. Tongue! Yang Mucheng stepped on the ball of his foot, and in the next moment, he shot out like an arrow from a string. So fast! At this moment, even the skinny old man couldn't help but be slightly shocked. Yang Mucheng, who jumped off the platform, did not fall directly into the abyss as everyone imagined, but turned around lightly and landed on the suspended island. What? He actually jumped over? Bei Xianzhenren's formation has no effect on him. There was a cry of surprise from the crowd. Liang Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. There was a glint in the eyes of the skinny old man, as if he was thoughtful. Is this the treasure of Master Bei Xian? Landing on the suspended island, Yang Mucheng saw a box emitting golden light. The box was unlocked, and there were faint internal energy fluctuations inside, slowly spreading out like ripples of the tide. He pushed the box open and saw a thick stack of books inside. Encyclopedia of Spiritual Elixirs. Yang Mucheng's eyes lit up. This elixir prescription just solved his urgent need, and the Hunyuan elixir formula could be considered useful. Putting away the pill recipe, Yang Mucheng returned to the platform. Boy, what did you get? That is Master Bei Xian's treasure. We should share it with everyone who has seen it. How on earth did you fly over? Why is Bei Xianzhenren's formation ineffective against you? As soon as Yang Mucheng landed, dozens of people surrounded him with half a step of profound energy. There is an attitude of wanting to force Yang Mucheng to reveal everything. It's very simple. Master Bei Xian's formation only affects internal energy, but it does not affect the body's energy and blood. If the body is strong enough, you can jump directly to the platform with your jumping power, Yang Mucheng said lightly. As soon as the words fell, everyone was dubious. No one expected that Yang Mucheng could explain the method to reach the floating island so simply. I'll try. Before he finished speaking, the skinny old man stood up first. He tiptoed and landed on a small floating island 2 feet away. Under the astonished eyes of everyone, He picked up a top-grade sword and jumped back. This is real. Can you jump over it just by relying on your physical strength? I'm coming too. Suddenly, the half-step mysterious warrior on the platform became excited. Because neither Yang Machung nor the skinny old man used any internal energy when they arrived at the suspended island. Tongue! 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 For a moment, everyone jumped towards the suspended island like an arrow from a string. Yang Machung, why did you tell such important news? Liang Xiao couldn't help but ask. If this secret can be kept, Beishuan's treasure will be completely theirs. If I don't say it, do you think these wolf-like warriors can let me go? However, even if I say it, some people may not be able to get the treasure on the floating island. Yang Machung smiled coldly. Just when Liang Xiao was wondering what Yang Machung meant in the second half of his sentence, he heard bursts of screams. Most of the warriors who jumped out fell into the bottomless abyss. Liang Xiao's pupils narrowed. There is still a force suppressing our energy and blood in the cemetery. Therefore, even half a step of profound energy cannot exert its full power. It can only use about 1/10. Certainly, this is true for most people. But Yang Machung is different. The ancient heaven-swallowing technique he practiced could offset the pressure of this tomb. Therefore, he can easily jump to any floating island. But others cannot. Even the skinny old man in the Xuanqi realm was suppressed so much that he could only jump to some floating islands that were slightly closer. And these people deserved their death. If it wasn't for the influence of greed, how could we fall into the abyss? However, there are some people with strong qi and blood who have obtained treasures. But these are only very few. Let's go! Yang Machung put his hands on his back and called Liang Xiao to join him. As the skinny old man said, the things deep in the tomb are the most precious. Chapter 164 Get Out. Of the more than 100 people who entered the tomb, about 30 of them were already buried under the temptation of this suspended island. As the catwalk extends, the suspended islands on both sides become larger and larger, and the treasures on the islands become better and better. Even the all-spirited treasures made the skinny old man's breathing quicken slightly. There are tens of thousands of floating islands, large and small. Along the way, how many treasures does Beishian really have? That light? At this time, a cry came. I saw a treasure box emitting dazzling golden light on a floating island about 30 feet away. Looking at this light, you know that the level of this treasure must be higher than the upper level of the spiritual level. Everyone's heart was pounding. Dozens of half-step Xuanqi warriors looked obsessed. Yang Machung was startled for a moment, then suddenly came to his senses. Bah! He shouted loudly, like a roaring thunder, which immediately put everyone in a trance. This treasure chest has been tampered with by Master Beishian, which can cause people to lose consciousness. A trace of fear flashed in the eyes of the skinny old man. With his level of profound energy, he almost reached the Tao. But what surprised him even more was that Yang Machung was able to come to his senses faster than himself. It's only 30 feet. I should be able to do it. A warrior's eyes glowed greedily. This person's name is Qinyu. He practices a body-refining method similar to the Dayan family's boxing technique. His energy and blood are twice as strong as the others. And he has also obtained several yellow-level treasures. Drink! Qinyu shouted loudly. His body was like lightning. He rolled up a wave of air, flew out of the air, and rushed towards the suspended island. But in the void, the suppressive force suddenly increased. And Qinyu only felt a surging force suppressing him. He struggled desperately, and flew 10 feet in midair before the momentum disappeared. Ah! Qinyu let out a scream, and fell into the bottomless abyss. This scene woke up the other warriors. Let's go! The skinny old man shouted in a low voice. This treasure chest can arouse greed in the heart. Everyone didn't dare to look any further, and hurried forward. Only Yang Machung remained standing. Boy! What do you want to do? The skinny old man looked different. Tongue! Before he finished speaking, Yang Machung had already leaped out. Under the shocked eyes of countless people, he actually landed on the island. He opened the treasure chest, and found a bracelet inside. Yang Machung was delighted. It's actually Huang Jia's best storage bracelet. The storage bracelet is a magic weapon of the space system, and is quite rare to begin with. This yellow-level top-quality bracelet is even more valuable than a mid-level Xin-level weapon. What? Storage bracelet? The warriors around him turned pale with shock. Many people have greed in their eyes. Storage props are very rare, and the methods of making such magic weapons have long been lost. They have lived for hundreds of years, and they only have one high-grade or medium-grade storage ring on the spiritual level. There are even some half-step profound energy that can only be used in the lowest level storage bags. Yang Mucheng picked up the storage bracelet, integrated his consciousness into it, and felt a huge space. He transferred all the spiritual elixir recipes and other treasures in the space ring to the storage bracelet. He jumped up, seemingly unaffected by the tomb, and returned to the trail. Boy, whoever sees it has a share. This storage bracelet should also have a share with us. You don't want to take it all for yourself. As soon as Yang Mucheng landed, 3 warriors surrounded him, with greed unabashedly on their faces. Yang Mucheng heard Liang Xiao talk about these 3 people. Xiao Long, Xiao Hu, and Zhao Bao were originally bandits on Tianfeng Mountain. They entered the martial arts world by chance. They bullied the weak and plundered a lot of skills and resources. And in just 100 years, they were able to achieve half-step of profound energy, because they were born as bandits and were ruthless and decisive in their attacks. Even half a step of profound energy could not offend them. So what if we take it all to ourselves? Do you still dare to rob it? Yang Mucheng played with the storage bracelet and looked at the 3 people with a smile, a cold light flashing in his eyes. These 3 people had been paying attention to him as early as when he obtained the alchemy encyclopedia. Now that he has obtained the storage bracelet, these 3 people can no longer resist being greedy for it. In fact, not only these 3 people, but also many warriors present took advantage of his young age and wanted to attack him. Stop talking nonsense and get started. The leader, Xiao Long, roared angrily and pounced directly on Yang Mucheng. Zhao Hu and Zhao Bao followed closely behind, coming from both sides, trying to cut off Yang Mucheng's retreat. In an instant, the 3 of them launched their killing moves towards Yang Mucheng. A bunch of rabble! Yang Mucheng sneered. In the tomb, when his energy and blood were suppressed, he still dared to attack him. He was simply seeking death. His figure swayed, and he used spiritual void drift, leaving an afterimage on the spot. Evade 3 people's killing moves in an instant. Don't let this kid escape from the tomb! Xiao Long roared angrily, leaped up like a swimming dragon, and pounced on Yang Mucheng. He was the fastest, leaving Zhao Hu and Zhao Bao behind. Deal with you first! Yang Mucheng tiptoed a little, and the figure that he had withdrawn suddenly stopped abruptly on the spot, changing from extreme movement to extreme stillness. This strange figure did not last long. The next moment, he stepped forward and flew out like a cannonball, approaching Xiao Long. 36 moves of Zhenwu. Flame Dragon breaks. Not good! Xiao Long's eyes flashed with fear, and he closed his palms to protect himself. But Yang Mucheng's punch broke away the defense of his hands and hit him directly in the chest. Tear. There was a tearing sound, and his back was cut open as if by a pair of scissors. His internal organs and spine were shattered at this moment, and turned into a ball of pus and blood and shot out of the body. Before he could even scream, he fell down the path and into the abyss. When Zhao Hu and Zhao Bao saw this, a trace of fear flashed in their eyes. They did not dare to fight Yang Mucheng again and hurriedly fled away. However, before they could escape, they felt a strong wind blowing behind them. Get out of here! One by one, Yang Mucheng kicked them into the bottomless abyss. Not good! Liang Xiao walked for a moment, and then he was shocked to realize that Yang Mucheng had not followed him. He suddenly heard a fight coming from behind, and then looked back. It was discovered that Xiao Long and the others actually attacked Yang Mucheng. His expression changed, and he quickly wanted to help. No need for help. This kid can handle it. The skinny old man smiled faintly and stopped Liang Xiao. 1 on 3. The other warriors sneered secretly. They had long been unhappy with Yang Mucheng. A young boy could actually get so many treasures from him. I even got the best storage bracelet from Huangjie. This makes them secretly jealous. Hey! I didn't expect the 3 brothers Xiao Long to start so quickly. A warrior sneered. I plan to wait until I leave the tomb before taking action. If the storage bracelet falls into the hands of these 3 people, I'm afraid they won't be able to grab it. Someone else laughed. Everyone is not guilty of carrying a jade. If you want to blame him, you can only blame this guy for showing off his sharp edge and making others jealous. Some warriors secretly shook their heads. The words just fell under the shocked eyes of everyone. Yang Mucheng walked with his hands behind his back, as if he was strolling in his own back garden. Chapter 165, I am invincible. Yang Mucheng is back? That? Everyone was shocked and quickly looked behind Yang Mucheng. On that long trail, there are no traces of the 3 Zhao Long brothers anywhere. Yang Mucheng! Where is Zhao Long? A horse-faced warrior shouted sharply. He was holding the saber at his waist with one hand. His muscles were tense and his energy was brimming with energy, as if he was about to take action. "I'll kill him," Yang Mucheng said lightly. "Really?" Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but take a breath of air. If Yang Mucheng hadn't admitted it himself, they wouldn't have believed it. With half a step of profound energy, he was not only able to kill a person with ease, even under the siege of 3 people, he can easily kill his opponent. This kind of strength is probably not far different from the real Xianqi realm. Right? Court death. When the horse-faced warrior heard that Zhao Long was dead, he became furious. "I almost forgot. You are also a bandit on Tianfeng Mountain. Since you are unwilling to do so, then go with them." Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes and waved his right hand. He devoured the energy and blood of Zhao Long and the others. Although his cultivation level did not increase much, his strength became stronger and stronger. A huge force of energy blasted towards the horse-faced warrior. This energy swept through the void, causing a sharp roar. Everyone saw a white wave of energy rising up and rushing towards the horse-faced warrior. Seeing Yang Mucheng's attack, all the warriors around him were horrified. Some warriors, who originally wanted to snatch the treasure from his hands, took a deep breath and quickly gave up the idea in their hearts. "Who is this kid? I have never heard of such a person in the martial arts world." The skinny old man became more and more curious about Yang Mucheng. "Drink!" The horse-faced warrior roared loudly and drew his sword with a clang to attack. A shining sword light rushed out of the scabbard like mercury pouring down the ground. He followed the sword and retreated instead of advancing. Facing the air wave, he slashed against the wind, creating a sword beam 4 to 5 feet long. The sword light was extremely condensed, as if a giant blade was held in his hand, as if an ancient giant slashed down with a knife in horror, striking the air wave coming from Yang Mucheng. Boom! The blade's air wave met and made a loud explosion-like sound. The strength of this horse-faced warrior was indeed extraordinary. This sword actually chopped Yang Mucheng's casual blow into pieces. But at the same time, he was not having a good time either. The recoil of the explosion shattered the bones of his hands and fingers, and the long knife in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Call. This scene shocked the surrounding warriors even more. Although Yang Mucheng killed Zhang Tianyi outside the tomb earlier, they only caught a glimpse of it from a distance. And the two sides fought so quickly that many people did not see the scene with their own eyes. I only think that Zhang Tianyi died in the hands of Yang Mucheng because he underestimated the enemy and ignored him. But now, with just a casual blow, Yang Mucheng shattered the hands and fingers of a warrior with half a step of profound energy, leaving him unable to resist. This makes everyone feel terrified. "He's not dead yet?" Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows and looked at the horse-faced warrior, who fell to the ground with his hands shattered. He shook his head and strode away. "I was wrong. Spare my life. I am willing to be a dog by your side. The most loyal dog." The horse-faced warrior trembled all over, and his head hit the ground hard with a thud. Blood splashed out, and he didn't dare to stop. If he had known that Yang Mucheng had such strength, he would not have dared to provoke him even if he was beaten to death. Yang Mucheng, who originally wanted to kick the horse-faced warrior into the abyss, stopped. "Okay, then I'll spare your life." The horse-faced warrior was relieved and cowed out a few times, crying with gratitude. If Yang Mucheng's original temper was true, he would definitely kick the opponent down. But since he learned that the martial arts world existed, he found that his vision was too small. Although Baizhong and others have reached the Henglian realm, it is still difficult for them to stand alone. Conquering a few half-step Xuanqi warriors can, on the one hand, increase the national strength of Daqian country, and on the other hand, it can also help if there is any friction with the martial arts world in the future. The half-step Xuanqi around them was extremely frightened. In front of this young man, only surrender can save him from death. Suddenly they regarded Yang Mu as the god of death. They were afraid of provoking the other party, so they stayed far away and did not dare to have the slightest thought in their hearts. "These idiots! Even I dare not provoke this young man. Why should a group of half-step Xuanqi attack him?" The skinny old man saw this and secretly shook his head, facing many half-step Xuanqi warriors who were terrified. Yang Mucheng's expression remained unchanged. He put his hands behind his back and said calmly, "The things in the tomb can be obtained by those who are able. How can you covet the things in my hands? If you want to steal my things, you will die." Too domineering. This completely ignores the remaining 50 or so half-step Xuanqi present. Which one of these warriors is not a powerful being who dominates one side and is respected by thousands of people? But when Yang Mucheng said this, They did not dare to refute him at all. The horse-faced warrior Zhang Jiao just asked a question, and his fists were shattered. If he had not begged for mercy quickly, he might have died on the spot. In the next small half of the trail, Yang Mucheng collected many treasures on the suspended island. He gave half of it to Liang Xiao, but Liang Xiao refused to agree. Yang Mucheng, no reward for no merit. You risked your life to get these treasures. I didn't put in any effort. How can I share a piece of the pie with you? Liang Xiao shook his head. Yang Mucheng took out a lot of treasures and distributed them to the skinny old man. The skinny old man also shook his head. Little brother, the treasures in the tomb are not very attractive to me. I just want to find a way to break through the mysterious liquid realm. I will not snatch any treasures in the tomb with you. If you have obtained the means of breakthrough, just let me check it out. The words of the skinny old man made many half-step Xuanqi warriors feel sad. Yang Mucheng is too strong. In the tomb, only the skinny old man, a warrior in the mysterious realm, could suppress him. But unexpectedly, the skinny old man also began to give in and even curry favor with Yang Mucheng. This is because he doesn't want to conflict with Yang Mucheng. But Yang Mucheng was secretly depressed. Most of these treasures are scattered small items. Although Huang Jie had many magic weapons, none of them caught his eye. Even the middle-grade golden crow sword of Huang rank was awarded to Baizhong by him. The treasure that can catch his eye must be at least the best yellow level. But with good luck, he found the Huang Jie alchemy collection on a suspended island. In a thick book, almost all the elixir prescriptions from the low-grade Huang class to the top-grade are recorded. Unfortunately, the trail has come to an end. If you want to get a better treasure, you can only look forward to the tomb. I wonder what is in this tomb. Yang Mucheng thought secretly. However, just after everyone left the narrow path, there was a sudden change in the bottomless abyss. Chapter 166 Ghosts. Abyss. Strong wind gusts. The half-step profound energy that fell down the path was torn apart by the strong wind before it fell to the ground. Blood flowed along the ground and gradually gathered into a blood groove engraved with strange formations. In the center of the blood tank, there was a huge bronze coffin. Owner! A being that looked like a human, but not a human. A monster but not a monster knelt in front of the bronze coffin and shouted respectfully. Someone has entered the mountain again. There are still 77 people left. And the one with the highest cultivation level is an old man in the Xuanqi realm. The rest are all half-step profound energy. Is there anything suitable? A deep voice came from the bronze coffin. Yes. The demon slave knelt in front of the coffin and said calmly for a moment. This is a young man, about 15 or 16 years old, with a cultivation level of half a step of profound energy. But the slave cannot see through this young man. The bronze coffin snorted coldly and said in a cold voice, I have reached half a step of profound energy at the age of 15 or 16. This qualification is even more powerful than mine. How could you see through him? Okay, let's set up the magic circle next. They are killing each other. Bring this young man to me. Whether I can be resurrected depends on today. I can't wake up for too long. Otherwise my soul will dissipate. Go ahead. The sound of the bronze coffin gradually subsided. Yes. The demon slave shouted in a low voice, looked at the coffin with great respect, and then stood up. It put its hands behind its back and looked over the abyss, raising the corners of its mouth in disdain. A bunch of greedy idiots. How can you get the treasure of Master Bei Xian? Zhiren Bei Xian originally set up a tomb in Burial Dragon Mountain to attract people so that he could be resurrected. Now you will all become the flesh and blood of the master after his resurrection. And that young man, if you can pass the test, it's a privilege to be the owner of the body. Think of this. The demon slave didn't make any movement, but its body trembled violently, turning into a thin line of black smoke and quietly disappearing from the place. This is the master's new body. I have to keep a close eye on it. A certain moment, Yang Mucheng suddenly noticed something and looked back sharply. Brother Yang, what's wrong? The skinny old man asked in a deep voice. It seems like someone is spying on me secretly. Yang Mucheng frowned slightly and looked behind him a few more times. But there was no one behind him. Maybe it's an illusion, Liang Xiao said. Yang Mucheng did not speak. His perception has always been quite sharp, and he is absolutely unmistakable. The opponent was able to evade his perception, and even avoid the prying eyes of the Emperor's qi-gazing technique. So his strength must be extraordinary. Everyone moved forward. Gradually, I found that the road suddenly turned towards the center of the earth, going straight down. After a while, they came to a large hall. The entire hall was empty. When everyone stepped into the hall, rows of crystal lamps lit up from near to far, illuminating the entire hall. Yang Muchung looked over and was quickly attracted by something. This is a bat-like statue, as tall as 2 people, and even with its wings closed, it is still 3 to 4 meters tall. The 4 claws are sharp, and the claws are sharp. Gigi. Suddenly, the bat statue's eyes flickered and landed on Yang Muchung. Not good! Yang Muchung was startled. Almost at the same time, a scream sounded. He quickly looked back and saw a statue. Under the gaze of everyone, the rocks covering the body suddenly collapsed, and stones fell like rain. The next moment, the huge bat roared and flew up. Its sharp claws clasped the shoulders of a warrior, and at the same time, it flapped its wings and brought him into the air. Before anyone could react, the half-step mysterious warrior was torn apart under countless pairs of eyes. Click! At the same time, cracks burst out from the body of the bat statue in front of Yang Muchung. At the same time as this crack appeared, it spread around like lightning and spread all over the body. Immediately afterwards, the rock shattered, and a huge bat jumped out from the statue, turning into a black shadow and rushing towards Yang Muchung. This is a gargoyle, a ghost developed using secret techniques. Its strength reaches half a step of profound energy, the skinny old man exclaimed. Half step of profound energy? A warrior heard this and sneered. His eyes widened angrily, and when faced with the oncoming gargoyle, he advanced instead of retreating. With a shake of his right hand, a sword light suddenly shot out, and it immediately turned into 3 feet of sword energy, and struck the gargoyle's body as if it was slashing down from the 9 heavens. This is Ling Feng's sword! Yellow level top grade martial arts. This sword light is completely condensed by internal energy. Although it consumes a lot of internal energy, its power is extraordinary. Even those in the true Xuanqi realm dare not resist. His sword will definitely be able to kill the gargoyle. Everyone was talking a lot, and quickly looked forward, as if they had seen the gargoyle being split in half with a sword. However, facing this sword, the gargoyle laughed ferociously, and folded its huge bat wings in front of him like a bird, letting the sword energy hit him. With a clang sound, the sword energy was suddenly shattered. Ling Feng's sword only made a painless sword mark on the gargoyle's body. What? The warrior's eyes narrowed, and before he could recover, the gargoyle had already pounced on him. The 5 claws like steel nails directly grabbed the chest, and with a pull, the entire chest was torn open. Old man, didn't you say that this gargoyle only has half a step of profound energy? Seeing another person being killed, all the warriors present panicked. Some even doubted what the skinny old man said before, and scolded him unceremoniously. Boom! The skinny old man blasted away the gargoyle that rushed toward him with a blast of his palms, and said angrily, This is the tomb of Master Bei Xian. How can you and I understand the secrets in it? The body of this gargoyle is made of obsidian, and its strength far exceeds the half-step profound energy of the same level. Let's destroy these gargoyles together. As soon as he finished speaking, the skinny old man glanced towards the corner. I saw a gargoyle flying out like a rock with its wings spread out to a full 7 or 8 meters. It flew straight towards Yang Muchung like a dark cloud covering the sky. But Yang Muchung stood there, motionless, as if he was frightened. Brother Yang, hide quickly! You are no match for this gargoyle. The skinny old man was extremely anxious. It was too late to take action, and he could only watch helplessly. But before he finished speaking, Yang Muchung had already taken a step forward, crouched in front of the gargoyle, and punched out at the same time. 36 moves of Jinwu. Dragon transformation. Hiss. The gargoyle roared and thrust its claws toward Yang Muchung frantically. Chapter 167 Gargoyle. Crazy. At this moment, such an idea flashed in everyone's mind. Even Ling Feng's previous sword could not damage the fur of this gargoyle, which shows how terrifying the defense of these ghosts is. Now you actually want to fight these ghosts head-on without using weapons or magic weapons. Isn't this just asking for death? But now, for gargoyles appeared in the hall, and everyone present was already in trouble. Who cared about Yang Muchung's life or death? However, this gargoyle had a hint of panic in his eyes. Roar! Facing this punch, it suddenly retracted its wings to protect itself, trying to withstand this powerful attack like a dragon. But this move is called Dragon Transformation, and it is mainly fierce and fierce. How can such a ghost be able to resist it? Boom! A crisp sound. The gargoyle's wings suddenly shattered, and a hole was punched out of the closed wings, hitting the gargoyle's chest heavily. With the sound of rumbling, the huge body of the gargoyle suddenly exploded into pieces. I don't know what kind of ghost it is, but its body is not made of flesh and blood, but completely made of obsidian. Ling Feng's sword could not damage its powerful defense at all. But under Yang Muqing's punch, it was smashed into pieces and turned into countless rubbles. Died! He actually killed this gargoyle with one punch? How powerful is his blood and body? Seeing this scene, everyone around them took a breath of air and stared at it all in stunned silence. A sword with all its strength cannot harm the furry gargoyle. A strong man in the Xuanqi realm could only knock back the gargoyle with his full blow. Killing a gargoyle with half a step of profound energy is like a chicken or a dog. It was shattered by Yang Muqing's punch. Hiss, you actually killed the gargoyle with one punch? This kid's body is even stronger than the monster. This gargoyle is a level carefully set by the master. Even a strong man in the mysterious realm can only how could he barely resist and be killed by him? The demon slave, who turned into black smoke, couldn't help but tremble. This kind of physique was something that even the master could not achieve back then. If the master can be reborn with the help of his body, he will surely reach a higher realm in the future. However, if he wants to become the master's body, we have to see if he has the ability to survive the next few levels. Roar. There was a roar. The three gargoyles in the main hall discovered that their companions had been killed by Yang Muqing, and a trace of madness flashed in their eyes. The huge wings suddenly flapped, and a series of sharp howls came directly from their throats. Sound kill attack! The skinny old man shouted a reminder. He poured his inner strength into his palms and covered his ears. Other warriors also hurriedly resisted the sound attack. Some people were caught off guard and were directly hit by the sound wave, which was like ripples of the tide. Their internal organs exploded from the shock, and blood gushed out from their eyes, ears, mouth and nose. But Yang Muqing had already reacted when the three gargoyles launched the sound-killing attack together. He took a sharp breath. His chest swelled high, and then he opened his mouth and drank. Bah! The sound of shouting, like a mountain collapsing and the ground cracking, carried endless air waves, directly crushing the sound-killing attack. This terrifying air wave was like a huge wave, hitting the body of one of the gargoyles and directly tearing it apart. The other two gargoyles were struck by the air wave, spitting around and in a daze. By the time they came to their senses, Yang Muqing had already stepped on his toes and rushed forward in a whirlwind. One of the gargoyles was still struggling, roared, and stretched out its claws, trying to block Yang Muqing's momentum. But Yang Muqing's speed was too fast, completely beyond the gargoyle's reaction. He almost shrunk to the ground, teleported to the gargoyle, and struck the opponent directly in the chest with a powerful punch. Click! The gargoyle was killed again and turned into a pile of rubble that crackled onto the ground, killing three gargoyles in a row with overwhelming force. Yang Muqing's terrifying power rose like a hurricane, shocking all the half-step Xuanqi present. Where did this young man come from? Someone asked in shock. They must be traveling disciples from some big families and sects. Only those forces can cultivate such terrifying geniuses. The skinny old man also nodded. I see. No wonder I've never heard of this young man's reputation. How terrible! The words of the skinny old man were unanimously approved by everyone. Yang Muqing's strength has far exceeded their imagination. Although he only has half a step of Xianqi, his strength is enough to compete with the real Xianqi realm. He is not from the martial arts world. Liang Xiao shook his head and smiled bitterly. Yang Muqing came from the mortal world. What? At this moment, everyone was shocked. To the martial arts world, people in the secular world are like ants on the ground. Any one of them present has the ability to massacre an entire country. But now, this young man has risen from the mortal world, which can be said to be shocking. Zhang Jiao trembled all over. He didn't expect that he would be defeated by a young man from the mortal world, and his face couldn't help but look a little gloomy. What about the mortal world? The skinny old man looked at Yang Muqing, who had killed the last gargoyle with one punch. His eyes were focused, and he said word by word. He rose from the bottom, yet towered over us all. After 10 years of hard training, no one asked. And once he became famous, he became famous all over the world. I have a hunch that this boy will not only become famous in the secular world, but even our martial arts world will be shaken because of him. This skinny old man, as a powerful Xuanqi man and the most powerful authority among the people, set the final tone for the young man. Everyone felt miserable when this young man appeared in Dragon Burial Mountain. They all responded with disdain. Even Liang Xiao didn't see his origins, thinking that he was just an ordinary young man in the world. and even Sheer even chased him down the mountain. But now, he fights 1 against 4, killing the gargoyles that no one can defeat. Even the powerful Xuanqi people were willing to submit to him and show their favor to him. Hearing this, Zhang Jiao's dissatisfaction with surrendering to Yang Mucheng immediately subsided a lot. Even the Xuanqi expert admitted that he was not as good as Yang Mucheng. So what else could he say? Perhaps in the future, as the skinny old man said, his reputation will even reverberate throughout the martial arts world. How many more people are there? Yang Mucheng came with his hands behind his back. 57 people, the skinny old man said respectfully. The gargoyles killed more than 20 people in total. If Brother Yang hadn't taken action, I'm afraid less than 20 people would have survived. He saw Yang Mucheng frowning and couldn't help but ask, Brother Yang, what did you find? This too may be a trap set for us, Yang Mucheng said slowly. Chapter 168 Awakening. Trap? Everyone looked at Yang Mucheng in confusion, wondering why he said that. The skinny old man looked puzzled and asked quickly, Brother Yang, why? Yang Mucheng looked at the skinny old man with a smile and asked, Mr. Liu, if you die, what kind of tomb will you build? If it were me, I would definitely hide the tomb in an unknown place. There are various traps set up in the tomb, whether it is a gold captain or a martial artist. If you enter the tomb, you will die or not. I won't let them enter my tomb, the skinny old man said. Many warriors present also nodded. No one wants to be disturbed by grave robbers after death. Even Yang Mucheng is like this. The same is true for emperors in the mortal world after they die. They will place their tombs in an unknown place. They will pour mercury into the tombs and block the door with sand and stones. In the corridors of the tombs, there will be falling rocks, pits, poisonous arrows, and miasma. It's endless. Even the craftsmen who dug and built the cemetery would be killed so that they would not reveal the location of the cemetery. But there is something strange about the tomb of Master Bei Xian. Neither the narrow paths nor the gargoyles in the main hall are meant to stop tomb robbers. It seems like they are being selected at all levels, Yang Mucheng said slowly. When this tomb appeared in Dragon Burial Mountain, Yang Mucheng found it strange. A powerful being like Master Bei Xian was fully capable of setting up the tomb in a place where no one knew about it. But he chose to place it in such a conspicuous location. Not only the warriors and Captain Ma Ji knew about it, but even ordinary people in the secular world knew that there was a big tomb here. This kind of weird behavior naturally made Yang Mucheng suspicious. It seems to be true. The skinny old man frowned. Hundreds of years ago, I heard that Master Bei Xian seemed to be researching the method of immortality. It was precisely because his research offended some powerful beings that he was seriously injured. Could it be that his soul is not destroyed yet? Do we need to select a suitable body to seize the body? What? Seize the body? A warrior exclaimed. Then why don't we run away quickly? Someone hurriedly ran towards the outside of the hall. Yang Mucheng shook his head. It's too late to escape now. Regardless of whether my guess is true or not. After entering this tomb, it is impossible to get out. If you want to survive, you can only enter the depths of the tomb. Come and see what's going on. As soon as he finished speaking, the warriors who had escaped before suddenly let out a burst of screams. Immediately afterwards, several warriors retreated. What's going on? The skinny old man asked quickly. On our way here, someone has already set up a magic circle. The moment the 3 half-step mysterious warriors stepped into the magic circle, all the blood and energy in their bodies were completely drained and turned into a mummy. The blood he was taken directly into the abyss. The warrior who escaped said in shock. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. The way they came has been completely blocked, so they can only go deep into the tomb. Let's go! I want to see what kind of trap this Master Bei Xian has set up for us. Yang Mucheng smiled coldly and walked towards the depths of the tomb. His calmness also made many warriors breathe a sigh of relief, and they quickly followed Yang Mucheng towards the tomb. As expected of the host that the master likes, he actually saw through the master's plan so quickly. There are still more than 50 people left. There are too many people alive. But the next few levels will not be so easy. The demon slave looked at the people walking towards the depths of the tomb quietly and grinned. After leaving the main hall, everyone walked towards the depths of the tomb. This road seems to lead to the depths of the Earth's core. Endless. Along the way, everyone went through several more levels. Low game, Purple Fire Swamp, Mirror Lake Pool. But because they followed Yang Mucheng's arrangements, after passing 7 levels, the number of people was still around 50. For a time, everyone was convinced of Yang Mucheng. Even the skinny old man regarded Yang Maicheng as his backbone. No matter what action he took, he had to ask first. It's fallen down. The passage is starting to become smoother. The skinny old man was the first to be alert. It's probably not over yet. I haven't seen the coffin yet. I suspect that Master Baixian has never died. Yang Maicheng said lightly. Look! At this time, a burst of exclamations rang out. Nearest to everyone, an old turtle as big as a small mountain was lying on the ground. A huge stone pillar penetrated the old turtle's back and nailed it to the ground. On the stone pillars, countless strange talismans were carved, as if they were some kind of suppressive ritual. It's available here too. Not far from the old turtle, there is a huge Ian snake. This Ian snake is even bigger than the one in Yaowang Valley. Like the old turtle, half of its body was suppressed by the stone pillar, while the other half of its body circled around the stone pillar. Oh my god! Turtle, snake, tiger, eagle, lion, ape, leopard, elephant. 8 stone pillars. These are all great demons. They are great demons whose cultivation has reached the true realm of profound energy. Besides Jiren Baixian, who else can suppress the great demon in the tomb like this? Everyone gasped. These big monsters are still alive. The skinny old man walked up to the old turtle. Because these 8-headed monsters have been suppressed for hundreds of years. Their bodies have long been covered with rocks and moss, like stone sculptures. But when he touched it with his hand, he could still feel the surging blood and chi, and the slightly beating heart of the 8-headed demon. Is this the method of Master Baixian? A terrifying existence, whose strength has reached the mysterious liquid realm. These low-level monsters have been suppressed by him for hundreds of years, and they are still able to maintain their breath. What kind of thing is this? Means? Yang Maicheng was secretly shocked. While everyone was observing the 8 demon-suppressing stones, in the center of the abyss, the demon slave was trembling and kneeling in front of the bronze coffin. What's going on? After passing so many tests, there are still more than 50 people alive. How on earth do you do things? There was an uncontrollable roar from the coffin. Master, the young man you are interested in is too powerful. All the levels seem to have no effect on him. The demon slave shouted quickly. How is that possible? He is only half a step into the realm of Xianqi. He is not even in the real realm of Xianqi. Even the powerful Xianqi masters can kill the 9 demon levels I set up. So how could they be ineffective against him? A roar came from the bronze coffin. You lied to me again! Go to H.L. Boom! A burst of black death light erupted from the bronze coffin, shining directly on the demon slave. This demon slave was completely killed by the cave without even uttering a cry. Useless trash. Since the 9 levels of heavenly demon can't do anything to you, then I can only wake up the 8-headed demon under the demon-suppressing stone. The bronze coffin was silent for a while, and then suddenly erupted into a shocking roar. Rise! The sound is as loud as thunder, and like a demon. Chapter 169 Baixian Shinren. This is a big demon! The skinny old man's eyes glowed with light, as if facing a formidable enemy. A monster in the mysterious realm? This is a truly low-level monster. Any one of these low-level monsters can destroy a country. Destroy a sect. There are actually 8 heads here. Yang Maicheng's pupil shrank, and his heart was equally shocked. He still remembered that when he took over a mission, the result of failure was that a big demon appeared in the country. When a great demon in the martial arts world appears in the mortal world, it is simply a disaster of destruction. The skinny old man looked at the 8-headed demon, as if he was concentrating, as if he was thinking about something. There is a bronze coffin in front of you. Suddenly, someone cast their gaze into the distance and exclaimed. Hearing this, Yang Maicheng also looked over immediately. I saw the bronze coffin, about 4 meters long and 2 meters wide. Extremely luxurious. The coffin is located in the center of a huge magic circle, and the entire magic circle is filled with blood, faintly devouring the spiritual energy in the air. Rise! At this time, a faint roar erupted from the bronze coffin. Boom! 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 The people under the demon-suppressing stone were still looking at the 8 suppressed demons in front of them in horror. At this moment, the 8 huge demon-suppressing stones seemed to be activated, and all of them emitted strange lights. The big demon sleeping under the demon-suppressing stone actually woke up at this moment. Roar! The first one to wake up was the old turtle. The old turtle lying on the ground, which was 7 or 8 meters high, emitted a burst of shocking light. In this burst of light, the old turtle's silent breathing suddenly became rapid at this moment, and his calm heartbeat also at this moment. There was a sudden turmoil, and the demon-suppressing stone that suppressed him completely collapsed at this moment. Almost at the same time, the other 7 great demons, the Great Snake Demon, the Great Tiger Demon, the Great Eagle Demon, the Great Lion Demon, the Great Ape Demon, the Great Leopard Demon, and the Great Elephant Demon also suddenly woke up. No! Someone woke them up! Yang Wucheng's expression changed as he thought of the entire process of the tomb and the location of the 8-headed demon. I'm afraid behind these 8 demons is the position of Master Bei Xian. The bronze coffin is where Bei Xian Jinren is located. Thinking of this, Yang Mucheng made a crack sound and rushed towards the old turtle who woke up first. He wanted to kill the old turtle before he woke up. Roar! Looking at the rushing Yang Mucheng, the awakened old turtle was still a little confused. It shook its huge head, showed a weird smile, then let out a roar, then raised its huge turtle claws and patted Yang Mucheng. This claw is like a fired cannonball. It looks light, but in fact it is extremely powerful. Boom! The attacks from both sides collided fiercely, and the terrible sound was like a thunderbolt hitting the entire burial dragon mountain. The entire mountain was shaking and shaking inexplicably. The old turtle's huge body staggered back a few steps. When its body moved, its stone pillar-like limbs hit the ground heavily, stopping its retreat. Yang Wucheng's body swayed, but he did not move a step. Ah! Of course, others were not as powerful as Yang Mucheng. The awakened 8-headed demon was like a deserted place, frantically hunting down the warriors who had half-stepped their profound energy. After these warriors were killed, their blood turned into black smoke and poured towards the bronze coffin. As the black smoke continues to be absorbed, the aura in the bronze coffin becomes more and more powerful and terrifying. This situation shocked Yang Mucidi. What is that? Look! It's on the bronze coffin! There were bursts of screams. A huge figure rose up on the huge bronze coffin. His entire figure was completely composed of black smoke, and the outside of his body was filled with endless black flames, accompanied by the crazy fighting of the 8 demons and the black smoke billowing all over the sky. This scene seemed like the sleeping ancient demon had awakened. Master Bei Xian! The skinny old man let out a cry of surprise. He was the first to recognize the identity of the huge figure. It's really you! I didn't expect that I would still remember my existence in the martial arts world after sleeping for hundreds of years. Master Bei Xian glanced at the skinny old man and shook his head. In the Xuanqi realm, your strength is good, but your qualifications are too poor. A warrior in the Xuanqi realm only has a lifespan of 500 years. Your lifespan is about to end. Your energy and blood are weak, and half of your feet have already stepped into the coffin. You are not even qualified to be my slave. He slapped it down. A shallow white handprint fell from the sky. But the skinny old man felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. I saw him shouting lowly, not daring to hide anything. And all the energy and blood in his body burst out at this moment. The originally thin body actually expanded rapidly at this moment. The gray hair quickly turned black, and the shaky teeth also grew back at this moment. The shriveled and rotten skin faded away quickly, like a baby's. Facing this palm, the skinny old man went all out. I don't know. Do you think you can stop my attack like this? Kneel down! Snapped. Light handprints. Doubled down. The skinny old man only had time to cross his arms in front of him for protection. And then, he forcefully received the palm from Master Bei Xian. Crack! There was a crisp sound. The skinny old man's arm shattered in response, and he was knocked to the ground by this palm. And his knees hit the ground hard and exploded at the same time. The ground beneath him suddenly cracked open and surged in all directions. There are countless dense cracks, as dense as a spider web. Mr. Liu! Yang Mucheng exclaimed and looked quickly. I saw a skinny old man kneeling on the ground, bleeding from all his orifices, and no longer breathing. What? With just one slap, a Xianqi realm warrior was killed. Is this the strength of Master Bei Xian? Now! We don't even have the qualifications to fight back. Everyone's heart palpitated. The 8 demons have already killed enough of the more than 50 people who came to the demon-suppressing stone. Only the last 7 or 8 are left. Master Bei Xian! Yang Mucheng clenched his fists and stared at the black shadow on the bronze coffin. It seems that you still don't know what's going on. Then let me tell you, this Dragon Burial Mountain tomb is a dead end set up by me. The purpose is to attract people into the tomb and let me be reborn. Master Bei Xian opened his arms and burst into laughter. Hundreds of years ago, although my body died, My soul is immortal, and has been living in this dragon burial mountain. Unfortunately, I have no body, and I can't cultivate into a ghost body, so I can only be trapped here. He looked at Yang Muchung, his eyes full of greed. I didn't expect your body to be so powerful, even stronger than when I was alive. I want your body. Chapter 170, Killing the Great Demon. I want your body. Master Beishuan's words were as loud as thunder, making all the half-step Xuanqi warriors feel shocked. Even if they are idiots, they still understand that Master Beishuan wants to seize Yang Muchung's body and want to resurrect him. It's over. Let's not talk about the real strength of Beishuan. His 8-headed demon alone is unmatched by anyone. Even those who are strong in the Xuanqi realm can't withstand the blow of Master Beishuan. I'm afraid Yang Muchung can't resist either. We are all going to die here. Everyone recalled the previous scene of Master Beishuan killing the skinny old man with one palm, and their hearts were filled with shock, coupled with the 8 giant demons that are eyeing him. Who else can survive in this tomb? You want to take my body? How can it be so easy? Even if you die, you will not stop. Let's see how I beat you to death today. Yang Muchung clenched his fists, anger bursting out of his eyes. Master Beishuan smiled lightly and shook his head. How dare you talk to me like this? However, at your age and being able to reach half a step of profound energy, your talent has far surpassed mine. If you are given a period of time to practice, your future achievements will definitely be higher than mine. It's a pity that you met me. I will decide your body. Master Beishuan's face turned cold, and he shouted suddenly. Come on! Catch this kid! Boom! At this moment, the 8-headed demon rushed towards him. Each of these big demons possesses the strength of the Xianqi realm. If only one of them was present, Yang Muchung could still deal with it. Now that 8 of them are out, who else can stop the resurrection of the real Beishuan? Liang Zhao's expression changed, and he shouted quickly. Let's join forces to kill the big demon and rush out of the tomb. Once Beishuan is resurrected, we will inevitably die. Seeing the big monsters coming out, Liang Zhao quickly drew his sword and stepped forward. The other warriors also looked as if they were ready to die. Unnecessary. Yang Muchung shook his head. But, Liang Zhao shouted. Others looked at Yang Muchung in confusion. 8-headed demon. This is not the time for you to show off. The skinny old man is dead. Among all the grave visitors, you are the strongest. If you die, what hope does everyone have? Liang Zhao gritted his teeth and said, Ignore it for now. Let's work together to kill a big monster first. Let's attack you first. Before everyone could take action, they saw Yang Muchung's eyes falling on the old turtle, who was the first to pounce. This old turtle is named Xianming Turtle. As the saying goes, the 1,000-year-old turtle is the 80,000-year-old turtle. The Xianming Turtle has an extremely long lifespan, and after endless years of accumulation, its body, energy, and blood will reach a terrifying level. Although the Xianming Turtle's cultivation level is equivalent to the early stage of Xianqi realm, his physique is enough to compete with the warriors in the middle stage of Xianqi realm. You shouldn't take action with it. Liang Zhao jumped anxiously. The Xianming Turtle has strong energy and blood, strong defense, and is difficult to fight against. This 8-headed demon should be the first to kill the eagle demon. It is the fastest, and most of the previous warriors were killed by him. Zhang Jiao sighed. No, the Xianming Turtle is coming, someone exclaimed. However, he saw that the Xianming Turtle was rushing towards him. Every time its stone pillar-like limbs touched the ground, it made a rumbling sound. Its huge body, 7 or 8 meters high, was like a moving hill. This crazy influx caused the expressions of many warriors to change. Master Beishuan, open your eyes wide and watch to see how I kill your 8 demons. Yang Muchung shook his hands into a fist and stamped his foot fiercely. Boom! Like a mountain collapsing and the ground cracking. The entire burial dragon mountain was shaken by this terrifying step. Under Yang Muchung's body, a depression that was several meters long was forcibly stepped on. This huge depression was in the shape of a foot. 36 moves of Zhenwu. Back then, in Yaowang Valley, Yang Muchung combined 36 moves into one to kill Zhou Xiaoyan. At that time, he only had Grandmaster Hung Lian. But now, his cultivation has reached half a step of profound energy. With the 36 movements combined into one, his power is more than 10 times higher than before. Roar! Xianming Old Turtle let out a roar, and slapped down his giant palm heavily, trying to block Yang Muchung's terrifying punch. But, it's too late. Yang Muchung's punch was too fast. Too fierce. And too strong. He even didn't deliberately look for the old turtle's weak point to attack, but directly hit the old turtle's hardest SHL. This old turtle's SHL, which had grown over thousands of years, and was strong enough to withstand any attack, shattered directly under this punch. Crack! The old turtle let out a wail. A crack opened on its turtle SHL, but the power of this punch did not stop at all, but penetrated the old turtle's body under everyone's shocked eyes. This Xianming turtle, which had lived for nearly 1,000 years, was completely killed by Yang Muqing's punch. It let out a wail, and hit the ground heavily. Receive! Yang Muqing activated the ancient heaven-swallowing technique and unceremoniously absorbed the Xianming turtle's 1,000-year energy and blood into his body. Rumble. The sound of the Xianming turtle's body hitting the ground came like thunder. There was deathly silence in the tomb, and everyone stared at all this with their eyes wide open. Kill the Xianming turtle with one punch? The long sword in Liang Zhao's hand fell to the ground with a clang without realizing it. Instant kill. Almost no resistance. Zhang Jiao took a breath of air. All the warriors present looked at the young man standing proudly in awe. Powerful. Even if the skinny old man was not dead, he would not be able to kill the Xianming turtle so easily. Perhaps he could only do it in his heyday. Well done! Seeing the remaining 7 big demons in the field rushing toward him, Yang Muqing was not surprised but overjoyed. As expected of a monster in the profound energy realm, his energy and blood were so huge that it even made his cultivation faintly turbulent, and he felt like he was about to break through half a step of profound energy at any time. If you could absorb all the energy and blood of this great demon into your body, you might be able to reach the realm of profound energy in one fell swoop. With this thought in his mind, Yang Muqing jumped up and rushed towards the eagle demon rushing toward him. He slashed downward with his right hand, and a condensed white light slashed down from above. A tearing sound was heard, and the big demon was split into 2 halves on the spot. Amid the sky full of blood, the 2-part body was heavily hit on the ground. He turned around and punched, and the 36 movements merged into one blow, hitting the tiger demon that was biting his throat. This punch hit the opponent's head, smashing its skull into pieces. A burst of blood flew everywhere, and flesh and blood flowed everywhere. The elephant demon that came trampling over him not only failed to trample Yang Muqing into a pulp, but instead, he used one hand to support the attack. The right leg was slashed from top to bottom like a giant axe. And the big demon, whose size was not inferior to the Xianming turtle, was directly smashed into the depths of the earth, and all the bones in the body burst. Chapter 171 Reaching the Mysterious Realm. Boom! Under the shocked eyes of countless people, Yang Mu's achievements were like a tiger rushing into a flock of sheep. Wherever he passed, almost no one in the 8-headed demon could stop his steps. But he was easily killed by him. Is he really a warrior in the mortal world? Someone swallowed and asked in a trembling voice. In their eyes, warriors in the mortal world are a joke, without instruction or training. How powerful would such a warrior be? This is almost an iron law in the martial arts world. But now Yang Muqing's performance has completely broken this iron law, letting them know that there are absolute strong people in the mortal world. If Yang Muqing was born in the martial arts world, I'm afraid he would have reached the mysterious liquid realm by now. Someone trembled. Everyone couldn't help but nodded when they heard the sound. There are many things in the martial arts world that are not available in the ordinary world. For example, the treasures of heaven and earth. In the mortal world, a century-old blood ginseng or a 1,000-year-old snow lotus are extremely rare. Even if they get it, it will be given to the emperor as a tribute by the common people. But in the martial arts world, these things are readily available. Even the extremely precious Millennium Snow Lotus is only a middle-grade spiritual grass, and the half-step Xuanqi warriors present simply look down upon it. It is for this reason that masters rarely appear in the mortal world. Yes, if there are enough resources for him, the mysterious liquid realm will not be a problem. Oh my god, how on earth he cultivated, even if he started practicing after being aborted. It is unbelievable. Someone clenched their fists. If he hadn't admitted it himself, I would have even thought that he was a disciple of a higher-level martial arts world. Someone shook his head. And at this time, Master Bei Xian was equally shocked. How can there be such a powerful person in the world? Qi, blood, strength, inner strength. When I was as old as him, I was only in the early stage of horizontal training. Bei Xian is known as a genius in the martial arts world. He has reached the mysterious liquid realm at the age of 100 years old. It has even become a legend in the martial arts world. But all the pride he had for hundreds of years was ruthlessly crushed because of the appearance of this young man. Of the 8-headed demon, only one was left in an instant. Return! Master Baishian frowned and shouted angrily. Hearing this, the snake demon almost couldn't wait to escape towards the location of the bronze coffin. Want to escape? Yang Muchung opened his eyes angrily and grabbed his right hand forward. A huge force emerged in the void, and a golden palm directly grasped the big monster in its hand. He squeezed it gently, and the big demon was killed on the spot. So far, all the energy and blood of the 8-headed demon were taken away by him. Good boy. This is beyond my expectation. I didn't expect that even this 8-demon formation can't do anything to you. It seems that I can only take action myself. On the bronze coffin, the shadow of Baishian Jinren became turbulent. What? Master Baishian wants to take action himself? His body has been destroyed. Is it possible that he can still fight? Amid the horrified sounds of the crowd, Master Baishian stepped down from the bronze coffin step by step. His body seemed to have transformed into an infinite black hole, and the black smoke from the entire Dragon Burial Mountain surged toward his location at that moment. And as he stepped forward step by step, the originally fuzzy and hazy figure gradually became condensed at this moment. Master Baishian put his hands behind his back. Under the bronze coffin, there seemed to be an invisible staircase, allowing him to walk slowly. At the same time, with every step he took, his aura grew stronger. The half-step Xuanqi warriors behind Yang Muchung turned pale and knelt on the ground under this terrifying momentum. Although my body is completely destroyed and my strength is not as strong as when I was at my peak, it is enough to kill you. Master Baishian looked at Yang Muchung quietly. His eyes were condescending and arrogant. I will destroy your soul first, and then take over your body. I advise you not to resist, lest you be burned by my mysterious fire and end up worse than death. Maybe I am in a good mood. I can also reward you with a body and let you follow me as my slave. You want to take over my body? Do you have the ability? Yang Muchung slowly raised his head, looked at Master Baishian, and grinned. Arrogant! Master Baishian frowned slightly and slapped him with his palm. His palm was the same as when he killed the skinny old man. A white palm print flew out directly, breaking the air, and pulled out a 20-meter long white air wave in the open space, shooting towards Yang Muchung. Go! He took action against Yang Muchung? Didn't he want to take over Yang Muchung's body? Someone said in shock after seeing the scene. You don't understand. When seizing a body, it's a confrontation between souls. If Master Baishian doesn't injure Yang Muchung, severely injuring his soul, and taking away his body, he will be counterattacked by Yang Muchung. Master Baishian doesn't want anything to go wrong. Liang Xiao gritted his teeth and said. Everyone looked at this scene with horrified expressions. They wanted to help Yang Muchung, but they were unable to do anything. Master Baishuan's momentum was so strong that the 8 of them were suppressed and kneeling here, unable to move. Although they knew that the chance was slim, they still hoped that Yang Muchung could turn defeat into victory. Otherwise, if Master Baishian succeeded in seizing the body, they would also have to die here. Hey! When Bai Qianqian's palm print came, Yang Muchung suddenly laughed. He clenched his fists, and the aura in his body increased crazily at this moment. A wave of air burst out from his body and swept in all directions. Even Liang Xiao, Zhang Jiao, and others who were kneeling behind Yang Muchung were blown away by this wave of air, violently rolled out 7 or 8 feet away, and fell heavily to the ground. This is impossible. His cultivation! The people who were thrown away didn't even bother to get up and quickly looked towards Yang Muchung. This familiar momentum made all of them widen their eyes, and couldn't believe it. Xuanqi realm. This is the true mysterious realm. So what about the profound energy realm? So what if you make a temporary breakthrough? This palm will definitely knock you unconscious. Master Baishian sneered disdainfully, and glanced at Liang Xiao and others. After you pass out, I will kill these people and then take your body. At that time, Master Baishian, will return to the world. Ha ha! Master Baishian just showed a smile, but the smile instantly solidified on his face. In the incredible eyes of everyone, Yang Muchung's face was indifferent, and he slapped his right hand casually, as if to drive away an annoying fly, towards the pale palm print. When his fist came into contact with the palm print, the light white palm print exploded directly, and countless clouds and white waves actually deviated from their original positions, like a huge turning wave, and shot towards Jinren Baishian. How can it be? Seeing this scene, Everyone exclaimed. Chapter 172. Knocked away with one punch. This is a blow from Master Bei Xian. A blow that even the skinny old man in the Xuanqi realm couldn't resist was actually knocked back by Yang Mucheng. You have some skills. No wonder you dare to be arrogant in front of me. Master Bei Xian snorted coldly and raised his fist to hit the pale palm print. Boom! The moment he came into contact with this pale palm print, his expression changed. The power contained in the palm seal was far superior to him. With a moved look on his face, Master Bei Xian shot out both palms and struck them repeatedly, and then scattered the palm prints of the slaps. Why is this boy so powerful? Master Bei Xian was startled. He was still in shock when he heard Yang Mucheng raise his fist and say, You killed Mr. Liu and avenged him with this punch. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Mucheng slowly punched out. Almost at the same time as he punched out, a shocking wave of air erupted from his body, tearing apart the rocks on the ground inch by inch and sending them flying around. A piece of rock as dense as rain rolled up in the air waves and shot towards Zhen Bei Xian. These rocks ranged from the size of a fist to the size of a door. The speed of flying caused a sharp roar, as if thousands of steel needles were piercing the eardrums. Is this the strength of the Xianqi realm? Liang Xiao said in silence. But, even if the master breaks through to the Xuanqi realm, how can he compete with Master Bei Xian? Zhang Jiao shook his head tremblingly. Bei Xian Zhenren is a great hero of his generation. A real person in the martial arts world. The powerful mysterious man died in his hands countless times before him. Even if his body is destroyed and only his soul is left, it is not so easy to contend. And the fact that he killed the skinny old man with one palm earlier was the most powerful proof. Yang Mucheng has just reached the Xuanqi realm. So how can he compete with Master Bei Xian? Snort! Master Bei Xian stood there with his arms spread out. A black ripple of internal energy vibrated like thunder, like thousands of war horses, sweeping across all directions with overwhelming force. Boom! 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 Countless boulders were shot to pieces, and were torn into pieces on the spot, turning into countless dust. This ripple of internal energy swept across, bringing with it a knife-like wind. A half-step mysterious warrior, who was caught off guard, was torn to pieces by the strong wind on the spot. Feeling the power of this strong wind, the faces of many warriors changed drastically, and they hurriedly retreated towards the rear. How is Yang Mucheng? I'm afraid I'm trapped in the strong wind. Qin Bei Xian cannot kill Yang Mucheng if he wants to occupy his body. Everyone looked forward, but there was dust everywhere in front. It was chaos, and no one could be seen. Call. Just when everyone was on tenterhooks, a fist as white as jade punched out from the smoke and dust, completely tearing the chaotic gangfeng into pieces, and directly blasting away the diffused smoke and dust. What? The calmness on Master Bei Xian's face suddenly disappeared. He tiptoed and retreated toward the back. He retreats? Fists in. No matter how fast he retreats, it can't be as fast as this white jade fist. Under the incredulous looks of everyone, Yang Mucheng's fist hit Master Bei Xian's chest heavily. Boom! A burst of explosive sound suddenly sounded, and Bei Xian Zhenren's body, which was completely condensed by black mist, was almost shattered by this punch. Countless black smoke was directly blasted out of his body and exploded in all directions, letting out a wail. Bei Xian Zhenren even fired towards the rear and retreated. This punch is to avenge those warriors who died in the tomb. Yang Mucheng's eyes widened angrily. Punch out again. Boom! At this moment, he shot out like a cannonball, and his body seemed to fly across the ground out of thin air. The terrifying speed brought a white wave of air behind him, and even cut the ground in half. Boy! Do you really think I'm not your opponent? When Master Bei Xian saw this punch coming, he let out a roar, and threw out the same punch directly. Boom! The fists collided, and an earth-shaking wave of air burst out from the fists. The entire Dragon Burial Mountain was struck by a thunderbolt at this moment. Unable to withstand this astonishing force, the earth began to crumble crazily. The ground made of rocks turned up inch by inch. Countless cracks spread from the feet of the two of them, sweeping in all directions and covering them in an instant. The entire tomb swelled throughout the Burial Dragon Mountain. Listen! There seems to be the sound of fighting coming from the mountains. At the foot of Burial Dragon Mountain, Baizhong pricked up his ears. He could feel a slight vibration spreading from Dragon Burial Mountain to his feet, causing his soles to tingle slightly. How can it be? Sheer smiled and shook her head. The sound of the fighting spread so far. Even my uncle couldn't do it. Could it be that Master Bei Xian has been resurrected? Kakaka. Before he finished speaking, he saw cracks spreading crazily from the inside out on the huge dragon burial mountain. The dense cracks covered the entire mountain in an instant. A breeze blew from the outside, and most of the entire dragon burial mountain collapsed in an instant. Countless rocks peeled off, and the tombs in the mountain were completely revealed at this moment. That is? The smile on Shear's face stiffened. All she saw was a figure made entirely of black smoke, which was directly blasted backwards. The person who blew away this black smoke was not Yang Muchung. Who else could it be? It's blown away. Even though Bei Xianjinren lives up to his peak strength, he still has the strength of the middle stage of the Xianqi realm. And now, he was punched away by Yang Muchung? There is only one step between the profound energy realm and the half-step profound energy. But there is a huge difference in strength. The battle between the two sides actually tore the entire dragon burial mountain into pieces. Liang Xiao and Zhang Jiao looked at the completely shattered burial dragon mountain. Their eyes were stiff, and their throats were extremely dry. If someone had told them this before, they would have ridiculed him unceremoniously. How could a strong Xuanqi person appear in the mortal world? Even if he did, he would not be a match for fellow practitioners in the martial arts world. That's not how you brag. But now, this young man who came out of the mortal world punched away the genius of the martial arts world hundreds of years ago. Bei Xianjinren. In front of him. Maybe Yang Muchung really has the strength to kill Master Bei Xian. At this time, such an idea appeared in the minds of Liang Xiao and others. But see, in midair, Bei Xianjinren was knocked away by a punch. His body had become much darker and more transparent, and his aura was not as strong as before. Just when everyone thought he was helpless, Master Bei Xian let out a burst of unbridled laughter, and his body slowly fell from the air. Chapter 173 Beating up Bei Xianjinren. What a mistake! Your strength has exceeded my imagination. However, the more this happens, the more excited I am, because I can possess a body that is unparalleled in the world. Bei Xianjinren raised his arms to the sky. From the collapsed ruins of Burial Dragon Mountain, wisps of black smoke quickly rushed out and gathered towards the clouds in the sky. The originally sunny sky suddenly became dim at this moment. These pieces of black smoke are like dark clouds covering the sky. Receive! He shouted loudly, opened his mouth, and the black smoke that filled the sky was actually swallowed into his belly like a whale sucking water. The remaining black smoke also surged towards Master Beishuan's body like a tornado. Between his slender torso and limbs, he transformed into a pair of black armor. At the same time, Master Beishian grabbed his right hand in the air, and the remaining black smoke transformed into a three-pointed, two-edged sword. The cheers of Liang Xiao and Zhang Jiao stopped suddenly, and were completely annihilated in their throats. Immortal? He is actually immortal? Liang Xiao cried out. Yang Muchung's previous punch, if it were an ordinary Xuanqi realm warrior, would have shattered his heart, and completely shattered his bones and organs. Even if he barely survived, he would have been seriously injured and unable to fight anymore. But Master Bei Xian didn't seem to have any damage at all. Is there anyone else who is his opponent? Zhang Jiao felt chills all over his body. Is this the real strength of Bei Xian? If he had known that Master Bei Xian was still alive in the world, even if he had been given 8 courages, he would not have dared to step into Dragon Burial Mountain. Is that black smoke the real Bei Xian? Sheer cried out. With her cultivation as a master, she was not even qualified to look at the other person. With just a casual glance, she felt steel needles piercing into her pupils, making her eyes weep and find it difficult to open them. Master Bei Xian, hasn't he been dead for hundreds of years? Why is he still alive? Bai Zhong's eyes widened. For a dead man to have such strength was simply unheard of and unseen by him. Yang Muchung clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the resurrected Bei Xian with no expression on his face. I can blow you to pieces once, and I can blow you to pieces a second time. Master Bei Xian let out a hearty laugh. It's a joke. If I were still at the peak of my strength, I could crush an ant like you to death at will. The power of a black liquid realm warrior is definitely not something you can understand. Master Bei Xian looked at Yang Muchung greedily. The strength of this body was beyond his imagination. Even in his lifetime, he had never seen such a perfect body. Perhaps only the disciples of those families and those forces can have such a physique, Master Bei Xian thought. But immediately, he shook his head. This boy's physique is stronger than those disciples of those families and forces. Fortunately, before I died, I set up the Yin Gathering Formation in Dragon Burial Mountain to keep my soul alive and become a ghost. Otherwise, he is definitely no match for this kid. However, although Dragon Burial Mountain is destroyed, the effectiveness of the Ean Gathering Formation is still there. And I am immortal, he was thinking in his mind. But his movements didn't stop at all. The three-pointed two-edged knife in his hand pointed forward. And then his body swayed. Boom! Thunder resounded throughout the Dragon Burial Mountain. And the invisible and transparent air was forcibly separated by Beishian Master at this moment, turning into white clouds. From a distance, it looked like a surging wave was set off by him and surged in all directions. Before Liang Xiao and others could recover, they were hit by this wave of air, vomiting blood and flew out. Although Sheer was far away, she could still feel the terrifying power contained in this air wave, and her expression changed drastically. Did the Holy One actually fight against such a being? Bai Zhong's eyes popped out. I said it. Why don't you believe it? I can blast you to pieces once, and I can kill you a second time. Yang Mucheng shook his head, and punched again in the face of the gun that seemed to be able to penetrate even space. 36 moves of Jinwu. All 36 moves come out. If Beishian Jinren is a giant wave that can sweep across the world, then Yang Mucheng is a steady and unmoving mountain. No matter how terrifying this huge wave was, he was not afraid. What's more, Yang Mucheng is not an ordinary mountain, but Mount Tai. Boom! This punch hit the three-pointed two-edged sword. The white cloud completely shattered under this punch, and the gun body turned into black smoke was blown away at this moment. At the same time, this huge force poured into the body of Beishian Jinren along the three-pointed two-edged sword. The armor that was almost condensed into substance instantly shattered, and his body was completely shattered at this moment. The scene just now evolved again. Master Beishian was blown away again, and his body turned transparent. Just show off whatever skills you have. Yang Mucheng retracted his fist and looked towards the opponent. In just 3 or 4 breaths, Master Beishian swallowed the black smoke scattered in the void and transformed into his previous appearance and posture again. Being scattered again. Could it be that he can really kill Master Beishian? Zhang Jiao's voice trembled. In front of them, the almost invincible Beishian Jinren could not resist Yang Mucheng's punch. Liang Xiao shook his head, with a hint of caution in his eyes. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Beishuan's soul is immortal, and almost immortal. Even if Yang Mucheng beats him to dust, he can still be resurrected. But Yang Mucheng is a man of flesh and blood after all. Although his fists are extremely powerful, how many times can he carry out such attacks? When Yang Mucheng's energy and blood weaken, that's when Master Beishian will fight back. When everyone heard this, their bodies trembled. He quickly looked towards Yang Mucheng. Although Yang Mucheng was very strong, he was facing the even more powerful Master Beishian. Can it still be recovered? I want to see how many times you can recover. Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed with coldness. The 3rd punch, the 4th punch, the 5th punch, the 16th punch, the 23rd punch, the 39th punch. Whenever Beishian Jinren recovered, he would blast out the 36 Shenwu moves to scatter him, instead of gradually weakening as everyone imagined. His attacks became more ferocious and violent, each punch becoming stronger than the last. At the beginning, Master Beishian only needed 3 or 4 breaths to recover. Even when the 40th punch was fired, it actually took him 3 sticks of incense to recover. Moreover, not only the armor and the three-pointed two-edged sword could not be condensed with black smoke, but even condensing them into entities took a lot of his strength. Isn't your energy and blood endless? Master Beishian cried out. Until this moment, he could still feel the vast ocean-like energy and blood in Yang Mucheng's body. Chapter 174 Flowing Fire Red Eyes. Yang Mucheng stood proudly on Dragon Burial Mountain with his hands behind his back. How does he look like he has experienced a war? There was not a trace of dust on the body, and there was no sight of panting or blushing. On the contrary, Master Beishian was already so angry that his body was almost transparent. Even Liang Xiao and the others could no longer feel his breath. With one last punch, you will die completely. Yang Mucheng looked at Master Beishian calmly. This relaxed tone was like the once world-famous Black Liquid Realm expert, who was like a chicken and a dog in front of him. Not worth mentioning at all. Master Beishian was also afraid. He was once a strong man in the mysterious Liquid Realm, and he was proficient in countless spells and talismans. But Yang Mucheng didn't give him any time to release. As soon as his body condensed, it was completely shattered. So much so that it is already very difficult to maintain this ghostly body. It's not that easy to kill me! Master Beishian let out a roar, and used all his strength to blast towards Yang Mucheng. As he rushed out, his transparent body swayed violently, transforming into thousands of black butterflies that burrowed crazily towards Yang Mucheng's body. This scene is too fast. It's a long story, but it only happened in a moment. Liang Xiao and the others only felt a gust of wind blowing towards them. When they looked forward again, they discovered that the black butterflies in the sky suddenly disappeared at this moment. What is going on? Is Master Beixian dead? Look! There was a cry. But he saw that a black mist enveloped Yang Mucheng's body. Every trace of this black mist seemed to be imbued with the consciousness of Master Beixian, turning into thousands of strands, and continuously seeping into Yang Mucheng's pores. As the black mist seeped in, Yang Mucheng's body was even more covered with black energy, becoming extremely ghastly. Bring me this body! Master Beixian roared angrily. He was extremely angry. He was actually forced to use the demon disintegration technique by a young boy, although doing so would regress his strength from the mysterious liquid realm to the Xuanqi realm. He could no longer care about occupying Yang Mucheng's body. This body is stronger than my physical body at its peak. It's nothing to lose a little bit of cultivation. After I control him, I will achieve higher achievements. What? Master Beixian suddenly exclaimed. He only felt that a huge suction force was generated in Yang Mucheng's body, as if there was a black hole hidden in his body, forcibly absorbing all his soul and crushing it completely. If you don't take the road to heaven, you will have no choice but to fall into H.L. Yang Mucheng shook his head, showing a hint of ridicule. This Master Beixian actually wanted to take over his body when he was so weak. Is his ancient heaven swallowing technique just an ordinary skill? Boom! His eyes widened angrily, and the ancient heaven swallowing technique burst out at this moment. The suction force, which was already terrifying, suddenly exploded at this moment. A hurricane emerged from this, spreading over 100 meters in almost the blink of an eye, sweeping in all places outside Dragon Burial Mountain. Countless weeds and rocks were swept up by the hurricane. Even towering ancient trees were uprooted and swept into the sky along with the hurricane. No! Beixian Jinren let out a roar, and he frantically tried to pull his soul out of Yang Mucheng's body. But this force was too strong, so powerful that he could hardly resist. Oh my god! Liang Xiao, Baizhong and others stared dumbly at the hurricane sweeping into the sky, and the real Beixian, who appeared in the hurricane. No matter how the other party struggled and resisted, under this shocking suction force, Yang Mucheng swallowed it into his belly like a whale sucking water, completely leaving no trace. Quiet. Dead silence. Yang Mucheng was the only one left inside, and outside the Burial Dragon Mountain. Are you Yang Mucheng or Chen Beixian? Liang Xiao asked in a trembling voice. What do you think? Yang Mucheng smiled lightly. His eyes fell on Chen Beixian's bronze wooden coffin, and he waved his right hand casually. Just hearing a bang sound, the coffin was suddenly opened. Everyone quickly looked around and saw that Master Beixian's body was completely turned into a pile of gray smoke as soon as the coffin was opened. Huh? This is? Inside the coffin, a secret book made of gold foil attracted his attention. With a move of his right hand, the secret book flew into his palm. Flowing Fire Red Eyes. This is a low-grade Xian level martial arts, divided into 3 parts, upper, middle, and lower. Flowing Fire Red Eyes is the lower part, only low-grade Xian level. The middle part is Red Fire Demon Eyes, which belongs to the middle-grade Xian level. The lower part is Liwa God's Eye, which belongs to the top grade of Xian rank. Liang Xiao also realized that Master Beixian should have been completely devoured. Another broken copy. Yang Mucheng frowned. With a thought, he learned, Flowing Fire Red Eyes. Although it is a broken copy, the lethality of this martial art is enough to rank in the top 10 among the lower-grade Xian level martial arts. The power is even more terrifying than the ordinary middle-grade Xian level martial arts. Otherwise, Master Beixian would not have sealed it in the coffin. However, this Flowing Fire Red Eye is a rare 7-aperture martial skill, which is extremely difficult to practice. Liang Xiao shook his head. High difficulty. Yang Mucheng opened his eyes. Like stars, I saw 2 clusters of flames quickly jumping out of his pupils, burning more and more intensely, filling his eye sockets in an instant, and finally spurting out, extending infinitely like 2 fire dragons, and suddenly shot onto the bronze coffin. Boom! There was a burst of explosion, and the bronze coffin shattered. Not bad. Yang Mucheng closed his red eyes, and his eyes returned to their original state. The power of this martial art is comparable to that of the 36 true martial arts. And it is also in the eyes. If a sudden attack occurs, the opponent will be unable to guard against it, as long as the internal energy is strong enough. Even the warriors in the Xuanqi realm will be affected by the fire of these eyes. Burnt to ashes. It's a pity that it's a broken copy. Yang Mucheng sighed. He is now in urgent need of Xian-level martial arts skills. This, glowing fire red eyes, can be regarded as one part. And Jinwu 36 can only be regarded as half of it at best. In the tomb of Xian Master, there are many Huan-level martial arts. But there is only this one for Xian-level martial arts. It seems that in the world of martial arts, there are not many martial arts at the Xian level. I still have a few tasks to complete. After completing them, I might be able to obtain some Xian-level martial arts skills. Yang Mucheng thought in his mind, and then turned his attention to the remaining half-step Xuanqi warriors. At first, entering the tomb, there were more than 100 half-step Xuanqi warriors, and now there are only 7 left. What are your plans for the future? Yang Mucheng asked calmly. Zhang Jiao has been subdued by him, and he is asking Liang Xiao and the others. Liang Xiao cupped his hands and said, Master Yang, we are the disciples who were expelled by Kanglin sect and have nowhere to go. If Brother Yang doesn't dislike me as a guilty person, I am willing to follow you. There is no distinction between young and old in the world of martial arts. Those who are more advanced come first. Yang Mucheng reached the Xianqi realm, and his cultivation level was above them. It was natural for Liang Xiao to call him Master Yang. Several other half-step Xuanqi warriors also looked at me, and I looked at you, and quickly bowed to Yang Mucheng. Said, We are willing to follow Master Yang. Chapter 175 Welcome the Holy Driver. A team slowly set off, heading towards the imperial city of Daqian along the official road. The most eye-catching thing in the team was naturally the gilded carriage where Yang Mucheng was sitting. Liang Xiao, Zhang Jiao, and other half-step masters who chose to follow surrounded the carriage like guards. Baizhong drove the horse and waved the whip leisurely. Do you think Master Yang really comes from the mortal world? A half-step Xuanqi warrior in the team asked in a low voice. I don't think so. Maybe he is a traveling disciple of a big family in the martial arts world. The family does not allow him to reveal his identity, so he lied to us and claimed that he came from the mortal world. Another half-step mysterious warrior said. The half-step Xuanqi person who spoke was named Wang Disheng, currently 198 years old. Due to poor qualifications, he has only barely reached half a step of profound energy. This time I came to Burial Dragon Mountain for the same reason as the skinny old man, and wanted to take the opportunity to break through. Who would have thought that Burial Dragon Mountain was completely a scam set up by Master Xian? With no place to go, they had no choice but to follow Yang Mucheng. Mr. Wang is right. Another warrior nodded. That's natural. I have come into contact with many disciples of big families and sections. To be honest, I have never seen anyone as magnanimous as Master Yang. Therefore, I firmly believe that Master Yang comes from the martial arts world. Liang Xiao listened to everyone's discussion and shook his head with a wry smile. Of course he knew that these half-step Xuanqi warriors may not really follow Yang Mucheng. On the one hand, they were afraid of the other party's ability to kill the real Xian. The second is that they have certain expectations for Yang Mucheng's identity, thinking that the other party is from a large family, and that if he follows Yang Mucheng, he can get a lot of benefits. As for Zhang Jiao, he was secretly excited, regardless of whether Yang Mucheng came from the secular world or the martial arts world. Judging from his attitude towards Baizhong, this master is not a murderous person, and maybe he still has a bright future. On the carriage. Your Majesty, the origin of these half-step profound energy is unknown. If you just subdue them like this, will it cause disaster? Baizhong hesitated for a moment and said slowly. Yang Mucheng lay leisurely on the carriage. With the strength of the Daqian kingdom, sooner or later it will come into contact with the martial arts world. So just attract them. Soldiers will stop them, and water will cover them. Moreover, you have ignored one thing. What's going on? Baizhong asked curiously. The martial arts world is a circle we have never come into contact with. It is very difficult for ordinary people to integrate into it. Now that these people are subdued, they can recruit a large number of warriors from the martial arts world. Yang Mucheng smiled and shook his head. How could he have casually recruited this group of people if he hadn't planned it in advance? How long does it take to get to the imperial city? It's still half a day before we can return to your Majesty. Just as he was saying this, Baizhong's eyes lit up. He saw an eagle flying rapidly from a distance, hovering above the carriage, and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, someone is here to greet us." As soon as he finished speaking, the ground shook suddenly. In the distance, a cloud of dust filled the sky. "That is?" The few people who were discussing Yang Muqing's identity couldn't help but feel startled and quickly looked into the distance. I saw a long black line approaching quickly on the horizon. Looking again, it turned out to be an army. This army has about 10,000 people, dressed in black armor and full of momentum. It is obviously a rare and powerful force. The leader came, put a flag on his back, and rode to the Black Flag Army. Wang Dishing's eyes almost bulged out. "Oh my God, this army!" What shocked him was not the quality of the Black Flag Army, but that this army was actually composed entirely of warriors in the late stage of Niai Jin. Moreover, what they were wearing was actually low-grade spiritual armor. An army is not terrible. But what is terrifying is this army, all wearing spiritual armor and being internally powerful warriors. "They are coming for us!" A half-step Xuanqi warrior swallowed his saliva. Wang Dishing was well informed and shook his head and said, "Not necessarily. Maybe I'm just passing by. But why haven't I heard the name of this Black Flag Army? This kind of army cannot be cultivated by sects or families. And the countries I know don't have the ability to equip an army of more than 10,000 people with spiritual armor. Even in the martial arts world. It's just that the resources, techniques, etc. are higher than those in the ordinary world. Weapon armor that has reached this level is still rare. Maybe it's the army of a 7th level country." Wang Dishing pondered for a moment. Notice, Liang Zhao's Kanglin sect is only at the 8th level. Gradually, the Black Flag Army got closer and closer. This army exudes a strong evil aura, which has even infected half-step Xuanqi warriors like them, making them feel like they can't breathe. "This army must have killed a lot of people." One of the warriors' teeth chattered. "That's right. The number of souls who died under the swords in their hands ranges from hundreds of thousands." Another warrior exclaimed. "Which country is so generous that it is willing to send out such an army?" Wang Dishing pondered secretly. To know, no matter which country, if they can get this army, they will probably want to hold them in the palm of their hands and treat them as ace troops. They will never be sent out until the critical moment. But this army went in the opposite direction, as if it were completely honed from blood. Herod. While everyone was talking, the Black Flag Army of 10,000 people stopped in front of the carriage, as if they were carved from the same mold. The leader, Ma Ping, turned over and trotted to the carriage. Kneeling respectfully, "General Ma Ping of the Black Flag Army leads the crowd to welcome our emperor's return. Your Majesty is welcome back to the palace." Thousands of people shouted, resounded through the sky. Wang Dishing was dumbfounded and pointed at the Black Flag Army, trembling. This army actually belongs to Master Yang. Master Yang. He is the emperor." Imperial City. The Black Flag troops separated along the road, and wherever the carriage passed, the people knelt down to greet them. This kind of welcoming gesture. What else could it be but the emperor? This doesn't seem to be a country in the martial arts world. Wang Dishing's eyes twitched. The Qian country. Isn't this the weakest country among the 9th level countries? How could such an emperor be born? Even Wang Dishing didn't know how other warriors could understand. Just a blank mind. How could an emperor in the mortal world possess such terrifying strength? Have such a powerful army? The Black Flag Army had been parked in front of the palace, protecting the entire palace. A group of palace maids came up quickly and carefully put Yang Mucheng into a dragon robe. "Go to court. Civil and military officials are here to meet you." As a burst of cheers rang out, the civil and military officials, who had been waiting outside the palace, lined up in 2 lines and entered the palace neatly. "Come to court with me." Yang Mucheng turned around and grinned at the shocked people. Chapter 176. Shocking Half-Step Xuanqi Warriors. "Your Majesty, all the remaining forces of Ertai have been eradicated, and all cities have been included in the territory of Dakian Kingdom. Xiagua sent a congratulatory gift. 100,000 taels of gold coins. The Crescent Moon Kingdom sent congratulatory gifts, including thousands of silks and satin, and hundreds of beauties. Jialua Kingdom sent a congratulatory gift. Dakian destroyed Ertai, and has become one of the 8 major parliamentary countries. Coupled with the power of the Black Flag Army, many small countries couldn't wait to start fawning over Yang Mucheng after hearing the news. It's been 10 years of hard work and no one asked. But once he became famous all over the world. Wang Dishing and others stood in the corner of Jinlun Hall, watching this scene quietly. "Miscalculation. Wang Disheng shook his head and smiled bitterly. I originally thought that Master Yang told us that he came from the mortal world because he didn't want to expose his identity. But I didn't expect that he was really from the mortal world. We actually followed an emperor from the mortal world. If this legend go out, I'm afraid it's a big joke. The difference between the secular world and the martial arts world is like the difference between heaven and earth. People in the martial arts world think they are superior to others. So why would they follow those in the secular world? Even if the other party is the emperor. It is the same. Find an opportunity to talk to Master Yang. I'd better return to the martial arts world. Wang Disheng thought to himself. Yes, after the dynasty is over. Let's find a chance to talk to Master Yang. Other warriors also thought in their minds. Liang Xiao didn't care. He and Shir had nowhere to go, and simply wanted to follow Yang Mucheng. After the court ended, Yang Mucheng put on casual clothes and led everyone towards the harem. Where are those alchemists in Yaowang Valley? Yang Mucheng suddenly remembered. Your Majesty, these alchemists are in prison, waiting to be punished, Baizhong said hurriedly. Bring them to the practice tower. Now I'll go to the forging department. Wang Disheng and others did not find a chance to speak, so they could only follow behind silently. However, he was also curious. What kind of forging department could create low-grade spiritual level armor? The forging department has been expanded 3 or 4 times, covering an area of more than 100 acres. Before he even got close, there was a clanking sound, and a wave of heat continued to emerge. Who is it? The forging department has come to this important military area. No idlers are allowed to enter. Not in yet. A group of alchemy masters dressed as warriors stopped them. Your Majesty! The leader closed his eyes, recognized Yang Mucheng, and quickly let him go. The defense is pretty tight. Wang Disheng smiled sarcastically. And he discovered that the several masters who stopped him were all strong men in horizontal training. The smile on his face had not faded, and several gazes were immediately projected into the void. Obviously, these are also alchemy masters hiding in the dark. How come there are so many strong men in horizontal training? Liang Xiao was also secretly shocked. Even in the Kanglin sect, I'm afraid there aren't that many strong men in horizontal training. Certainly, the other half-step Xuanqi people were also surprised. These gazes are all hidden in the dark, almost every step of the way. The total number of warriors in Lingling Zongzong is at least nearly 300, all of whom are strong horizontal practitioners. There is even no shortage of some Henglian masters. You must know that the Kanglin sect, which ranks in the middle of the 8th level sect in terms of strength, has less than 200 powerful horizontal practitioners. This palace alone can surpass 2 8th level sects. Your Majesty, are you here? Lu Hong, who was forging, raised his head. How is the situation? Yang Mucheng asked. Going back to the Holy Spirit, we have finished researching all the middle-level spiritual level armors. We have also begun to study the upper-level spiritual level armors. It is estimated that in 1 month, we will be able to produce a set of high-level spiritual level armors. Model, Lu Hong said hurriedly. Yang Mucheng nodded. This suggestion was given to the blacksmithing department. After all, the previous blacksmithing department was formed by the blacksmithing sect and was accustomed to working independently. Yang Mucheng asked these high-level blacksmiths to gather together to form an elite team. They first tried to create high-grade armor, and after they fully mastered it, they passed on their experience to other blacksmiths. Other ordinary blacksmiths can directly expand production after gaining experience. As for the elite team, they can continue to research higher-level weapons and armor. High-grade spiritual level. When Wang Disheng heard this, he almost broke his teeth. The Black Flag Army has a set of armor with more than a dozen pieces. If they are all made up of high-grade spiritual level weapons, this can no longer be described as a prodigal. He lived for nearly 200 years. And even through being deceived, he could only obtain 3 or 4 high-grade spiritual weapons. Now an army of Dacian Kingdom will soon be equipped with a full set of armor. This made his jealous eyes almost bulge out. The eyes of the remaining half-step Xuanqi warriors were even redder. They looked at the finished high-grade spiritual weapons on the weapon racks. If they weren't worried about Yang Mucheng's strength, they would have started robbing them. Very good. The high-grade spiritual level armor will be built first for the masters in the inner circle. After the production is expanded, it will be fully promoted to the Black Flag Army. Yang Mucheng patted Lu Hong's shoulder with great satisfaction. By the way, I also got a complete set of blueprints for making yellow level armor. After you finish studying the spiritual level armor, you can start studying the yellow level armor. He walked out of the forging department in confusion. Wang Dishing felt that his knowledge had been completely overturned. Notice. In the martial arts world, no matter who gets such a blueprint, they would like to hide it for fear of being known by others. But Yang Mucheng took it out so boldly. Science and technology are primary productive forces. Naturally, Yang Mucheng didn't know what he was thinking. He had surpassed these people in the martial arts world for several generations. He was not a loner, but an emperor. Of course, families and sects can also develop to the situation like Dacian Kingdom. But it never has the foundation and potential of Dacian country. What he needs is not only to make himself stronger, but also to make his army stronger and his people stronger. Whether it is the blacksmithing department or the alchemists of the Medicine King Valley who are going to meet next, they all revolve around this point. Initially, he was very satisfied with the development of the Black Flag Army. Wang Dishing and others looked at each other in confusion. What should I do? Someone asked. I don't want to leave anymore. A person with half-step Xuanqi shook his head. Even 7th level sects and families probably don't have the lineup to create a full set of spiritual level armor. This country is stronger than we imagined. Wang Dishing smiled bitterly. This was not only stronger, it was dozens of times stronger. Master Yang said earlier that he planned to meet the alchemists from Yaowang Valley, and we will make a decision after seeing those alchemists. Wang Dishing thought in his mind. Original. These half-step Xianqi warriors thought that the forging department had given them enough shocks. But now they know that everything has just begun. Chapter 177 Sincerely Condensed. Practice Tower. The training speed is 10 times faster than the outside world. Moreover, this tower covers an area of 100 acres. Enough to accommodate thousands of people entering the tower at the same time. Kanglin sect also has such a training tower, Liang Xiao said in silence. However, the practice tower is only 1/3 of the size in front of you, and can only accommodate 200 to 300 disciples at a time. Most of the positions are still occupied by the deacons and elders of the sect. Ordinary disciples are rarely qualified. Enter! Even though I am an old disciple of Kanglin sect, I only have one chance to enter every month. Close to the practice tower, everyone could feel a surge of spiritual energy rushing towards them. Just standing outside the tower for a short while, the inner energy in the body seemed to have grown a lot. Liang Xiao and the others greedily absorbed the overflowing spiritual energy. Oh! I'm going to knock this tower down. Yang Mucheng glanced at the training tower lightly and said, Push down? Everyone was stunned. If any sect or family had such a training tower, they would wake up from their dreams with laughter. Yang Mucheng actually wanted to push him down? I also have a yellow-level middle-grade architectural drawing of the secret realm of cultivation in my hand. Although the spiritual energy of the training tower is not bad, it is still inferior to the secret realm of cultivation. Yang Mucheng took out the drawings. 15 times the spiritual energy concentration. Even Liang Xiao almost broke his teeth. The Kanglin sect spent so much effort and died in order to obtain the blueprints of the practice tower. Now, Yang Mucheng casually took out an architectural drawing that was even more advanced than the practice tower. This was more than a big deal. Wang Dishing and others looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. After a while, the 5 top-grade alchemists from Yaowang Valley were brought to the practice tower. See, Your Majesty! These alchemists were brought back to the country of Dacian. They did not live the luxurious life they imagined, with clothes on their hands and food on their hands, but they were directly thrown into the sky prison. There was not enough food to eat and warm clothes to wear every day, and each alchemist had to be whipped with a stick of incense every day. These thin-skinned alchemists had never experienced such torture. As soon as the whip came down, their skin and flesh were torn apart, and they cried out for their father and mother in pain. Now, the arrogance from before is long gone. You must have heard in the Tian Lao that Ertai has been destroyed. Zhou Xiaotian has also been executed by me personally and beheaded by the sword. Follow me, and I will set up a pill department for you to let you live a new life. On the day of freedom, I am willing. As soon as Yang Mucheng finished speaking, the 5 alchemists kowtowed. When Zhou Xiaotian died, their last hope was completely cut off. Having seen Yang Mucheng's iron-blooded methods, they also understood that the only way to go was to follow each other. Very good. If you have any needs, please ask. I am an enlightened sage. Yang Mucheng nodded with satisfaction. An alchemist named Yin Jioling hesitated. Your Majesty, the foundation of alchemy in Dacian is basically 0. If you want to completely set up the elixir department, you need to set up a spiritual medicine garden. Due to the topography of Yaowang Valley, It is rich in spiritual energy and can grow many heavenly and earthly treasures and rare medicinal materials. In addition, we also need pill furnaces, pill prescriptions, and earth vein fires. When Yin Jiuling saw that Yang Mucheng had no intention of blaming him, he became bolder. The fire of the earth's veins is the fire in the core of the earth. It can be used for elixir refining when it is brought up from the ground. The alchemy furnace is also easy to handle. The only troublesome thing is the elixir recipe and the elixir garden. When the Medicine King Valley was destroyed, many of them were already incomplete. The elixirs were all destroyed by the fire, and there is not much left. Without sufficient spiritual energy, it is impossible to build the elixir garden. Yang Mucheng waved his hand. Then the training tower will not be demolished, and it will be changed into a formation and expanded into a spiritual medicine garden. Is 10 times the concentration of spiritual energy enough? As for the elixir, I also obtained a spiritual step. Yellow magic formula from the tomb of Master Bei Xian. The encyclopedia of elixir recipes is also given to you. What? A spiritual medicine garden with 10 times the spiritual energy concentration? Yaowang Valley is only about twice as big. And the complete collection of elixir prescriptions for Lingjie and Huangjie. If he were in Yaowang Valley, Zhou Xiaotian would not take out these things at all. Not only was Yin Jiuling completely stunned, but several other alchemists were also shocked. They didn't expect that surrendering to Yang Mucheng would lead to such good treatment, which was 100 times or 1,000 times more than what they got in Yaowang Valley. I tell you, as long as you follow me, you will enjoy endless glory and wealth. Of course, if you betray me, you will only die. Yang Mucheng said calmly with his hands behind his back. His words were not only meant for this group of alchemists, but also for Liang Xiao and the other half-step Xuanqi warriors. Ask people to take Yin Jiuling down and start building the elixir department. Only then did Yang Mucheng look at Liang Xiao and Wang Disheng. Now, you already know the situation in Daqian country. Let me ask you a question. Are you planning to stay in Daqian country? Or are you preparing to leave? After seeing the strength of the Qian kingdom, how could Wang Disheng and the others have any intention of leaving? Even if Yang Mucheng drives them away, they may not be willing. Everyone hurriedly said, we are willing to follow the Holy One and join the Daqian kingdom. As long as the Holy One says a word, we are willing to do it even if we are heartbroken. Yang Mucheng nodded, and his efforts were not in vain, and he finally got these warriors to follow him sincerely. Moreover, with these warriors from the martial arts world joining the Daqian kingdom, they can also systematically train the Black Flag Army and Dachi masters. The Black Flag Army is still a little far away for the time being, but as long as the secret cultivation realm is built, I will be able to have more than 300 half-step Xuanqi warriors before long. If the elixir department can get on the right track as soon as possible, with the Black Flag Army's training and the assistance of elixirs, it will not be a problem to reach the peak of internal strength in a short time. Maybe after some time, the Black Flag Army can even become an army composed entirely of strong men and women. When the time comes, when our country is on the battlefield, which country dares not to obey? However, the number of Black Flag Army is still too small. Now that Thailand has been invaded by me, the number of people in the land has more than doubled. You can also consider expanding the Black Flag Army to about 20,000 troops. Mounting is still a difficult point. Ordinary war horses simply cannot withstand long-distance battles. What if we use monsters instead? Yang Mucheng pinched his temples. After being reborn as an emperor, he did not live a happy life of lying drunk on the knees of beauties and waking up with a murderous sword. Instead, he had to take care of all kinds of things personally. But how can there be so many monsters in the mortal world? Thinking of this, his eyes lit up. Wang Disheng, do you know where some of the monsters are produced? Your Majesty, what do you want these monsters to do? Wang Disheng looked surprised. Mount, Yang Mucheng said lightly. A mount prepared for the Black Flag Army. Your Highness, you can only go to the Ghost Market for this, Wang Disheng said with a bitter smile. Chapter 178 Ghost Market. What are the standards for mounts needed for marching and fighting? One is large in number, and the other is easy to tame. Monsters captured from the wild are wild and difficult to tame and cannot be used in a short period of time, so they can only be purchased from other places. This Ghost Market is an excellent place to go. Ghost Market? Is this also from the martial arts world? Yang Mucheng said doubtfully. Yes. Wang Disheng cupped his hands and said quickly. Your Majesty, Kyushu is a vast territory, and this Ghost Market covers most of the martial arts world. As long as you have money, you can buy the items you want in the Ghost Market. Therefore, the amount you need must also can be found in Ghost Market. However, the Ghost Market transactions do not use gold coins like the mortal world, but use black stones. 10,000 gold coins are only equivalent to 1 black stone. Yang Muqing's eyelids twitched. This time he embezzled Ertai, plus the gifts from traveling around the country. The total amount of 0 and 0 total was nearly 10 million gold coins. But there were only 1,000 gold coins in exchange for black stones? But then I thought about it. And it was normal. Most of the warriors in the martial arts world were otherworldly beings. And money in the mortal world was naturally not of much use to them. But the mysterious stone is extraordinary. Not only can it be used to set up formations, but it can also absorb the mysterious energy in it for cultivation. Your Majesty, there are other benefits in the Ghost Market. If you don't have black stones, you can win bets through life and death combat, or you can earn black stones by selling various elixirs, weapons, and exercises. Wang Dishing said quickly. No. Let me make some arrangements and set off on a different day. Since he was preparing to leave the palace and didn't know how long he would stay outside the palace, Yang Mucheng simply arranged everything in the palace. But, fortunately, the system tasks have been completed before, and the weather in Dakian has been good for 3 years. And there will be no drought or waterlogging like before. And since Ertai was captured, Dakian's morale was booming, and bandits and robbers did not dare to show up in the country. What Yang Mucheng needs to be concerned about is various development issues. In addition to the military, there is also people's livelihood. The imperial edict was conveyed one after another, and Xiao Rong was asked to preside over the affairs of the court. It was not until 3 days later that he took the people and set off. Yang Mu, the 7 half-step Xuanqi warriors, brought the CDs. One is that they all come from the martial arts world and are familiar with the Ghost Market. The second reason is that they had just surrendered and Yang Mucheng still didn't trust them very much. The 8 people got on their horses and headed towards the Ghost Market. Why have I never heard of a Ghost Market? Yang Mucheng asked in confusion. Holy Lord, the reason why the Ghost Market is not known to the mortal world is because of the word ghost. It starts late at night and closes after dawn, so not many people know about it. However, most Ghost Markets are in some remote places, in places where there are many people living in the martial arts world. There are also markets that specialize in buying and selling. This market is almost the same as a market in the secular world. Liang Xiao smiled. The place they went to this time was called Linshan. Although it is not a blessed place, the concentration of spiritual energy is relatively high, which attracts many warriors from the martial arts world to come and live there. And gradually a small ghost market is formed. There were even some warriors who came all the way to participate in the Ghost Market. Hee hee. Listen. Those people call that young man the Holy One. A young girl wearing a red dress covered her mouth and smiled. Xiaoqian, don't talk too much. We are here to participate in the Ghost Market. Don't cause trouble. Another girl in white scolded in a low voice. She glanced at Yang Mucheng and others not far away, and saw Liang Xiao, Zhang Jiao, and Wang Dishing protecting Yang Mucheng in the center in an attitude like stars over the moon. Presumably, some disciple from the secular world wanted to come over and have a try after hearing what happened in the martial arts world. People from the secular world often break into the Ghost Market. These people didn't know where they got the information from, so they wanted to come over and take a look. And this kind of rich kid basically comes with his servants like this. People like Yang Mucheng, who only led 7 or 8 servants, were still in the minority. There were some dandy boys who even wanted to lead the army. At this moment, there was a noise not far away. I saw a team like an emperor descending to the south of the Yangtze River coming from a distance. 18 sturdy men held high the dragon flag and opened the way in front. There was also a team of people carrying 2 large gongs on their shoulders, beating them as they walked, and shouted, "When the Crown Prince travels, people are waiting to get out of his way." As they were getting closer to the Ghost Market, there were more and more warriors on the road. And such a team also attracted everyone's attention. Crown Prince? Yang Mucheng shook his head. The power in the mortal world is simply worthless to the martial arts world. Liang Xiao and others also laughed contemptuously. Little lady, are you going to the Ghost Market too? A dandy boy in the carriage stretched out his head and stared at the woman in white with a smile. Women in the martial arts world are no different than those in the secular world. They have been practicing since childhood and have been tempered by their inner strength to become extraordinary. Whether it is the woman in white or the girl named Xiaoqian in red dress, they are both rare beauties. The girl in white frowned slightly, raised her riding whip, and immediately moved the horse closer to where Yang Muchung was. When the crown prince saw this, he was about to scold Yang Muchung. An old man quickly whispered, "Prince, most of the people inside and outside the ghost city are from the martial arts world, so it's better not to provoke them as much as possible." The crown prince snorted coldly, glanced at the old man, and said displeasedly, "Mr. Liao, didn't you say that you know a lot of people in the ghost market? We came to the ghost market this time to seek help. Is it possible that we are still afraid? This kid? When we destroy the Dacian kingdom, and I ascend to the throne of the emperor, I will appoint you as the protector of the country, making you the leader of thousands of people." Mr. Liao couldn't help but sigh. Old and feeble warriors like them can no longer survive in the martial arts world due to their weakened energy and blood, so they can only find a country to rely on. The crown prince comes from the state of Zhao, one of the 8 major parliamentary states. Originally, Mr. Liao's life was quite good, but unfortunately, the battle where Dacian destroyed Ertai made the other major parliamentary countries tremble with fear, fearing that Dacian would come to trouble them. I don't know where the crown prince knew about the ghost market, so he volunteered to take his troops and make a trip to the mountain, preparing to recruit several warriors from the martial arts world to take over the Zhao kingdom. And he was forced to follow the order. "All right," Mr. Liao nodded. "The boy's clothes don't look like someone from the martial arts world." Thinking of this, he quickly rode his horse and led people over. "Boy, get away! Are you talking to me?" Yang Muchung frowned slightly and looked at the other party. He didn't want to cause trouble, but he didn't expect that the other party would actually cause him trouble. "Who else could it be if not you?" Mr. Liao suddenly became angry. He didn't expect that he, a person from the martial arts world, could not even suppress a young man from the secular world. Chapter 179. If you beg me, I will help you. The crown prince in the distance looked at this scene with a smile. Although Mr. Liao's energy and blood have declined, he still has half a step of profound energy strength. He was once well known in the martial arts world and knew many warriors and monks. If he can recruit a few martial arts experts this time, he can secure his position as prince. "I heard that Yang Muchung, the emperor of Dacian kingdom, is a boy of the same age as me. Humph. I have worked so hard to cultivate. I don't know what it means. How can I, the crown prince, enjoy so much? After I recruit a few strong men, I will completely suppress you and see if you can still be proud of yourself. But this little lady is really beautiful. Zhao Fian, the most beautiful woman in the Zhao kingdom, is so far behind her." Just thinking about it, when he saw that the other party dared to talk back, he immediately sneered and said, "Mr. Liao, why are you so polite to a kid like this? Just beat him to death and bury him on the spot." "Good." Mr. Liao was also angry. He was still on the horse and slapped Yang Muchung with his palm. Liang Xiao was standing by. How could he watch someone attack Yang Muchung? He struck out with a palm, grabbed Mr. Liao's neck, and dragged him 10 meters away like a dead dog. When several masters following Mr. Liao saw this, they quickly stepped forward to rescue him. As a result, they were all knocked to the ground by Zhang Ju's palm. "Master Yang, what should I do with this old guy?" Liang Xiao asked. "Break the legs," Yang Muchung said calmly. Liang Xiao responded, raised his foot, and stepped on it twice. There was a click, click sound, and Mr. Liao's legs were shattered. Then Mr. Liao, who was screaming like Liang Xiao, suddenly threw it towards Prince Zhao. There was another roaring sound, and Prince Zhao and the carriage were knocked over. "If you dare to provoke me again, I will make sure that none of you can even get out of Linshan alive." Yang Muchung remained seated on the horse, motionless, looking at the pale-faced Prince Zhao. He said calmly. Prince Zhao looked at Mr. Liao, who had his legs broken. He was so frightened that he was covered in cold sweat and could not make a sound. I could only watch Yang Muchung leave. "My name is Li Yinwu, and this is my sister Li Shaoqian. Are you from the martial arts world?" After this little incident, the surrounding area suddenly became quite quiet. The girl in white clothes also showed curiosity about Yang Muchung and his group. She found that the people following Yang Muchung were all half-step Xuanqi warriors. So she couldn't help but step forward and asked, "Leave me alone." Yang Muchung frowned. This kind of woman can divert trouble to the east and directly lure the Prince of Zhao to his side. If it were an ordinary person, he might not be able to resist at all. Therefore, he didn't have any good impression of these two people. "Sister, this kid is still angry." Shaoqian snorted in displeasure and shouted at Yang Muchung. "Boy, do you know how many people want to pursue my sister but can't? My sister took the initiative to talk to you today. And if you refuse, you will regret it someday. Yang Mucheng turned a deaf ear and said nothing. But the more he behaved like this, the more curious Li Yanwu became about Yang Mucheng. No matter in the martial arts world or the secular world, no one in the world saw her looking anxious. But she was the only one who sat firmly on Yao Dao. We walked like this for a long time. Yang Mucheng was closing his eyes to rest, and suddenly opened his eyes. I saw a group of people rushing over arrogantly. The leader, a middle-aged man, rode a one-horned rhinoceros and stopped in front of the team, blocking Yang Mucheng's way. Among the team, Mr. Liao, whose legs had been broken earlier, was among them, and the Prince of Zhao was also among them. It's him! Someone in the crowd recognized the burly man riding a one-horned rhinoceros and suddenly shouted. Who is he? Someone asked. Lu Yuancheng, nicknamed Bald Lu. It is said that he was originally a bandit. After being instructed by a warrior, he followed the practice and reached the realm of Xuanqi. A group of his brothers also followed Zhan Guang, and they all also have half-step Xuanqi. Cultivation level. A person from the martial arts world shook his head and sighed. Why is it so powerful? You don't know. This Lu Yuancheng was originally a tyrant in the mortal world. He robbed a lot of money and treasures from here and there, and even robbed a lot of offerings from the royal family in the mortal world. After entering the martial arts world, he relied on the accumulation of the past has led to today, the man said, with a hint of fear in his eyes. From the secular world to the martial arts world, he still has such power. There must be something extraordinary about him. That one-horned rhinoceros under his crotch? Someone in the crowd shouted. That's right. The best monster. It's also a half-step profound energy existence. Hisses. There was a gasp from the crowd. But how do Prince Zhao and others know Lu Yuancheng? Who broke my master's leg just now? Come up and die. Lu Yuancheng sat on the back of the one-horned rhinoceros and shouted sternly. As soon as he drank, everyone immediately understood. It turned out that it was Mr. Liao who had given Lu Yuancheng some advice in the first place. It's that boy. Although Mr. Liao's legs were connected, his face was still pale, and his eyes were fixed on Yang Mucheng. Immediately, the warriors around Yang Mucheng subconsciously moved away, for fear of being targeted by Lu Yuancheng. Mistakenly thought he was Yang Mucheng's companion. Master, you are old. I didn't expect that you would fall into the hands of this kid, Lu Yuancheng said with a grin. Mr. Liao also had mixed feelings in his heart. He did not expect that he would have to rely on his apprentice to succeed in his life. Angry in his heart, he poured all his anger on Yang Mucheng. This is the boy. He dares to have my legs broken. If you smash his limbs for me, I will twist off his head with my own hands. Lu Yuancheng grinned and sat on the one-horned rhinoceros and walked slowly over. Every time he took a step forward, the warriors around him took a step back. Boy, I'll give you two options now. The first is to kill yourself. The second is to break your hands and feet, and then twist off your head. I'll give you 3 breaths to make your own choice. In front of Yang Mucheng, Lu Yuancheng looked at him quietly. If you beg me, I can help you settle it. Li Yanwu, who was silent on the side, suddenly said. Yang Mucheng didn't seem to hear, but looked at Lu Yuancheng playfully. If you retreat now, you can still avoid death. If you are still in front of me after 3 breaths, I will let you die without a burial. This kid. Li Yanwu stroked her forehead, and she suddenly remembered that this boy was not from the martial arts world, but an emperor from the secular world. Such arrogance is also a common problem among emperors. Do you know that the imperial power in the secular world has no binding power on the martial arts world? He doesn't care whether you are the emperor or the prince. After all, she was the one who caused this matter, and Li Yanwu didn't want to implicate innocent people. But Yang Mucheng still ignored her. Chapter 180. I gave you a chance. You kid. Don't you understand human language? Li Yanwu frowned. What an arrogant emperor. Don't all people in the secular world know that the sky is high and the earth is high? Ha! Kid, are you serious? Are you going to let me die without a burial place? Just a few of you. Lu Yuancheng sneered, and with a wave of his hand, dozens of people behind him immediately gathered around. Although he only has 3 half-step Xuanqi under his command, he himself is a Xuanqi realm warrior, so he doesn't believe that he can't do anything to these few people. But what makes Lu Yuancheng strange is that if other people had seen this kind of battle, they would have been frightened to the point of weakness in their legs and feet. But Liang Xiao, Zhang Jiao and others were sitting on their horses as steady as a mountain, with no trace of anxiety on their faces. Instead, he showed a trace of gloating and mocking. And Yang Mucheng was even more arrogant, not caring about Lu Yuancheng and his dozens of subordinates at all. 1. Yang Mucheng prolonged his tone and shouted slowly. Ha ha ha. This kid is really good. What confidence does he have? Behind Lu Yuancheng, a half-stepped mysterious warrior laughed loudly. It's just pretentious. Someone shook his head. Lu Yuancheng has been running rampant here for a long time. Not to mention the people in the secular world. Even the masters in the martial arts world don't know how many people he killed. Last time, a warrior in the Xuanqi realm relied on his strength and ignored Lu Yuancheng. As a result, Lu Yuancheng directly plotted against him. His body was hung on a tree not far from the mountain and was bitten by wild dogs. It's out of shape. Now, you, a boy from the mortal world, actually give people 3 breaths of time to get out. Who do you think you are? Boy, you are looking for death. A trace of anger flashed in Lu Yuancheng's eyes. With a big hand, he grabbed a huge axe as tall as a man from the body of the one-horned rhinoceros and prepared to chop it down, etc. At this time, Li Yanwu couldn't stand it anymore. She shouted loudly and took off a token from her waist. Lu Yuancheng. I am from the Li family in Qingshui City. Li family. Lu Yuancheng's battle axe that was about to be chopped down was immediately sheathed, and he looked at Li Yanwu with a hint of fear and apprehension. Mr. Liao, what is the origin of this Li family? Prince Xiao asked quickly. It is a family in the martial arts world. It is not bad at strength. There is a Xuanqi realm grandmaster in the family. Even if that grandmaster does not take action, the strength of the Li family is enough to easily destroy any of the 8 parliamentary countries. Liao Lao frowned, and he didn't expect that Li Yanwu had a big background. Our Li family has protected this person, Li Yanwu said loudly. Lu Yuancheng gritted his teeth, feeling a little unwilling. To him, the Li family is a giant and cannot afford to offend. But if he just let it go, he couldn't swallow it. Is it the Li family? I'm in trouble today. However, this kid broke my master's legs. If I just leave without saying a word, won't I become the laughing stock of others in the future? What do you want to do? Li Yanwu asked. Lu Yuancheng pointed at Yang Mucheng with his right hand and sneered. Let this kid kneel down, crawl under my master's crotch, and imitate a dog barking 3 times. And this matter will be considered over. This? Li Yanwu was stunned. This must be too humiliating. However, in order to survive, many people want to be able to bend and stretch. Thinking of this, she looked at Yang Mucheng and signaled Yang Mucheng to do as she was told. Yang Mucheng was unmoved. He looked at Lu Yuancheng and said calmly, the time for 3 breaths has passed. Even if you want to leave now, it's too late. Li Yanwu wished she could give Yang Mucheng a slap in the face. How long has it been since then, and you are still pretending to be a tough guy? Just let it go. But now it's still adding fuel to the fire. Sure enough, Lu Yuancheng was furious when he heard this. The dozens of subordinates behind him also looked at each other angrily, wanting to tear Yang Mucheng alive. Seeing this, Li Yanwu had no choice but to bite the bullet and said, for the sake of the Li family, this matter is over. No, the Li family is nothing. The Li family is in Qingshui City, 800 miles away from here. If you want to save this boy, you have to ask the Li family's grandmaster to come over. Otherwise, no one can. You two get out of here. Otherwise don't blame me for turning you into a ghost with my axe. Lu Yuancheng shouted angrily. And without any scruples, he struck directly at Yang Mucheng's head with his battle axe. Li Yanwu's expression changed drastically. Li Shaoqian, who was on the side, held her back and whispered, Sister, you have tried your best. This guy is ignorant and has to pretend to be a tough guy in front of Lu Yuancheng. Our Li family is too far away from Linshan to suppress Lu Yuancheng. If we anger him, we may not be able to leave. Call. Just as he was talking, the battle axe had already hit Yang Mucheng. How strong is the angry blow from a Xianqi realm warrior? Even a mountain can be split open, let alone an ordinary person with a mortal body. The people around him couldn't help but frown slightly, secretly sighing that Yang Mucheng didn't know how to advance or retreat, and actually angered Lu Yuancheng. Li Shaoqian even covered her eyes, as if the next scene of blood and flesh would scare him. Get away quickly! Li Yanwu couldn't help shouting when she saw that Yang Mucheng was motionless in front of the giant axe. I gave you a chance. Yang Mucheng shook his head slowly. He shook his head slowly, pinched his fingers forward, and actually caught the axe that was chopping down like a mountain with his fingertips, stopping the castration. What? Lu Yuanshan took a breath of air. He felt as if his axe was locked by a huge force and could not move. No matter how hard I tried, the axe couldn't hit it. I don't believe it! Lu Yuanshan shouted loudly and slapped the one-horned rhinoceros on his crotch. Immediately, this top-quality monster roared angrily, and its huge hooves smashed directly towards Yang Mucheng. Yang Mucheng sighed and stretched out his other hand to block it. There was a tearing sound like the tearing of brocade silk, and the horse under Yang Mucheng's crotch was trampled to death because it could not withstand the violent power of the one-horned rhinoceros. But Yang Mucheng was still standing there unscathed. He held the battle axe in one hand and blocked the rhino's trample with the other. His feet smashed into the ground, and dense cracks spread along the soles of his feet in all directions. How can this be? Lu Yuanshan stepped back a few steps. He hit the axe with all his strength, and even warriors of the same level did not dare to take the blow forcefully. As a result, the other party only used 2 fingers to catch the blow. The one-horned rhinoceros stomped with all his strength. Even he was seriously injured, but he was still stopped by the opponent's palm. You use all your strength to attack the opponent, but the opponent allows you to attack without changing hands, but instead blocks all the attacks lightly. How big is the difference? Clang! The 30 or so men who followed Lu Yuanshan were stunned when they saw this scene. The weapons in their hands fell to the ground without realizing it. Chapter 181 Prince Zhao. This? Li Yinwu's eyes widened. She was still angry that Yang Mucheng didn't know how to live or die, and didn't know how to advance or retreat. So what if you apologize to Lu Yuanshan? People have to bow their heads under the roof. If you lose this little life, you will have nothing. But in the blink of an eye, Yang Mucheng suppressed Lu Yuanshan's attack with this method. Sister, he is not bragging. He is really capable. Li Shuqian's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. He looked at Yang Mucheng, and then at Lu Yuanshan, who looked horrified. Lu Yuanshan looked at Yang Mucheng. His complexion changed from green to purple, and then from purple to red. He knew that he was completely screwed, so he couldn't help but sigh, and leaned forward and said, You have offended my senior. Please forgive me. You sir have a lot. Just treat me like a fart. Lu Yuanshan actually begged for mercy. The warriors present could hardly believe their ears. But what made them even more unbelievable was Yang Mucheng's next words in the face of Lu Yuanshan's begging for mercy. I said, if you don't leave after 3 breaths, you won't have a chance. Do you think I'm just telling a joke? Li Yinwu felt like the world was spinning, as if her knowledge had been completely overturned. Lu Yuanshan is a powerful figure in Linshan, and even he gave up. You should just give up when you feel good, instead of being so aggressive. Don't you want to drive people to a dead end and make them fight you to the death? Sure enough, Lu Yuanshan's expression changed, but he still suppressed his anger. Senior, if I don't do this, I will break my legs. Please let me go. Yang Mucheng shook his head. Then what do you want? Lu Yuanshan clenched his fists and shouted angrily. Boy, I'll give you face and call you senior. If I don't give you face, you are just a young boy in front of me. I have already apologized to you and admitted my mistake. Even willing to break his legs. Don't make me anxious. Otherwise everyone will have a hard time. Zhang Jiao on the side chuckled and said, Master Yang has always kept his word. He said that if you don't leave after 3 breaths, you will die without a burial place. Even if the emperor comes today, he can't save you. Lu Yuanshan looked at Yang Mucheng with doubts. Yang Mucheng nodded. Brothers, come on! Lu Yuanshan couldn't bear it anymore. He had already adopted such a low profile. But the other party still refused to give in at all. The 3 corpse gods suddenly jumped out of anger, grabbed the battle axe and struck Yang Mucheng on the spot. This axe was more violent than the previous blow. With his hands tightly clenched, the battle axe was so powerful that even the air seemed to be chopped into pieces, causing a piercing scream like thousands of steel needles. Ridiculous. Yang Mucheng tapped his right hand lightly, and a shallow palm print came out, hitting the tomahawk with a clang sound. This palm print seems to be an understatement, but the swing is fierce. Lu Yuanshan only felt that an axe struck the copper mountain weighing several tons, but even Tongshan would be split in half by his axe. But he felt his hands hurt from the shock, and even the bones of his 2 arms were shattered. The battle axe in his hand was even broken into a huge gap, and a dazzling spark exploded. Damn it! Lu Yuanshan, who flew backwards, endured the pain of broken bones, slapped the ground with his palm, and shot out again like an angry arrow. However, as fast as he advanced, he retreated quickly. Yang Mucheng slowly pushed out his fist, hitting his chest without any hindrance. There was a sound of his internal organs exploding, and Lu Yuanchang sprayed out a stream of blood mist that filled the sky, flying 7 or 8 feet backwards, knocking down towering trees, and finally smashed a boulder 3 or 4 people high into pieces before he stopped. When everyone looked, Lu Yuanchang had completely lost his breath. The bandit warriors who followed Lu Yuanchang were completely frightened. When they saw Yang Mucheng's eyes, their bodies froze, as if they had been cast a body-holding technique. They were frozen in place, neither advancing nor retreating, face full of fear. "Kill the others too," Yang Mucheng said lightly. Liang Xiao, Zhang Jiao, and Wang Dishing listened to the order and immediately went out. Although these bandit warriors were numerous in number, they were completely frightened when they saw Lu Yuanchang being slapped to death with their own eyes. They only focused on running for their lives. They dared not resist, but they were completely killed within a moment. Of course, all the mysterious stones they brought with them were also put away one by one. "Master Yang, we found 100 black stones on Lu Yuanchang's body," Liang Xiao said. "There are no corpses in repairing bridges and roads, but there are gold belts in murder and arson. A small character like Lu Yuanchang can find hundreds of black stones on his body, which is equivalent to the profit gained from launching a war in the mortal world. Master Yang, this boy claims to be the crown prince of Zhao." Zhang Jiao chuckled and brought the fat prince to Yang Mucheng's side. The previously arrogant prince of Zhao was so frightened that his crotch was wet, and he knelt on the ground begging for mercy. "Prince of Zhao State? Are you Zhao Tianzhua? Why do you come to the ghost market in the martial arts world?" Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. "Isn't this one of the 8 major parliamentary countries? Why did you send people here?" "Master Yang, I came to the ghost market to seek reinforcements. A monster emperor came out of the Dacian kingdom in the mortal world. He is so powerful that no one in our Zhao kingdom can suppress him. Therefore, I would like to invite some people from the martial arts world. The strong ones will deal with him." Prince Zhao breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Yang Mucheng calling out his name. Even if the other party doesn't know him, he should know Zhao Gua. In this way, his life will be saved. He looked at Yang Mucheng, quickly imitated the names of Zhang Jiao and others, and said, "Master Yang, you are very powerful. I would like to invite you to the Zhao kingdom. If you can help us kill Yang Mucheng, my father will definitely do it for you." Protector of the country. Liang Zhao's expression suddenly froze. Zhang Jiao and Wang Dishing also shook their heads. Yang Mucheng looked at Zhao Tianzhua with a half smile and said, "You asked me to deal with Yang Mucheng? Master Yang, that's it. With your methods, wouldn't it be easy to kill Yang Mucheng?" Zhao Tianzhua said hurriedly, "Several of my imperial brothers have also entered the martial arts world and are looking for masters. Not only that, several other major parliamentary countries have also entered the martial arts world. We will form a 6-nation coalition." Yang Mucheng's eyes were filled with ice. But he didn't expect that after Ertai was destroyed, the other major parliamentary countries would actually want to attack Dacian. "Master Yang, do you want to kill this kid?" Liang Xiao asked. "Why kill him?" Yang Mucheng glanced at Zhao Tianzhua with a half smile and said, "After this ghost market is over, I will accompany him to the Zhao kingdom. I also want to see what the 6 nations allied forces are looking for. Experts come to deal with Yang Mucheng. Master Yang, have you agreed?" Zhao Tianzhua was overjoyed. "Yes, I agreed." Yang Mucheng looked at Zhao Tianzhua and nodded seriously. Chapter 182: The Swearing-in Meeting. Quiet! None of the bandits who came were left alive, and all were killed. Especially the punch that Yang Mucheng made to kill Lu Yuanchang made people's hearts tremble wildly. "Master Yang, Lu Yuanchang and the others have already begged for mercy. Why do you still want to kill them all?" Li Yanwu looked at the blood all over the ground. Her beautiful eyes couldn't bear it. She looked at Yang Mucheng and said loudly, "What's more, the other party had to break their own legs as the price. I begged you to let them go, but in the end you killed them all. Are you too cruel?" Yang Mucheng frowned slightly. Liang Xiao and Zhang Jiao were immediately startled. This was a sign that he was about to get angry. They looked at Li Yanwu like idiots. Although Yang Mucheng is the emperor of the mortal world, he is also a warrior. If he didn't have the strength, it would be fine if you accused him like this. Even Lu Yuanchang was killed for challenging him. So what qualifications do you have to shout with him? You stupid woman. if you were also born in the mortal world. Just these few words you said would be enough to convict you of the crime of being executed.
Miss Li, who is the person who led these people to me? If I were a person without any cultivation, would I be killed by them?
Yang Mucheng looked at each other quietly.
So, you are the culprit who caused all this. Who do you have to blame me for killing people? I have given them 3 breaths to get out. If they don't leave, from that moment on, their lives will be in danger. It's already in my hands.
At this time, Zhao Tianjue also stood up and said sarcastically,
Miss Li, we are ignorant of the truth. We have offended Master Yang. So receiving a little punishment is nothing.
Li Yinwu's face froze. She didn't expect Yang Mucheng to speak so straightforwardly and not give her face. Even Zhao Tianjue stood on Yang Mucheng's side. Just as she was about to speak, Yang Mucheng's voice came again.
If you hadn't blocked Lu Yuancheng, I would have killed you too just based on what you said to me before.
Kill! Li Yinwu felt the sound of thunder in her ears, swayed violently, and fell to the ground. She was the rich daughter of the Li family, and was pursued by countless people. She was always arrogant, and did not take men seriously. But I didn't expect that today. Instead of being taken seriously, I was actually scolded like this.
I remember you.
Li Yinwu looked at Yang Mucheng, clenched her fists, and said fiercely,
Really? I advise you not to mess with me. Otherwise, I would dare to kill you even if your Li family has a Xuanqi master.
Yang Mucheng glanced at Li Yinwu, turned and left. Li Shaoqian quickly pulled her up.
Sister, this Master Yang is definitely not an ordinary person. We better not provoke him. I was stared at by him earlier, and I felt as if my blood was about to solidify. Even the ancestor doesn't have such ability.
Li Yinwu snorted coldly, looking at Yang Mucheng's retreating back. A pair of beautiful eyes full of complex colors. After this short interlude, Lin Shan was not far away anyway. So Yang Mucheng simply walked. As he walked, he asked Zhao Tianjue about the 6 nations' allied forces. When Zhang Jiao and others saw this, they did not dare to expose Yang Mucheng's identity, and only called him Master Yang. And Zhao Tianjue was also very excited. When Mr. Liao and Lu Yuancheng were killed one after another, his heart almost fell into the deep valley. But now that he has received such a powerful help, Zhao Tianjue can even think of the complicated expressions of his imperial brothers when he invited Master Yang back to Zhao Kingdom.
Master Yang, in addition to me, there are 3 other princes from the Zhao Kingdom who have also gone deep into the martial arts world. I don't know much about the other countries, but the only thing I know is that they are also intensively looking for masters. In a month at most, the swearing-in ceremony will begin at Canlu Mountain. By then, the emperors of the 6 countries and the masters they are looking for will also gather at Canlu Mountain.
Zhao Tianjue said.
Is that Yang Mucheng worth dealing with like this?
Yang Mucheng squinted at the other party.
Nature,
Zhao Tianjue said respectfully.
This man is very terrifying, and his cultivation has almost reached the level of heaven. According to rumors, he has 3 eyes, 6 arms, and is 8 feet tall. Just like the gods and demons of the world. Every meal uses human heart as the main ingredient. And he sings and sings every night. I know how many girls who have not left the boudoir have been insulted by him. He once killed 80,000 soldiers of Ertai and bloodbathed the imperial city of Ertai. The imperial city was on fire for 3 days, burning the entire city.
Yang Mucheng smiled bitterly upon hearing this. He didn't expect that his reputation would turn into this.
However, the Dacian kingdom did not come to attack you. So why do you want to attack the Dacian kingdom? Aren't you afraid that the other party will get angry and deal with you? How can I allow others to sleep soundly on a bed? Yang Mucheng is too strong, but his national power can only be considered average. As long as Yang Mucheng is killed,
the Dacian kingdom will naturally fall apart.
Zhao Tianjue said firmly.
The Black Flag army under his command is certainly terrifying, but it only numbers 10,000. This time the 6-nation coalition forces come together and mobilize an army of 1 million people. Even if they are wasted, they can still kill the Black Flag army.
Sure enough, Yang Mucheng nodded secretly. If he hadn't come out on his own, he would not have known that the parliamentary country was actually planning such an idea. However, it is a pity that he has already thought of what these countries are thinking of. The number of the Black Flag army has doubled after this time, and their armor, elixirs, and martial arts have all been upgraded to a higher level. If the team in the Ghost Market can successfully complete the task of the Mount this time, then the strength of the Black Flag army will be raised to a higher level again. It's entirely conceivable. An army of 20,000 people, riding monster beasts, and wearing middle-grade spiritual level armor. All had reached the late stage of internal strength, or even the peak. In addition, there are elixirs that can heal injuries and replenish physical strength and internal strength at any time. Such an army is enough to sweep through any army in the mortal world. Even if you have an army of millions, you cannot withstand such a charge.
Master Yang, do you really want to go to Zhao country?
Liang Xiao asked in a low voice.
With the financial resources of the 6 major countries, although we cannot hire people like grandmasters, there will definitely not be too few people in the middle and late stages of Xuanqi. If we go and our identities are discovered, we may not even be able to fly. Go naturally.
Yang Mucheng smiled faintly.
Now that we know that the 6 major countries are going to hold a swearing-in ceremony, if we don't make trouble, it will not be that easy to stop them when the other party's millions of troops and more than 100 Xuanqi realm warriors are deployed. Of course I'm not worried. But once the war starts, the innocent people will be the first to be injured. Instead of passively defending, it's better to catch them all when they gather together.
Just as he was talking, Lin Shan was already faintly visible, but there was no trace of the ghost market.
Let's take a rest and go to the ghost market in the evening.
Chapter 183 Ghost Market. It wasn't until the sun went down that Lin Shan became lively. First, scattered people appeared and set up street stalls on the mountain. As the night deepened, more and more people were in the ghost market. From a distance, there are only a few scattered lights in the ghost market, coupled with countless moving figures. It looks like a market in a ghost land.
No wonder it's called a ghost market.
Yang Mucheng clasped his hands behind his back. In this trip, he only brought Liang Xiao with him, and the others were at the foot of the mountain. On the one hand, it is inconvenient to have too many people, and on the other hand, it is to guard Zhao Tianjue and prevent him from escaping.
The market towns and ghost markets are actually very similar to the streets in the mortal world, but the things they sell are different.
Liang Xiao followed behind and introduced in a low voice. I saw. The ghost market is lined with street stalls. However, the stall owners are not like the vendors in the secular world, shouting and greeting customers. And most of the things on display are unique to the martial arts world. 1,000-year-old blood ginseng and Tianshan snow lotus, which are rare in the mortal world, can be found here. There are also some broken secret books, weapons, and other objects. If you want to buy them, you can only exchange them through black stones.
I want to buy a monster beast. Where should I buy it?
Yang Mucheng asked in a low voice.
Purple Gold Pavilion.
Liang Xiao stood on tiptoes and looked around.
However, the people from Zijing Pavilion haven't come yet, so you can wait a moment. Take a walk around this ghost market and see if there are any useful weapons. How much is a mid-level spiritual weapon worth in the ghost market?
Yang Mucheng asked. Liang Xiao said,
5 mysterious stones.
Yang Mucheng frowned.
So few?
Liang Xiao smiled bitterly and said,
it's already quite a lot. Many people can't get the black stone, so they can only exchange things for things.
As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Mucheng saw a warrior in the early stage of Henglian buying a broken low-grade spiritual weapon with half a black stone. Liang Xiao quickly explained.
In fact, the martial arts world is also lacking a lot of things. Take weapons as an example. Although there are many forging sects in the martial arts world, these sects have anywhere from dozens to hundreds of people. Those who can really forge weapons, there are not many people. And most of the sect elders and deacons treasure their forging knowledge and are unwilling to teach them. And there are countless people who ask them to make weapons. Most of the warriors don't have decent weapons. Only people from sects, families, or some powerful forces can get it. How can this be compared to the forging department of the Dacian kingdom? Not only can it create middle-grade spiritual level armor, it can even assemble an army of 10,000 people.
Yang Mucheng finally understood. In the world of martial arts, elixirs, weapons, techniques, and martial arts are also relatively rare things. Most of the generals, emperors, sword masters, and other figures he has come into contact with so far are from the upper echelons of a country. No matter how bad he is still better than the casual cultivators in the martial arts world. Moreover, he vigorously developed the forging department. The forging department alone has reached nearly 10,000 people, and hundreds of spiritual weapons are forged every day, even more than a sect can forge in an entire year. That's why he felt that these things were already on the streets. But in fact, some poor people in the martial arts world still don't have a few decent weapons or decent martial arts. A half-step profound warrior like Liang Xiao only has a dozen or so profound stones accumulated over the past few decades. If you are a horizontally trained or even lower-level martial artist, you may not be able to get even half a black stone, and you are equivalent to a beggar in the mortal world. Of course, existence like Zhiren Beixian is something else to discuss. If you have enough strength, you can also accumulate a lot of wealth by looting here and there.
In the martial arts world, there are also rich and poor. The ghost market where I am is equivalent to a street stall in a slum in the mortal world. It is only on the fringe of the martial arts world, and has not yet touched the true core of the martial arts world.
Yang Mucheng thought secretly. It should be noted that there are 6 major realms in martial arts cultivation: body tempering realm, chi training realm, pill condensation realm, spirit transformation realm, nirvana realm, and tai realm. His current Xian Qi realm is only the first small realm in the chi training realm. And what about the Dan condensing realm? What about the transformation of gods, nirvana, and even the top Tai realm, which are more powerful than the Dan realm? Yang Mucheng couldn't even think about it.
What are these?
Yang Mucheng raised his eyes and looked up. He found that there were some fossil-like things on the stall.
Sure Bao.
Liang Xiao explained.
Some weapons, magic weapons, and other items are covered with a layer of stone because they are old or have been stored in the cemetery for too long. Just like fossils. Only by cutting through the outer layer of stone can we know the exact nature of these objects. Is it a graded item?
Liang Xiao awkwardly pointed to the sword at his waist.
This is a low-grade Huan-level Qilong sword. I cut it from a stone treasure. If you want to buy it, you will need at least dozens of black stones. But I bought it for a piece of black stone.
He looked at Yang Mucheng's faintly agitated expression and quickly advised.
Master Yang, gambling on stone treasures is risky. Risk?
Yang Mucheng was stunned.
Yes. Because Sherbu's objects don't know how many hundreds or thousands of years they have gone through. You don't know whether the energy of the object has passed away. Once the energy of the object passes, it is equivalent to an ordinary mortal soldier. It's not worth it. In the martial arts world, there are also warriors who have lost their fortune just to gamble.
Liang Xiao quickly advised.
Is that so?
Yang Mucheng nodded.
He subconsciously used the Emperor's Qi-gazing technique to look, but suddenly found that a piece of stone treasure was actually covered with a layer of faint spiritual energy, surrounding the stone treasure like clouds and mist.
Could it be?
Yang Mucheng's heart moved. The Emperor's Qi-gazing technique can see through all truth and falsehood, and see through all falsehood. Is it possible that we can also see through this layer of rock?
How to sell this stone treasure?
He came to the stall and asked as he patted the stone treasure wrapped in clouds. This stone treasure looks like an alchemy furnace. Its surface is covered with a thick layer of rocks and moss. When held in the hand, it looks like a fossil that has been silent for many years. It does not look like a magic weapon at all.
5 mysterious stones.
The stall lion opened his mouth wide.
A mysterious stone.
Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes and looked at the vendor. Did he really think he was an idiot? How dare you blackmail him like this?
Deal.
When it comes to gambling, it's all about asking for a high price and paying back the money. If you encounter an idiot who doesn't know how to bargain, you can make a fortune. Holding up this stone treasure like an alchemy furnace with a smile, Yang Mucheng noticed that Liang Xiao had a complicated expression on his face. He did not expect that the Emperor would also bargain with others.
How to remove the outer rock of Shirbao?
Yang Mucheng asked.
Just inject inner energy into it.
Nodding, Yang Mucheng poured his inner energy into it with great anticipation. He wanted to try whether his Emperor's Qi-gazing technique, in addition to being able to see through the opponent's cultivation level, could also see through the things inside the stone treasure. Chapter 184 Kowloon Creation Furnace.
Master Yang, please forgive me. You always lose 9 times out of 10 when gambling on treasures. The chance of finding a treasure from a stone treasure is very small. You should not buy this stone treasure.
Liang Xiao shook his head.
The items in the stone treasure are roughly divided into 2 types: weapons and magic weapons. Among them, the weapon type has the highest probability, and the magic weapon type has the smallest probability, especially the alchemy furnace among the magic weapons. It is even less. I have heard of it before. A middle-level Huan-level alchemist spent 200 years of savings just to gamble on a high-level alchemy furnace. Look, there's someone gambling over there.
Yang Mucheng's purchase of Shirbao also caused quite a stir in the ghost market.
What type of stone treasure did he buy?
Someone asked.
Looking at the appearance, it looks like an alchemy furnace. Ha ha. You want to use this kind of stone treasure to create an alchemy furnace? It's simply fanciful. As everyone knows, almost all the stone treasures of the alchemy furnace type have been wiped out. Very few ancient alchemy furnaces can be passed down to this day.
Someone laughed disdainfully. Liang Xiao also nodded secretly. In the martial arts world, there are countless people who gamble, but the number of magic weapons that can be used to produce pill furnaces is very few.
It's better to let Master Yang spend money to teach him a lesson.
Liang Xiao thought secretly. Click. At this time, a slight cracking sound slowly came. I saw that the thick stone SHL on the stone treasure quickly spread a layer of cracks, and countless rays of light were released from the cracks.
What exactly is this?
There was a burst of exclamation. The stone SHLs were splashing like rain. In the blink of an eye, a pill furnace about the size of a basin appeared in Yang Wuqing's hand. This alchemy furnace is extremely gorgeous. It is gilded with gold and has 9 dragon patterns on the body. The most surprising thing is that this alchemy furnace has been covered by rocks and buried underground for hundreds of years. The flames in the alchemy furnace are still rolling. Holding it in my hand, it still feels extremely hot.
Is this the Kowloon Creation Furnace? A low-grade Xian-level alchemy furnace? Can it increase the success rate of alchemy by 10% to 20%? Oh my god! This kid!
There was a cry of exclamation from the crowd, and many people's jealous eyes were about to bleed. A low-grade Xian-level pill furnace requires at least nearly 100,000 Xian stones. Even the Li family in Qingshui City only has so much savings over hundreds of years. This guy actually bought such a priceless treasure with a black stone. How could he not make people jealous?
Yang
Mucheng noticed the hot gazes around him, and quickly put the 9-dragon creation furnace into the ring.
Master Yang, let's go quickly.
Liang Xiao felt the greedy eyes around him, and quickly lowered his voice.
Every man is innocent, but he is guilty of carrying a jade.
The words just fell. There were already 3 or 4 people surrounding him. The leader was a man with a scar on his face, carrying a giant sword as tall as a man, and his aura was steady and extremely oppressive. And the few scoundrels behind the scarred man also came to surround him in a Z-shaped formation.
Boy, the alchemy furnace is quite good. Take it out and show it to me,
the scarred man said loudly.
Who is he? He actually robbed someone in the ghost market?
Someone saw the scene and couldn't help asking in a low voice.
Zhang Wuhan, nicknamed Yujian Zhang, one of the 3 bullies who is as famous as Lu Yuanchang in Linshan Ghost Market. He is in the early stage of Xuanqi realm. It is said that he is also a warrior who came out of the mortal world. He was once a general. It was only because of his great achievements that Jinju was forced to leave.
Someone said.
Don't show off your wealth. This kid opened the top-grade alchemy furnace, and Zhang Wuhan happened to see it again. I'm afraid that if I don't hand over the alchemy furnace this time, I won't be able to escape unscathed.
Someone shook his head secretly. At this time, outside the ghost market, there was another commotion. I saw a man with eagle eyes walking quickly. He carried a 9-ringed sword on his back. Before he got close to the crowd, he brought a compelling blood energy.
He's here anyway.
There was a cry of exclamation from the crowd.
This is Big Sword King 5. Another bully from Linshan Ghost Market. This kid can hardly fly now.
Many people sighed secretly. It was rare for 2 bullies in Linshan to target the same person at the same time. Many people had already anticipated Yang Wuqing's fate. Liang Xiao was sandwiched in front of Dao Wangwu in Zhongwen. His face was pale under the pressure of the Xianqi realm, and he could only barely stand. Yang Mucheng, on the other hand, had his hands behind his back, looking at ease.
You want the alchemy furnace?
Yang Mucheng raised his eyelids slightly, and looked at the 2 of them with a half-smile.
Boy, don't talk nonsense to me. Take out the alchemy furnace, and you can get out.
Wang Wu's voice was like a bell, and his words shocked the crowd around them so much that their eardrums trembled, and they stepped back again and again. Zhang Wuhan on the side raised his eyebrows, and looked at Wang Wu with a sneer.
Everything has its own sequence. I saw this alchemy furnace first. Do you want to snatch it? So what if I robbed you?
Wang Wu shouted.
There is only one alchemy furnace. We might as well get the alchemy furnace. Find a buyer, and split the money equally. This Kowloon Fortune furnace is worth a lot of money. Even if we split it equally, it will be enough for us to eat and drink for 100 years.
Zhang Wuhan chuckled.
That's fine.
Wang Wu rolled his eyes. The 2 people talked unscrupulously, not taking Yang Mucheng seriously at all, as if the alchemy furnace was already in their possession. The people around shook their heads secretly. Being targeted by the evil wolf Zhang Wuhan was already enough of a headache. Now this evil wolf has formed an alliance with the tiger.
What an alchemy furnace? Easy to say.
Yang Mucheng smiled faintly and obediently took out the alchemy furnace from the ring again. Really? Seeing Yang Mucheng's actions, many people couldn't help but sigh.
This kid is quite decisive. And he actually took out the alchemy furnace so well. So what if he doesn't take it? Can he escape with Zhang Wuhan and Wang Wu coveting him? This alchemy furnace is certainly valuable. But you still have to live to enjoy it.
However, Yang Mucheng's next words shocked everyone present. Yang Mucheng casually threw the alchemy furnace on the ground, stared at the people present with cold eyes, and sneered.
The alchemy furnace is right here. I want to see if any of you dare to come and get it.
Mad. It's so crazy. Lu Yuancheng, Zhang Wuhan, and Dao Wang Wu are collectively known as the three major bullies of Linshan. Not only are they strong in their own right, but they also have a group of subordinates who are like wolves and tigers. You are a dragon, so you have to coil up here. Even if he is a tiger, he must lie down. But this kid actually dares to challenge these two people. Isn't this asking for death?
Arrogant boy. I've decided on this alchemy furnace today. I'll see what you can do.
Zhang Wuhan sneered and reached out to take the Nine Dragons creation furnace. When he got the alchemy furnace, he felt a billowing heat wave coming from the alchemy furnace. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes. This was indeed a low-grade Xian-level pill furnace. Glancing at Yang Mucheng, Zhang Wuhan sneered.
Boy, the alchemy furnace is already in my hands. What can you do?
Chapter 185 Mysterious Girl. It turns out it was just a bluff. When everyone saw the scene, they were filled with contempt. They had seen Yang Mucheng being so arrogant before, so they thought he had some trump cards. But now that Zhang Wuhan had obtained the alchemy furnace, Yang Mucheng had no reaction and couldn't help but laugh.
I thought this kid would fight to the death with Zhang Wuhan.
Someone chuckled.
It turned out to be just a bluff and my joy was in vain. Are you kidding? Who dares to challenge them? Just Zhang Wuhan is already a headache, let alone him teaming up with Wang Wu. With the combination of these two people, there is nothing that cannot be snatched from Linshan.
Someone shook his head.
Lay down.
Yang Mucheng looked at Zhang Wuhan quietly.
Are you talking to me?
Zhang Wuhan raised his eyebrows slightly, with a faint murderous intent flashing in his eyes.
Yes.
Yang Mucheng nodded.
Who are you? Dare to talk to me like this? Go to H.L.
Zhang Wuhan's face turned cold, and he punched him directly. The surrounding air exploded violently, bringing out a small tornado-like fist wind and blasting directly towards Yang Mucheng. Seeing the power of Zhang Wuhan's casual attack, the expressions of everyone in the ghost market changed drastically. Although this punch was not aimed at them, they could still feel the power contained in it.
Snort!
Yang Mucheng flicked his right hand and shattered the hurricane like a fly.
You're still a practicing master. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant.
A trace of solemnity gradually appeared on Zhang Wuhan's face, and he no longer looked down upon Yang Mucheng as before. He shouted violently, drew out the huge sword as black as ink from behind, and slashed down like crazy with a force that was as powerful as breaking a bamboo. Zhang Wuhan's sword was as tall as a man, and it could not be described as more than a door panel. It was as easy as a bean sprout in his hand, and he slashed down with a fierce slash, creating a 7-foot-long sword light. When the 7-foot-long sword slashed down, it set off a wave of overwhelming energy, sending all the people in the ghost market flying dozens of feet, as if even the air was chopped into pieces. And they were in front of Yang Mucheng in the blink of an eye.
Roll!
Yang Mucheng flicked his fingertips, and an invisible and huge internal energy turned into a cannonball and bombarded directly. This inner energy swept through the void, as if it had penetrated the entire space, and hit the giant sword directly. Boom! It was like a loud thunder exploded on Linshan Mountain. Everyone saw a cloud of sparks burst out from the giant sword, and half of the sword body was wiped away by the internal energy. This terrible force even knocked Zhang Wuhan back 7 or 8 steps. His mouth was torn, and his hands were bleeding wildly. Yong, almost unable to hold the sword.
Why is this kid so strong?
Zhang Wuhan was shocked. The other party broke his own weapon with just a single finger, and the powerful repulsive force almost tore his hands into pieces.
What are you still doing? This guy is a tough guy. Kill him!
Zhang Wuhan shouted to Wang Wu, who was also shocked. Wang Wu quickly came to his senses, and quickly drew his knife, and stepped forward. This 9-ring sword is not inferior to the giant sword in Zhang Wuhan's hand, and is even slightly larger. There were 9 copper rings hanging on the back of the knife, and every dance made a continuous sound, like the howl of death. Ding dang dang. The copper rings collided, and everyone saw a continuous shadow of knives surging towards Yang Mucheng's body. Before the knife struck, a knife-like strong wind blew up all around, leaving a trail of knife and axe cuts all around the ground. Tying! At this time, Zhang Wuhan also stepped forward, and the two of them took action together.
Oh my god! If these two people join forces, will people still have a way to survive?
The crowd in the ghost market exclaimed. Liang Zhao's heart was in his throat. He quickly looked forward and saw that Yang Mucheng was still standing there calmly in the face of the two men's attack. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
Master Yang is a being who can even kill Master Bei Xian. So how could he be injured by these two bandits?
Other people in the ghost market did not see the scene where Yang Mucheng killed Master Bei Xian that day, so naturally they did not know how powerful he was. Coupled with the fact that Zhang Wuhan and Wang Wu joined forces to attack, the attack was so powerful that the crowd within 100 meters was forced away. Looking from a distance, I saw the light of swords and the shadows of swords, and the entire Linshan seemed to be enveloped.
Oh my god! Wang Wu and Zhang Wuhan both exploded and used all their strength. The scariest thing is that kid. He was fighting 1 against 2, but he was still so relaxed. Where did this freak come from?
In Linshan, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Just as everyone was watching the 3 men fighting, a gorgeously dressed girl slowly walked up from the foot of the mountain.
What's going on? Why is it so noisy?
The girl frowned slightly.
Miss, a young man opened a low-grade Shin-level elixir furnace from a stone treasure. Someone just wanted to kill someone and seize the treasure,
an old woman said with a smile.
This kid is lucky.
The girl nodded, but didn't care. It seems that to the young girl, a low-level Shin-level pill furnace is nothing. Right now, there was another exclamation from the crowd. Yang Mucheng once again forced Zhang Wuhan and Wang Wu back with an understatement. Some people finally couldn't help shouting.
Where did this kid come from? I'm afraid you won't believe it when I tell you. He is a warrior in the mortal world. He killed Lu Yuancheng with his own hands at the foot of Linshan Mountain,
someone said. Wow. There was another uproar in the crowd. The girl whose interest was waning at first brightened up when she heard that Yang Mucheng actually came from the mortal world.
Grandma Green Snake, check this guy's identity for me,
the girl said.
Yes.
The old woman who was called Green Snake Granny nodded. Her skinny right hand formed a mark in front of her body, and an invisible trace flew out.
This kid is too strong.
An unpleasant thought arose in Wang Wu's mind. He glanced at the struggling Zhang Wuhan and snorted coldly.
Zhang Wuhan, this alchemy furnace belongs to you. I will withdraw.
Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Wu's figure swept away, jumped out of the crowd, and rushed down the mountain without looking back.
You actually escaped?
Everyone was shocked. But then I thought about it. It was normal. The two of them joined forces. But instead of being able to do anything to each other, they were crushed by Yang Mucheng. They have no chance of winning. If they don't escape now, how long will it take? Although the Kowloon creation furnace is valuable, you still have a short life to enjoy it.
What will he do? I hope he won't disappoint me too much.
The girl in the distance looked at Yang Mucheng with a smile.
Want to escape?
Yang Mucheng sneered. He took a step forward and flew in front of Wang Wu as if he had shrunk to an inch, directly blocking his way. At the same time, a palm struck down. When this palm was released, it seemed light and weak. But when it fell, it was like Mount Sumera turning over, carrying infinite power.
No!
Wang Wu's heart felt like it was falling into the abyss. He shouted loudly. The approaching death aroused his endless desire to survive. He burst out the infinite inner energy in his body and punched Yang Mucheng. Chapter 186 Hsiener. Boom! Wang Wu's reaction was certainly swift. But Yang Mucheng's palm was too fast. Before he could hit him with a punch, it had already hit him on the head. The next moment, Wang Wu fell from the sky like a meteorite and slammed into the ground heavily. There was a loud sound, like a bronze bell being smashed in Han's Han Temple. At the same time, an earth-shaking wave of air swept across all directions. At this moment, the entire Linshan trembled inexplicably. Everyone looked forward again and saw that half of Wang Wu's body had been blasted into the ground. His head was exploded, and he was already dead and could no longer die. Zhang Wuhan also wanted to escape, but when Yang Mucheng glanced at him, he suddenly trembled with fright. He could no longer stand and fell to his knees, not daring to move.
Senior, I know I was wrong. Please let me go.
Boom. Before he finished speaking, Yang Muchung stepped on him, crushing his heart on the spot. Quiet. There was deathly silence on Lin Shan.
Who else wants to take the 9 Dragons creation furnace?
Yang Muchung asked with a smile on his hands. There was silence all around. Some people who had had the wrong idea quickly gave up the idea. The 3 big bullies in Lin Shan all died at the hands of one person. This kind of strength made those people feel as if a bucket of ice water was poured from head to toe. And they did not dare to have the slightest wrong thought, realizing that the eyes of everyone around him were much restrained. Yang Muchung put away the 9 Dragons creation furnace. He understands that a man is not guilty, but only carries a jade. If he does not kill a few people today and intimidate these people on Lin Shan, I am afraid that they will continue to harass him in the future for the Kowloon creation furnace.
Someone is coming from Zijin Pavilion.
At this time, a cry sounded. I saw Grandma Green Snake walking to an open space. With her right hand, a huge pavilion more than 20 meters high appeared on Lin Shan Mountain in an instant, standing in the center of the ghost market.
Condensing chi to form a pavilion? I'm afraid this is a magic weapon of creation. Is this the Purple Gold Pavilion? I've always heard about it. But now I know that the Purple Gold Pavilion is truly worthy of its name.
Some warriors, who saw Zijin Pavilion for the first time, let out bursts of exclamations. Even Yang Muchung looked surprised. He came here just for the Zijin Pavilion. Previously, he was worried that the Zijin Pavilion could not meet his needs. But now the other party's methods made him look forward to it more and more.
I am the Green Snake Granny from Zijin Pavilion.
Grandma Green Snake stood in front of Zijin Pavilion. Although her voice was old, it was extremely powerful and deep, and it spread throughout Lin Shan at this moment. She cupped her hands and said,
Various items are sold in Zijin Pavilion. As long as you have black stones, you can buy what you want here. Of course, if you have magic weapons, and secret books that you don't need, you can also sell them to us. We will also give you a price that satisfies you.
Yang Muchung's eyes lit up, and he walked over quickly. This huge Zijin Pavilion covers an area of 100 acres, and has everything you need in the pavilion.
What do you want, young man?
Granny Green Snake looked at Yang Muchung with a smile.
Monster,
Yang Muchung said.
What kind of monster is it?
Grandma Green Snake was a little surprised. Most of the people who entered the Zijin Pavilion came to buy weapons, magic weapons, etc. But there were very few people who wanted to buy monster beasts. But she still asked with a smile.
Inferior monsters. They can be used by inner strength warriors, can attack independently, and can withstand long journeys and raids.
Yang Muchung expressed his thoughts on monsters. Granny Green Snake pondered for a moment and took out a book. This book is made entirely of gold foil, exuding faint internal energy fluctuations, and each page depicts a kind of monster.
Young man, there are 392 kinds of monsters that meet your requirements, but there are 5 that are the most cost-effective.
Wow! Grandma Green Snake opened the book and saw a golden light burst out from the book in her hand. Under the flash of light, the void turned into a monster.
This is the Flaming Flying Snake, a flying demon beast. Its strength is at the peak of its inner strength. It can fly short distances. However, it is afraid of water.
She turned it over again, and the monster pattern in the void disappeared again.
This is a dragon-blooded warhorse, suitable for long-distance travel, assault and pursuit. Its strength is about the middle level of internal strength, but its attack power is slightly worse. This is the Xianming Warrior Wolf, whose strength is around the peak of internal strength.
Yang Muchung looked at the transformed patterns in the void. This Xianming War Wolf is about 2 people tall, with a dark body, a strong body, and a single horn, which gives people a very terrifying sense of oppression. Because it is a monster, it does not lack physical strength like ordinary war horses. And because it is a wolf, it has a ferocious personality and powerful lethality.
How to sell this Xianming Warrior Wolf?
Yang Muchung asked.
1 Xianming War Wolf and 10 Xianshur.
Granny Green Snake said.
So expensive?
Yang Muchung frowned slightly. It should be noted that a middle-level spiritual weapon is worth 5 black stones. The price of the Xianming War Wolf is almost worth the price of 2 mid-level spiritual weapons.
Young man, you don't know something. It's very difficult to capture monsters. In addition, taming and raising them requires a lot of manpower and material resources. Well, if you buy more, I'll give you a partial discount. How many Xianming War Wolves do you plan to have?
Granny Green Snake asked.
20,000.
Yang Muchung pondered for a moment. Although the expansion of the Black Flag Army has just begun, mounts like the Xianding War Wolf still need to be trained with the Black Flag Army for a period of time before they can be put to use.
There are a total of 200,000 mysterious stones. I will give you a 10% discount and only charge you 180,000 mysterious stones. In addition, I will give you 500 mysterious warrior wolves.
This is a big deal. Granny Green Snake quickly came to her senses and quickly looked at Yang Mucheng. 180,000 black stones? The corners of Yang Mucheng's eyes twitched slightly. Including the black stones he snatched from the 3 bullies in Linshan. He now only has more than 1,300 yuan, which is not even 1%.
Purple Gold Pavilion does not accept credit.
Granny Green Snake noticed that Yang Mucheng looked troubled and couldn't help but add another sentence. Zijin Pavilion. Backyard. The girl sat on a rocking chair and looked at the information sent back.
Yang Mucheng.
The girl showed a look of surprise.
I didn't expect that he is actually from the mortal world. And he is also the Emperor of Dacian Kingdom.
After collecting the information, the girl's eyes lit up.
Ha ha. It was said that Chow Chow was here. But he actually came to Zijin Pavilion. Grandma Green Snake, please invite Yang Mucheng to the backyard,
the girl said. Grandma Green Snake was about to drive people away when a girl's voice suddenly sounded in her mind. And she couldn't help but be startled. It should be noted that the girl who followed her is called Yixiner, and she is the daughter of the being in Zijin Pavilion. He has an extremely arrogant personality and never shows disdain towards men. Now he actually wants to invite a strange man into the backyard. However, due to the order, she still nodded and said to Yang Mucheng, who was about to leave Zijin Pavilion.
Young man, wait a minute. My young lady wants to see you.
Enter the backyard. Yang Mucheng was suddenly stunned. I saw an extremely beautiful woman sitting in the backyard. The other party was a girl of only 15 or 16 years old, with exquisite features, a delicate face, and skin as white as snow. Her charming figure and perfect posture were revealed without any concealment. Unparalleled beauty. Yang Mucheng could only use this word to describe the other party. And she is Yixiner, the daughter of the master of Zijin Pavilion. Chapter 187. Cutting the grass without eradicating the roots will lead to endless troubles.
Di Yang, welcome to our Zijin Pavilion.
Yixiner smiled lightly, and even her voice seemed to be filled with an extreme charm. Her whole body seemed like a black hole, constantly swallowing the man's gaze. Yang Mucheng quickly came to his senses. He was secretly alert in his heart. Even with his cultivation in the Xianqi realm, he was almost fascinated by this woman. However, this Yixiner is indeed the best in the world. Even Yang Mucheng has never seen him fighting in the past year.
Di Yang, please sit down.
Yixiner raised her eyebrows slightly, becoming more and more curious about Yang Mucheng. After Zijin Pavilion was opened in Linshan, some men also entered this backyard. But no matter who saw her, without exception, she had been absent-minded for a long time. But this little emperor in the mortal world immediately came back to her senses.
Thank you, Miss Yi.
Yang Mucheng was confused, wondering why the other party knew his origin. But then I thought about Zijin Pavilion's methods. It would be easy for such a huge force in the martial arts world to investigate an emperor in the secular world.
You don't need to see anyone outside Yang Emperor. Just call me Yixiner. I heard that Emperor Yang wants to buy 20,000 Xianding war wolves. Right?
Yixiner asked with a smile.
Yes. But I don't have that many black stones.
Yang Mucheng was a little embarrassed. Even if Zijin Pavilion is discounted, the Xianxia with a total price of 180,000 yuan is not worth that much even if the current Dacian kingdom is sold.
No need to pay. I will give these Xianding war wolves to Emperor Yang as a meeting gift.
Yixiner looked at Yang Mucheng with a smile.
However, 20,000 Xianding war wolves is also a large number. Even if Zijin Pavilion wants to gather them together, it will take some time. Let's do this. How about I send someone to send the Xianding war wolves to Dacian country in half a month?
Meeting gift? 180,000 black stones? Yang Mucheng also didn't expect Yixiner to be so generous.
Then I'd like to thank Yixiner.
Yang Mucheng bowed his hand without any politeness. After discussing for a while, he turned around and left without staying any longer.
Miss, 180,000 black stones is a big sum for Zijin Pavilion. This Yang Mucheng is just a warrior in the black energy realm. Is it worthy of your friendship?
Granny Green Snake walked into the backyard.
Mother-in-law, how long does it take for a warrior to reach the Xianqi realm?
Yixiner asked.
This time is slightly different. For warriors in the mortal world who want to cultivate to the Xuanqi realm, more than 100 years are considered normal. and 50 years are considered to be talented. If it is placed in the martial arts world, there are various resources to support it. 20 years is considered ordinary.
Grandma Green Snake glanced at Yi Xianer and said with a smile.
But Miss is a genius. It only took more than 10 years to reach the level of Xuanqi Realm Grandmaster.
Yi Xianer smiled bitterly and shook her head. She handed the information in her hand to Granny Green Snake.
Mother-in-law, look. Yang Maicheng was born in the mortal world and was the emperor of the Dacian kingdom. It only took him 1 year to reach the Xuanqi realm. Compared with him, my cultivation speed can only be regarded as ordinary. That's all.
Granny Green Snake was shocked.
How is this possible? No matter how Yang Maicheng develops in the future, just because of his qualifications, he is worthy of my attention. 180,000 Xian stones. Just to buy him a favor. There are only benefits and no disadvantages. Moreover, with my experience as a Xian Realm Master, I can't even see through his strength. I can only feel that his energy and blood are very powerful, far beyond those of warriors of the same level.
After leaving Zijin Pavilion, Yang Maicheng wandered around Linshan for a while. He used the Emperor's Qi-gazing technique to look at many stone treasures. But he never found a dense aura similar to that of the Kowloon creation furnace. Obviously, there is nothing valuable in these stone treasures. The next day, early in the morning, everyone set off for Zhao State. Yang Maicheng wanted to see what kind of character the Six Nations Alliance had found to deal with him. Liang Xiao and others also felt a little incredible when they heard that Yi Xianer was actually willing to donate 20,000 Xianing war wolves to the Qian kingdom. After all, Zijin Pavilion is a business family and never does business at a loss.
Brother Imperial, is this the master you invited back from the martial arts world?
After entering the state of Zhao, everyone met another group of people who had returned from the martial arts world. The leader was Zhao Wu, the second prince of Zhao Kingdom. Zhao Wu glanced at the team with a joking look on his face and shook his head with disdain.
7 half-step Xuanqi and 1 in the early stage of Xuanqi. The masters I invited this time are many times more than yours.
Yang Maicheng raised his eyes and looked. Zhao Wu was followed by more than 10 people, most of whom were half-step Xuanqi. And there were also a few Xuanqi experts with strong qi and blood.
More people don't mean anything.
Zhao Tianjue snorted coldly. That day, he saw with his own eyes that Yang Maicheng killed a Xuanqi realm warrior like Lu Yuanshang in an understatement. And now he is also full of confidence.
If Master Yang takes action, I will kill you all. Master Yang?
Zhao Wu looked at Yang Maicheng in confusion. He originally thought that Liang Xiao was the leader of this team. But he did not expect that this young man, who was younger than him, was the real leader.
What's so arrogant about this kid? If you have the guts, come out and practice with me.
As soon as he finished speaking, a warrior riding a black panther came out. This warrior has half a step of profound energy, and the black panther under his crotch is extremely powerful, the size of a calf, and his aura is extraordinary.
Master Yang, will you take action to deal with this guy?
As the prince, Zhao Tianjue naturally could not tolerate other people's provocations and looked at Yang Maicheng with pleading eyes.
Come into town.
Yang Maicheng shook his head. This time the Six Nations Alliance has found strong men with considerable strength. The person who initiated the Six Nation Alliance was personally initiated by the Prince of Ertai, Lu Jian. Lu Jian is the Prince of Ertai.
I was brought into the sect to practice by people from the martial arts world since I was a child. The Emperor of Ertai, Lu Mi, announced to the public that Lu Jian had died in his early years. So even I was kept in the dark.
Cut the weeds without eradicating the roots, and the consequences will be endless. Yang Maicheng thought secretly. All his thoughts are now focused on the strong men of the Six Nations Alliance. How can he notice these small fish and shrimps?
Boy, how dare you ignore me?
The Black Panther warrior found out that he was ignored and became furious. He slapped the Black Panther on his crotch, and the superior beast immediately let out a roar and pounced on Yang Maicheng like black lightning. The 4 sharp claws hit the ground and grabbed a deep pit, which made people's scalp numb. In an instant, he rushed in front of Yang Maicheng.
Master Yang!
Zhao Tianjue cried out. Chapter 188 Sword Demon Sword Holy Arrow King. Hee. Zhao Wu sneered. The Black Panther warrior's name is Lin Yong. He is a casual cultivator with no sect or family. But its strength must not be underestimated. The Black Panther under his crotch is a superior monster, the Wind Shadow Leopard. With 1 person and 1 beast working together, even a strong person in the Xianqi realm can kill it.
Brother Royal! Brother Royal! You still want to compete with me based on these few crooked dates you found from the martial arts world? Wait until I kill all these strongmen you found. And let's see what other skills you have to turn the tables. When the time comes, in the Six Nations Alliance, my Highness will show his face and bring honor to the state of Zhao. Are you still not allowed to hand over your position as Crown Prince to me?
Zhao Wu looked at Yang Mucheng. Indifference in eyes. He seemed to have seen the scene where Yang Mucheng was torn apart by the swift wind shadow leopard. Yang Mucheng felt the strong wind coming and frowned slightly.
Uh-huh.
Lin Yong reached into his arms with his right hand, took out something, and threw it fiercely. The thing turned out to be a swaying rope. When it came out of the hand, it flew out like a snake, rushed towards Yang Mucheng, and tied him firmly to the horse.
Lin Yong is too careful to deal with such a young boy. He actually has a gold rope wrapped around him.
Seeing this, a warrior shook his head with a smile.
Rogue practitioners in the martial arts world can easily become the target of others. Lin Yong has been able to live for such a long time because, apart from his martial arts skills, he is careful at all times.
Another warrior said with a smile.
Be aware that when a lion fights a rabbit, there is no need to use all your strength. Magic weapon?
Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows.
That's right. This is my gold-wrapped rope. It can bind even a warrior in the Xianqi realm. Now that your hands are tied, how dare you challenge me?
Lin Yong sneered.
Even a young boy dares to ignore me. Let me teach you how to be a good person today. No. Take action and save Master Yang.
Zhao Tianjue shouted quickly. Zhang Jiao sneered.
A little guy like this also wants to attack Master Yang? Why do I need to use my hands to deal with you?
Yang Mucheng smiled faintly. He turned his eyes and looked at Lin Yong. A ball of flame suddenly jumped up in the clear black and white eyes. But in just an instant, the flame burned stronger and stronger, and even overflowed from the eye sockets. The next moment, a pillar of fire that looked like a fire dragon shot out from Yang Mucheng's eyes. At this moment, he was like a mad god with eyes bursting with flames. The fire dragon flew out and rushed towards Lin Yong in midair. Hey! The two fire dragons just lightly rubbed against Lin Yong's body, and a terrifying flame burst out. It was like two dragons playing with a pearl, constantly circling around Lin Yong's body and roaring. It seemed to turn into a tornado composed entirely of flames, completely engulfing Lin Yong.
No!
A burst of screams erupted from the flames, and stopped abruptly before they could spread. Yang Mucheng withdrew his gaze, and the flames passed away quietly. Lin Yong in midair had been burned to ashes, falling down in a flourishing manner. Hisses. There was deathly silence all around, including the second Prince Zhao Wu and the warriors he had found. They were all frightened when they saw the scene.
What kind of fire is this? Can even a warrior with half a step of profound energy be burned to ashes?
A warrior swallowed his foam, and his eyes widened in disbelief.
Flowing fire red eyes. This technique has been lost for a long time. How could it fall into his hands?
Another warrior showed fear in his eyes. A living half-step Xuanqi was burned to ashes in the blink of an eye. This scene made their scalp numb. Moreover, this kind of martial arts is impossible to guard against. Zhao Wu's face turned pale.
What are you still doing? Let's all come together. He is tied up with a golden rope and cannot move.
At this time, a warrior shouted.
He can only use flowing fire red eyes a few times. Kill him before he can break free.
Snapped. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Mucheng's muscles tensed up and his arms spread out. At this moment, the golden rope broke and fell to the ground in several pieces. When Zhao Wu and others saw this, they all gasped. Where did Zhao Tianjue find these people? They are simply monsters. After breaking the golden rope, Yang Mucheng raised his eyelids slightly and glanced at the many warriors. He shook his head, his face full of regret.
I didn't intend to cause trouble for you. But since you are willing to come here and die, I won't let you stay.
These people are the strong men recruited by the Six Nations Alliance to deal with themselves and Dakian. Yang Mucheng didn't intend to be soft either. Moreover, he has absorbed so much energy and blood, and has reached the peak of the early stage of Xianqi. He is only one step away from reaching the middle stage. Just treat these people as tonic pills and devour them.
Boy, you are too arrogant.
A warrior shouted angrily.
Don't think that just because you have learned the flowing fire red eyes, you can show off your power in front of us. When we were traversing the martial arts world, you didn't know where you were.
Another warrior glared at Yang Mucheng.
If you want to deal with us, you have to weigh how much you weigh.
A warrior stepped forward with a giant axe in his hand and shouted. Yang Mucheng smiled faintly, and Liang Xiao and others behind him had already killed them to the extreme. Yang Mucheng just sat quietly on the horse. Because 3 Xianqi realm warriors have already set their sights on him.
Good boy. I underestimated you.
A middle-aged man in black clothes and white hair stared at Yang Mucheng with a pair of eagle eyes.
I'll attack Sword Demon Li Qingshan again and ask for your advice. Just you?
Yang Mucheng asked lightly. His interest seemed to be waning. A hint of humiliation flashed in Li Qingshan's eyes. He traveled the world with one man and one sword, and was somewhat famous even in the martial arts world. He didn't expect that he would be ignored by a boy.
Why? Can't I do it alone?
Yang Mucheng ignored him, and instead looked at the other 2 Xuanqi realm warriors.
Who are you two? Sword Saint Lu Shui.
Another stern man holding a 5-foot Tang Dao in his arms stepped forward and said coldly.
Arrow Emperor Sun Sanqiong.
The last man, with a giant bow on his body, looked at Yang Mucheng. Yang Mucheng shook his head. Each of these people's names became louder than the last. He has killed 2 sword masters so far. And it doesn't matter if there are a few more sword demons and sword masters.
That's all. Let's take action together.
Yang Mucheng waved his hand. The 3 of them looked at each other, furious. No matter what you say, they are all seniors who have been involved in the martial arts world. But they are looked down upon by a young boy.
Tongue!
Turning around, the 3 of them surrounded Yang Mucheng in the center like a Chinese character.
Chong!
There was a crisp sound of swords. And Sword Saint Lu Shui took the lead in taking action. He directly swung out a sword of 12 feet. Like a condensed sword. Slashing down with an infinite momentum towards Yang Mucheng's head. Sword Demon Li Qingshan took action almost at the same time. Pointing his sword forward. A vast sword energy was like a huge wave turning in the wind. And shot toward Yang Mucheng's position like lightning. But, although Sword Emperor Sun Sanqiong was the last to strike, his attack came first and last. Chapter 189 5 Emperor Sisters? Base. The soul-stirring sound of bowstrings sounded. A golden light passed by. This arrow seemed to have penetrated the void and pointed directly at Yang Mucheng's heart. With the inner energy poured into it, the arrow seemed to be wrapped in a layer of golden flame, which was so dazzling that it was difficult to look directly at it. Sword Demon, Sword Saint, and Sword Emperor. These 3 people attack together, and they can easily kill even a strong man in the middle stage of Xuanqi realm.
This kid is simply arrogant.
Zhao Wu clenched his fists, and the veins on his forehead appeared one by one.
But no matter how strong he is, how can he withstand the cooperation of these 3 people?
Zhao Tianzhua looked worried. His position as prince rests on the other party. Although he saw Yang Mucheng killing Lu Yuanshan with his own eyes, he was just a casual martial artist who relied on his large number of people to become a tyrant in Linshan. There is still a certain gap in strength between Li Qingshan and Sun Sanqiong.
The strength is not bad.
Facing the arrow that pierced the void, Yang Mucheng raised the corner of his mouth and gently twisted his right hand. This twist is like the Buddha twisting his fingers and grabbing the arrow directly at his fingertips. A jolt of internal energy directly dispersed the golden flames on the arrow body.
What?
Sun Sanqiong was shocked.
Back to you.
Yang Mucheng shot out the arrow with a flick of his finger. Before Sun Sanqiong heard what Yang Mucheng said, he only heard a sharp howling wind. Immediately afterwards, the arrow shot out of the hole and nailed his chest, sending his whole body flying out. It hit an ancient tree dozens of meters away and was directly nailed to death.
What?
Lu Shui and Li Qingshan's hearts trembled. They didn't expect that Sun Sanqiong, whose strength was comparable to theirs, would be killed in the blink of an eye. Both of them immediately exploded, and even the inner strength of the body protection was poured into the attack. Boom! The 2 Xuanqi realm experts struck with all their strength, and the sound was so fierce. They struck down one sword after another, as if even the space was broken into pieces. Within a radius of tens of meters, only a continuous shadow of swords and swords could be seen. And Yang Mucheng was even more enveloped by this attack.
This kid is dead!
Zhao Wu was as excited as if he had been given a shot of blood. At the same time, he had a secret hatred in his heart.
This kid killed Sun Sanqiong, which caused me to lose one of my helpers. If I knew who he was, I would not only let him know what life is worse than death, but also give him his ancestral grave.
Dig it out and crush the bones and scatter the ashes.
Yang Mucheng shook his head. He sat on the horse and sat firmly on the Diaoyu Island, facing the attack from both sides of the 2 men. He waved his hands and pressed down gently. In the void, 2 huge palm prints suddenly formed, followed by Howren's downward pressure. Only a crackling sound was heard, and the swords in the sky were crushed to pieces. Before the two of them could react, the palm fell suddenly. No! At the last moment, Li Qingshan and Lu Lushui suddenly turned their swords in their hands and directed their endless attacks towards the giant palm, hoping to block the blow. But Yang Muqing's palm was too powerful, and even if the two of them reacted and fought back quickly, there was nothing they could do. These two giant palms slammed down with a crushing attitude, and then shook the two of them heavily. Boom! Boom! Two loud sounds sounded. The battlefield was completely silent. Where the giant palm fell, a palm print was already formed that was half a meter deep and 8 or 9 meters in diameter. These two Xuanqi realm warriors, who had been paid a lot of money by Zhao Wu and made a lot of promises to, were killed by Yang Muqing's palm. Call. Yang Muqing exhaled a breath of turbid air and absorbed the energy and blood of these three Xuanqi realm warriors into his body. His cultivation that had reached the bottleneck stepped onto a higher level almost instantly. Middle stage of Xianqi realm. In this way, even if there are any strong opponents in the Six Nations Alliance, I don't have to worry too much. Liang Zhao's side also defeated the rest of the warriors, although they had not followed Yang Muqing for too long. Yang Muqing did not treat them badly. When they set out from Daqian Kingdom, they were also equipped with a full set of high-grade spiritual level armor. It was almost overwhelming to deal with fellow warriors. Come over. Zhang Jiao beheaded the last warrior on the spot, grabbed the astonished Zhao Wu, and lifted him in front of Yang Muqing like a chicken. Master Yang, how should we deal with this guy? Yang Muqing smiled and said, throw it to me. Just kill it. Boom! Zhang Jiao stamped his foot and trampled Zhao Wu to death without even giving him a chance to beg for mercy. Master Yang, you are truly a god and demon in this world. Zhao Tianjue felt more and more happy. Even the second prince's troops were easily killed by this Master Yang, whose strength already gave him enough recognition. If you help me, the experts that my royal brothers have found will definitely be a problem. When the time comes for the Six Nations Alliance, we will once again win the position of leader. We will lead an army of 1 million to Daqian country and capture Yang Muqing alive. Zhao Tianjue danced and couldn't control himself with excitement. Wang Dishing, Zhang Jiao and Liang Xiao lowered their heads and said nothing, laughing secretly. They couldn't help but wonder, what kind of expression would the crown prince have if he knew that the reinforcement he invited was Yang Muqing, luring the wolf into the house? I'm afraid that's it. Yang Muqing glanced at Zhao Tianjue quietly. Alliance leader? Yes. Although the Six Nations Alliance is led by Lu Jian, the 6 countries have a total of 1 million troops, and it is impossible for them to do their own thing. The Black Flag army of Daqian country is terrifyingly powerful. If the troops are scattered, they will be defeated one by the Black Flag army. Therefore, who will lead this million-strong army has become a question of conquest among the 6 major countries. Those of us went to the martial arts world to find experts for help, just to compete for the position of leader, Zhao Tianjue said quickly. Hearing this, Yang Muqing nodded. He was still looking for some opportunity to attack the warriors from other countries, but he didn't expect that there would be this alliance leader battle. This is what is called a God-given opportunity. He can kill the masters invited by the 6 major countries one by one without any excuses. But Yang Muqing was a little worried again. After all, there are some strong people in the martial arts world, although it is impossible for a being with the strength of Bei Xian Jinren to be attracted by the mortal world. What if 1 or 2 do appear? Zhao State should have a lot of heavenly and earthly treasures. Yang Muqing suddenly had an idea and asked suddenly, Master Yang, do you need it? Zhao Tianjue came back to his senses. Don't worry. With your cultivation, it is absolutely impossible for my father to refuse you. Reject? Yang Muqing sneered and shook his head. Emperor Zhao had to have the courage to refuse. If he really dares to refuse, the worst he can do is to rob him directly. But my 5th emperor's sister also has deep connections with people in the martial arts world. I'm afraid he will find a stronger warrior. A trace of worry appeared on Zhao Tianjue's face. Chapter 190, A Monkey Trick. Zhao State. Within the territory. Since entering the Zhao Kingdom, Yang Muqing could feel the roar of the wind, cranes, and soldiers all around. There were levy troops everywhere, and this situation became more obvious the closer to the imperial city of Zhao. Even after arriving in the imperial city, Yang Muqing could see neat rows of soldiers patrolling back and forth with great momentum. Why is it so loud? Liang Xiao said in surprise. Zhao Tianjue said quickly. Master Liang, The emperors of the 6 countries gathered in the imperial city of Zhao. This is a big deal. These troops are not only from our Zhao country, but also from several other countries. Emperor Yang of Dakian is too strong. I am still worried that Yang Mucheng will get the news and secretly rush to the imperial city to assassinate him.
As he said that, Zhao Tianjue glanced at Yang Mucheng secretly and said with a smile,
Master Yang's magical methods must be invincible in the world. Think of Yang Mucheng. Even if he knew that the 6 Nations Alliance was unfolding here, he would not dare to come here.
He followed Zhao Tianjue and moved into the prince's mansion. Zhao Tianjue set up a wealthy banquet to entertain several people, and even called the 4 beauties of the imperial city to accompany him. A night of silence. On the second day, Yang Mucheng and others followed Zhao Tianjue to the palace.
Brother, is this the helper you invited from the martial arts world?
Outside the palace, a girl in gorgeous clothes looked at Zhao Tianjue with her arms crossed and a sneer. Behind her, a row of warriors stood. All of them have majestic equipment and extraordinary bearing. On the other hand, Zhao Tianjue's side is either as young as Yang Mucheng, or as old as Wang Dishing, just like a miscellaneous army.
Brother, it seems that your position as prince is no longer guaranteed today.
The girl glanced at Yang Mucheng and didn't pay attention.
Dancing girl, this is not necessarily the case. Master Yang behind me is a godlike existence in this world,
Zhao Tianjue said bravely.
Ha ha!
The girl smiled faintly, unable to hide her contempt. The warriors behind the girl also looked at Yang Mucheng and the others with contempt as if they were shopping for goods. Yang Mucheng learned from the conversation between the two. This girl's name is Zhao Tianwu. She is the 5th emperor's sister of Zhao Tianjue. She did not grow up in the palace since she was a child. She likes to travel around the world and has met many figures in the martial arts world. Broken. So many powerful people with profound energy. Zhao Tianjue smiled bitterly in his heart. On my side, there is only Master Yang. So I suffer a big loss in terms of numbers. Moreover, Master Yang is too young. So he may not be a match for these wolves and tigers. Several of Zhao Tianwu's warriors, Lang Guingpan, said nothing and did nothing. They just stood there, giving people a vague sense of intimidation. When the other warrior looked at Yang Mucheng also looked at him, and then secretly shook his head. Although they are both strong in Qianqi, the gap between the two sides is too big.
Boy, why are you shaking your head?
A warrior with a Chinese character face behind Zhao Tianwu frowned and shouted sharply. Yang Mucheng was about to speak when a young eunuch hurriedly came over, bowed to Zhao Tianjue and Zhao Tianwu, and said,
Prince and 5th princess, your majesty invites you and all the warriors to come to court. See, father! Greetings to your majesty!
Entering the main hall, everyone quickly saluted. Even Liang Xiao and Zhang Jiao quickly bowed. Yang Mucheng did not move, but nodded lightly. Seeing this scene, Emperor Zhao Yin frowned slightly. A trace of displeasure flashed on his face, and the civil and military officials also frowned slightly. Although you are warriors in the martial arts world and are not under the jurisdiction of the emperor in the mortal world, this is the palace of the mortal world, so you should have the most basic etiquette. Right?
Give me a seat!
Zhao Yin suddenly became much colder to Yang Mucheng and others.
Zhao Tianwu, what are the origins of these warriors you invited?
Zhao Yin turned his eyes and asked with a smile.
Come on! Vice President Wei.
The martial artist with the Chinese character's face stepped forward. His voice was as loud as a bell. And as soon as he opened his mouth, there was a burst of sound, which made some civil and military officials in the hall, who did not know how to practice, feel dizzy, depressed, and palpitated.
I am a warrior in the early stage of Qianqi. I am 103 years old this year, and I broke through to the Qianqi realm when I was 97. So far, I have experienced more than 1,000 battles, large and small, and countless warriors have died in my hands. There are 39 warriors in the Xuanqi realm alone. The next nickname is the Sword of Samsara, one sword of reincarnation.
Boom! There was an uproar among the civil and military officials in the hall. Everyone was shocked. Zhao Tianwu showed a hint of pride. Deputy Wei was the strongest martial artist she invited, the most famous one, and he was also well known in the martial arts world. He once offended a group of warriors and was ambushed by their leaders. Deputy Wei relied on his own power to kill them all.
Very good!
Zhao Yin clapped his hands and shouted.
I will reward you with 100-year-old dragon blood ginseng.
Dragon blood ginseng? Deputy Wei showed a hint of excitement in his eyes. This is a low-grade Huang level elixir, and it is a great tonic for a warrior like him in the early stage of Xian Qi. Other warriors also showed envy.
Your Majesty, my name is Mu Shan.
Another warrior stood up. He was a head taller than Deputy Wei. His muscles were complex and his whole body was filled with explosive power.
I am also a warrior in the early stage of Xuanqi. I practice the techniques of the Baji sect.
He didn't say much. He just walked towards the outside of the palace and stopped in front of a bronze tripod.
What is he going to do?
Zhao Yin asked.
Father, you will know just by looking at it.
Zhao Tianwu smiled lightly. In front of the Zhao Kingdom's palace, there were 8 bronze tripods used to suppress feng shui. Each bronze tripod is 4 to 5 meters high as 3 people. The whole body is poured with pure copper and weighs tens of thousands of kilograms. Since the founding emperor of Zhao State built the 8 cauldrons, these 8 bronze cauldrons have never been touched. Mu Shan came to the bronze cauldron, grabbed the legs of the cauldron with one hand, supported the cauldron body with the other hand, shouted loudly, and lifted up the tens of thousands of kilograms of the bronze cauldron. This scene made the eyes of all the civil and military officials almost bulge.
He is born with divine power. Could this man be the reincarnation of Hercules? This bronze tripod weighs tens of thousands of kilograms. This Mushan warrior can actually lift it with both hands. His strength is extraordinary. If he were an ordinary person, he would not be able to lift it even if his meridians and blood vessels burst. Drink!
Mu Shan drank again and held up his hands. He directly threw the bronze tripod 7 or 8 feet away, and the bronze tripod hit the ground hard, causing the entire palace to tremble violently.
Oh my God!
When Zhao Tianjue saw the scene, his eyes bulged and his lips turned white. The smile on Zhao Tianwu's face became even bigger.
Good!
Zhao Yin clapped his hands and shouted.
Mu Shan is so capable. Come here. I will reward you with 100-year-old dragon blood ginseng. Thank you, Your Majesty.
Mu Shan was overjoyed. Yang Mucheng sat in his seat, watching this scene, slowly shaking his head, but his eyes could not hide his contempt.
A group of Xuanqi warriors from the martial arts world came to the mortal world to show off their skills. Just like a group of monkey actors.
On the other side, Deputy Wei was full of joy because he had obtained dragon blood ginseng. When he heard Yang Mucheng's words, a glimmer of ice flashed in his eyes. Chapter 191 I am stronger than you all. As one of the 8 major parliamentary states, Zhao State has a rich foundation. Each of the 16 warriors brought by Zhao Tianwu was rewarded with 100-year-old dragon blood ginseng. Every time one of the 16 Xuanqi realm warriors appears, it can trigger a burst of exclamations. The methods that were like gods and demons shocked everyone's eyes. There is someone like Mu Shan, who is so powerful that he seems to be the reincarnation of a giant spirit god. There is also a being who is invulnerable, and whose whole body is like copper skin and iron bones. There are also striders who can travel thousands of miles in a day and have a body shape that is as fast as lightning. There are also assassins, who can appear behind your back without anyone noticing and assassinate you invisible. Zhao Tianwu's 16 warriors seem to have taken away all the light.
Zhao Tianjue, what skills do the warriors you invited have?
At this time, Zhao Yin thought of Zhao Tianjue. But when he saw how many people there were in Yang Mucheng, his interest suddenly waned. On the opposite side there are dragons crossing the river and figures like mountain eagles. But here there are only 2 or 3 small fish and shrimps, which are simply not worth mentioning.
This is Liang Xiao. This is Zhang Jiao. This is Wang Disheng.
Zhao Tianjue's face turned red with embarrassment, and he could only stand up and introduce them quickly.
These 7 people are half-step Xuanqi warriors. Ha 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 ha.
As soon as he finished speaking, there was a burst of unscrupulous ridicule in the palace. Zhao Tianwu even more bluntly mocked.
Brother, is this the master you invited before? Do you think these 7 half-step profound energy warriors can still put themselves on the stage?
This is certainly true. If they had never seen Zhao Tianwu's 16 Xianqi realm warriors, perhaps the civil and military officials would still be a little shocked by these 7 half-step Xianqi warriors. It can be seen that after using the methods of those mysterious warriors, like gods and demons, half a step of mysterious energy seems to be nothing.
I also have one here. A Xianqi realm warrior.
Zhao Tianjue stretched out his neck and pointed at Yang Mucheng.
Master Yang. He is also a Xuanqi realm warrior. Him? What's his record?
Zhao Tianwu said with a smile. Zhao Tianjue said,
to deal with a Xuanqi realm warrior, he only needs one move to kill him. The bald Lu and Lin Shan was killed by him in one move.
Mu Shan and Deputy Wei looked at Yang Mucheng and sneered silently. For beings like them, if they want to deal with warriors of the same level, The outcome will only be determined after dozens of moves at the fastest. To kill with one move. There must be a huge gap in strength between the two sides. And how old is Yang Mucheng? It is still unknown whether he has the cultivation level of Xuanqi realm. And whether he can kill Xuanqi warriors is even more unknown.
Bald Lu Yuanchong?
Deputy Wei laughed and said.
Although that kid is a tyrant in Linshan, if I want to kill him, I only need one move. That means there is no record?
Zhao Tianwu said with a smile.
Then what is his origin?
Zhao Tianzhua was speechless. How does he know the origin of Master Yang? He doesn't even know his real name. It was only when I met him on the way, and saw that he was very skilled that I invited him to come to Zhao. Zhao Yin showed a trace of impatience, waved his hand, and said with waning interest,
Since they are all strong men in the martial arts world, I can't favor one over the other. Come on! Give each of them a millennium blood ginseng.
Zhao Tianzhua's face turned pale. 1,000-year-old blood ginseng can only be regarded as a high-grade spiritual grade heavenly and earthly treasure at best. It is thousands of miles away from the existence of century-old dragon blood ginseng, a low-grade yellow-grade ginseng. He knew that he was completely defeated this time. Too completely. The little eunuch came to everyone holding a 1,000-year-old blood ginseng. Zhang Jiao and others looked at the 1,000-year-old blood ginseng in their hands, with a hint of humiliation on their faces.
Sir, this is your blood ginseng.
The little eunuch looked at Yang Mucheng with a smile. Yang Mucheng sat on the Taisha chair, calm and steady, but he had no intention of reaching out to take it.
Master Yang, what's the matter? Are you not satisfied with my reward?
Zhao Yin frowned slightly, becoming more and more unhappy.
We are both Xuanqi warriors. Why are there so many differences between me, Mu Shan, and Vice Wei? They are low-ranking Huang-level warriors, but I am a low-ranking Ling-level warrior.
Yang Mucheng raised his eyelids slightly and looked at Zhao Yin indifferently.
The gap is too big. How can you satisfy me?
Zhao Yin sneered and said,
Master Yang, firstly, you have no record, and secondly, you have no background. If you are unwilling, you can show your true ability. If you use the methods of gods and demons like Mu Shan and Deputy Wei, I can also reward you with 100-year-old dragon blood ginseng. Master Yang.
Zhao Tianzhua shouted excitedly. He originally thought that Yang Mucheng was silent, and he thought that the other party had accepted his fate. But now that the other party is willing to take action, he still has a glimmer of hope.
This guy said earlier that we were monkey tricks. I want to see what he is capable of.
Deputy Wei raised his fists and sneered.
Arrogant and arrogant. I will find an excuse to kill him later.
Mu Shan snorted coldly. Yang Mucheng walked to the front of the hall. I didn't see any movement from him. He just stepped lightly with the sole of his foot, and a surge of inner energy surged out. There was only a loud bang, and the copper tripod that Mu Shan had hit on the ground bounced up with a buzz. With a flick of his long sleeve, a shallow white handprint immediately came out. Bang! The dull sound resounded loudly. Under the shocked gazes, this tens of thousands of kilograms of copper tripod was smashed to pieces by this palm.
Hiss this kid.
Mu Shan's eyes narrowed. He relied on the dual effects of internal energy and physical strength to lift the bronze tripod. But the other party actually shook the bronze cauldron with just the power of his inner energy. He even smashed it into pieces with a casual palm. The smile on Deputy Wei's face suddenly disappeared, and he stared at Yang Mucheng as if he were facing a formidable enemy. The rest of the warriors were also sitting upright and did not dare to show any contempt. There was deathly silence in the palace. Everyone looked on dumbfounded.
Real people don't show their faces. Too strong. Master Yang is so good at it. I will also reward you with 100-year-old dragon blood ginseng.
Zhao Yin clapped his hands and said with a smile.
Not enough.
Yang Mucheng shook his head. Zhao Yin frowned and asked.
Then what do you want? At least you need 1,000-year dragon blood ginseng.
Yang Mucheng said.
That is Zhao's national treasure.
There was a cry of surprise from the crowd. Zhao Yin frowned slightly. He didn't expect Yang Mucheng to have such a big appetite that he would directly focus on this 1,000-year-old dragon blood ginseng. Zhao Tianzhua's expression changed drastically. The reason why we are able to invite so many masters in the martial arts world is to take this Millennium Dragon Blood Ginseng as the final reward. Master Yang directly asked for the Millennium Dragon Blood Ginseng, fearing that he would directly compete with the warriors invited by Fifth Sister. Enmity! Zhao Tianzhua thought in his mind and looked quickly. Really? The grumpy Mu Shan had already taken a step forward and shouted angrily.
Boy! What virtue and ability do you have? What qualifications do you have to take the 1,000-year dragon blood ginseng? Of course I'm qualified.
Yang Muchung smiled faintly and looked at Vice Wei and others.
Just because I am stronger than all of you combined.
Chapter 192. Are you also qualified to ask me to apologize? I am stronger than all of you combined. After Yang Muchung said these faint words, they resounded like thunder throughout the palace. All the civil and military officials, Emperor Zhao Yin, Zhao Tianzhua, Zhao Tianwu, and even Wei Deputy Mu Shan looked at him in disbelief. Notice, if you say this, you will become enemies with the other party. 16 Xuanqi realm warriors.
Is this kid crazy?
After a moment, a military attaché lost his voice.
For offending 16 Xianqi warriors at once. Even if this kid isn't crazy, he's still not far off.
Another person said. Zhao Yin frowned slightly. He saw that the situation was beyond control. So he simply sat on the Diaoyu Island without saying a word.
Boy, what did you say?
Mu Shan clenched his fists and strode forward.
You said we were monkey tricks before. But now you dare to say that we are stronger than all of us combined. Have you eaten the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard?
Deputy Wei sneered, pulled out the yin and yang sword from his waist, and pointed it at Yang Muchung from a distance. Yang Muchung put his hands behind his back and looked at the 16 people proudly.
So what if I said it? I am stronger than the 16 of you put together. This dragon blood millennium ginseng belongs to me. Do you have any objections? Court death.
What Mu Shan practices is the kung fu of the Baji sect. The Baji sect lineage had a bad temper, like a dynamite barrel that would explode at the drop of a hat. Not to mention Yang Muchung humiliating him in person like this. Mu Shan, who had reached the limit of his patience, shouted loudly and charged at the extreme limit. He was extremely large, taller and stronger than ordinary people, and with a surge of internal energy, he looked like a running rhinoceros. Every time he stepped on the ground, the earth cracked. Boom, boom, boom. Countless stones that collapsed under his trampling shot out like angry arrows towards the surrounding holes, blasting holes of different sizes in the walls of the palace. Like a hornet's nest, Yang Muchung stood there, motionless as a mountain. The stones that were shot were directly smashed into powder on his internal energy shield.
Boy, I feel extremely disgusted when I see your face. Look how I smash your face.
Mu Shan shouted loudly and stamped his foot. At this moment, he actually used a speed that was not matched by it. In an instant, he had already flashed in front of Yang Muchung. And his vast punch was even more crazy. His inner energy poured into his arm. And at this moment, his right arm actually inflated like a balloon, enlarging in a circle and slamming into Yang Muchung's face.
Why don't you go help Master Yang?
Zhao Tianzhua cried out when he saw this. Liang Xiao shook his head and said,
Master Yang only needs one move to kill these people. We are not qualified to take action at all. This kid is dead.
Deputy Wei laughed loudly. There is a violent method in the Badgerman lineage. After using it, the strength, energy and blood will be increased several times. At this moment, Mu Shan was obviously in a rage. In this state, even he did not dare to resist the opponent's full punch. The smile on Deputy Wei's face just flashed, and then completely froze. Faced with this punch, Yang Muchung also stepped forward and punched directly. This punch was like a cannon being ejected from the barrel. It brought up a wave of air visible to the naked eye. And suddenly it was lifted up directly. The stone slabs on the ground were turned up piece by piece, and were torn into pieces in an instant. It was swung directly in the infinite wind, and hit Mu Shan's fist hard. Boom! Fists clashed.
Ah!
Mu Shan screamed, and saw that his right arm, which had more than doubled in size, was quickly twisted and shattered at this moment. At the same time, this shocking power poured into his body. The blood all over his body reversed, turning into a blood arrow and shooting out from his back, blasting a bottomless arrow hole into the ground. His figure even flew backwards, flying 7 to 8 feet, and was already dead before he even hit the ground.
It really only takes one move.
Zhao Yin's brows jumped. Earlier, Yang Muchung said that he only needed one move to deal with the Xianqi realm warrior. But everyone just thought he was bragging without knowing the truth. But now that I saw it, it turned out to be true. Everyone felt frightened. Those civil and military officials, who had previously laughed at Yang Muchung, were so frightened that they did not dare to say a word.
Master Yang, what a trick!
Zhao Tianzhua's heart seemed to have flown from the abyss to heaven. And he clapped his hands and shouted. Zhao Tianwu's face turned dark. She originally thought that Yang Muchung couldn't resist Mu Shan's move. But who knew that after one punch, there would be such a result?
Master Yang is really amazing.
Zhao Yin's face was full of seriousness, and he did not dare to show the same contempt as before.
This 1,000-year dragon's blood ginseng is prepared for the Alliance Leader competition. I have said that whoever can help Zhao win the position of Alliance Leader, I will give the 1,000-year dragon's blood. Who should I give the ginseng to? Now that Master Yang has asked me for this Millennium Dragon blood ginseng in advance, I am afraid that it will be difficult for me to explain to other warriors.
In fact, Zhao Yin also had the idea of giving ginseng to Yang Macheng. But after all, he is just the emperor of the mortal world. He didn't dare to be like Yang Macheng and break up with other warriors directly. Besides, he used 1,000-year-old dragon blood ginseng as a reward just to make these people serve Zhao Guo. If you take away the ginseng, what will happen if the others give up their jobs?
Master Yang, just give it up. With your strength, you will definitely be able to obtain the position of Alliance Leader. By then, who else can compete with you for the 1,000-year dragon blood ginseng?
Xiao Tianzhua also advised from the side.
Explain?
Yang Macheng smiled faintly and looked at Deputy Wei and others.
Your Majesty, how much achievements do you expect these people to make? Even if they go to the ring, they are probably no match for others. Even if I give them the 100-year-old dragon blood ginseng, I will give them it feels like a waste. Boy, don't be too arrogant. Do you really want to make enemies with so many of us Xuanqi realm warriors?
Deputy Wei was extremely angry. He really wanted to eat Yang Macheng alive.
Boy, no matter how strong you are, do you still want to start a war with so many of us Xuanqi realm warriors?
Another warrior stepped forward and shouted angrily.
Hurry up and apologize. Otherwise we will lose both sides and I will kill you too. Apologize?
Yang Macheng raised his brows and looked at these furious warriors with a half smile.
Are you also qualified to ask me to apologize? If I don't crush you to ashes today, it will be difficult to eliminate the hatred in my heart.
Deputy Wei stepped forward. Clang. He drew out the yin and yang sword directly and pointed it at Yang Macheng. As the inner energy poured into it, a black and white flame suddenly appeared on the sword, as if the cycle of life and death was spinning endlessly.
Just you?
Yang Macheng glanced at the many warriors standing behind Zhao Tianwu and said calmly.
Let's all come together. Don't hide it. Show off whatever skills you have. It also saves me the need to deal with each one by myself.
Trouble.
Mad. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of all the civil and military officials present, including Zhao Yin, changed. Chapter 193, I am the only one. Boom! As soon as Yang Macheng finished speaking, the 15 Xuanqi experts all burst out with momentum, and the strong inner energy swept through their bodies without hesitation, as dazzling as jumping flames. But their target was a 16-year-old boy. In the palace, murderous intent permeated the air. Such a scene, between a young man and a group of mysterious powerful men, is simply unprecedented. This not only shocked the civil and military officials in the palace, but even Zhao Yin and Zhao Tianwu had to admire Yang Macheng's courage. 15 powerful Xian Qi masters are enough to kill a middle-level Xian Qi master. No matter how stupid a person is, they would not dare to break up with so many Xian Qi masters at once. This Yang Macheng is really bold.
Master Yang.
Zhao Tianzhua never expected that Yang Macheng would ask the other party to join him, and he shouted with a horrified expression.
Let Master Yang let go. These people can't do anything to him.
Liang Xiao said from the side, full of respect. Zhang Jiao, Wang Dishing, and the other half-step warriors were also shocked. I recall that when I first met Yang Macheng, I was still at Burial Dragon Mountain. At that time, he only had half a step of profound energy.
But it was this young emperor who took action to kill the remaining soul of Master Bei Xian. Now in a short period of time, his cultivation has grown to the middle stage of Xian Qi.
It's really ridiculous. I was hesitant to follow Master Yang at that time. If I missed it, I might regret it for the rest of my life.
Wang Dishing thought secretly.
With Master Yang's protection, Shir and I have no worries in Dakian country. Even if people from the martial arts world come, what can they do to us? Can they be Master Yang's opponents?
Liang Xiao's face was full of reverence. When he went to Buried Long Mountain in the first place, he also wanted to seek wealth and honor in the midst of danger. He wanted to break through half a step of profound energy in one fell swoop and avoid the sex pursuit. Although he didn't get the treasure in Dragon Burial Mountain, he found a bigger backer. With Master Yang as my master in this life, I will have no regrets for the rest of my life. Zhang Jiao's eyes showed excitement. He no longer felt the shame and anger of being a slave or a dog back then. and he only felt that his blood was surging. Having this master made him feel infinitely proud.
Arrogant! Simply arrogant!
Zhao Tianwu clenched his fists and bowed to Deputy Wei, with infinite anger in his eyes.
Master Wei, needless to say, I will make this arrogant boy pay the price. You want 15 of us to take action together? Okay, then I will help you. Boy, I hope you remember one sentence before you die. You can eat whatever you want, but don't talk nonsense.
Deputy Wei suddenly clenched his right hand, and the energy in his body surged out and poured directly into the sword. At this moment, the originally sharp sword in his hand suddenly became extremely strange, as if it was densely covered with a layer of black and white flames. Clang! Almost at the same time, he shook his right hand, and the yin-yang sword suddenly appeared, and a faint dragon roar suddenly sounded through the palace. Then, Deputy Wei's expression suddenly turned extremely cold, and a torrential aura, like a fire dragon, swept out. In an instant, flames rolled in the palace, and the heat that was enough to melt steel suddenly flashed, forcing countless people to scramble back.
Yin-yang fire dragon sword technique. The best martial arts of the yellow rank.
In the exclamation, Deputy Wei almost merged with the sword and turned into a fire dragon rolling over. The huge fire swept across the ground, melting all the pure gold floor tiles in the palace at this moment.
Aurora glimpse.
A cold snort sounded. The assassin who was good at assassination also swept forward at this moment. His body was still in midair when he trembled violently, and suddenly transformed into 4 real and fake shadows, coming in an encircling and killing manner.
I want to see what you are capable of, and how you can withstand the combined attack of 15 of us Xuanqi realm experts.
A warrior from behind, who was stronger than Mu Shan of Badgerman, pushed aside the horrified civil and military officials and rushed forward. He didn't use any martial arts. He relied entirely on his physical strength. It was shaking like crazy, like an angry ancient beast, rampant and unscrupulous. Even the dragon-carved jade pillars supporting the entire palace were smashed into powder by him in an instant. This time, 15 warriors broke out together, crushing Yang Mucheng with endless attacks.
Master Yang!
Zhao Tianzhua clenched his fists, although Liang Xiao advised him to rest assured. How could such an earth-shattering situation make him feel relieved? A pair of eyes stared at the besieged Yang Mucheng.
If you fight alone, these people may not be your opponents, but you are too arrogant.
Zhao Tianwu almost broke his silver teeth. Palace center, Yang Mucheng had his hands behind his back. Attacks were coming from all directions, making it impossible for him to hide and escape. He slowly raised his head, grinned, and stared directly at Deputy Wei, who was rushing towards him.
I will tell you something today. Don't look down on others.
Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a roiling momentum burst out from Yang Mucheng's body. If the momentum of Deputy Wei and the other 15 people was as vast as an endless river, then Yang Mucheng's momentum was undoubtedly as deep as the ocean. As soon as this momentum appeared, it swept out and directly crushed the momentum of 15 people. And at the same time, only then did everyone understand his true cultivation.
Middle stage of profound energy. When did this kid reach the middle stage of profound energy?
There were bursts of exclamations.
What about the middle stage of Xuanqi? Kill them all the same!
Deputy Wei shouted loudly and opened his eyes angrily. The next moment, the yin and yang fire dragon he transformed had a strong aura. It more than doubled in size, and even grew to more than 20 feet. In the blink of an eye, it flew in front of Yang Mucheng. Just when the fire dragon rushed in front of Yang Mucheng, he moved.
What does he want to do? Is he planning to use his hands to resist?
Yang Mucheng smiled faintly and pinched forward with his right hand, as if twisting a leaf. There was just a bang sound, and the fire dragon of more than 20 feet exploded. As the fire dragon dispersed, Yang Mucheng had already grabbed Deputy Wei's yin-yang sword with his right hand.
Is your nickname called Reincarnation Sword? I will send you to reincarnation today.
Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed coldly, and he sharply folded his right hand. This top-quality yin-yang sword of the Yellow Order was actually broken by him. With a click sound, the yin-yang sword turned into countless fragments.
What?
Deputy Wei looked horrified. However, before he could make any move, he saw Yang Mucheng wave his right hand, and countless fragments flew out, like cannonballs, and shot into Deputy Wei's body, blasting through him and turning him into a hedgehog.
Boy! Go to H.L. Come and accept your fate.
Bursts of shouts resounded crazily. The remaining 14 warriors were already approaching.
Well done!
Yang Mucheng stood there with his arms spread out. At this moment, his momentum was high, sweeping across all directions. And he was the only one who dominated. Chapter 194, Rewarded the Princess. Boom! Vast and boundless. The inner energy momentum surged like ocean waves, vibrating like thunder, and like thousands of fierce horses, emerged from Yang Muqing's body and rushed in all directions desperately. This inner energy turned into a golden ripple, which was clearly visible to the naked eye.
Kakaka.
The first thing to be affected was the things around him, whether it was the pure gold floor tiles or the dragon pillar behind them. They were all twisted, deformed, and shattered crazily at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then turned into powder.
Not good.
The expressions of the warriors who rushed towards them all changed drastically. Their attacks were instantly annihilated by this wave of internal energy. At the same time, the wave of internal energy continued unabated and directly hit everyone's bodies. Boom! 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 Bursts of muffled sound suddenly erupted, and each warrior was hit by the air waves, spitting out blood uncontrollably, and flew backwards in all directions. He fell to the ground, and even the air was filled with a strong and pungent smell of blood. Even Zhang Jiao and the others who were standing in the distance had to change their expressions and retreat extremely when they felt the power of this air wave. Hushua. The aftermath swept across, and the billowing dust enveloped most of the palace.
Cough, cough, cough.
Everyone in the palace was stirred into dust. They stared at the movement in the dust with horrified expressions on their faces. The confrontation between more than a dozen Xuanqi realm warriors was so overwhelming that it simply exceeded their imagination.
Duh.
There was a clear sound of footsteps. But when I saw Yang Mucheng walking out of the dust with his hands on his back, there was no dust on him, and he was walking leisurely, as if he was on a spring outing in the garden. Looking at the other warriors, they fell to the ground one after another, without any breath.
Now, if you give me Millennium Dragon Blood Ginseng, who else has any objections?
Yang Mucheng looked at Zhao Yin with a smile.
Reward.
Zhao Yin was stunned at first, and then overjoyed. He shouted,
The humble Zhao State, with the help of Master Yang, will definitely be able to seize the position of leader. When our Zhao State takes the position of leader, Master Yang, you will be the great hero of our Zhao State. I will make you the heavenly master who protects the country. Your status will be great.
Come and give me the 1,000-year dragon blood ginseng that I have collected.
If you don't win over such a godlike figure, are you still waiting for him to seek refuge with others? Zhao Tianwu looked at the 16 Xianqi masters he had invited, and all died at the hands of Yang Mucheng. His face turned pale, and he collapsed to the ground helplessly.
Sure enough, it's 1,000 years dragon blood ginseng. It's just that this ginseng, plus the energy and blood of these 16 people, is not enough for me to advance to the late stage of Xuanqi.
Yang Mucheng secretly regretted it, but he put away the ginseng without hesitation.
Master Yang, I will set up a state banquet for you tonight to catch the wind and wash away the dust. Master Yang, can you give me a favor?
Zhao Yin said hurriedly. Naturally, he wanted to get closer to Yang Mucheng. Setting up a feast is the best excuse. Unexpectedly, Yang Mucheng collected the dragon blood ginseng, shook his head, and refused bluntly.
No.
Zhao Yin only felt that his hot face was pressed against his cold ass. If anyone else dared to talk to him like this, he would definitely not be able to see the sun tomorrow. But after seeing Yang Muqing's methods, Zhao Yin did not dare to say anything. He only felt that it was inevitable that the other party would look down on him because of his skill. Now my mind is full of thinking about how to build a good relationship with Yang Mucheng. Late at night, Prince's mansion. Yang Mucheng sat in the first place, holding twice as hot tea in his hand. Sure enough, after he absorbed the 1,000-year dragon blood ginseng, his cultivation level did not break through, and he still stayed in the middle stage of Xianqi. After the Xuanqi realm, even for every small realm, the spiritual energy required is as large as the sea. How can it be so easy to obtain? But in a leader competition, I should be able to advance a lot. Yang Mucheng thought in his mind and looked at Zhang Jiao and others. After Mu Shan and others were killed, their dragon blood ginseng naturally belonged to Zhang Jiao and the others, and they also directly reached the mysterious Qi realm by taking these heavenly and earthly treasures.
Master Yang.
Prince Zhao Tianzhua walked out of the prince's residence in high spirits. During the battle in the palace, Yang Mucheng showed great power, and also brought the chickens and dogs to the sky, allowing Zhao Tianzhua, who was about to be deposed as the prince at any time, to secure his position as the prince. At this moment, He was followed by hundreds of people carrying large boxes and small boxes. The servant of the box is a strong man.
Today's dinner. The civil and military officials of the DPRK have given you a lot of things.
The prince held a list and read aloud.
The Prime Minister gave me 10,000 taels of gold, 1,200-year-old dragon blood ginseng, and a medium-grade weapon of the Huang rank. It's of some use, so take it. The general presented me with thousands of pieces of silk and satin, and a building in Yunwu Villa. What's the use of this? Take it all and exchange it for gold.
Although Zhao is a big country, but this is the secular world after all, and most of the items sent are antiques and silks. Naturally, Yang Mucheng didn't like these things and asked them to be exchanged for gold. After all, 10,000 gold coins are equivalent to 1 black stone, and this money will be of some use to him in the martial arts world in the future.
Father, give me a princess?
Zhao Yin was a little dumbfounded when he read it to the end. Yang Mucheng also looked forward and saw an 8-carriage sedan parked outside the prince's mansion.
The emperor has sent all the princesses here.
Wang Disheng couldn't help but shake his head. The words just fell. Zhao Tianwu was helped up by someone. She was dressed in a big red robe, and she was wearing the wedding decoration of a girl from the Zhao kingdom. Because she was a princess.
She was extremely luxurious.
Why did you send the princess here? Let her go back.
Yang Mucheng only found it funny. Zhao Yin tried every means to curry favor with him, and sent his daughters over. Obviously they want him to stand out in the alliance leader competition, win the position of alliance leader, and lead the army against Dagon. If they knew that they were Yang Mucheng, the emperor of Dakian, they would probably regret it even in their intestines.
Master Yang.
When Zhao Tianwu heard this, he quickly knelt on the ground.
Why are you kneeling to me? You should be grateful to me for letting you go back.
Yang Mucheng looked at her.
Master Yang, you don't know something. This time for the Crown Prince's competition order. We all signed a life and death certificate. If you drive me back, I will only die.
Zhao Tianwu was extremely sad. Naturally, she wanted to cut Yang Mucheng into pieces. If it hadn't been for the appearance of this young man, she would have replaced Zhao Tianzhua and become the first female emperor of the Zhao kingdom. But unfortunately, Yang Mucheng shattered all her hopes with one blow, causing her to fall from the clouds into the abyss. But later, she figured it out. Following Master Yang is no more free than being the female emperor. Moreover, what woman wouldn't like such a handsome man who possesses divine and demonic skills?
That's it. Just stay with me.
Yang Mucheng waved his hand. Zhao Tianwu was overjoyed and stood up quickly, standing obediently behind Yang Mucheng.
What are the plans of the Six Nations Alliance?
Yang Mucheng held the teacup and looked at Zhao Tianzhua. He was going to find out what kind of methods the Six Nations would use to deal with Dagon this time. Chapter 195 I don't regret it. After Zhao Tianzhua's description, only then did Yang Mucheng know everything. In addition to the millions of troops in the Six Nations Alliance, their real support is the strong men they invited from the martial arts world. In their view, as long as Yang Mucheng dies, the Dakian kingdom will be leaderless and fall into chaos. As for Xia kingdom, it is also one of their targets.
So, the position of alliance leader has become a top priority,
Zhao Tianzhua said.
Whoever can obtain the position of alliance leader can take the lion's share of the spoils. He can directly take away 30% of the cities and wealth of Dakian and Daxia. The other 5 countries will take the remaining 70%. However, with Master Yang's with this method, it would be easy to obtain the position of alliance leader.
Yang Mucheng smiled and said nothing. Not only as the leader of the alliance, he also wants to destroy all these warriors who dare to interfere in the mortal world.
Dagon, didn't even know about such a big thing as the Six Nations Alliance. If I hadn't come out personally, I would have kept everything in my bones.
Dakian is developing too fast, and many of them are still in their infancy. After this matter is resolved, I must establish an intelligence department to collect all information. This news affects not only the secular world, but also the martial arts world. After all, Yang Mucheng has half a foot in the martial arts world now, so he naturally has to pay attention to the news in the martial arts world. After the country becomes stronger, it will integrate with the martial arts world sooner or later. If we don't grasp this information, we may not know how we will be dealt with in the future.
Master Yang, it's getting late. You should rest first.
Zhao Tianzhua glanced at Zhao Tianwu and said with a smile that every man knows.
I have sent all the servants away. There is no one else in the prince's residence.
Yuchi, gilt white jade, dragon-shaped spout. An incense burner slowly emitted purple smoke, and the incense burned inside was incense. Although it was harmless, it could arouse the passion of men and women. Zhao Tianwu looked at Yang Mucheng with a red face and whispered,
Master Yang, let me undress for you.
Say it. She gently took off Yang Mucheng's belt with her jade fingers.
Is this a dragon?
Behind Yang Mucheng, a five-clawed golden dragon appears, as if it is a real existence. No matter which direction you look at it, this dragon seems to be alive and flying in the clouds and mist. However, what shocked her even more was that she originally thought that Yang Mucheng should be strong and strong. But she didn't expect that his well-proportioned figure and glossy skin would make even her, a woman, jealous.
I ruined your plan. Don't you hate me?
Yang Mucheng noticed Zhao Tianwu's small hands wandering around his body and asked with a faint smile.
Not very.
Zhao Tianwu shook his head.
Children like us born into the royal family seem to have a lifetime of glory. But in fact, they are just chess pieces. The winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. If I win, I can become the empress. If I lose, I can only be thrown into death row and never seeing the light of day again. It's a great honor for me that Master Yang is willing to take me in.
She looked at Yang Mucheng and said,
Master Yang is very capable. What woman wouldn't like someone like you?
Yang Mucheng remained silent. He remembered that when he was still in Dakian, the harem and the court were controlled by Eunuch Hai and Prime Minister Hua. If he failed in his struggle, he might end up like Zhao Tianwu. Even worse. Sighing, Yang Mucheng shook his head and said,
If you find an ordinary person to get married and have children in the future, I will promise you a life of prosperity and wealth. Don't want.
Zhao Tianwu's eyes were fascinated, and he slowly mounted Yang Mucheng's body, aiming the huge thing at himself.
You will regret this.
Yang Mucheng smiled bitterly.
I am yours in life, and your ghost in death?
Zhao Tianwu gently leaned on Yang Mucheng's body. A night of silence. Early the next morning, the emperors of the 5 great kingdoms of Wei, Qin, Xiongnu, Yu, and Chao came to the imperial city in person. The splendid red carpet was rolled out from the imperial city to the imperial palace. Zhao Yin led hundreds of civil and military officials out of the city to greet him personally. In addition to the gathering of emperors from the 5 countries, there are also powerful men invited from the martial arts world by the 5 countries. With such a battle, Zhao Yin naturally set up the highest level state banquet. After 3 drinks, everyone began to discuss the election of the leader.
Today we, the emperors of the 6 countries, are gathering together. As for the leader of the alliance, it is not a trivial matter. Of course, according to the result of our previous discussion, the 6 countries will compete with each other by force. Whoever is the strongest can easily win the position of leader. But currently there are a question. Lu Jianfei sent a message to me yesterday. He wants the position of leader. I wonder what the emperors think.
Zhao Yin asked.
Although Lu Jian is the prince of Ertai, he has entered the martial arts world since he was a child. But after all, Ertai has been destroyed, and he alone is nothing. Is it possible that such a young boy still wants to ride on the head of our 6 major countries?
As soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Wei of the Wei Kingdom spoke.
That's right. Although it was Lu Jian who led the 6 Nations Alliance this time. But our 6 major countries have a 1,000,000-strong army. Why does he command a 1,000,000-strong army? If he gets the Tiger Talisman, he wants to use it to regain his strength. What should the country do?
The Yu Emperor also shook his head.
Everything depends on strength. If this kid Lu Jian wants to win the position of alliance leader, he has to enter the arena. However, what ability does he have to seize the position of alliance leader under our 6 Nations Alliance?
Emperor Qin of Qin laughed loudly. The position of alliance leader this time is not just a false name, but also related to the distribution of spoils after capturing the 2 countries of Dakian and Xia. Therefore, the 6 major countries have already exerted all their strength, and no one wants to make wedding clothes for others. What's more, Lu Jian's identity is sensitive. He is both a member of the martial arts world and an orphan from Ertai. If he waved his arms and wanted to restore Ertai to the country, and if he gained control of a 1,000,000-strong army, then the 6 countries would be in danger. The imperial power struggle is so cruel. Although they cooperate with each other, no one trusts anyone else.
Yes, that's right. Hey, Emperor Zhao, I heard that you also invited a master from the martial arts world. Why don't you see this strongman?
The Khan of the Huns rolled his eyes and landed behind Zhao Yin. Notice, they were all strong men who had been invited by themselves, and brought them out one by one to show their national prestige. But there were only 3 people behind Zhao Yin. They had met all three of them before. One is Zhao Tianjue, the crown prince of Zhao Kingdom, and the other is Zhao Tianwu, the fifth princess. The fifth princess is now serving tea and wine to Yang Maicheng, acting like a palace maid. Although the 5 emperors present saw Yang Maicheng, no one associated this young man with a strong man in the martial arts world. After all, he is too young and his face is still a little childish. Coupled with Zhao Tianwu's intimate gesture, everyone regarded Yang Maicheng as the princess's consort. Zhao Yin drank all the nectar and jade liquid in the cup in one gulp and pointed at Yang Maicheng.
It's Master Yang. He is the strongman I invited from the martial arts world.
Master Yang? The 5 emperors of Wei, Qin, and you all look strange. Chapter 196 5 Emperors. The powerful men invited by the 5 emperors were all either Taoist immortals or tiger and wolf disciples. But Yang Maicheng looked like a young man from the mortal world at this time, accompanied by a beautiful woman with a faint smile on his face. I mean, he doesn't look like a strong man. Seeing Yang Maicheng, not only the 5 emperors showed a hint of contempt, but even the masters they recruited secretly shook their heads. Yang Maicheng's momentum was so bad that even his disciples could knock this kid down, let alone them.
Emperor Zhao, is this the strongman you invited? He must not be a parallel import from somewhere. Right. This guy doesn't look like a strong person.
Emperor Wei shook his head.
Look at the strongman I invited.
Emperor Wei pointed his right hand and landed on a seat 3 feet behind him. Sitting there was a tall, thick-set man, shirtless, minding his own business and drinking. Strangely, there was no one within a few feet of him. From a distance, one can smell the strong smell of blood exuding from this man.
His name is Zhou Baisheng, also known as the 100-Man Massacre. One person has the means to slaughter an entire country. Did you see the knife next to him? It's called the blood-drinking sword. This knife was originally made of glazed steel and gold, but because of too much blood, it was completely dyed red. Washing the capital, I can't wash it all. In order to invite this powerful man, our country of defense sent out 5,000 honor guards, and some timid ones were frightened to death on the spot.
The words just fell. Zhou Baisheng noticed that someone was talking about him, and he raised his eyelids. His eyes suddenly burst out with a burst of infinite light, shooting into Zhao Yin's eyes. Zhao Yin felt a tremor all over his body, as if he had fallen into a blood prison of the underworld, facing the waves of blood sweeping across the world. Even though Zhao Yin was an emperor, he was so frightened that he almost wet his pants at this moment.
Emperor Zhao, how are you?
Emperor Wei looked at Zhao Yin with a smile.
Powerful.
Zhao Yin didn't hesitate at all, stretched out his thumb and said in awe,
However, Master Yang is not a weakling. He can kill more than a dozen powerful Xian Qi masters out of thin air. This method is no different from that of gods and demons. Even if he encounters this week's Baisheng, he can definitely win.
In the battle in the palace yesterday, Yang Maicheng was shocked out of thin air and killed many Xuanqi experts, such as Deputy Wei, which made Zhao Yin place Yang Maicheng in a very high position in his heart.
Can you kill more than a dozen profound energy experts with just one shock?
When Zhou Baisheng heard this, he immediately put down the wine glass he was holding. His pupils closed and his eyes fell on Yang Maicheng.
No energy and blood.
Zhou Baisheng frowned and said,
Such a boy looks like a boy from the mortal world. Even I can't kill more than 10 powerful men in the Xianqi realm.
So how can he do it? Probably a liar.
At this time, a warrior from Qin State spoke. This warrior, wearing a black robe, looked like an assassin. If he hadn't spoken, it would have been difficult for anyone to notice his presence. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he exuded a compelling aura. Everyone present felt as if they were being targeted by poisonous snakes, and an extreme fear surged into their hearts.
This is?
Zhao Yin asked in silence.
He is the strong man I invited. Liang Donglai. He is known as a desperate assassin, and his hands are always covered in his sleeves. There is a saying in the martial arts world, never see Liang Donglai's hands, because when you see them, you are already dead. His shooting speed is too fast, and it is difficult to guard against him.
Emperor Qin introduced with a smile. As soon as these words were spoken, several powerful men present, including Zhou Baisheng, were startled and looked at Liang Donglai as if facing a formidable enemy.
Master Yang, I heard that you can kill more than 10 Xuanqi realm warriors out of thin air. I am very curious about your strength. Why don't we give it a try?
Liang Donglai stared at Yang Maicheng quietly. At this moment, everyone felt that Liang Donglai's momentum suddenly changed, like an awakened evil snake staring at a little white rabbit.
Middle stage of Xianqi realm? You are not worthy of letting me take action.
Yang Mucheng picked up the wine glass and smiled lightly. Quiet! Shocked as deathly silence. Everyone in the entire palace looked at Yang Mucheng in stunned silence. Regardless of whether it is Liang Donglai, Zhou Baisheng, or several other strong men, they all only have cultivation levels in the middle stage of Xuanqi. Your words directly offended the masters invited by the 5 emperors. Is this still a joke?
What an arrogant boy. Let me show you your clever tricks.
An old man wearing a white robe was furious when he heard this. When he stood up, a cold and terrifying chill centered on his body and swept crazily around him. Everyone in the palace felt that this moment was like falling into an ice cellar, and couldn't help but shudder. Even at this moment, even the wine in the cup was covered with frost.
Extreme cold sword. Zhou Yusheng.
When Liang Donglai saw the old man standing up, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Zhou Yusheng is known as the extreme cold sword. His weapon is a top-grade yellow-grade sword, which is made from thousands of years of ice. Combined with his ice heart method, it is terrifyingly powerful. The blood of those killed by him will not only be frozen, but even the internal organs will be frozen into lumps of ice.
This is a strong man invited by our country.
The Huns, Khan said with a smile. Boom! Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the masters invited by Yu and Chao all stood up. The momentum these 2 people unleashed was no less than that of Zhou Yusheng. He is also a first-class strongman. Now when these 5 people looked around, their aura had already exploded to an infinite level.
Crackling.
There were bursts of cracking sounds, and the floor tiles in the palace were shattered into pieces under the crushing force of this invisible force. Not only that, even the carved dragon and jade pillars, dining tables, cups and bowls, etc., all had terrible cracks. Even the entire palace was crumbling at this moment.
Oh my god. Just the momentum can reach this level. If they take action, won't they easily demolish the palace?
The 5 emperors were shocked. But Yang Mucheng, who was at the center of the aura-crushing force of the 5 mid-level Xuanqi experts, seemed to have no feeling at all. Not only that, everything within 3 feet of him was not crushed by the opponent's aura and remained intact.
Boy, didn't you say that I'm not worthy of fighting you? Among the 5 of us, who is qualified?
Zhou Baisheng sneered.
None of you.
Yang Mucheng was about to speak, but was interrupted by Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin is well aware of Yang Mucheng's character. This Master Yang is fearless. If you ask him this, he will offend people no matter what he says. No matter how confident Zhao Yin was in Yang Mucheng's strength, he still didn't think he could defeat these 5 beings at the same time.
So, he quickly shouted,
5 immortals, please restrain your breath. Master Yang is very drunk and drank too much. So he said the wrong thing, which offended the 5 immortals. We are all allies. Don't let this hurt your harmony.
Chapter 197. The strong gather together. Zhao Yin's persuasion prevented a shocking battle in the Zhao Palace. At the same time, he also became unhappy, thinking, Master Yang really doesn't know how high the sky is and how high it is. These 5 beings are all in the middle stage of Xianqi. I don't know how many times more powerful than Deputy Mu Shanwei. You can easily kill several Deputy Weiss. Are you still their opponent? Of course. Zhao Yin did not dare to show it. Master Yang is so young and has such means, so his arrogance is natural. It's a pity that in this world of martial arts, there is a world outside the sky, and there are people outside the world. You are so arrogant. If you meet those strong people, you will suffer a loss sooner or later. Zhao Yin opened his mouth. The 5 emperors also quickly smoothed things over. Now there are internal conflicts, which is obviously not appropriate. There was another Lu Jian outside who was watching with eagerness. He defeated Lu Jian first, and the remaining 6 countries were left to compete for the position of leader.
See you in the ring tomorrow.
Zhou Baisheng snorted coldly and sat down. The other people also snorted coldly and glanced at Yang Mucheng, obviously remembering this arrogant boy. After a while, the banquet dispersed. Only Yang Mucheng, Zhao Tianwu, Zhao Tianjue, and Zhao Yin were left in the palace.
Master Yang, you scared me to death before.
Zhao Yin had a wry smile on his face.
That's a strong man invited by the other 5 emperors. Aren't you afraid of offending 5 people at once? If 5 of them attack at the same time, my palace will collapse. What are you afraid of?
Yang Mucheng sat there, letting Zhao Tianwu squeeze his shoulders and beat his legs, and looked at Zhao Yin with a half smile.
I also want to see what kind of methods these 5 powerful men have.
OMG.
Zhao Yin almost bit off his tongue. He thought to himself, don't you know what it means to be afraid? However, he did not know Yang Mucheng's true identity. What Yang Mucheng said before was to deliberately provoke the generals and make them take action, so that he could find an excuse to kill these people. I'm not afraid even if the 5 of them attack together. Yang Mucheng smiled faintly. Zhao Yin shook his head secretly. He knew that he could not persuade him anymore. Master Yang, I know your extraordinary methods. However, our biggest enemy is not the other 5 emperors, but Lu Jian and the sect behind him. Tell me the story. Yang Mucheng suddenly became interested. Lu Jian's sect is called Wuji Palace, and it is an 8th level sect, similar to the Kanglin sect. In the sect, there is a master of the Xianqi realm who is in charge, and the 8 elders under his sect have all reached the perfection of the Xianqi realm. In the world of martial arts, it can be considered a pretty big sect. There are more than 1,000 disciples, all of whom are at the lowest level of horizontal refining. Lu Jian joined the Wuji Palace since he was a child, but because of the support of Ertai behind him, his cultivation resources were much stronger than those of ordinary disciples. He was even appreciated by a deacon at the peak of Xianqi and accepted him as his direct disciple. And his cultivation has also reached the late stage of Xianqi. This kind of strength cannot be underestimated even in the martial arts world. Is it the late stage of Xianqi? Yang Mucheng smiled faintly. He has rarely had the experience of fighting against sect disciples in the martial arts world, and most of them are casual practitioners in the martial arts world. Very good. Then I'll wait for you tomorrow. Yang Mucheng showed a hint of hope. Cutting the grass without eradicating the root is the disaster left behind. Finally, the next day came. Throughout the morning, there were countless guards in the imperial city, and the atmosphere was obviously completely different from the previous days. In the center of the imperial city, a stone platform tens of meters high was erected, and the surrounding area was filled with menacing and fierce-looking guards, with swords and weapons undisguised. The surrounding civilians were also dispersed. The emperors of the 6 kingdoms were sitting on 6 sides of the arena. Even before the battle began, there was already a sense of solemn killing. Certainly, in addition to the strong men invited by the 6 emperors from the martial arts world, there are also some warriors from the secular world. The strong men from the martial arts world also came after hearing the news and wanted to participate in this alliance leader competition. After all, if you become the leader of the alliance, you will not only be able to command an army of millions, but the 6 major kingdoms will also receive heavenly and earthly treasures as gifts. This is a great temptation for those who practice martial arts. I wonder who among the 6 countries will seize the position of leader this time. In private, some civil and military officials asked in a low voice. It's hard to say. One person shook his head and said, Qin, Wei, you, the 5 countries invited are all well-known people in the martial arts world. Either the leader of a village or the overlord of a region. It is very likely that the alliance leader the candidate is among these 5 people. Isn't there another Master Yang in the Zhao kingdom who possesses magical abilities? It is said that Emperor Zhao gave the 5th princess Zhao Tianwu to Master Yang. Could it be that he is not good at it? Someone asked doubtfully. Master Yang is too young. Moreover, he offended all the powerful men invited by the 5 emperors in the palace yesterday. Look, those 5 people are staring at Master Yang, the man said, facing forward point to go. Everyone around looked around in confusion. As expected, whether it was Zhou Baisheng, Liang Donglai or Zhou Yusheng, they all looked at Yang Mucheng with murderous eyes. Yang Mucheng, on the other hand, seemed to be completely unaware, enjoying leisurely and contentedly the peeled grapes that Zhao Tianwu put into his mouth. Master Yang's skills are extraordinary. I heard that in the palace. He killed more than 10 Xuanqi realm experts, such as Mu Shan and Deputy Wei, with a sudden shock in the palace. Are these 5 people not his opponents? A warrior asked. There is no comparison at all. The cultivation levels of Mu Shan and others are only in the early stage of Xianqi realm. But Zhou Baisheng and others are in the middle stage of Xianqi realm. Although their cultivation level is only 1 step different, their strength is completely different. Hiss. Upon hearing this, there was a gasping sound all around. Doesn't that mean there's no way to go about this? At this time, feeling the gaze from the master of the 5 emperors, even Zhao Yin was a little uneasy. He looked back at Yang Mucheng and whispered, Master Yang, if you go to the ring later, they will definitely pick you to come on stage first. Are you ready? Really? I want to see which one is unlucky enough to choose me first. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking,
A young eunuch walked onto the ring, and his shrill voice filled the ring.
Emperors! All the powerful men in the martial arts world, including all the warriors who came from all over the world. Today is the day of the Six Nations Bloodbath Alliance, and the leader of the Six Nations Alliance will be decided through a ring competition. Dacian rose from a humble beginning and was just a small country. Now it rises against the will of heaven and engulfs Ertai. Emperor Dacian Yang Muchung is even more of a wolf and tiger. If the momentum of the Dacian kingdom is not curbed, the people of the Six Nations will also be in ruins. Today's position as leader of the alliance is not only related to tens of thousands of Dawn people, but also related to the qualifications to command millions of armies. If you are a strong man who is confident in your own strength, you can go to the ring and fight to the end. He will be regarded as the leader of the alliance by the emperors of the 6 countries and lead millions of troops. Tongue!
As soon as the little eunuch finished speaking, someone from the crowd rushed out like lightning and rushed to the ring.
Oh!
Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows and looked towards the ring. He wanted to see who got on the ring first. Chapter 198 Master Yang. Come to the ring. This warrior who jumped onto the ring not only attracted Yang Muchung's attention, but also attracted more than 10,000 people in the ring. I saw. This is a short, dark man, wearing a large robe, with bandages wrapped around his hands and feet.
A person from the Dan family boxing?
Zhao Ying cried out.
Isn't Ertai wiped out? The Dan family boxing gym has been razed to the ground. How come there are still warriors practicing the Dan family boxing?
Yang Muchung sneered and said,
A 100-footed insect is dead but not stiff. In a boxing gym with thousands of disciples, there will always be 1 or 2 fish that slip through the net.
The appearance of this man, it attracted a lot of people's attention, and many people recognized his origin.
It seems that he wants to seize the position of alliance leader and avenge Ertai.
Zhao Tianzhuo laughed softly.
Yeah, they're just small fish and shrimps. Not worth mentioning.
Yang Muchung shook his head.
Tongue!
Another person was shot into the ring like an arrow.
Please!
The two clasped their fists, said okay, and started fighting. Zhao Tianwu focused all her attention on Yang Muchung. She also understood that the two people on the stage could not enter Yang Muchung's eyes at all. So Yang Muchung simply closed his eyes and rested at this moment. But she was so keen that she could also feel the concentrated murderous intention gathering in Yang Muchung's body. This murderous intention, instead of diminishing, is getting stronger and stronger. Master Yang, who are you? Zhao Tianwu thought secretly in his heart. Last night, she dedicated her first time to this young man, and she became more and more curious about this young man. Zhao Tianwu has traveled around the martial arts world since he was a child and met many people. But at such a young age, it is very rare to achieve the strength of Yang Muchung. Master Yang said last night that if I followed him, I would definitely regret it. Could it be that Master Yang is Yang Muchung? A ridiculous idea came to Zhao Tianwu's mind. Forget it. So what if it's Yang Muchung? I am his person in life, and his ghost in death. Boom! At this moment, a muffled sound came. But he saw a martial artist from the Dayan family knocking his opponent off the ring.
Let me do it!
Zhou Yuxing's eyes have always been on Yang Muchung. Whether it is him or the warriors Liang Donglai, who is not sitting upright and treating this arena match as a major event. But only Yang Muchung was lying there leisurely and contentedly. Coupled with his arrogant words yesterday, this old man became more and more unhappy and prepared to teach this junior a lesson. As soon as Zhou Yuxing stood up, there was silence all around. He was not like the previous 2 warriors, who used their physical skills to rush onto the ring, but walked step by step. But the more so, the more astonishing the momentum becomes. What was even more shocking was that, as he stepped forward step by step, chills surged through his body, leaving patches of frost on the ground where his feet landed. The momentum of this place is astonishing. Tens of thousands of people were shocked by this scene. They felt a cold wind rushing in, as if it had become the 12th lunar month of winter, and they couldn't help but shiver.
Extreme cold sword. Zhou Yuxing.
The Dayan family boxing master in the ring recognized Zhou Yuxing. At this time, the two stood on the ring. Zhou Yuxing is quite old and looks old, but his momentum is astonishing, giving people the image of a god and demon with overwhelming power. But the boxer in front of him was crushed smaller and smaller by this momentum, like a baby that had just learned to waddle.
A warrior in the early stage of horizontal training. How can you come to this kind of arena?
Zhou Yuxing put his hands behind his back and looked at the opponent quietly.
Now that you recognize me, you know my strength. Get out of here. I'll save you from death.
A trace of fear flashed in the boxer's eyes. But he refused to give in.
Master Zhou, although your cultivation is as high as the sky,
I can't let it go. I want the position of leader of the alliance to lead 1,000,000 troops to attack Dakian and restore our country to Ertai. Take the move.
The boxer growled and gritted his teeth. The next moment, his originally thin and capable body suddenly expanded crazily. The cultivation level that was originally in the early stage of horizontal training has also been raised to the middle stage of horizontal training. He stepped with the sole of his foot and started to kill Zhou Yusheng.
What kind of trick is this?
Zhao Tianwu cried out. It was no wonder that she was shocked that a boxer who was less than 1.5 meters tall could actually grow to a strong man of 2 meters.
It's not a secret technique. It's just about burning qi and blood. The strength gap between the two sides is too big. Even if he burns qi and blood, he still can't defeat Zhou Yusheng.
Yang Mucheng shook his head. The boxer's life-sacrifice attack also caused the arena to boil. Everyone looked towards the ring with their eyes widened. Zhou Yusheng shook his head lightly and said with disdain,
Since you want to die, then I will make it happen for you.
As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped lightly with the sole of his foot, and the extreme cold energy surged out crazily. He only heard a
clucking
sound, and clearly saw a piece of extreme ice. At this moment, it actually came from the boxer's toes. It burst out and spread out like lightning. When the boxer's life-threatening attack was still half a foot away from Zhou Yusheng, he was already frozen into an ice sculpture in front of everyone's shocked eyes.
Call.
Zhou Yusheng blew lightly, and the boxer's body trembled, then hit the ground with a bang and turned into countless pieces of ice. When everyone looked around, they saw that even the internal organs and blood of the boxer's body were frozen into ice.
So strong. Is this the strength of extreme cold sword Zhou Yusheng? From the beginning to the end, they didn't take any action. They just stamped their feet and killed one person. This method is too terrifying.
Saw this scene. Some of the warriors, who originally thought about fighting to win the position of alliance leader, all shrank their necks. If the opponent is only a little stronger, forget it. At least there is a possibility of winning if you give it a try. But Zhou Yusheng's strength has exceeded imagination. Just stamping his feet froze the powerful Hung Lian into a lump of ice. Who dares to get on the stage? This kind of strength is frightening and admirable. Zhou Yusheng's eyes circled around. Wherever he looked, countless warriors lowered their heads, not daring to look at each other. Then, he turned his eyes and landed on Yang Mucheng, and his cold voice echoed throughout the arena.
Master Yang, get on the ring. Didn't you say that I'm not worthy of fighting you in the middle stage of Xuanqi? You must be very powerful. Today, let me, Zhou Yusheng, the extreme cold sword, learn your clever tricks.
Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Yusheng's already extremely strong momentum burst out again at this moment. Everyone in the arena felt only a gust of cold wind, and their whole bodies were trembling. But this powerful chill was directed at Yang Mucheng. At this time, Yang Mucheng, who had been keeping his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 199 Lu Jian is coming.
Master Yang? Is Zhou Yusheng going to challenge him so soon? That's natural. Strong men like them are like dragons in the sky and must not be offended. If you dare to violate them, you will die even if you go to the sky or the sea. Then does Yang Mucheng dare to accept the challenge?
A burst of whispers continued to come from all directions. Zhao Tianzhua was the first to come to his senses. He bowed to Yang Mucheng and said,
Master Yang,
please. Almost at the same time, dozens of warriors and soldiers from the Zhao kingdom all bent down and bowed.
Please, Master Yang. Haha, okay.
Yang Mucheng laughed and prepared to stand up. However, just as he was about to stand up, his expression changed slightly.
Master Yang, what's wrong?
Zhao Tianwu asked quickly.
Someone is coming.
Yang Mucheng whispered. Anyone?
The people around him were stunned when they heard this and looked around. In the cloudless sky, how could there be even a single figure?
Master Yang, stop pretending and get on the ring.
Zhou Yusheng's eyes flashed with chills. He didn't expect that at this moment. This kid would still dare to pretend in front of tens of thousands of people.
How could anyone come in this cloudless sky? Could it be that Master Yang is afraid of Zhou Yusheng and is making up nonsense?
Liang Donglai sneered. Everyone was scratching their heads. People have already asked you to go to the ring to fight. But you are still sitting there, saying that someone is coming. But there is no one? Where is the half-figure?
Arrive!
Yang Mucheng's eyes suddenly converged, and a cold light suddenly appeared in his eyes. Everyone didn't understand why, and many people were ready to mock Yang Weicheng. Suddenly, Zhou Yusheng, Liang Donglai, and Zhou Baisheng all raised their heads in shock and looked at the sky in disbelief. In a group of white clouds in the western sky, a gap seemed to be opened in the sky, and 6 figures appeared suddenly from the void. At the same time as it appeared, it turned into 6 rays of cold light, like meteors, stepping on white clouds and flying swords, and then fell towards the ring. The leader was a middle-aged man of more than 30, with a slender figure, deep and far-sighted eyes, dark skin, a unique appearance of a Thai national, and a sword on his back, with a kind of fear that makes people feel heart-stopping. Behind him were 5 men wearing linen clothes.
Lu Jian!
Zhao Yin stared at the middle-aged man and shouted. Emperor Qin, Emperor Wei, several of them also stared wide-eyed.
Is he Lu Jian?
Zhou Yusheng looked at the middle-aged man, with a trace of sadness in his eyes.
I didn't even notice the appearance of Lu Jian and the others. How could that guy from Master Yang actually notice it?
The appearance of Lu Jian and the 5 men behind him made the entire arena fall silent. He is like a mountain that towers over the sky, suppressing all disobedience and rebellion. Recalling the appearance of the other party, many warriors present were trembling and shocked. This movement technique falling from the sky is really terrifying.
Get off Lu Jian again! Prince Erdai, I came here today to find someone from the 6 Nations Alliance to take over as leader and lead a 1,000,000-strong army against the Dacian kingdom.
Lu Jian put his hands behind his back and his voice was like a loud bell, which spread throughout the audience. Zhou Yusheng suddenly changed his color. He has been traveling in the martial arts world for more than 100 years and has met many people. But today, when I saw Lu Jian riding the light and falling from the sky, I realized what it means, that there is heaven outside the sky and there are people outside the world. However, even such a person made it impossible for him to retreat without a fight and give up his position as leader of the alliance.
Lu Jian, do you want the position of alliance leader? Today there are warriors from all over the world, and after consultation by the emperors of the 6 countries, only the winner can become the alliance leader. If you want to get the position of leader, then compete in this arena.
Zhou Yusheng slightly raised the ice sword and pointed it at Lu Jian.
Please,
he shouted loudly.
Is this the truth?
Lu Jian looked at the 6 emperors in the arena with a half-smile.
That's right.
Although the 6th emperor was also shocked by Lu Jian's godlike appearance, he would not give up the military power of a 1,000,000-strong army to others.
In that case, I will follow it. However, as a warrior in the middle stage of Xianqi, you are not worthy of my taking action. Zhao Weicheng, go ahead.
Lu Jian glanced at Zhou Yusheng indifferently and walked off the ring with the other 4 people, leaving only a man named Zhao Weicheng standing on the ring. A hint of humiliation flashed in Zhou Yusheng's eyes. After all, he was well known in the martial arts world. He challenged Lu Jian, but the other party humiliated him like this. Not only did he refuse to fight, he also sent a servant. Moreover, Lu Jian's tone was exactly the same as Master Yang's, which made him feel unbearably angry. In this case, I will kill your slave first, and then I will kill you, Zhou Yusheng shouted loudly. Clang! He thrust his sword forward, and his inner energy surged over. At this moment, the temperature of the arena suddenly dropped to freezing point, and even snowflakes began to fall faintly in the void. At the same time, Zhou Yusheng turned into a ray of light and pointed directly at Zhao Weicheng. Liang Donglai shouted in a low voice.
Zhou Yu was so angry that he even showed off his sword skills that were hidden from the bottom of the box.
Zhou Baisheng narrowed his eyes and stared closely at Zhou Yusheng's sword. The surrounding warriors only felt the cold air was overwhelming, and they used their inner strength to resist it. Click, click, click. The ice surges, and the sword points between the eyebrows. The speed of his sword was extremely fast, like a flash of cold light, causing the already low temperature to drop a few points. Even the 100-meter arena was frozen into ice at this moment, which was simply unbelievable. Zhao Weicheng stood there, motionless. He didn't react until Zhou Yusheng's sword struck in front of him. I saw him holding the hilt of the sword tightly with his right hand. He didn't even draw the sword, but pointed it forward along with the scabbard. His sword strike came last, and with a loud bang, his scabbard had already touched the tip of Zhou Yusheng's sword.
Boom!
While everyone was confused, they heard bursts of explosions, centered on Zhao Weicheng's body. The ice covering it exploded crazily at this moment. At the same time, Zhou Yusheng screamed and flew backwards. The ice sword in his hand, made of thousands of years of ice, was broken at this moment and turned into countless fragments. A sword broke through Zhou Yusheng's move. But Zhao Weicheng had no intention of holding back. Instead, he laughed evilly and flicked the tip of the sword. The fragments of the ice sword floating in the air were suddenly pulled by a strange force, and turned into countless sharp arrows, and shot towards Zhou Yusheng. Puff! 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 At this moment, Zhou Yusheng was like 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. His whole body was shot into a sieve on the spot, and he was directly blasted out of the ring. He fell heavily to the ground, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Quiet! At this moment, the entire arena, filled with tens of thousands of people, was completely silent. When the Khan of the Xiongnu Kingdom saw Zhou Yusheng being defeated with one sword and killed with a second sword, his face suddenly turned pale, as if he was mourning for his heir. Chapter 200. Ask me if I agree. Powerful. Too strong. Killing a warrior in the middle stage of Xuanqi with 2 swords is already an extremely terrifying method.
Who is he?
Someone looked at Zhao Weicheng.
When Lu Jian was brought into the martial arts world, the Emperor of Ertai found 5 young people from all over the country to serve as study companions. Zhao Weicheng must be one of them.
Emperor Qin tightened his grip on the seat handle and gritted his teeth.
Why is he so strong? Why is he willing to obey Lu Jian's command if he is so powerful?
Someone else asked. Liang Donglai smiled bitterly.
In the martial arts world, strength is respected. Since these people are willing to obey orders, it is obvious that Lu Jian is stronger.
Zhao Weicheng put one hand behind his back and looked across the audience.
You can't even resist my 2 swords, and you still want to fight with the prince. I don't know what to say.
After saying that, he stood high and asked loudly,
who else wants to come up and learn?
Liang Donglai and Zhou Baisheng, several middle-level Xuanqi warriors present, remained silent. There were more than 1,000 warriors in the arena, but no one dared to speak. Although Zhao Weicheng was just a boy studying with him, he followed Lu Jian from the sky and killed Zhou Yusheng with 2 swords. Who would dare to go forward and die?
Terrible. Master Zhou, do you want to take action?
Emperor Wei was quite unwilling and looked at Zhou Baisheng. Zhou Baisheng showed a hint of fear and lost his previous arrogance. He shook his head and said,
Emperor Wei, my strength is almost the same as Zhou Yusheng's. He can't even withstand 3 moves. Even if I get on the ring, I'm no match for him. Master Liang?
Emperor Qin looked at Liang Donglai almost pleadingly. Liang Donglai said nothing. His hands were covered in his sleeves, and he wanted to shrink into a ball. The emperor present was almost paralyzed when he saw this scene. No one dared to go up.
Oh my god! My god! I miscalculated. This Lu Jian, he is just a study boy and has such terrifying strength. What if he comes on stage?
Zhao Yin shook his head repeatedly, his face already pale. He glanced at Yang Mucheng and didn't mention anything about letting him come on stage. No one among the tens of thousands of people present dared to say a word. No matter how powerful you are, can you defeat the other party? Only Zhao Tianwu looked at ease. She still carefully peeled the grapes and fed them to Yang Mucheng one by one. Yang Mucheng, on the other hand, was enjoying it with a smile on his face, as if everything in the ring had nothing to do with him. Zhao Weicheng asked again. There was still no answer in the arena. He raised the corners of his mouth and bowed to Lu Jian.
Emperor Wei, the position of leader of the alliance belongs to me, and the military power of a 1,000,000-strong army belongs to me. Do you agree?
Lu Jian sat firmly on the Diaoyu Island with his hands behind his back.
Agree.
Emperor Wei arched his hands, feeling extremely unwilling but helpless.
Emperor Qin, what about you?
Lu Jian asked again.
Agree.
Emperor Qin smiled bitterly and nodded quickly.
Khan, I agree. Emperor, I agree. I agree. I agree.
There was no need for Lu Jian to ask, as the other emperors had already spoken. After Zhao Yin finished speaking, he slumped on the chair as if he had collapsed. He smiled bitterly and almost looked up to the sky with a sigh.
The whole plan was just one move away. This Lu Jian is so powerful that almost no one can defeat him. He took away the position of alliance leader, and the 6 major kingdoms are in danger.
Lu Jian nodded with satisfaction. At this point, the overall situation has been decided. With the position of alliance leader, I will be able to have the military power of 1,000,000 troops. When the time comes, with my own methods, I can lead my troops into the Dacian kingdom, flatten the Yingtian Emperor city, and capture Yang Mucheng alive. Father, I will make Yang Mu repay your revenge 100 times or 1,000 times. Lu Jian clenched his fists. He looked at the 6 emperors and said loudly,
"Bring the tiger talisman."
Zhao Yin sighed, hooked his hand, and immediately a young eunuch behind him came over holding a jade plate. There is a tiger-shaped monster filled with pure gold on the jade plate, but it is only half of it. This is the tiger talisman. Holding this tiger talisman can lead the Zhao army. He took out the other half of the tiger-shaped monster from his arms, and the two merged into one, as if they were made in heaven. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Yin was ready to take the tiger talisman and hand it to Lu Jian.
"Slow!"
At this time, someone shouted, "Uh-huh." In an instant, countless eyes gathered in the entire arena.
"Who are you?"
Lu Jian frowned slightly. He was about to get the tiger talisman, but now he was interrupted. He was extremely unhappy.
"Are you crazy?"
Zhao Yin roared in a low voice. This Lu Jian's method is so powerful that even the other 5 emperors have surrendered. There are so many warriors present who dare not resist. But you, Master Yang, stand up. Do you want to cause trouble? If the other party is angered, with Lu Jian's strength, he will never mind killing one more person. In fact, even they will be implicated.
"I am a warrior invited by Zhao State. You have asked Emperor Zhao, but you have not asked me. If you want to take away the tiger talisman, you have to ask me if I agree."
Yang Muqing's next words made Zhao Yin's expression change even more. Lu Jian's eyes turned cold, and he looked directly at him. At this moment, several people around Yang Muqing were frightened by this look. The timid Zhao Tianjue even fell to the ground with his knees weak, not daring to raise his head. The others who still had some strength fled away, as if they were avoiding the god of plague, for fear of being in any way related to Yang Muqing. As for Zhao Yin, he disappeared early in the morning. Only Zhao Tianwu, although she was afraid of Lu Jian's gaze, gritted her teeth and sat next to Yang Muqing.
"Aren't you afraid of him?"
Yang Muqing was slightly surprised, as was Zhao Tianwu. He originally thought that the princess would run away as eagerly as the others. After all, Zhao Tianwu had only committed herself to him in order to survive.
"Afraid? But I am yours. Even if you go up to the mountain of swords or to the sea of fire, I will follow you,"
Zhao Tianwu whispered. Yang Muqing's heart moved. He originally planned to destroy the alliance of the 6 countries and directly massacre the royal families of the 6 countries. But now Zhao Tianwu's words gave him new ideas. With a faint smile, he patted Zhao Tianwu on the head.
"In that case, I will allow you to stay with me forever."
After saying that, Yang Muqing slowly stood up and walked towards the ring. As he walked, the people around him parted like the tide.
It turns out there are still people who are not afraid of death.
Lu Jian suddenly showed a hint of disdain when he discovered that Yang Muqing could not reach the middle stage of Xianqi.
"It's the same thing if I kill you and take the tiger talisman. Zhao Weicheng, don't let this kid die too happily." "Yes."
Zhao Weicheng nodded. Within a moment, Yang Muqing arrived in front of the ring. This arena is 20 or 30 meters high. All the warriors who enter the arena jump up and show off their extraordinary skills. Only Yang Muqing walks up step by step and honestly, under the eyes of thousands of people. He stayed in front of Zhao Weicheng.
"Let's start."
Yang Muqing grinned. Chapter 201 Killed with one punch. Let's start. Clang. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Weicheng took the lead. As before, he still did not draw the sword out of its sheath, and pointed the scabbard at Yang Muqing's chest.
"Oh, this kid is really arrogant."
Liang Donglai shook his head secretly.
"Forget it. He has always looked down upon everyone, thinking that Tian is the boss, and he is the second child. Not only does he dare to be rude to us, but now he is even more arrogant towards people like Lu Jian."
Zhou Baishang stared at the ring, sighed and said,
"We don't even dare to take a breath in front of these people. What qualifications do you have to challenge Lu Jian and the others?"
Zhao Guo sighed. They all wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl in. Yang Muqing's actions directly made Zhao Guo a target of public criticism. If he really offended the other party, Lu Jian could even commit a bloodbath in the palace.
"I guess Master Yang can't resist Zhao Weicheng's move." "Right."
Everyone was thinking in their hearts and looked forward. Phew! Zhao Weicheng's sword set off a wave of air 4 to 5 meters high, rising like a surging tide and hitting Yang Muqing heavily. Wherever the air wave passed, stone slabs on the arena peeled off inch by inch and turned into dust.
"You dare to enter the arena at the middle stage of the Xianqi realm?"
Zhao Weicheng sneered disdainfully.
"Look at how my sword will shatter all the muscles and bones in your body."
Yang Muqing raised his eyebrows and said with a smile,
What about the middle stage of the Xianqi realm? Don't you know that even those who are in the middle stage of the Xianqi realm have different strengths? Forget it. Let me show you the real gap between us. After saying that, he grabbed his right hand forward. The earth-shaking and shocking wave of air was blocked by him with one hand before it hit him. His slight blocking was like blocking the waves sweeping across the world. Hisses. When everyone in the ring saw the scene, their eyes widened and they gasped, unable to believe it. This kid can actually withstand Xiao Weiqing's attack? Emperor Wei asked with wide eyes. Huh? Xiao Weicheng just followed Lu Jian's order and didn't kill him. If he really takes action, can Master Yang resist? Zhou Baisheng shook his head. This kid is so arrogant that it would be a shame to die. It's a pity that Lu Jian took over the position of alliance leader. And we all went for nothing. Liang Donglai and other warriors also nodded repeatedly. Even if they try their best to pay for themselves, they may not be Xiao Weiqing's opponents. And this Master Yang is so young. Although he has reached the middle stage of Xuanqi, how can he be Xiao Weiqing's opponent? What's more, there are 4 other study boys. And Lu Jian himself has not yet taken action. Not only were they not optimistic about Yang Maicheng, but no one present was optimistic about him. You are actually quite capable of blocking my attack. But the game is over. Xiao Weiqing's eyes were cold. His inner energy surged, and a surge of power poured directly into the long sword. There was just a bang sound, and the scabbard wrapped around the long sword exploded. At the same time, the air wave that was blocked by Yang Muqing's hand started rolling again at this moment, rising more than 10 meters high. Jianna! He shouted. Immediately, the air waves in the void quickly circled and circled under the surge of a strange force, transforming into an ultimate whirlwind, surging in the void like a long river. And even as it appeared, it quickly swept out and rushed towards Yang Maicheng. Ridiculous. Yang Maicheng looked at the charging Jianhe and slowly pushed out his right fist. How dare you speak harshly when death is imminent? Xiao Weicheng was furious. Yang Muqing's repeated provocations had already made him throw Lu Jian's words out of the sky. He just wanted to kill this boy who didn't know the heights of the sky with one sword. Clang! The sound of the sword resounded, and the speed of his sword suddenly increased several times. It was like an aurora shooting from the sky, and it rushed to Yang Muqing's fist almost in an instant. This sword is as fast as lightning. Even Zhou Baisheng, Liang Donglai and others in the ring could only see a misty light. Wherever the sword passed, the air was torn apart, and the cultivation of a middle-stage Xuanqi warrior was vividly displayed. Well, Yang Muqing sighed, and hit the sweeping sword river with his right fist without any hesitation. Xiao Weicheng, be careful! At this moment, Lu Jian's expression suddenly changed under the ring. He shouted loudly and wanted to save him, but it was already too late. Before Xiao Weicheng could hear clearly what Lu Jian said, Yang Muqing's punch had already hit his sword hard. Boom! Xiao Weiqing's expression changed drastically. He felt that Yang Muqing's punch was like the ancient power used by an ancient god. It was extremely powerful. His indestructible Jianhe was as fragile as glass under the opponent's light punch. It was smashed to pieces with just one punch. Not good! Only then did Xiao Weicheng become wary. But now it's too late to escape. Yang Muqing's punch seemed slow, but was actually fast. It almost shattered the sword river, and hit Xiao Weiqing's chest at the same time. Boom! Like a meteorite falling to the ground. The ground was shaken by the sound of huge thunder. At this moment, everyone covered their ears and looked at the ring in shock. Yang Muqing's punch landed lightly on Xiao Weiqing's chest, but its explosive power was not weak at all. At this moment, the clothes on Xiao Weiqing's upper body were completely shattered. There was a clicking sound on his chest, and a fist mark several inches deep was sunk directly into his chest. Immediately afterwards, the force of this punch penetrated his limbs and bones. There was a crackling sound all over Xiao Weiqing's body, and all the bones in his body were completely shattered. The whole person collapsed on the ground like a puddle of mud. Killed Xiao Weicheng with one punch. Countless people stared wide-eyed. They thought about various possibilities. Yang Maicheng lost to Xiao Weicheng and was easily killed by the opponent. There was also Yang Maicheng who knew he was outmatched and knelt down to beg for mercy and begged the other party to spare his life. He was even captured alive by Xiao Weicheng and tortured to death in front of tens of thousands of people. But, however, he did not expect that Yang Maicheng could kill Xiao Weicheng with one blow. This kind of strength. Zhou Baisheng's face was ashen. He remembered that in the palace yesterday, Yang Maicheng had said that they were not worthy of taking action against him. At that time, he only thought that this kid was arrogant and ignorant.
But now that I think about it, I just feel cold all over. If they really want to take action, they may not be able to resist Yang Muqing's move.
Too strong.
Liang Donglai's body was limp. Yang Mucheng had punched him earlier, and he put himself into it, wondering how he should face this punch. But he racked his brains and couldn't think of how to resist this punch. Even surviving this punch is a difficult problem.
How dare you kill someone? Prince, let me come to power. I will kill this son and avenge Zhao Weicheng.
The 4 remaining boys, who were accompanying the students, started to drink angrily. Yang Mucheng stood with his hands behind his back and said with a faint smile,
As long as you kill people, I am not allowed to kill anyone. Once you enter this arena, life or death is a matter of fate. Zhao Weicheng is not strong. If he dies at my hand, he can't blame others. Lu Jian, you want the military power and the Tiger Talisman? If you defeat me, I will give up the military power and the Tiger Talisman to you.
When Lu Jian heard this, his expression darkened. Chapter 202 Severing Ties. If you want to get the Tiger Talisman, you have to defeat me first. Yang Muqing's words spread throughout the arena, causing everyone to be shocked.
Prince, please give the order and allow me to kill this son.
Yao Yifei knelt on one knee and shouted loudly.
Prince!
Ku Guangming, Qin Jianren, and Lu Wu shouted in unison.
Arrogant!
Apart from this word, they would never be able to think of any other words to describe this boy.
Emperor Zhao, is this what you mean?
Lu Jian narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhao Yin with a sneer. After all, this kid was a martial arts expert invited from Zhao State, so he had to ask clearly.
This kid killed my slave. What do you think should be done with him?
Hearing Lu Jian ask this, everyone in the arena looked towards Zhao Yin. They wanted to know whether Zhao Yin would give up on Yang Mucheng because of this. After all, Lu Jian was too strong. Although Yang Mucheng killed one of his schoolboy companions, Lu Jian's overall strength was not greatly affected. Zhao Yin was silent for a few breaths, looked at Lu Jian and couldn't help but smile bitterly.
Master Lu, you must kill someone to pay for your life. Master Yang, I will leave it to you to deal with. Father, how could you do this? Master Yang is standing up for our Zhao country.
Zhao Tianwu was shocked. She did not expect that her father Zhao Yin did not say a single kind word to Yang Mucheng, and did not even say a word. He begged for mercy, but instead pushed him out directly, completely severing contact.
I have advised Master Yang not to be impulsive, but he insists on doing this, and I can't do anything but cut off the relationship with him.
Zhao Yin glanced at Zhao Tianwu.
Xiao Wu, you were born in the royal family. You must know that the rules of the royal family are like this. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit.
Buzz. Zhao Yin's words made Zhao Tianwu feel a sense of sadness over the death of a rabbit or a fox. It was because he was defeated that he was given to Master Yang. Maybe, if Master Yang is defeated next, she will be given to Lu Jian. She is a princess of a country, not a commodity that can be traded. Zhao Tianwu smiled bitterly, and the nostalgia for Zhao Guo was completely gone.
Master Yang, you must win.
Zhao Tianwu clenched his fists and looked at Yang Mucheng.
Master Yang, Zhao Guo has given up on you. What qualifications do you have to fight with me?
Lu Jian clasped his hands behind his back, as if he had a chance to win. His appearance directly caused the 6 countries to turn to him, and with the support of the 6 countries, Lu Jian grew infinitely.
Strength is king. Stop talking nonsense and get on the ring.
Yang Mucheng looked at Lu Jian.
Boy, I've tolerated you for a long time.
With a roar, Yao Yifei exploded. When he stepped on the ground, it was like the rumble of a boulder rolling down. The rocks on the ground cracked crazily when he stepped on them, and dense cracks quickly spread around like a spider web. With the help of this explosive force, Yao Yifei shot out like sharp arrows, directly towards Yang Mucheng on the ring. His sword was like an inverted meteor in the night sky, whizzing towards him in an instant, turning crazily in front of Yang Mucheng. Clang! 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 The escaping sword energy blasted out a series of traces of swords and axes in the arena built entirely of rocks.
This Yao Yifei is so strong!
Seeing this scene, Liang Donglai took a breath of air. Zhou Baixing's eyes widened as well. They didn't expect that each of Lu Jian's 5 fellow students would be more powerful than the last. They couldn't resist Yao Yifei's sword.
The overall situation has been decided. Master Yang doesn't have the means to reach the sky and can't turn things around.
Emperor Wei secretly shook his head. In the hearts of the 6 major countries, they naturally hoped that Yang Mucheng can win. But ever since they saw Lu Jian's methods, They had completely lost their minds.
Master Yang,
Zhao Tianwu clenched her fists tightly and shouted.
I can kill this little fly with one slap.
Yang Mucheng turned his head and smiled at Zhao Tianwu. When he spoke, he slapped Yao Yifei, who was coming towards him. This palm was still quite far away from Yao Yifei. Just when everyone was wondering if Yang Mucheng was punching the air, they saw that as Yang Mucheng struck the palm, a giant palm appeared in the sky, flying towards Yao Yi, covering the sky and the sun, as if the ancient gods worked together to lift Mount Buzhou and smash it down.
What?
Lu Jian's expression changed drastically. He originally thought that Yao Yifei could easily kill Yang Mucheng, but who knew that the opponent's palm was beyond his expectation. By the time he reacted and wanted to take action, it was already too late.
Boom!
Yao Yifei, who was in midair, took the palm forcefully. He was like a ball that was slapped away, or like a meteorite that suddenly hit him. At this moment, not only was his technique broken, but his whole body was hit with a crash. Just hearing a loud noise, Yao Yifei fell from the sky, and his whole body was shot into the ground. With the sound of rumbling, a crack was opened on the ground. Everyone felt a tremor like an earthquake. Zhao Yin, Emperor Wei, and others were shaken from their chairs by this huge vibration.
I told you, Lu Jian, let you get on the ring.
Yang Mucheng took back his hand and said calmly. When he said this before, everyone thought he was ignorant and too bold. But when he saw his palm, Yao Yifei's whole body was blasted into the ground, and he disappeared without a trace. Only then did he realize how terrifying he was.
Who are you anyway?
Lu Jian's expression also changed. A strong man who is so young and has such terrifying cultivation. Could he be Yang Mucheng? No. Yang Mucheng only has half a step of profound energy at most. Yang Mucheng is not from the martial arts world, and his cultivation level can be raised to half a step of profound energy, which is enough to defy the heavens. This guy may be some old monster who has rejuvenated himself. Lu Jian suppressed the contempt on his face, raised his head, and looked directly at Yang Mucheng.
Master Yang, I have underestimated you. Since you want to fight me, then I will fall to the ground with you.
Lu Jian grinned and walked towards the ring. Boom! Almost as soon as he took the first step, his breath was already rising and bursting out. With each subsequent step, his aura increased by 1 point, reaching an extremely high peak. His steps were mysterious and empty, as if he were stepping in the air. Every step landed on the void, and the entire void seemed to be lit up, bursting out with a burst of magical light. More than 10 steps in a row, Lu Jian stepped onto the ring and stood in front of Yang Mucheng. At this moment, his late-stage cultivation of Xian Qi was unreservedly released. Without taking action, just this terrifying pressure made the 20 to 30 meter high arena under Lu Jian's feet groan with a crack sound, as if it would collapse at any time. Yang Mucheng, on the other hand, put his hands behind his back and looked at Lu Jian quietly.
It's over.
Lu Jian grinned and punched directly without any fancy. Chapter 203, Broken Mountains and Rivers. How terrifying is it to strike with all your strength in the late stage of Xian Qi? This punch was as fast as lightning, like a cannonball fired from a barrel, tearing the air directly, and it exploded to the absolute extreme at this moment. Even the entire arena was brought up by a thunderous howling wind, and some warriors with relatively low cultivation levels were blown around by this hurricane. The sixth emperor lay on the ground in fear, watching Lu Jian's punch with trembling fear.
So strong!
Yang Mucheng was slightly shocked. This is the difference between the martial arts world and the secular world. In the secular world, a person in his 40s or 50s who can cultivate to the level of horizontal training is considered a genius. But in the martial arts world, some geniuses are able to reach this point. His pupils narrowed slightly, and he punched out as well, looking for death.
How dare you fight me?
Lu Jian smiled disdainfully. Boom! Then, fists clashed. It's just a fist fight. If it were an ordinary person fighting against each other, there would even be a muffled sound. But the martial arts master's fist fight was like a mountain pillar holding up the sky being flipped and smashed down by an ancient giant. It was so powerful that it was incomparable. On the stage, a burst of inner energy burst out, as if the sound of heaven and earth falling suddenly resounded. This huge arena suddenly collapsed as fragile as a pile of sand under the horrified gazes of countless people. Not only, hundreds of cracks, centered on the two fists, extended out, covering the entire arena at this moment. Call. The ultimate hurricane swept out of the ring desperately, flying out the warriors watching the battle like rag dolls, and smashing them heavily on the ground. These people didn't even bother to get up. They just looked forward. Looking at it, he couldn't help but take a breath of air. In the center of the leveled arena, Yang Mucheng stood there proudly, having completely withstood Lu Jian's punch.
How can this be?
There was a burst of exclamation from the crowd. In disbelief, Liang Donglai, Zhou Baisheng and others widened their eyes and almost bit their tongues.
He actually withstood Lu Jian's punch?
Nature. The one who was even more shocked was Lu Jian. The opponent was clearly in the middle stage of Xianqi, but he withstood a full blow from his own late stage Xianqi.
Why is he so strong?
Lu Jian roared in his heart. He originally thought that it would be easy for him to get 1,000,000 soldiers. But now a Yang division has emerged that can compete with him. He was thinking about who Master Yang was. Yang Mucheng smiled faintly, rushed over quickly, and punched again. The 36 moves of Zhengwu come out together. When the 36 movements are released together, each punch contains 36 changes and 36 kinds of divine power. Movement, strength, speed, all surge endlessly. At this moment, he rushed in front of Lu Jian and punched him directly in the face.
Not good!
Lu Jian screamed in his heart and quickly withdrew his hands and placed them in front of him to resist. Boom! Block! Block! But the power of this punch exploded out without any hindrance, hitting Lu Jian directly like a rolling wave, shooting him out like a cannonball. The huge arena was directly penetrated by Lu Jian's body. At this moment, more than 1/5 of the area of the arena was directly razed to the ground. Lu Jian, who was blasted out, hit one house after another, until most of the street was leveled to the ground before he stopped.
Master Yang!
Zhao Yin was stunned and fell to his knees. He remembered that he had directly distanced himself from the relationship between Yang Mucheng and Zhao Guo under the threat of Lu Jian, and he suddenly trembled with fear.
He actually completely suppressed Lu Jian.
Liang Donglai swallowed his foam and said in a trembling voice,
You made a mistake. With his strength, he is indeed qualified to challenge Lu Jian. And he is indeed qualified not to take us seriously.
Zhou Baisheng smiled bitterly.
Master Yang is so strong.
Ku Guangming was stunned and lost his voice.
Fart. The prince hasn't made any real move yet. If he draws his sword, he can kill him in an instant.
Lu Wu spat and said fiercely. The entire imperial city was alarmed. Everyone looked towards the battlefield. Duh. Yang Mucheng walked slowly towards the ruins on the street. He didn't see any movement, but his eyes closed, and a bunch of flames poured out like a candle dragon spitting fire, rushing directly towards the ruins. Only a burst of crackling sound was heard, and the entire street was burned by the vastness. Became a flame. Boom! Flame soared into the sky, burning the entire imperial city's sky red.
Did Master Yang win? With such a huge flame, I'm afraid Lu Jian would have been burned into a mummy.
Someone said.
No. Look what that is.
Just when everyone thought the victory was determined, the raging fire was like a tide, suddenly parting, and Lu Jian slowly walked out. His originally empty right hand was holding a sword. Apparently, he had drawn the sword.
Chang!
A burst of extreme sword sound suddenly resounded. Lu Jian already had a gloomy expression on his face as he charged forward with extreme force. As his sword danced, everything within 100 meters was surrounded by a terrifying sword aura. Everywhere he passed, whether it was houses or other buildings, were chopped into pieces. At this moment, Lu Jian was extremely angry. Yang Mucheng's strength has exceeded his imagination, especially the previous flames. Without the amulet given to him by the sex deacon, he would have been burned to ashes.
Broken mountains and rivers.
Lu Jian closed his eyes and exploded with all his strength. I saw him holding the sword in both hands, swinging it left and right, and in an instant he had struck out 18 swords. The 18 swords in his right hand quickly merged into one sword in an instant, turning into an ultimate sword light and rushing towards Yang Mucheng crazily.
Broken mountains and rivers.
Ku Guangming cried out.
The prince has used all these tricks. This kid is dead.
Clang. The sound of the sword resounded, and the extreme sword light almost touched the ground and pierced Yang Mucheng's heart. Wherever the sword light passed, the stone slabs on the ground were quickly separated like a tide, and they were shattered crazily and turned into powder under the crushing force of the sword light. Wherever Lu Jian passed, he left behind a sword mark that was 100 meters long, half a meter deep, and several inches wide. It was as if this sword had split the entire imperial city of Zhao into two halves.
Broken mountains and rivers. Let me crush your sword with this punch.
Yang Muchung stood there, looking at the extremely powerful sword light that seemed to cut off the entire imperial city. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, raised his right fist slightly, and clenched the void. The inner energy that he had developed surged rapidly at this moment, surging out like a volcano and pouring into his right fist. One punch. Blast out. Chapter 204. I am the Emperor of Dakian.
Master Zhou, is Duanshan very strong?
Emperor Wei asked.
It's more than powerful. This is a low-grade Xianqi martial art. You will know how terrifying it is just by seeing this sword move.
Zhou Baisheng smiled bitterly and said,
And Lu Jian is still a strong person in the late Xianqi stage. The power of a sword is fully demonstrated by him. If he is willing, he can cut the entire imperial city in half with one sword. Then Master Yang is dead. Isn't he?
Emperor Wei's eyes widened, and he looked forward.
It's hard to save an immortal.
Zhou Baisheng shook his head. Far away, Emperor Qin also had his eyes widened and looked forward in disbelief.
Master Liang, who do you think will win? Lu Jian or Master Yang?
Emperor Qin asked.
Now it seems that Master Yang has little chance of winning. Lu Jian's cultivation level is higher than his, and he can even break mountains and rivers. Master Yang has almost no chance of blocking Lu Jian's shocking blow.
Liang Donglai shook his head. Shake his head. This moment, everyone seemed to have foreseen the final result. But then, Yang Muchung launched his punch. There was only a crackling sound, as if the entire space was shattered by this punch. Under the shocked eyes of countless people, it was heavily shaken by the sword light.
What? He actually used his body to resist the sword of Duanshan, huh?
Countless people's eyes widened.
Court death.
Lu Jian was extremely angry. He shouted loudly. His eyes suddenly swelled, and they were quickly covered with blood. Veins all over his body popped out crazily, and all his inner energy was poured into this sword. In an instant, the sword light suddenly increased several times at this moment, as if it was about to swallow Yang Muchung directly. At this moment, Yang Muchung's body trembled, spitting out a mouthful of blood mist that filled the sky, and his whole body burst out. In the eyes of countless people, he was blasted into the arena from the outside. Boom! As he retreated, Yang Muchung did not lose his balance, but moved backwards with his feet close to the ground. But as he retreated, he bumped into countless buildings. It was exactly the same as Lu Jian's posture when he was punched out before.
Master Yang, if you can resist my sword, how long can you last?
Seeing Yang Muchung spitting out a mouthful of blood, Lu Jian's expression suddenly darkened. Being pushed to such an extent by such a kid who jumped out of nowhere, he was already filled with unbearable anger. But then everything was over, because he only needed one sword to completely kill the opponent.
Is it?
Yang Muchung grinned and slowly wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth.
Look at the sword in your hand.
Lu Jian was startled and looked quickly. I saw that the sword in his hand was already covered with cracks without knowing when, and the cracks all over the body covered the sword like a spider web. It suddenly collapsed under Lu Jian's shocked gaze. It turns out that his previous punch had already shattered my sword. Lu Jian's heart suddenly sank to the bottom, and he felt cold and trembling all over his body.
Kill him quickly!
At this moment, Lu Jian almost didn't hesitate at all and immediately shouted, Tongue! 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 Almost at the same time, Yao Yifei and others turned into sharp arrows and rushed towards Yang Muchung crazily.
Hey! Now I know I'm afraid. But it's too late.
Yang Muchung grinned, and his whole body suddenly tensed up like a strong bow, and his muscles were completely tightened at this moment. His right fist was slightly closed, and at this moment it was like a charged crossbow arrow, and at the next moment it was smashed out, tearing apart all obstacles. Boom! This punch created an ultimate fist seal, and a huge fist suddenly formed in the void, suddenly bringing out a white wave of air in the arena. Wherever it passed, Yao Yifei and the other three were directly hit. This wave of air tore it apart. Lu Jian was even more shocked. His chest suddenly dented with a deep fist mark, and his back also bulged sharply. He stood there, and when everyone looked around, they saw that blood was gushing out from his eyes, ears, mouth and nose, dripping onto the ground.
Cough, cough, cough.
He opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood mist.
So strong! Who are you? In order to destroy my doggone kingdom, you convened a six-nation alliance here to select the world's masters to deal with me. Don't you still know who I am?
Yang Muchung withdrew his fist, no longer concealed his identity,
and called himself You? A trace of panic flashed in Lu Jian's eyes. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't speak anymore. His whole body burst out with a crackling sound and crashed to the ground. Yang Muqing's punch with all his strength had already shattered all the bones and hard veins in Lu Jian's body. He was still able to speak because he relied on his late-stage Xuanqi cultivation to support him. Lu Jian is dead. 5 of his book boys also died. Yang Muqing stood in the center of the ring with his hands behind his back. He slowly sucked in all the energy and blood of the warriors on the field into his body. Not only did Lu Jian's previous injuries recover in this instant, but his cultivation level also reached a higher level. Reaching the late stage of Xianqi, he slowly opened his eyes, looked around, and said calmly, Lu Jian is dead. What else do you want to say? Quiet. There were tens of thousands of people in the arena, and there was silence and deathly silence. No one made a sound, whether it was the emperors of the 6 kingdoms, Liang Donglai and Zhou Baisheng behind them, or the warriors who came from all over the world. What surprised them was not that Yang Muqing could kill Lu Jian, but Yang Muqing's true identity. He, Master Yang, is actually Yang Muqing. How is this possible? Zhao Tianjue pointed at Yang Muqing, dumbfounded. His words revealed everyone's thoughts. Their 6-nation alliance gathered together and called on the strong to deal with Yang Muqing. As a result, Yang Muqing sneaked in under their noses. Not only did he sneak in, he also beat Lu Jian to death and dominated the entire scene. Without a doubt, this is the worst possible outcome. Zhao Yin knelt on the ground with complicated eyes. He wanted to tear Zhao Tianjue into pieces. Zhao Tianjue went to the martial arts world to invite masters back. But why did he bring Yang Muqing with him? And he also defeated everyone. But he didn't dare to act rashly. Once Lu Jian died, almost no one in the arena could suppress Yang Muqing. There is not even a single enemy of the opponent. Master Yang. So, is this your true identity? Zhao Tianwu put her beautiful eyes on Yang Muqing. At this moment, she finally understood why the other party said that you would regret following me. She clenched her pink fist slightly and shook her head inwardly. I do not regret. Who are you? Emperor Wei couldn't bear it anymore and asked in disbelief. I am the Emperor of Dakian. And so is Yang Muqing. Yang Mu's long sleeves were rolled up, and the sound was like a loud bell, resounding throughout the arena and throughout the imperial city of Zhao Kingdom. I am the Emperor of Dakian. I am the Emperor of Dakian. The echoes were like thunder, rolling and rolling. Quiet. The arena filled with thousands of people was completely silent, and everyone was looking at this young man. Chapter 205 Ancient Gods and Demons. He is Emperor Yang, Emperor of Dakian. Yang Muqing? How can this be? Shock echoed throughout the arena. Everyone stared wide-eyed and couldn't believe it. This powerful man who was like a god and a demon was actually the Emperor of Dakian. Lu Jian is dead. What else do you want to say? Yang Muqing put his hands behind his back and said calmly. He stood proudly in heaven and earth, looking down on everyone in the arena as if he was in control of the general trend of the world. Even his magnanimity alone could overwhelm more than 10,000 people. In front of him, the emperors of the 6 kingdoms and tens of thousands of warriors were just like ants. 6th Emperor. You look at me. I look at you. Suddenly, a trace of madness flashed in Emperor Qin's eyes. He clenched his fists and roared. Yang Emperor, we were about to deal with you, but we didn't expect you to dare to come to our door. The warriors in the world obey the order. If anyone can kill Yang Muqing, I will make him the national protector and reward him with millions of gold and hundreds of acres of land. The status in Qin state is equal to that of others. Yes. Emperor Qin's roar made all the emperors of other countries wake up. They are not defeated yet. They still have the whole ring. This is the imperial city of the state of Zhao. A 1,000,000-strong army is outside the city. No matter how powerful Yang Muqing is, he can resist these tens of thousands of warriors. Can he stop a 1,000,000-strong army? The same is true for our country. If anyone can kill Emperor Yang, I will give the same reward. The same is true for our country. The same goes for our Xiongnu country. There must be a brave man under a heavy reward, let alone a reward jointly signed by 6 major countries. What should I do? At this moment, even Liang Donglai and others were moved. Zhou Baisheng clenched his fists, looked at Yang Muqing on the field, and said coldly, I admit that Emperor Yang's strength is beyond all of our imaginations. However, no matter how strong he is, can he withstand tens of thousands of warriors? An army of 1 million? Everyone come together. Tongue!
As soon as he finished speaking, Liang Donglai burst out quickly. A terrifying evil spirit emerged from his body, as if a rising black mist gathered above his head. In an instant, it was like a capping dark cloud crushing towards Yang Maicheng.
You even used this trick?
Zhou Baisheng was shocked. Liang Donglai gritted his teeth and sneered.
How can we deal with him without using the secret skill of sacrificing one's life?
As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his right hand and danced the dagger forward. In the next moment, the endless black mist gathered rapidly and turned into a shocking poisonous dragon that was 12 feet long. With endless roars and roars, it pounced on Yang Maicheng. Liang Donglai was originally an assassin, and his specialty was assassination and sneak attacks. This secret skill of recruiting students is his ultimate skill. Once used, the energy and blood will weaken rapidly, and it will never be recovered if it is not practiced for half a year.
I'm coming too!
Zhou Baisheng laughed loudly and smashed his fists hard, causing the blood and energy in his body to boil and turn over in an instant. His originally tall and muscular figure suddenly more than doubled in size at this moment. If we say the blood-burning technique of Dan family boxing, it can turn a dwarf into a strong man. Then Zhou Baisheng's blood-burning technique can turn him into a god-demonic giant. Zhou Baisheng, who was 4 to 5 meters tall, came running wildly, his feet hitting the ground heavily, like thousands of horses galloping across all directions. Tongue! 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 The other 3 middle-level Xuanqi warriors invited by the Emperor of the Six Kingdoms also used their special skills to press against the bottom of the box at this moment, and charged towards Yang Maicheng crazily. Certainly, not only these 5 people, but also the thousands of warriors in the arena. The terrible attack, at this moment, was like rain, crushing towards Yang Maicheng.
Master Yang!
Zhao Tianwu in the arena shouted out loud when he saw this. She was about to step forward, but was stopped by several of Zhao's imperial guards.
You dare to stop me?
Zhao Tianwu shouted coldly.
Xiao Wu! Yang Maicheng will definitely die this time. I advise you to stay here obediently.
Zhao Yin looked at Zhang Jiao, Liang Xiao, and Wang Disheng with a cold look on his face.
Come here. These guys are also Yang Mucheng's men. Arrest them.
Liang Xiao and others quickly stepped forward to protect Zhao Tianwu in the center. Zhang Jiao even smiled coldly.
Zhao Yin, do you think these people can deal with the Holy One? If we don't have absolute strength, how can we and the Holy One dare to show our identities in this arena of thousands of people?
What? Zhao Yin's heart trembled. He glanced across the arena with his peripheral vision, and saw the endless warriors, like locusts, covering the sky and rushing toward Yang Maicheng, who was in the center. No matter how he looked at this situation, he couldn't get over it on his own. With a distorted face, Zhao Yin shouted hysterically.
I don't believe that he can survive the attacks of so many people.
Before he finished speaking, the madness on Zhao Yin's face completely stiffened. Yang Maicheng leisurely stepped forward and swept out his sleeves. A pale palm print flew out, bringing with it a terrifying sharp roar, and a wave of air more than 10 meters high on the ground, directly hitting Liang Donglai and others, who were the first to bear the brunt.
Boom!
Loud sound. There was an explosion, like a golden monkey lifting a huge stick and smashing it into the Lingxiao Hall. Zhou Baisheng, who used the blood-burning technique, had a steel-like body that was actually fragile under this palm. This pale white palm print was torn apart like window paper, directly piercing his chest, bringing out a blood mist that filled the sky. After killing Zhou Baisheng, the white palm prints were not reduced at all. Instead, they were soaked in blood. They grew bigger and bigger like a snowball. In an instant, they grew to dozens of feet in size. Like a shocking torrent, they were instantly destroyed on the spot. Liang Donglai's secret skill of sacrificing his own life was shattered, and he was beaten into powder along with his skills. Not even these powerful men in the Xianqi realm could withstand Yang Mucheng's casual blow, let alone those ordinary warriors. Wherever the handprint passed, it was like a huge wave sweeping across the world, crushing and killing the warriors who were rushing towards them. The air was filled with a terrible smell of blood.
Well done! Look at how I am going on a killing spree today!
Yang Maicheng laughed all over, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and immediately mobilized all the energy in his body. Tongue! The sound of a cluster of flames burning suddenly sounded. And then, he saw a cluster of flames bursting out from his pupils. The flame was only the size of a mung bean at first, but in an instant it filled his eyes. As Yang Maicheng closed his eyes, 2 shocking pillars of fire billowed out like fire dragons. His gaze flickered rapidly,
and everything he passed within his field of vision was instantly burned to the ground. Be it warriors, trees, or even stones. They were all burned to ashes. Now, Yang Mucheng is like an ancient god and demon descending into the mortal world, launching an endless killing spree. Chapter 206 shocked the whole world. Fire! The shocking flame spread recklessly. Almost instantly, the entire arena turned into a terrifying sea of fire. The warriors who had previously vowed to kill Yang Mucheng had turned into human-shaped fireballs at this moment, wailing, frightened, and roaring, and fled in all directions. And Yang Mucheng stood in the center of the arena. There was no trace of dust or blood on his body, as if this shocking killing had nothing to do with him. How can this be? Zhao Yin's body trembled, and he completely collapsed to the ground. He has been completely frightened by such divine and demonic methods. Get over there! Zhang Jiao grinned, grabbed Zhao Yin's collar with his right hand, picked him up like a chicken, and threw him directly at Yang Mucheng's feet. Zhao Yingang was about to struggle, but when he looked up, he happened to meet Yang Mucheng's slowly looking eyes. What a pair of cold eyes! Although a generation of emperors regarded human lives as trivial, but after Zhao Yin believed that he could not kill thousands of people like Yang Mucheng, he did not feel the slightest regret or worry. It was as if the warriors who were killed were nothing more than ants. Even when the emperor kills someone, he still regrets after killing someone wrongly. But if you trample a group of ants to death, who will regret it? Boom! 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 While Zhao Yin was shocked, Emperor Wei, Emperor Qin, Emperor Chao, the Khan of the Huns, Zhang Ju and the others had already picked them up like rag dolls and threw them one by one in front of Yang Mucheng. As for their personal guards, how dare they stop them? Yang Emperor, if I survive today, even if I try my best to defend my country, I will still fall to the ground in a deadly battle with your doggone kingdom. Emperor Wei knelt on the ground and shouted unwillingly. He struggled desperately and looked at Yang Mucheng. Do you think you might survive? Boom! Yang Mucheng smiled coldly, and the soles of his feet collapsed like thunder. He has now been promoted to the late stage of Xuanqi, and his strength is so powerful. How could Emperor Wei be able to resist? This kick not only crushed his chest, but even knocked Emperor Wei's entire body into the ground. Looking at Emperor Wei's broken body, Yang Mucheng said calmly, After today, I will lead the Black Flag Army to crush your country. Afraid? Zhao Yin, Emperor Chao, and Emperor Qin fell to their knees, trembling with fear and fear. If the emperor of a country says he will be trampled to death, he will be trampled to death. In Yang Mucheng's eyes, what is the difference between them and ants? Xiao Wu, help me! I am your father! Zhao Yin shouted as if he had grasped a life-saving straw. Zhao Tianwu remained silent and stood quietly behind Yang Mucheng. Are you going to kill us all? The Han Khan asked in a trembling voice. If you have any rebellious intentions again, what if I kill you? Yang Mucheng said calmly. In fact, he did not want to go to war with the 6 major powers. In the previous battle with Ertai, the opponent sent troops to attack first. Today's gathering of the 6 major countries gave him new ideas. Simply turn these countries into vassal states. I will give you 3 days to lift the military power. Each country will cede more than 70% of its territory to the city and give it to me as compensation. From now on, you will become a vassal state of our Dacian kingdom. Yang Mucheng said with his hands behind his back. I don't want to force a war. But if you think I'm weak and easy to bully, then I'll see you on the battlefield. Boom. A terrifying aura emanated from his body. This is the smell of killing. The smell of blood. It was only then that they realized that the man in front of them was no ordinary young man. No ordinary emperor. But a being whom they regarded as a bloodthirsty tyrant. The kingdom of Zhao. Surrender! Zhao Yin stared at Yang Mucheng for a moment. Sighed. No longer resisted, but directly performed the 5-body prostrate ceremony and lay on the ground. His Majesty! When all the civil and military officials saw this, they screamed. But even the king of a country has surrendered. So what right do they have to protest? You look at me, I look at you. At this moment, they all knelt down to Yang Mucheng and shouted long live. What about you? Our country is willing to surrender and become a vassal state of Dacian. Kneel down to the emperor. We, the Huns, are also willing. The Khan knelt down. The state of Qin, are willing. Emperor Qin knelt down. Yang Mucheng sneered. He naturally knew that there must be a few people among these people who were unwilling to surrender. But he doesn't care. Anyway,
His strength has reached the late stage of Qianqi. If these people still dare to be rebellious, they will be killed when the time comes. After staying in Zhao for another day, Yang Mucheng returned home. When it came, no one knew it. When leaving, the red carpet was laid out for hundreds of miles along the imperial city of Zhao State, and the emperors of the 5 kingdoms knelt on the ground to see him off.
Thank you, Emperor Yang.
In the carriage, Zhao Tianwu finally spoke.
Why do you want to thank me?
Yang Mucheng asked with a smile.
I know that if you weren't looking out for me, you might have bloodbathed the imperial city of Zhao Kingdom.
Zhao Tianwu whispered. Yang Mucheng closed his eyes. Non-committal. He just gave the 5 major countries a chance. As for whether it is rare or not, that depends on them. The name Yang Mucheng spread throughout the world in less than a day. A day ago, few people knew about it. And even if they did, they only knew that he was the emperor of Dacian Kingdom. It is on par with the 8 major parliamentary countries, and there are 7 more countries with similar strength to his country. But one day later, it was like an explosion. The 8 major parliamentary states have ceased to exist in name only. And Zhao, Chao, Xiongnu, Qin and other states are willing to become tributary states even as they cede territories for compensation. The territory of Dacian Kingdom has surpassed all other countries and is unrivaled. At this time, the news also spread to Xia State, and the whole country was shocked.
Eunuch Wei, take out my imperial decree.
Emperor Xia sighed, took out his jade seal, and stamped it heavily on the imperial decree. Eunuch Wei took the imperial edict suspiciously, and when he saw the content, he was shocked. He knelt down with a pop and shouted,
Your Majesty, no! We have never offended Dacian State, nor have we ever been hostile to Dacian State. Why do you want to cede 70% of the land and are willing to become a vassal state of Dacian State?
It turned out that the content of this imperial edict actually stated that the Xia Kingdom was willing to become the Dacian Kingdom. Emperor Xia shook his head and said with a wry smile,
Is there still any room for choice? The rise of the Dacian Kingdom is no longer something you and I can stop. Now, all the 8 parliamentary states have been flattened by Emperor Yang. And now only the Xia country. In the future, it is very likely that Emperor Yang will unify the entire 9 provinces. We have to surrender as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the army of Dacian Kingdom comes to the city, it will not be so easy to choose to surrender.
As soon as the imperial edict came out, everyone in the Xia Kingdom was shocked. Chapter 207 Yi Xianer pays homage.
The state of Zhao sent millions of gold in 360 cities, and bowed down and proclaimed himself king. The Xiongnu Kingdom presented 800 chests of gold and 400 cities. They bowed their heads and proclaimed themselves king. Chaobu, Qin State.
Dacian. In the palace, Guanjing read the words sent by the envoys from various countries, and his voice echoed throughout the Jinwan Palace. The kings of these countries were originally supposed to be emperors. However, because he became a vassal state, the throne was deprived of Yang Mucheng. Therefore, one can only be called a king, but not an emperor.
The Xia Kingdom ceded 500 lands and bowed its head and became king.
Guanjing had a strange expression on her face when she read about Xiaguji. Yang Mucheng nodded secretly, although he has no intention of taking action against Xia State. If Xia State recruits troops in the future, it will arouse his vigilance and fear. Xiagua's move completely showed his complete surrender, making Dacian State become an absolutely powerful existence among the traveling countries.
How many cities do we have in total now?
Yang Mucheng asked.
2,687.
Guanjing replied. When all the civil and military officials heard this, they all showed pride. Since Yang Mucheng came to power, in just 1.5 years, he has fought in all directions, making Dacian, a small country that was originally a small country, become a powerful country in the world. Yang Mucheng nodded. There are already enough cities, and Dacian Kingdom is expanding too fast. If it doesn't slow down and restrain itself, it will be easy for backyard fires to break out in the future.
Declare my will. Reduce the original 2,687 cities by half. Implement a population relocation plan, with the imperial city as the center, and gradually spread to the surrounding areas to build cities. Recover the land of all princes and distribute it to ordinary people.
Encourage the planting of production and other crops. There must be roads connecting each city. Yes, Your Majesty.
Although the civil and military officials in the hall didn't understand why Yang Mucheng made such a request, they were already accustomed to the way Yang Mucheng ordered them to obey. Yang Mucheng looked at the civil and military officials, who knew little about it. and said with a faint smile, "The distance between cities is very far. And besides mountains, rivers and swamps, it is the most common land. If it is sunny, it is fine. But if it rains, no matter it is military transportation and people's travel are both very big problems. So road construction is necessary. Moreover, developed transportation can also promote connections between cities and the transportation of goods. Whether it is military operations or trade activities, it will be greatly promoted." There was a pause. Yang Muchung continued. "As for reducing the number of cities, this is also very simple. I have traveled around the country and found that the population in each city is not large. The sparse number of people does not have much benefit for the development of a city. It is better to gather the population, promote production and trade. It is easier to understand to recover the excess territory of the princes. The princes have many territories, most of which are idle and wasted. Since it is taken from the people, it is better to return it to the people." This method proposed by Yang Muchung is very novel. In the past, the emperor only cared about whether the royal family had money. But how about the life and death of your common people? However, since Yang Muchung came to power, every imperial edict issued has something to do with the people and is for the sake of the people. Certainly, this is because Yang Muchung understands that water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. "Your Majesty, there is a woman who calls herself Yi Xian'er asking to see you." At this time, Bai Zhong rushed to report. Yang Muchung's heart moved. It seemed that the mount he needed, Xianming Warwolf, had been delivered. After announcing the disbandment of the court, Yang Muchung asked people to take Yi Xian'er to the barracks, and he rushed there immediately. "Greetings to the Holy One." Yi Xian'er smiled and made a blessing to Yang Muchung. "Miss He, I'm serious. After all, I still owe you Zijin Pavilion 180,000 black stones." Yang Muchung waved his hand. "Even though this girl is about the same age as him, her strength is terrifying. The master of Xuanqi realm." Back on Linshan, Yang Muchung's cultivation had only reached the early stage of Xianqi, so he failed to see clearly Yi Xian'er's cultivation. But this time, he reached the late stage of Xianqi, and when he saw Yi Xian'er again, he couldn't help but tremble. "It's not a debt. It's just a meeting gift from me." Yi Xian'er couldn't hide her shock. "The last time I met him in Linshan, he was only in the early stage of Xianqi, and now he has actually reached the late stage of Xianqi. This growth rate is simply terrifying." As she thought about it, she sneered in her heart. "Those old guys in the family are short-sighted and want to scold me to death when they know that I gave Yang Muchung 20,000 Xianing war wolves. Do you think our Zijin Pavilion still needs to be on friendly terms with a country in the secular world? But everyone knows that the greatest value of this country is this emperor. One day, I'm going to let these old guys know they were wrong." "Miss Yi, please, I will take you to see my army." Yang Muchung smiled. "Please." Yi Xian'er smiled sweetly. Only then did Yang Muchung realize that there were two middle-aged men following Yi Xian'er. The two men had their hands behind their backs, and they also had a condescending attitude, which was annoying. However, since he came with Yi Xian'er, Yang Muchung only frowned slightly and didn't say much. On the way to the military camp, the two men murmured quietly. "Sure enough, he is just an emperor in the mortal world. However, no matter how strong the army in the mortal world is, how strong is it?" A man with a hoarse face laughed in a low voice. "His name is Sun Yuan, and he is called Yi Xian'er's bodyguard. But in fact he is sent by the Zijin Pavilion headquarters to monitor Yi Xian'er and find out the details of Dakian Kingdom. Zijin Pavilion has never done loss-making business, and 180,000 black stones are still a considerable amount in Zijin Pavilion. Now that it is given away to others, how can those in the family who value money as much as life agree to it? If the Dakian Kingdom is not good, then they will tear up the agreement without hesitation and take away the 20,000 Xianming war wolves. Yes, the mortal world is like an ant nest to us. As long as we are willing, we can crush it with just one kick." Another man named Li Xian also nodded. 20,000 Xianming war wolves. These are monster beasts. Although they are just low-level monsters, but they are not at the peak of their inner strength. How can they be easily controlled? It seems that the lady did something wrong with this business." Sun Yuan grinned. At this time, the military camp has arrived. "Kill!" Before they entered the barracks, a burst of shouts echoed through the sky and shook the void. The sarcastic smiles on Sun Yuan and Li Xian's faces suddenly subsided. Yi Xian'er's eyes lit up even more. Chapter 208 The Background of Dakian Kingdom. Boom!
In the military camp, two groups of soldiers wearing red and blue uniforms were fighting crazily. Although they used wooden swords with no lethality, people from a distance could still feel the absolute aura of fighting and fighting during the charge.
The peak of inner strength.
Yi Xian'er narrowed her eyes slightly, and she discovered that the soldiers wearing red military robes had all reached the peak of their internal strength. The blue side is slightly weaker, but also has the cultivation of mid and late-stage internal strength.
How can such an army be organized in the mortal world?
Sun Yuan felt that his knowledge had been completely overturned. Notice, most armies in the mortal world win with numbers. Therefore, most of the troops are ordinary people. Only characters such as captains and generals can be warriors. But now these 20,000 people are all warriors with good cultivation.
Young Emperor, what are these two red and blue armies doing?
Yi Xian'er asked curiously.
Practical exercises.
Yang Mucheng smiled. He brought over the set from Earth. The red party is an old subordinate of the Black Flag Army. The blue team is the new recruit. Because it is not possible to suppress bandits every day. There are wars every day. Therefore, Yang Mucheng simply asked the Black Flag Army to conduct actual combat exercises in the military camp at regular intervals, using wooden knives and swords to avoid casualties. By participating in such acting, the recruits will improve quickly. And these new recruits did not disappoint Yang Mucheng. And their progress was rapid. Yi Xian'er's pupils narrowed slightly. She could imagine that if this army was equipped with the monster Xianming War Wolf as a mount, its strength would be extremely terrifying. Most of the warriors in the martial arts world are wandering soldiers. Even if they fight, they all fight on their own. But these soldiers are different. They are organized into legion-style units. And their offensive, defensive, and combat capabilities will increase exponentially. Not to mention that no army in the mortal world can stop him. If his strength reaches a certain level, even the martial arts world may not be his opponent.
Nothing.
Li Xian was previously frightened by the Black Flag Army's formation. But when he came to his senses, he showed disdain.
Young Emperor.
He looked at Yang Mucheng and said calmly,
Your army may look powerful, but in the eyes of us martial arts people, it is not worth mentioning. As long as 2 or 3 Xuanqi realm experts take action, the Black Flag Army can be easily destroyed.
Yi Xian'er frowned and shouted coldly,
Li Xian, shut up!
Li Xian laughed strangely and shook his head.
Miss, am I right? What is the secular world, and what is the martial arts world? In the secular world, such an army can indeed be called a tiger and wolf army. But in the eyes of people in the martial arts world, they are just a group of an army of ants can be crushed to death with just one kick.
Yang Mucheng's eyes were filled with ice. The Black Flag Army is his hard work. How can he allow others to belittle him like this? But he also understood that Li Xian was indeed telling the truth. The Black Flag Army has only been established for a short period of time. As long as they are given enough time to grow, they will be able to defeat even the martial arts world, let alone the mortal world. Li Xian didn't seem to notice that Yang Mucheng was angry, and was still talking to himself.
What is lacking most in the mortal world? Cultivation techniques, martial arts, weapons, and elixirs. Any piece of rubbish in the martial arts world will not be looked down upon. If any weapon is thrown into the mortal world, it will be treated as a treasure.
Snapped. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian'er slapped Li Xian on the face, knocking him 7 or 8 feet away, and a few teeth in his mouth fell out.
A dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory. You didn't hear what I said, did you?
Yi Xian'er was frightened by the army at first, but quickly came to her senses. Such an army is certainly terrifying, but it is nothing in the world of martial arts. What Yi Xian'er valued more was Yang Mucheng. After all, people in the mortal world can cultivate to the late stage of the Xianqi realm, and this qualification is enough for her to take seriously. As a result, this blind Li Xian kept chirping.
Yes, miss.
Li Xian was slapped and did not dare to say anything more. But his resentful eyes did not restrain at all. Obviously, he had already settled this debt on Yang Mucheng.
Is there a difference between the martial arts world and the secular world? Ha ha. What the martial arts world has, I also have in the Qin country.
Yang Mucheng sneered.
Miss Yi, let me show you a few more things.
Facing Yang Mucheng's invitation, Yi Xian'er was a little confused. Reason told her that Yang Mucheng was just bragging and didn't want to lose face. No matter how capable he is only an emperor in the secular world. There are too many things in the martial arts world. What does your small Dacian kingdom have? But looking at Yang Mucheng's eyes, she was a little shaken.
Come this way.
Yang Muchung, on the other hand, led the way without any explanation. After a while, into the palace. What came face to face was a group of patrolling alchemy masters. The masters of this team are Baizhong and others. Yi Xian'er glanced around and found that their cultivation levels had reached half a step of profound energy, and couldn't help but nodded secretly. It turns out that Yang Muchung's confidence lies here. With so much half-step profound energy, his strength is already comparable to that of a small 8th level sect.
Your Majesty!
Baizhong and the others came closer and bowed to Yang Muchung.
How's the patrol going?
Yang Muchung asked calmly.
Dacian has now become a powerful nation. How can there be those who dare to come here without opening their eyes?
Baizhong grinned.
Is this a high-grade spiritual level weapon?
Yi Xian'er's eyes narrowed, and she couldn't help but ask after noticing that the weapons worn by several people on Baizhong were emitting waves of power. Baizhong nodded as a matter of course and said,
Yes, Dacian Kingdom has begun to comprehensively build high-grade spiritual armor. However, the high-grade spiritual armor has just begun to be built, so only Daci masters can wear it. Black those in the Banner Army can only wear medium-level spiritual armor.
As soon as he said these words, Li Xian's expression changed. He sneered secretly in his heart. This little emperor can't even brag. The Black Flag Army has a total of 20,000 people. Can this small Dacian kingdom have 20,000 sets of medium-grade spiritual armor? But soon, Li Xian was stunned. Not only that, even Yi Xian'er was shocked. Along the way, Ling Ling met more than 300 grade masters, all of whom had basically reached half a step of profound energy, and all wore high-grade spiritual level armor. In the forging department, they saw neatly stacked spiritual level armors, and even a considerable number of low-grade yellow level armors. The number of such leveled armors is almost greater than that of Zijin Pavilion. How on earth is this done? I originally thought he was just trying to save face, but I didn't expect that to be the case. The foundation of Dacian country is stronger and deeper than I imagined. Yi Xian'er's heart condensed. She realized that she should also re-examine the power of Dacian country. Chapter 209, You are not qualified to let me take action. Yang Muchung walked slowly with his hands behind his back. How can the martial arts world compare to my Dadan kingdom? If sects in the martial arts world want to obtain a large amount of resources, they must constantly compete among the major sects, forces, and families, and their strength is consumed in internal battles. But all the resources in Dacian's country are under my management. I can freely use all resources. When the yellow level armor is developed, the spiritual level armor will be eliminated. My eyes are not only on the entire mortal world, but also on the martial arts world. Then, the group visited the spiritual medicine garden and the alchemy department. After the alchemy department was opened, Yin Jiuling recruited alchemy apprentices across the country. These apprentices are all talented and intelligent people. Coupled with systematic guidance, the alchemy department was soon on the right track. A large number of elixirs are produced in batches. Some are provided to the Black Flag Army, and some are provided to the alchemy masters. So, that's why their cultivation level grows so fast. As for martial arts and martial arts, Dacian Kingdom has no shortage of them either. Yang Muchung had already obtained the martial arts skills collected by Baishian Master throughout his life in his grave. Shock! Yi Xian'er was quite shocked. I originally thought that Dacian country was just a country in the mortal world, and would not have much ability. But I didn't expect that this kind of national power is already shockingly powerful. Even among the sects within the 8th level, there are not many that are stronger than the Dacian Kingdom. According to this rate of development, Dacian country's national strength will be unimaginable in the future. Li Xian and Sun Yuan were completely stunned. The reason why they looked down on Yang Muchung was because they came from the martial arts world. It's like children from rich families look down on children from poor families, and have a natural sense of superiority. But now, they have discovered that what the martial arts world has, Dacian country also has. And it is even better. The sense of superiority in their hearts was completely shattered.
That is?
At this moment, Yi Xian'er looked forward and shouted. In front of the palace, a large building in the mist appeared. From a distance, it looked like a fairyland. The drifting mist, shrouded in mist, exudes extremely pure spiritual energy.
The secret realm of cultivation.
Yang Muchung smiled lightly.
Even this, Dacian country also has it?
Yi Xian'er didn't know what to say. Notice, there is also a secret cultivation realm in Zijin Pavilion. But that was passed down hundreds of years ago. It is precisely because of this secret realm of cultivation that their Zijin Pavilion has achieved such success today. However, compared with Yang Muqing's secret realm of cultivation. There is a huge difference.
The concentration of spiritual energy is almost 15 times that of the outside world. The area is nearly 50 times larger than that of Zijin Pavilion.
Yi Xian'er smiled bitterly and shook his head. Nowadays, the last trace of pride in her heart was completely destroyed. If Dacian country were in the martial arts world, its national power would probably be dozens of times what it is today. This trip, fortunately I came in person. Otherwise, I don't know what I would miss. The strength of this Dacian country is enough for me to take seriously.
Huh? So what about the secret realm of cultivation? It's such a waste to put it in the ordinary world.
Li Xian's jealous eyes were about to bleed. Yang Muqing frowned. Ever since he met Li Xian, this guy had raised his eyebrows and raised his eyes, as if nothing satisfied him. My own secret cultivation realm is provided for the cultivation of great masters. What does it matter to him?
Isn't it?
Li Xian looked at Yang Muqing and sneered.
Why do you, an emperor in the mortal world, have these things? So many armors. So many pills. Nowadays, even this kind of the secret cultivation realm is also in Dacian country.
Why do you own it? And what qualifications do you have?
Li Xian exploded. He has always been proud of his background in the martial arts world. But this pride now is not worth mentioning in Yang Muqing's eyes. Especially after seeing this secret cultivation realm. He had even more evil thoughts in his heart. Kill this little emperor and bring the secret cultivation realm back to Zijin Pavilion. When the time comes, I will definitely receive preferential treatment from my family. And maybe I will be able to rise to prominence. Yang Muqing looked at Li Xian with a half smile. Even if he is an idiot, he understands why the other party is like this. It's all just jealousy. He didn't get it in the martial arts world. But he didn't expect that these things actually existed in the mortal world. Can he feel balance in his heart?
Do I need to explain to you whether I am qualified to own it? Yang Muqing, do you dare to compete with me? If I win, you will take away the secret realm of cultivation to me.
Li Xian Dao. Yi Xian'er on the side shouted quickly.
Li Xian, shut up. Have you forgotten that people in the martial arts world are not allowed to take action against the mortal world?
Before Yi Xian'er finished speaking, Yang Muqing waved his hand and interrupted her. Looking at Li Xian, Yang Muqing laughed.
You are not qualified to let me take action. Lu Yao, come out. Wow.
As soon as he finished speaking, in the secret realm of cultivation, the endless clouds and mist retreated on their own like a tide at this moment. And a small figure slowly walked out. She is dressed in a green shirt, looks small and exquisite, and has skin as white as snow. If not Lu Yao, who else could it be?
Lu Yao is my disciple. If you want to seize the secret realm of cultivation, you have to defeat her first.
Yang Muqing said with his hands behind his back.
Is this little girl also a warrior in the Xianqi realm?
Yi Xian'er glanced at Lu Yao and couldn't help but shrink her pupils. But? Yi Xian'er immediately shook her head and said to Yang Muqing.
Yang Emperor, although Lu Yao is also a warrior in the Xianqi realm, I see that her aura is weak. And she has obviously just reached the Xianqi realm not long ago. It has been 3 or 4 years since Li Xian reached the Xianqi realm. And his cultivation and foundation are far away, above Lu Yao. If you send Lu Yao on, I'm afraid you'll be defeated.
Yang Muqing smiled and was non-committal. Since he sent Lu Yao to play, he has absolute confidence in her strength. Li Xian snorted coldly, glanced at Lu Yao with disdain, and said sarcastically,
Yang Muqing, you don't have the guts to compete with me. And you actually sent a little girl to die. Does a person like you deserve to be called an emperor? Well, since you are timid and afraid of death, then I will let you see. How did you torture your apprentice to death? Upbraid.
As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xian clenched his fists and roared. This roar, like a wolf or a tiger, actually shook the surrounding void, causing an ultimate invisible ripple in the air. Boom! When the inner energy surged, a terrifying force emanated from his body, shaking the ground to the point of cracking. A blue-white evil wolf suddenly appeared above Li Xian's body at this moment. Chapter 210. It's useless to beg for mercy.
Roar.
A shocking wolf howl suddenly arose, and with the infusion of inner energy, the bluish-white evil wolf seemed to transform into a real existence. A surging and terrifying pressure was revealed. The cold wolf eyes were even more frightening. Everyone present gasped. Although Li Xian's attack was not directed at them, they could still feel the terrible pressure.
Li Xian even used this trick. Is it necessary to deal with a little girl?
Sun Yuan sneered and shook his head. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xian kicked the ground with the sole of his foot, causing the ground to explode. With the help of the power of the explosion, he rushed over with great momentum, like a crazy beast. Terrible. Baizhong and the others couldn't help but gasp. This violent force simply suppressed them and made them unable to breathe. If I were to resist Li Xian's move, I would probably be torn apart in an instant. Yang? Yi Xianer exclaimed in surprise. Don't worry. Yang Mucheng shook his head. Little girl, don't blame me for destroying flowers with my cruel hands. If you want to blame me, I can only blame you, the little emperor, for pushing you out to die. Li Xian laughed loudly and punched out, facing the opponent's full blow. Lu Yaoer also released her own aura. As soon as her aura was revealed, everyone around her immediately understood her cultivation level. Xianqi realm. Lu Yaoer has actually reached the profound energy realm. However, Lu Yaoer's aura is obviously not as strong as the others. Can she be his opponent? Everyone looked around. Amidst the bursts of exclamations, Lu Yaoer's face was expressionless, and she struck out with all her strength. Ha ha! You are so stupid! You dare to fight with me? Li Xian laughed disdainfully when he saw this. Boom! The fists collided, erupting with a shocking momentum. What? The smile on Li Xian's face disappeared. He only felt a heart-stopping power burst out from Lu Yaoer's fist. And this power was obviously stronger than him, and superior to him. With unprecedented shock and fury, Li Xian spat out a mouthful of blood that filled the sky. And his figure swept out crazily, his footsteps clanging on the ground, leaving a deep footprint. But Lu Yaoer didn't move a step. Crush. Absolute crushing. This. Yi Xianer was stunned. A person who had just stepped into the Xianqi realm actually pushed back a warrior who had been in the Xianqi realm for several years. With your cultivation level, do you deserve to be called a member of the martial arts world? You can't even beat me. But you want to fight with the Holy One? Lu Yaoer looked at Li Xian with disdain in her eyes. This kind of vision stimulated Li Xian. People in the martial arts world are stronger than people in the secular world. This is basically an unchanging iron law. But today, he was actually repulsed by a woman from the mortal world. How could he endure this? I do not believe! Clang! Li Xian roared loudly, took out the saber from his waist, and suddenly slashed downwards. His slash was like a long river turning over, bringing up a shocking sword light that tore the ground apart. It was like a dragon swimming along the ground and rushing towards Lu Yaoer. Wherever the sword light passed, all obstacles were torn apart, and a terrifying wave of air was set off, which flew away all the surrounding warriors. There were also some warriors who felt the power of this sword, and their expression suddenly changed drastically, and they all retreated towards the rear. This sword is too powerful. This kid seems to have poured all his inner energy into this knife. Is Lu Yaoer his opponent? Look, Lu Yaoer has drawn his sword. This sword. Clang. There was a sound of swords being unsheathed and resheathed at the same time, and everyone could only see a threatening cold light quickly passing through the sky, reaching its peak in the blink of an eye. This sword was as fast as lightning, passing through the eyes of countless people. The huge sword light was split into two at this moment. Poof! At the same time, there was a sound of a sword entering the body, and a splash of blood. Everyone looked forward. Their eyes widened. Li Xian still maintained the posture of wielding the knife, but his eyes bulged as if he couldn't believe it. His left hand clutched his throat tightly, but the blood still couldn't stop gushing out from between his fingers. But in the end, he fell down in vain. Hisses. There was a constant sound of gasping. Li Xian was actually killed. Sun Yuan was stunned. How dare you kill someone? So what if I kill him? Lu Yaoer said calmly. She has followed Yang Mucheng for so long, and her words and deeds have long been influenced by Yang Mucheng. You dare to laugh at Deqiangua and want to rob Deqiangua. It is already cheap to kill you, and you have not been slaughtered all over the house. I am going to kill you! Sun Yuan roared angrily, stamped his foot, and rushed towards Lu Yaoer like a poisonous dragon drill. He clasped his 5 fingers together, like 5 steel nails, and blasted straight into Lu Yaoer's chest, as if he was going to take out her heart with one blow. But Sun Yuan's strength is about the same as Li Xian's. Even Li Xian is not Lu Yaoer's enemy. Can he be? Clang. With a pointed sword, Lu Yaoer's sword stopped in front of Sun Yuan's throat. You want to kill me? I can kill you with just a little bit of strength, Lu Yaoer said expressionlessly. Wow. At this moment, Sun Yuan's whole body was as cold as ice, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Don't kill me!
Sun Yuan was shaking like chaff. Puff! Before he finished speaking, Lu Yao thrust her sword forward and penetrated his throat directly.
When you dare to take action against me, your life is no longer yours, but in my hands. There is no use begging for mercy.
Lu Yao drew out her sword and said calmly. Yi Xian'er watched quietly until Sun Yuan was killed. She didn't even frown. Instead, she clapped her hands with satisfaction and said with a smile,
as expected of Yang Di's disciple. Even his personality is so similar. If others don't offend me, I won't offend others.
As she said that, she looked at Yang Mucheng and nodded.
It seems that I didn't suffer a loss in this business.
Yi Xian'er's face was full of pride. Having seen the national power of Daqian country, she could already imagine how glorious this country would be under the leadership of Yang Mucheng. It won't be long. Not to mention that the secular world will be ruled by the Daqian kingdom. Even the martial arts world will be completely shocked. She thought.
Yang, I also want to do some business with the Qianhua. I wonder if you are interested.
Business? Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. He has also seen the power of Zijin Pavilion. Compared with Zijin Pavilion. After all, Daqian kingdom only exists in the mortal world. Could it be that there is something in Daqian country that Zijin Pavilion can appreciate? Chapter 211 Yi Xian'er's Troubles.
You must be curious. Daqian kingdom only exists in the mortal world. What can we? Zijin Pavilion. See?
Yi Xian'er smiled.
Previously, I discovered that you had a lot of discarded lower-grade spiritual armor in the forging department's warehouse. I want to buy them for a set of 80 black stones. So much.
Yang Mucheng was slightly surprised. He knew that a low-grade spiritual weapon was only worth 5 black stones at most in the martial arts world. A set of armor, divided into 12 parts, is only worth 60 black stones when fully stretched.
The value of one piece is completely different from that of a set. This set of low-grade spiritual grade armor is enough to be equivalent to a mid-grade spiritual grade armor. Even if 100 mysterious stones are given, there will still be warriors. Purchase. Anyway, those soldiers and armors are just a waste sitting in the warehouse. Why not sell them to me, and you can make a lot of money?
Yi Xian'er said with a smile. Yang Mucheng nodded. He brought the armor to the martial arts world to sell it himself. Although he could earn more, it would take too long and might even be taken into consideration by interested people. Selling through Zijin Pavilion is a profit without any harm.
Besides, if your part of the middle grade spiritual level armor is eliminated, you can sell it to me. Of course, the higher the level, the better,
Yi Xian'er said with a smile.
This is not possible for the time being. My forging department is currently not large in scale, and can only provide for my own internal consumption. After a while, it will be possible.
Yang Mucheng nodded. Recently, Daqian Kingdom is undergoing internal adjustments. Taking this opportunity, it could also expand the forging department a second time.
Another piece of business is elixirs. The price of low-level elixirs and weapons is the same. If you have extra elixirs, you can sell them to me,
Yi Xian'er said.
This is okay.
Yang Mucheng nodded.
There are still a lot of elixirs in stock.
They discussed for a while more. After discussing the details, the two signed the contract. From this business alone, Yang Mucheng made a net profit of 360,000 black stones, which was completely different from the embarrassment of only 1,000 black stones when he first entered the martial arts world. In the future, as the cooperation between Daqian State and Zijin Pavilion deepens, the wealth of Daqian State will increase. 360,000 black stones. This money can actually allow me to buy a lot of good things in the martial arts world. The first thing that should be replaced is the alchemy furnace in the forging department. The higher the quality and level of the alchemy furnace. Secondly, the forging department should be provided with some better forging tools. There shouldn't be too few of these in Zijin Pavilion. Just when Yang Mucheng was thinking about how to spend the money, Yi Xian'er spoke again.
Yang Emperor, can you sell me the 9 Dragons creation furnace you got in Linshan last time? I'm willing to pay 200,000 black stones to buy it. I am also an alchemist myself, and I can still use this alchemy furnace.
Yang Mucheng declined politely. Yi Xian'er was startled. After all, this alchemy furnace is a low-grade magic weapon of the Xian level and is priceless. Yang Mucheng's refusal was also in her imagination. But Yang Mucheng said that he was also an alchemist, which surprised her. Notice, alchemist training is not as good as that of a martial artist. It also requires a lot of energy. Yang Mucheng's ability to reach the late stage of Xian Qi is enough to shock people. If he was also an alchemist, it could only be described as terrifying. Haha. Yang Mucheng saw Yi Xianer's expression and knew that she didn't believe it. So he didn't explain it further. In the last lottery, he got the Hun Yuan Danju. Although he has not practiced formally yet, he has mastered many alchemy techniques and can barely be considered an alchemist. As for the strength of alchemy, it is unknown how many times stronger than those of Yin Jioling and those from the Medicine King Valley. Alchemy masters are also extremely rare in the martial arts world. It seems that I should take some time to make an alchemy. It will always be useful in the future. Yi Xianer stayed in Dakian country for a few more days. Everything in the mortal world dazzled the eldest lady of Zijin Pavilion. And Yang Mucheng took the opportunity to purchase some pill furnaces and blacksmith's tools in bulk through her. In the past few days, the Black Flag Army has also tamed the Xianing War Wolf. These Xianing War Wolves are huge, not much bigger than war horses. In addition, they look like wolves and are monster beasts. From a distance, they give people a completely intimidating feeling. Certainly, Yang Mucheng sent them directly to deal with Weigua. In the imperial city of Jiao State that day, Yang Mucheng said that he would conquer Wei State. In the past few days, spies have come back to report that Weigua has not changed his mind and is mobilizing an army on the border to prepare for a decisive battle with Dakiangwu. As the saying goes, there is no joke. Yang Mucheng will not let the other party turmoil in front of his eyes. Dismissal today. Yang Mucheng went to court with satisfaction. Road construction between cities has begun, and the migration of people between cities is mostly completed. The Black Flag Army traveled 800 miles a day and arrived at the border of Jiao State overnight, directly using the force of tigers and wolves to disperse Wei State's army that had gathered the strength of the entire country. Before he could change out of his dragon robe, Yi Xianer found him.
Yang Emperor, I'm ready to go back,
Yi Xianer said.
Ready to go back so soon? Didn't you say you want to stay in Dakian country for a while? How long has it been?
Yang Mucheng looked surprised. He finally met Yi Xianer, who came from the martial arts world. How could he let him go? They had talked a lot during this period, and he had a complete understanding of the situation in the martial arts world.
What's the matter with you? It's like this. In a while, there will be a martial arts gathering in Zijin Pavilion. I have to go back and prepare. Martial arts gathering. What is that?
Yang Mucheng was confused.
It is a means of fighting between the younger generations in Zijin Pavilion. In order to train our generation of children, the elders of the family assigned our generation to be in charge of an area. I am responsible for the Linshan area, and the martial arts gathering is a reshuffle of forces. Because I am a girl, my family does not pay much attention to me. My brothers also tried every means to embezzle Linshan under my jurisdiction. I just got the news that all the powerful people I have attracted have been poached by my brothers with huge sums of money. Once I fail, the deal we made before will probably be cancelled by my brothers. And with their wolf-like character, they might violate the martial arts world's agreement and openly attack the Daqian kingdom. After all, there are so many exciting things in Dakian Junior High School.
Yang Mucheng frowned slightly. He thought he had built a bridge into the martial arts world, but he didn't expect that the bridge itself was a dangerous bridge that could collapse at any time.
What does this martial arts gathering look like? Is it a martial arts competition?
Yang Mucheng asked. Chapter 212, Corruption in Yanqing? After Yi Xianer's explanation, Yang Mucheng learned about the martial arts gathering in Zijin Pavilion. This is a method used to select successors. Every 3 years, the children of the family must gather in the family to compete in 3 items. The first is, of course, the money earned in the past 3 years. After all, Zijin Pavilion is a business family, and whether it can continue Zijin Pavilion's future is the most important thing. The second is to test personal connections.
I understand the first rule. But what is the second rule?
Yang Mucheng was confused.
Every 3 years, we will select the strongest warriors and alchemists from the areas under our respective jurisdictions to form alliances with them. The so-called personal connections are here. The stronger the warriors you can invite, the more personal connections you will have. The stronger.
Yi Xianer sighed and said bitterly.
I had invited 3 warriors at the peak of the Xuanqi realm before, but I didn't expect that they suddenly disappeared.
Yang Mucheng's heart was moved and he quickly asked,
what is the approximate strength level of the powerful people invited to the martial arts gathering? The late stage of Xianqi. I am also in the late stage of Xuanqi. Since you can't find anyone for the time being, let me help you fill up your numbers.
Yang Mucheng smiled. After getting along with Yi Xianer these days, he felt that he could continue to cooperate with Yi Xianer for a long time. If it were someone else, I'm afraid the cooperation would have to be interrupted.
Okay.
Yi Xian'er nodded. If you really can't find anyone, you can only recruit Yang Mucheng to help. For this reason, she immediately sent a letter to Granny Green Snake, asking Granny Green Snake to find some more martial arts masters near Linshan for her. Another day passed. Yang Mucheng took Lu Yaoer and set off to Linshan with Yi Xian'er. After leaving the imperial city, a wide avenue stretched out, and migrant workers coming and going were building bridges and paving roads.
Young Emperor, I heard that you asked your people to build stone roads that can extend in all directions between the cities. I don't understand why.
Yi Xian'er also had doubts in his heart when he saw the scene. In her opinion, only the main roads in the city are used to repair gravel roads. After leaving the city, there is a wilderness. Why waste manpower and material resources on these? Yang Mucheng showed an expression that was indeed true. He smiled and said,
Miss Yi, in our Dadon country, Sioux City's flame oranges are a delicious fruit. Sioux City produces at least hundreds of tons of flame oranges every year, and they are worthless in Sioux City.
Yi Xian'er nodded. She had also heard that every household in Sioux City grew flame oranges. It's like cabbage on the street. No one picks it up when it's thrown on the ground. Even the beggars don't eat it.
What does this have to do with building roads? Although flaming oranges are not worth a penny in Sioux City, they are extremely popular in other cities. But because there are no roads between cities, transportation is extremely troublesome. It takes half a car to transport flaming oranges to the nearest city. As long as a month. In half a month, the flame orange has already become rotten.
Yang Mucheng paused and then said,
If the road is repaired, transportation will only take 3 days at most. In this way, Sioux City can transport flame oranges to other cities. In this way, the people of Sioux City can make a fortune by selling flame oranges, and can also stimulate economic circulation.
Yi Xian'er's eyes lit up. She was born into a business family. Yang Mucheng just nudged her, and she understood the key. Unlike the martial arts world, the mortal world does not have magic weapons such as storage bags and space rings, so it can only rely on carriages to transport goods. She could imagine how developed the connections between cities would become once the entire Dacian kingdom was built with roads.
This money for road construction?
Yi Xian'er asked again.
Of course, it will be allocated from the treasury, pay per capita.
Yang Mucheng said matter-of-factly. Building bridges and repairing roads is to serve the country and the people. Only when the people are rich can the country be strong.
Snapped. Snapped. Snapped.
At this moment, the sound of a whip catching Yang Mucheng's attention.
You old thing. You're still lazy at work. Let's see if I don't beat you to death.
A government servant in official uniform held a long whip in his hand and looked fierce. He was holding a snake whip and swung it vigorously at a scrawny old man in front of him. Every time the whip struck, the old man's scalp was torn open, and he was screaming in agony.
Stop fighting!
At this time, a young man stood up and glared at each other.
This old gentleman is already 78 years old. You forced them to do this kind of hard labor. And you also treat an old man like this. How can you?
Condemned by God.
Hearing this, the officer's expression changed and he sneered.
Hey, you still dare to be so stubborn? Are you looking for death?
The officer dropped his whip, drew out his saber with a clang, and slashed at the young man without saying a word. People around him screamed, as if they had seen the tragic scene of the young man lying in a pool of blood.
Lu Yaoer.
Yang Mucheng shouted. Clang!
Lu Yaoer heard the sound and struck out with her sword. Tens of steps away, a sword energy shot out. Immediately, the Yamen servant's right hand was cut off at the root.
Ah! What blind bastard dares to harm me?
The Yamen servant screamed in pain. The officials around them all drew their weapons, and looked at the approaching Yang Mucheng and the others with vigilance.
How dare you attack an official?
The officer's complexion turned blue with pain, and he said in a cold voice,
According to Dacian law, attacking an official is a capital offense.
Tongue! Yang Mucheng got off the horse and helped the old man up.
Old man? What's going on?
He asked.
Young man, this group of corrupt officials, they embezzled all the money allocated by the Holy Spirit into their own pockets. They also forced us to work every day. Not only did they not pay us, they also beat and scolded us at every turn.
The old man glanced at Yang Mucheng, feeling aggrieved. Road. Corruption? Yang Mucheng's eyes turned cold.
Didn't anyone go to the imperial city to complain?
The old man smiled bitterly and said,
If we don't fight with officials for reputation, how can we fight against these corrupt officials? The entire Yincheng is controlled by corrupt officials. We can't even leave our house. Where can we complain? Moreover, Yincheng's the city lord is also a relative of the current Generalissimo Ma Ping.
While he was talking, the officials quickly gathered around him. The officer with broken hands stared at Yang Mucheng with a pair of eyes.
Boy, how many heads have you grown if you dare to cause trouble in Yincheng?
He waved his hand, pointed at Yang Mucheng and said,
This kid dares to stop us from building roads. He must be a spy of Weigua. Kill this kid on the spot. His 2 female accomplices. Capture them all alive.
Lord City Lord.
The Lord of Yincheng City? Yang Mucheng sneered.
Ma Ping, it's best that this matter has nothing to do with you. Otherwise, I will be so disappointed.
Thinking in mind, Yang Mucheng looked at the officials who had gathered around him and said in a cold voice,
Lu Yao, cut off all the right hands of these people.
Chapter 213, Rescue.
What? Cut off our hands?
The Yamen servant became even more angry when he heard the sound. He shouted and asked everyone to rush forward to kill him. However, these officials are just ordinary people. They are stronger at best. They are no match for the strong ones in the Xianqi realm. Only a scream was heard, and the right hands of dozens of officials had been cut off. On the ground, there were even severed hands lying on the ground.
Phew.
The people working on the roads all around sucked in a breath of air conditioning. The old man's eyes widened even more. Where did this group of gods and demons come from?
You dare to attack an official?
The officer with severed hands froze on the spot. His face turned livid, and his lips were trembling.
You are dead. Attacking an official is an unforgivable crime. Unforgivable?
Yang Mucheng sneered.
No one in this world dares to say these words to me.
As he spoke, he looked around at the people building roads.
Find a rope and tie these people up. Tie them up? I don't dare. Yeah. The most you can get for building roads is a whipping. If you get involved with these people, you're probably dead. They even dare to attack officials. This is a serious crime.
The people around shook their heads. They even took a step back, fearing that they would have anything to do with Yang Mucheng and others. Seeing this scene, the Duansho Yamen officer became even more proud. Dikian's national power is getting stronger and stronger. Attacking officials is tantamount to treason. Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, you can't escape pursuit. I come. The young man who had interceded for the old man before gritted his teeth and rushed forward. Regardless of the struggles of the government servants and officials, he directly tied them together with a rope.
Let's go to Yincheng next. I want to see how many heads this Yincheng city lord has. And how dare he commit corruption under my nose.
Yang Mucheng pulled himself up and led a group of officials to change the route and walk directly towards Yincheng.
The people around were almost dumbfounded. Isn't this too fierce?
What does he want to do? Could it be that he is going to Yincheng?
Someone asked.
This kid is so cowardly. If he goes to Yincheng, how can he survive? Yincheng has been controlled to death by the city lord a long time ago. He is the local emperor of that city.
Someone shook his head.
This young man is full of confidence and extraordinary bearing. Maybe he is a high official from the imperial city,
said the old man from before.
So what about the high official? Can he be bigger than Ma Ping? Ma Ping is the general marshal of the Black Flag Army, the famous man in front of His Majesty.
Some people shook their heads secretly.
Let's go take a look. After all, this young man is taking action for us.
Yincheng, Wanxiang Tower. A man with a big belly sat at the head of the table. He is the lord of Yincheng City. Zhao Yuqian. The guests around him were all his confidants, toasting him.
City Lord Zhao Wanan, today is your 50th birthday. I wish you blessings like the East Sea and longevity as long as the southern mountains. It is best to live to be 1,000 or 10,000 years old.
Zhao Yuqian was happy in his heart, but he pretended to be angry and said,
Long live? Only the current saint is qualified. Don't talk nonsense. It will lose your head.
As he spoke, in order to show respect to the emperor, he also bowed his hands to the sky.
Lord City Lord, your power is not bad now. In this Yincheng, your status is almost the same as that of the Holy One.
Someone laughed and said,
You still have the backing of Marshal Ma Ping. Even if you are a minister of the DPRK, you have no what do people dare to do to you.
Zhao Yuqian nodded proudly. That's not bad. Because of his relationship with Ma Ping, other city lords had to bow when they saw him.
Sir, your majesty has allocated funds from the treasury to build roads for each city. If we swallow this money, is it really okay?
At this time, someone also asked worriedly.
What are you afraid of?
Zhao Yutian waved his hand and said proudly.
The Holy One is considerate of the people, so he allocates funds. In my opinion, these ordinary people are a group of unruly people. What qualifications do they have to take the money of Dadan Kingdom? When the road is built, kill all those who built it. Who knows that this money has gone into my pocket?
This method is too cruel. The guests in Wanxiang Tower all trembled in their hearts. At this moment, a government servant stumbled into Wanxiang Tower and shouted,
Lord City Lord, something serious has happened. A group of gangsters released all the hard workers building roads outside the city, and also arrested all our government officials. Now they have entered Yanqing. How brave are you? Dare to stir up trouble in Tai Sui?
Zhao Yutian slammed the table and shouted angrily.
Gather all the officers and soldiers in the city. I want to see who dares to cause trouble under my nose. Your Majesty, someone is coming from ahead.
Lu Yaoer squinted her eyes and saw groups of soldiers in the city, fully armed, walking out.
No.
Yang Mucheng nodded. At this moment, although he was neither sad nor happy, he could not hide his murderous intention in his heart. This murderous intention is even stronger than it was during the alliance of the 6 major countries.
Since I came to the throne, I have been strictly enforcing the arrest of all corrupt officials. I didn't expect anyone to dare to commit crimes under my nose. I want to see how many heads this Yanqing City Lord has. By the way, is Ma Ping here?
After learning about the corruption in Yanqing, Yang Mucheng immediately sent a letter to Ma Ping and asked him to come. If the corruption matter is related to him, then Yang Mucheng will not show any mercy.
On the way here,
Lu Yaoer said. Yi Xian'er on the side just watched quietly. The affairs of De Qiangguo were regarded as Yang Mucheng's housework, and she couldn't get involved. Duh. The words just fell. A large group of men and horses had already surrounded them, and the 3 of them were surrounded by water. Zhao Yutian walked out of the soldiers with a gloomy face.
Who are you that dare to attack the government officials in Yanqing? Don't you know that you are charged with treason at this time?
Yang Mucheng sneered.
Are you the city lord of Yanqing? How brave are you? Every city in Daqian Kingdom allocated 300,000 gold coins for road construction. You actually embezzled it all into your own pocket. And you even dared to seize it. People come to build roads. Aren't you afraid of asking?
Yeah. As soon as he said this, Zhao Yutian's heart suddenly jumped. He looked at Yang Mucheng and others again, feeling a sense of ominousness in his heart.
These people are extremely popular. Are they big shots from the imperial city? No. The Holy Emperor hates corruption deeply. If this matter spreads, I'm afraid my life will be in danger. So what if this kid is a big shot from the imperial city? There are only 3 of them. Kill them all.
Thinking of this, Zhao Yutian's eyes turned cold.
Come here. Kill these 3 rebellious guys. Wait. Leave his 2 female companions for me. Want to kill people and silence them?
Yang Mucheng said calmly.
So what? No matter how powerful you are, can you still resist so many of me?
Zhao Yushanhan said in a cold voice.
What are you still doing? Come on!
Chapter 214 Private Visit via Incognito? Boom! The crowd was running wildly, killing each other crazily. Yang Mucheng frowned and waved his right hand, and a strong wind swept out. The bodies of the rushing guards all trembled, as if they had been hit by a powerful force, and they all flew backwards. Just when Zhao Yutian was in shock, he clasped his fingers together, and a strong suction force suddenly burst out, directly grabbing Zhao Yutian in front of him.
Masha?
Zhao Yutian was shocked. Before he could resist, Yang Mucheng slapped him lightly and knocked him to his knees. He still wanted to stand up, but Yang Mucheng stepped on his head.
How does it feel, City Lord Zhao, to be stepped on by me?
Yang Mucheng asked lightly.
Boy, you dare to humiliate the imperial officials. When I report it to the Holy Emperor, I will kill you all over the house. If you have any sense, let me go quickly.
Zhao Yutian struggled. Although he was a Tamai warrior, under Yang Mucheng the front of his body was no different from that of an ant. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't move. Boom! Yang Mucheng pushed Zhao Yutian's entire head directly into the ground with a slight force.
You know how uncomfortable it is to be bullied like this. Yet you still dare to step on the heads of your people and act like a bully.
How dare the soldiers around him move? I could only watch this scene helplessly. Zhao Yutian held back and said,
Boy, do you know who I am? I am the Lord of Yanqing. My cousin is Marshal Ma Ping. He is the leader of the Black Flag Army, and the most popular man in front of the Holy Emperor today. If you don't let me go, You will inevitably die. I swear here today that I will make your descendants slaves and prostitutes.
Every time he shouted, his aura increased, trying hard to get his head away from Yang Muching's feet. Maping? Upon hearing this name, the strength under Yang Muching's feet slowly receded. If he hadn't wanted to thoroughly investigate whether Ma Ping was related to Yanqing's corruption, he would have trampled Zhao Yutian to death. But Zhao Yutian didn't think so. He felt that the strength on his head was a little weaker. Just thinking that Yang Mucheng was afraid of the backer behind him. The officers and soldiers around him all shouted at this moment.
Boy! Let our city lord go, otherwise you will have to walk around without food. Hurry up and release them. Marshal Ma Ping is already on his way. When he comes, you won't be able to fly even if you have wings.
At this time, Zhao Yutian was also secretly excited. He clenched his fists and thought in his mind.
Boy! If you dare to humiliate me, I will never let you go. When the time comes, I will definitely cut you into pieces and give you a miserable death.
At this time, there was a noise from the outside world, and the crowd dispersed like a tide. At the same time, they were accompanied by shouts of Generalissimo and Master Ma. It was obvious that some big shot was coming. Yang Mucheng looked forward, and sure enough he found that Ma Ping was coming quickly with a group of Black Flag Army soldiers. Wow! The crowd dispersed. Ma Ping came over. At this time, the officers and soldiers around him all looked at Yang Mucheng with sneers.
This kid really has no eyes. Even if he is a warrior, he is not qualified to cause trouble in Yanqing.
An official sneered.
Yes, although City Lord Zhao is not strong, his backer is the Generalissimo. Hee hee. It seems that things will turn around soon.
Another official smiled and narrowed his eyes, as if he had seen Yang Mucheng. The scene of being executed on the spot. In the distance, the road construction workers, who were hiding in the dark and watching this scene, turned pale.
No! Marshal Ma Ping is here. He is a relative of City Lord Zhao. It is difficult for that young man to escape unscathed now.
One of the people shook his head and sighed.
Yes, this young man is too impulsive. He attacks officials and the city lord. Even if he has great ability, I'm afraid he won't be able to escape death.
The other person felt extremely regretful. Even Zhao Yutian, who was stepped on by Yang Mucheng, was as excited as if he had been given blood when he heard the news of Ma Ping's arrival. He shouted desperately,
Brother Ma, this kid attacks officials and even wants to assassinate the imperial official. I suspect that this guy is a spy of Weigua. Kill him quickly.
Ma Ping frowned slightly. He usually doesn't have much interaction with Zhao Yutian, and their relationship is also very weak. The reason why he came to Yanqing was because he received a letter from Yang Mucheng. But who knew that this would happen? Suppressing his emotions, he said loudly,
How dare Xiao Xiao be so presumptuous? Kneel down!
Yang Mucheng's eyes turned cold. What? Hearing this, there was deathly silence all around. What did this kid say? He actually made the Generalissimo kneel down? Ma Ping felt something was wrong. He quickly looked up. His eyes gradually widened, and he suddenly froze on the spot.
This kid really doesn't care about life and death. He actually made Marshal Ma Ping kneel down?
An official sneered.
General Marshal Ma Ping's current status is lower than that of one person and higher than 10,000 people. In the entire Dacian kingdom, there is only one person who can make him kneel down. The current Holy Emperor. Ha ha. Does this kid think of himself as the Emperor?
Another person laughed.
If he is the Emperor, then I will be the Jade Emperor.
There were bursts of laughter. Zhao Yutian was even more proud. He was originally thinking about how to get Ma Ping to help kill this kid. But he didn't expect that this kid would be so bold and ask Ma Ping to kneel down. It's like an old birthday girl hanging himself and seeking death. He quickly shouted,
Brother Ma, you heard me. This kid is arrogant and doesn't take the court officials seriously at all. He must be a spy of the Wei Kingdom.
Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Ping suddenly knelt down with a thud.
Long live my emperor!
Several Black Flag Army soldiers, who were following him, suddenly woke up, fell to their knees in an instant, and quickly shouted,
Long live my emperor!
Quiet! There was dead silence. Everyone's eyes widened and they gasped. No one thought that this young man was actually Yang Mucheng, the emperor of Dacian Kingdom. This emperor actually came to Yanqing incognito for a private visit? Zhao Yutian, who had relied on everything before, suddenly felt like a beaten eggplant and almost collapsed to the ground.
Come over!
Yang Mucheng hooked his hand. Ma Ping did not dare to resist and crawled to Yang Mucheng. As soon as he reached him, Yang Mucheng raised his hand and slapped him. There was no strength left in this slap. And Ma Ping screamed in agony. His whole body flew out. And he fell heavily to the ground, half of his teeth falling out.
Your Majesty! Forgive me! Your Majesty! Forgive me!
Ma Ping quickly got up, knelt on the ground, and kowtowed.
I didn't know it was the Holy Lord coming. Let me ask you, does the corruption in Yinqing have anything to do with you?
Yang Mucheng said in a cold voice. He made up his mind that even if Ma Ping had great military exploits, once he was related to the corruption incident, he would not show any mercy and would behead him right here. Chapter 215 Zijin Pavilion's Secret Hand. When Yang Mucheng asked, Ma Ping finally understood what was going on. He knocked his head heavily on the ground and said loudly,
Your Majesty, I guarantee with my wealth and life that I have nothing to do with this matter. Everything is Zhao Yutian using my name to make a big banner. I once discovered his corruption and gave him a severe warning. I didn't expect that how dare you do this?
Looking at Ma Ping's dazed eyes, Yang Mucheng nodded. Suddenly, he exerted force on his foot, and Zhao Yutian was directly trampled to death.
Zhao Yutian, the Lord of Yinqing, embezzled road construction funds and has been killed by me. Ma Ping, I order him to be searched and all the people related to this matter to be taken down. If found guilty during interrogation, no one will be left alive. Got the order?
Ma Ping's teeth itched with hatred. If Zhao Yutian hadn't been trampled to death by Yang Mucheng, he would have wanted to kill the corrupt official himself. Now that Yinqing's corruption matter is handled by him, how could he be so soft-hearted? Throughout Yinqing, hundreds of officials, large and small, were involved. From the city lord to some government officials, everyone was captured. The officials involved, without their previous arrogance, knelt down and begged for mercy. But it was no use. The Black Flag Army personally went out and beheaded them all in public. Eat what I have. Use what I have. How dare you embezzle me? The country has been hollowed out by these corrupt worms. So what if you are a local emperor? So what if you are a powerful official? The whole world belongs to me. If I want to kill your whole family, no one can stop me. The people of Yinqing looked at the heads on the ground, fell to the ground in awe, and screamed, which finally turned into a loud roar.
My holy emperor!
The road construction workers, who had been rescued by Yang Mucheng, were also completely dumbfounded. How could they have imagined that Zhao Yutian, who had been riding on top of him and tyrannizing before, would be killed in an instant? Even a place of death without burial?
My emperor is so famous!
The old man knelt on the ground. He was originally an old citizen of Ertai. Because Ertai was swallowed up by Dakian, he joined Dakian. Originally there was still some resistance in his heart. But now, he is completely convinced. Because corrupt officials, no matter which country they are in, will not be punished as severely as in Dakian country. Even in the old Ertai, at most 1 or 2 irrelevant petty officials were arrested to take the blame, while the real huge corruption was still at large.
With this emperor, why not make the Dakian kingdom prosperous and prosperous?
The rest of the people also praised him.
Marshal, what to do with these heads?
A Black Flag soldier looked at the mountains of heads in the city, and couldn't help but have a headache.
Wrap up all these heads, and send them to every city lord in Dakian for a look. Tell them that those who dare to corrupt and deceive the people will not only have their heads thrown to the ground, but also beheaded.
Ma Ping said angrily. Just in between discussions, Yang Mucheng came to the crowd.
See, your majesty!
The crowd knelt down in unison. No matter which country they are in, ordinary people are not allowed to look directly into the eyes of the emperor. Otherwise, they will be considered as committing the following crimes.
What's your name?
Yang Mucheng motioned for everyone to stand down and looked at the young man who had the courage to stand up and resist the government officials.
Grassman Su Yuan, I see that you are courageous and knowledgeable, not afraid of power, and that you are a malleable talent. Now that Zhao Yutian has been executed, Yinqing is also missing a city lord. How about I let you be the city lord?
In the face of power, he is fearless and extremely righteous. This Su Yuan can be tested. Su Yinqing was frightened.
Your Majesty, the common people are just untouchables. If you ask me to be the city leader, I'm afraid I won't be able to control you. I said you are qualified, and you are qualified. You have to remember that you are different now from before. You are the city lord appointed by me. If anyone disobeys you,
you can crush him to pieces. Of course, I don't want you to be the lord of the city, but to be a domineering person. I hope to find a city lord who serves the country and the people. I hope you won't disappoint me.
Su Yuan hurriedly said.
The common people accept the order. And the common people swear that they will serve the country and the people and repay the holy master for his kindness.
Yang Mucheng nodded. After giving some instructions, he left Yincheng. But for Su Yuan, this was a turning point in his fate. After taking the position of city lord, he immediately confiscated all the property embezzled by Zhao Yutian, returned the occupied farmland to the people, and began to organize everything in Yincheng.
You saw a joke.
After leaving Yincheng, everyone walked together. Yang Mucheng shook his head and smiled bitterly.
Di Yang's words are serious. In such a big country, there are always some corrupt officials who think they can hide the truth. However, I admire Di Yang's methods.
Yi Xianer said sincerely.
The rot in the country must be cured by scraping the bones to heal the wounds, in order to see miraculous results. Now all the officials involved in the incident in Yincheng, big and small, have been executed to death. There will no longer be any malpractice for personal gain in the future.
Just when several people were heading to Ye's house, a certain building in Ye's family,
Young master,
a man in black robe kneeled respectfully in front of a young man.
The matter has been settled. The 3 peak Xuanqi realm warriors hired by Miss Yi were all eliminated by us without anyone noticing.
This young man is none other than Yi Long, the eldest son of the Yi family in Zijin Pavilion. The man in black robe was slightly confused and said,
Young master, originally Miss Yi could have competed with you at this year's martial arts gathering, but she insisted on giving away the Xianming warrior wolf worth 180,000 xianshi, and she has no chance to compete with you. Your qualifications for the competition are already certain. Why do you want to attack Miss Yi's warriors?
The Zijin Pavilion's martial arts gathering is where the family's children compete for the profits they have earned over the past year, as well as the connections they have made. The 3 lowest ranked people will be directly disqualified as successors, and the place under his jurisdiction will be taken away by other people. In this generation, a total of 36 direct descendants of the family were selected for the position of successor. Through this method, nearly half of the people have lost their qualifications.
My little sister is very talented and has a unique way of doing business. She has won the first place for 2 consecutive years. If she were not a girl, she might have been destined to become the next generation head of the family.
Yi Long shook his head.
Now that she has finally exposed her flaws, this is my opportunity to beat the drowned dog. If she is allowed to stand up again, won't the position of the head of the family fall into her hands? If Granny Green Snake hadn't been secretly protecting her, I would have found an opportunity to kill her. In short, anyone who dares to compete with me for the position of heir will be killed.
Yi Long said coldly.
Yes.
The man in black robe nodded respectfully.
My troops have discovered that Miss Yi has gone to the mortal world, and there are only 2 people from the mortal world with her. This is an opportunity to take action. Why don't the young master take this opportunity to end it completely? Good.
Yi Long's eyes turned cold, and he said coldly,
Wei Laosan, I leave this matter to you. Only success is allowed. No failure.
Chapter 216 Ancient Dragon Blood. Lin Shan. To the south, a small town in the martial arts world. Yang Mucheng was a bit dizzy with the warriors coming and going. There was an old man with Taoist immortality who rode a crane like an immortal in a painting. And there were warriors covered in poison like demons coming out of the abyss. The passers-by here, even the waiters serving tea and water in the inn, all had the early stage of inner strength.
Is this the martial arts world?
Lu Yao was shocked.
Arrive.
At this time, everyone stopped in front of a courtyard. There is a big plaque hanging above the courtyard, Zhou Mansion.
Looking at the courtyard, it is really luxurious. The owner of this courtyard must be very extraordinary.
Miss Yi, are you here? Please come in. The master has been waiting for you for a long time.
Knocking on the door, an old housekeeper looked at Yi Xianer and said quickly. His eyes only stayed on Yang Mucheng for a moment. But when he saw Lu Yao, he showed a hint of surprise. A gravel path leads directly to the main hall. Yang Mucheng walked away with his hands behind his back.
Miss Yi, aren't we going directly to Zijin Pavilion? How do we pass through this courtyard?
Yang Mucheng was confused.
Grandma Green Snake contacted Zhou Shan for me. He is a peak Xianqi warrior. With him here, the chance of winning the martial arts gathering will be greater.
Yi Xianer said with a smile. Hearing this, Lu Yao frowned displeased. She whispered,
Your Majesty, she said she has a better chance of winning. So she clearly doesn't take you to heart.
Yang Mucheng smiled and was non-committal. In the world of martial arts, cultivation is king. He is only at the late stage of the Xuanqi realm. No matter how strong he is, he will not be more powerful than a warrior at the peak of the Xuanqi realm in Yi Xianer's heart. Don't take it to heart. So what?
Miss Yi!
As soon as he stepped into the hall, there was a roar of thunderous shouts. I saw a big man over 2 meters tall sitting on the main seat. His eyes were bright. His temples were bulging. And the energy and blood all over his body were surging extraordinary. Obviously, he is Zhou Shan, the master of the Zhou family.
I was ordered by Granny Green Snake to help Miss Yi go to the martial arts gathering. However, it's getting late tonight, so you can rest in my Zhou mansion for the night. Hey, are these two your servants? Ha ha. This little girl is absolutely gorgeous.
Zhou Shan glanced at Yang Maicheng and Lu Yao, and his eyes were immediately like nails on Lu Yao.
Who do you think is the servant? This is the Holy Lord of Dakian Kingdom,
Lu Yao said angrily. Zhou Shan thought for a while and said,
Dakian Kingdom? I have never heard of it. It is a country in the mortal world. Is this the emperor of the mortal world? So what if an emperor in the mortal world is not as good as a servant in front of me? If you didn't come here with Miss Yi, I could have slapped you to death just by what you said before.
Lu Yao was furious and was about to argue, but was stopped by Yang Maicheng. They are here to help Yi Xianer, not to cause trouble. After saying that, Zhou Shan waved his hand with waning interest.
Butler, find a house for these two people to stay in. We will set off early tomorrow morning.
Out of the hall, the two of them followed the housekeeper towards the side room. Lu Yao was still aggrieved. It didn't matter that she was treated differently. The key was that Yang Maicheng was the emperor. She was so angry that she was so humiliated by a little pawn in the martial arts world.
Your Majesty, why don't you teach him a lesson?
Lu Yao asked.
If I take action, I will definitely see blood. Yi Xianer finally found a helper to help with the punch. If I beat him to death, how will I explain to Yi Xianer?
Yang Maicheng said with a smile. There was nothing they could hide when they spoke, so the housekeeper heard them clearly. The butler turned around and quickly advised.
You too. Please don't say that. My master is a strong man at the peak of the Xianqi realm, and he has cultivated the Vidra glazed body. Ordinary peak Xianqi realm warriors are no match for my master. Let alone you. 2. My master has a bad temper. Don't let them hear this.
This housekeeper is kind. Yang Maicheng cupped his hands and said,
Thank you very much.
Alas, the housekeeper also knew what he said, but the other party didn't listen at all, and stopped trying to persuade them, and immediately led the two of them into the side room.
You should rest first. You have to travel tomorrow.
Yang Maicheng glanced at Lu Yao. There's something else about him. When he was in Dakian Kingdom, he was busy with the country's internal affairs and discussing deals with Yi Xianer, so he rarely had free time. When he conquered Zhao, Qin, Xiongnu and other countries, the system had already prompted him to complete the task of vassal country and rewarded him with 2 lottery opportunities. He never had time to get it, and he would go to Zijing Pavilion Ye's house in a few days, so he planned to draw the prize to see if he could get a good reward. Lottery, Yang Maicheng said silently. I hope you can give me a restoration talisman this time so that I can complete the upper, middle, and lower 3 skills of
blowing fire red eyes.
Magic weapons and weapons are all fine. In the previous battles, his 9 Dragon Supreme Robe and Dragon Slaying Sword had been damaged. Every time he faced the enemy, he could only meet him empty-handed, as he needed too many things. Ding. The pointer stayed on the weapon. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Silver Star Sword. Silver Star Sword, a middle-grade Shin-level weapon, can summon the power of the sun, moon and stars.
Not bad. Finally a good thing is here.
Yang Maicheng nodded, quite satisfied. This Silver Star Sword has a slender body and a simple posture. The sword body exudes a faint light, like a posture shrouded in moonlight. Holding it in his hand, he could faintly hear a dragon roar.
What a good start. I don't know what I can draw the second time. Continue.
Ding. The rotating pointer fell on the miscellaneous items. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Ancient Dragon Blood. Ancient Dragon Blood?
What's this?
Yang Maicheng looked at a drop of blood suspended in front of his eyes. The blood was crystal clear. Not like blood, but like a gem soaked in blood. Among them, one can feel the pure power exuding from the dragon's blood. While he was still looking at the drop of dragon's blood, the dragon's blood seemed to be pulled by some kind of force. It penetrated directly into Yang Maicheng's palm and completely disappeared in the blink of an eye.
Disappeared? No. This drop of blood has been integrated into my body.
Yang Maicheng's eyes widened. He could feel that after this drop of blood poured in, his body was strengthening crazily in an unimaginable manner. Although his cultivation level has not increased at all, the strength in his limbs has increased to the extreme.
What attracted this drop of blood was the five-clawed golden dragon in my body.
His brows furrowed. Ever since Yu Mingshan and his party, this five-clawed golden dragon has been possessing him. Because it did no harm to the body, Yang Mucheng has never taken care of it, and has even forgotten its existence. Unexpectedly, it actually responded this time?
Is it a problem with dragon blood? What is the origin of this five-clawed golden dragon? Is it really like what was described in the illusion that it was killed by a more powerful existence?
Just as Yang Mucheng was thinking, a terrible sound suddenly came from the Zhou Mansion Hall. At the same time, 7 or 8 powerful auras arrived quickly at this moment. Chapter 217. Leave it to me.
That is?
Tongue! After rushing out of the wing, Yang Mucheng saw a shocking scene. Only 7 or 8 figures were seen, carrying endless waves of internal energy, like meteorites falling from the sky. They suddenly fell from the sky, blasted through the roof of the Zhou Mansion Hall, and suddenly hit the ground. Boom! 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 There were several loud noises, and it crashed down. The whole earth trembled violently, spreading like an earthquake. He hurried to the main hall. Only then did Yang Mucheng find a man in black robe leading several people to the Zhou Mansion.
Wei Lao-san!
Yi Xian'er narrowed her eyes slightly, and looked at the leading man in black robe, unable to contain the anger in her voice.
What do you want to do?
The black-robed man Wei Lao-san grinned, cupped his hands to Yi Xian'er, and said,
Miss, I have come to kill you on the orders of the eldest young master. The eldest young master is determined to win the position of successor, and will not let you take it away. What's more, Zijin Pavilion cannot fall into the hands of a female. Even if you are Miss Ya's family, you will not escape death today.
Yi Xian'er clenched her fists, with a trace of killing intent flashing in her eyes. Zhou Shan on the side stood up with a cold voice.
Wei Lao-san, as a servant of the Yi family, you are too brave to attack your master, isn't it? This is my Zhou Mansion, not your Zijin Pavilion, isn't it? Are you allowed to be arrogant here? Are you Zhou Shan? Are you qualified to talk to me like this?
Wei Lao-san smiled disdainfully, and said to the men in black behind him,
Kill him!
Tongue! As soon as he finished speaking, the 6 people behind Wei Lao-san rushed out and pressed towards Wei Lao-san. In an instant, everyone was already fighting together. Zhou Shan is at the peak of Xianqi, and the killer brought by Wei Lao-san is also at the peak of Xianqi. This kind of battle is so fierce. With just one blow, the entire Zhou Mansion Hall trembled violently and collapsed completely. Several people turned into a group of black shadows, and wherever they fought, everything was completely torn apart by the energy.
Who is this Wei Lao-san?
Yang Mucheng asked.
My eldest brother's confidant,
Yi Xian'er said coldly.
I only know that many direct disciples of the family disappeared suddenly, and no one was found alive or dead. The family also investigated many times, but no clues were found. But I didn't expect that it turned out that my elder brother was causing trouble in all this.
Yang Mucheng smiled bitterly and shook his head. Isn't this the case with the fight for the throne? The light and shadow of swords are all used with soft knives that kill without showing blood.
Wow, yeah.
Midair, Zhou Shan let out an extremely angry roar. The speed of these killers was too fast for him to catch up.
I don't believe it.
In the roar, Zhou Shan clenched his fists, and a surge of internal energy surged into his body. Immediately afterwards, his huge body was quickly covered with a layer of color like glass.
Vidra Glaze body?
Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. Just as Zhou Shan was turning his Vidra Glaze body, the 6 killers looked at each other and attacked immediately. Clang! A sword sound like thousands of steel needles suddenly sounded, and then 6 killers were seen attacking at the same time. The 6 cold long swords seemed to burn with a terrifying fire and cold light as the internal energy was poured into them, and they were already blasting towards Zhou Shan's body in the blink of an eye. Zhou Shan refused to dodge and received everyone's attacks head-on. Ding! 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 A harsh sound suddenly sounded, and the sword tip struck Zhou Shan. It was actually blocked by the layer of glazed body, and even hit a dazzling spark. No matter how hard the 6 killers tried, they couldn't pierce through this thin layer of glazed body.
Sure enough, this Vidra Glaze body does have a trick.
Yang Mucheng used the Emperor's Qi reading technique to understand the key just by looking at it. He condensed the inner strength of his whole body on the body surface to form a protective layer, achieving the effect of an indestructible body.
Well, the Vidra Glaze body is Zhou Shan's special skill. Once you use it, you will be invincible.
Yi Xian'er on the side also nodded. It can be seen that she is very satisfied that Grandma Green Snake has found a strong man with good strength for her.
Roar!
After using the Vidrugla's body, Zhou Shan was like a god descending to earth. Fearless. But when he grabbed it with his big hand, he directly grasped the 6 long swords in his hand. With a strong force, there was a click sound, and the 6 long swords broke simultaneously.
Go to H.L.
He waved his hands, and the broken sword fragments flew around. The 2 killers, who had no time to escape, were immediately nailed by fragments of the broken sword and turned into a hornet's nest on the spot.
Tongue!
With a twist of his body, Zhou Shan grabbed a fleeing killer and tore him in half with a "bah" sound. Blood spilled like a fountain. These 6 people were killed by him in just a moment. Among the ruins of the entire Zhou mansion, there were stumps of limbs and broken arms, dripping with blood. Yang Mucheng put his hands behind his back and directly absorbed the energy and blood of these 6 people into his body.
Wei Lao-san, it's your turn.
Zhou Shan licked the blood on his hands, with a ferocious look on his face.
These killers of yours are not very good. You dare to break into my Zhou mansion with this group of rubbish. Do you think you still have a way to survive?
Wei Lao-san laughed loudly and said,
Zhou Shan, this is your Vidrugla's body. In my opinion, it is nothing more than that. Court death.
Zhou Shan killed 6 people in a row, and his momentum was like a rainbow. He couldn't bear such humiliation, and rushed towards the opponent in an instant. Wei Lao-san stood there and sneered. But then he slapped it with a palm. Boom! The figures on the field were almost separated at the first touch. Zhou Shan rushed as fast as he retreated. The whole person was like a cannonball being shot out, flying backwards and collapsing the rockery in the courtyard. And his whole body collapsed to the ground like mud. Yang Mucheng looked quickly and found Zhou Shan lying on the ground with a palm print on his chest. Centered on the palm print, the solid layer of diamond glazed body had been completely blasted, and spider web-like cracks appeared all around.
You want to compete with me with your little diamond glazed body?
Wei Lao-san grinned, bloodthirsty light flashing in his eyes. He looked at Yi Xian'er and said coldly,
Miss Yi, it's your turn next. That's fine.
Yi Xian'er clenched her fists. Although her cultivation level has reached that of a Xuanqi master, she has never made a move. Now in this situation, she had to take action. However, just when she was about to take action, Yang Mucheng walked out with a smile.
Miss Yi, leave this kind of stuff to me. Here you are?
Yi Xian'er showed a strange expression.
Who are you? Kid?
Wei Lao-san narrowed his eyes. Wei Lao-san has been around for a lifetime, and knows very well the principle of sailing a ship that lasts 10,000 years with caution. His strength has been revealed. But this kid still dares to stand up and say such words leisurely, which makes him have to be cautious. Chapter 218 Red Flame Demonic Sword.
Cough, cough, cough.
In the ruins, Zhou Shan stood up with difficulty. Such a simple movement affected his whole body, causing him pain as if his whole body was being torn apart. And he even spit out a large mouthful of blood. When he heard Yang Mucheng's words, he couldn't help shouting.
You are an emperor in the mortal world. Why are you getting involved? Even I am no match for Wei Lao-san. How can you still deal with him?
When Wei Lao-san heard this, a strange look appeared on his face, and he sneered.
You boy! What kind of role do I think you are? I didn't expect you are just a boy in the mortal world. Get out of here!
Call! As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his long sleeves, creating a shocking hurricane. Just hearing the whistling sound, an astonishing Qi gang quickly condensed in the void, like a huge wave, sweeping and rolling towards Yang Mucheng. Wherever he passed, the ground around him and the ruins of the mansion were crushed into powder in an instant.
Yang, be careful!
Yi Xian'er's expression changed. Yang Mucheng smiled faintly and waved his sleeves. Boom! The 2 air waves collided together, erupting into a terrifying shock. An invisible ripple swept across quickly, crushing the surrounding stone slabs inch by inch. The strong wind pressure even shook the entire Zhou mansion. Boom! Wei Lao-san stepped back several steps, each step hitting the ground with a loud force, leaving a mess of footprints. Yang Mucheng also took a few steps back and leveled the flower bed behind him to stabilize his body.
You actually blocked it?
Yi Xian'er showed a look of surprise. Yang Mucheng was only at the late stage of Xianqi, while Wei Lao-san was at the peak of Xianqi. He actually blocked Wei Lao-san's attack?
How can this be?
Zhou Shan's eyes almost popped out. He fully believed that even he could not block Wei Lao-san's attack. let alone the little emperor in the mortal world. But in fact, it really surprised him.
No wonder you dare to be arrogant in front of me. You are indeed proud of a person in the mortal world who can possess such strength. But it's a pity that you met me.
Boom! Wei Laosan sneered, took one step forward, and came to Yang Mucheng as if he had shrunk to an inch. Without saying anything, he slapped Yang Mucheng in the face with his palm.
So fast!
Zhou Shan took a breath of air. He couldn't capture Wei Laosan's speed with his naked eyes, and could only see a shadow passing by. Yi Xianer's eyebrows stood upright. She watched the scene secretly, and if Yang Mucheng was in danger, she would take action directly.
Snort!
Yang Mucheng snorted coldly and formed a fist with his right hand. At this moment, the muscles all over his body were tense, and his whole body was almost stretched into a straight line from head to toe, and his body was like a tight bow. Just when Wei Laosan was about to strike, Yang Mucheng punched out. This punch was like a cannonball being discharged from a barrel. It changed from the usual light punch speed to extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it came from behind, and the air seemed to be blown away. In an instant, it was heavily shaken by Wei Laosan's palm. Boom! As their fists and palms clashed, Wei Laosan felt a huge force as terrifying as Mount Tai collapsing, emerging crazily. This force was so powerful that he could hardly resist it. At this moment, his whole body sprayed out a mouthful of blood mist that filled the sky.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
A loud, crushing sound suddenly resounded, and the sound shook continuously. Wei Laosan hit out one after another, like angry arrows that burst out, knocking down countless buildings in a devastating manner, and was suddenly buried in the ruins. Dust is everywhere. There was deathly silence in the entire Zhou mansion.
Knocked him back with one punch,
Zhou Shan gasped, feeling as if he was in a dream.
Wei Laosan is a warrior at the peak of Xianqi. Why is he so strong?
Yi Xianer's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at his fist, with a look of astonishment also flashing on his face. His strength is indeed enough to defend against warriors at the peak of Xianqi. But if you want to crush the opponent with such a posture, you can't do it.
Is it the effect of that drop of dragon's blood? Yes, it must be. That drop of dragon's blood tempered my body. Before, I barely used any of it. Inner energy. If you use inner energy, you only need one move to kill Wei Laosan.
Although the cultivation level has not increased, but the strength has been greatly increased because of dragon blood. This made Yang Mucheng very happy.
Boy, you pissed me off.
Boom! Among the ruins, Wei Laosan jumped out crazily, his violent roar shaking the sky. A surging and terrifying wave of air swept away from his body in all directions, shaking the surrounding space into turmoil. He clenched his fists, then put his palms together, as if he had drawn a long sword from the void. This long sword is no ordinary thing. At the same time as it appeared, a terrifying high temperature erupted. The temperature that is enough to melt steel quickly spreads in all directions at this moment. There was only a crackling sound, and the surrounding buildings were actually ignited by the high temperature at this moment. The entire Zhou mansion was plunged into a sea of fire at this moment.
That is...
Zhou Shan took a breath of air.
Red flame demonic sword. The best yellow grade weapon.
Yi Xianer narrowed her eyes slightly.
I didn't expect that my eldest brother would give you this sword in order to kill me.
Even without explanation, Yang Mucheng knew that this sword was very strong. The heat swept through. The entire Zhou mansion seemed to have turned into a scorching furnace, making people unable to help but feel heart palpitations. Under the red flame demon sword, the black robe on Wei Laosan was burned to ashes in an instant. His long hair was raised and covered with flames, just like the ancient fire god Zhu Rong descending to earth. As he walked step by step, the footprints behind Wei Laosan made a crack sound at this moment, burning with clusters of flames.
Yang, leave it to me.
A cold light flashed in Yi Xianer's eyes, and she was determined to kill at this moment.
After he uses this red flame demon sword, even the warriors at the peak of Xuanqi will have to retreat. You may not be his opponent,
said. Yi Xianer slowly opened her sleeves, revealing her wrists as white as jade. On her wrist, a silver bracelet was shining. Waves of surging inner energy emanated from the silver bracelet. Obviously, this is also a good magic weapon.
There is a beginning and an end.
Yang Mucheng smiled faintly and walked forward, looking at Wei Laosan. He grinned.
What about the red flame demonic sword? I only need one move to deal with him. You only need one move to deal with me.
When Wei Laosan heard this, a trace of ferocity flashed on his face.
Boy, if you dare to speak arrogantly even when you are about to die, I will kill you first today.
Chapter 219. A dragon emerges from the mortal world. Angry. How could Wei Laosan not be angry? He thought that he had the task within his grasp. But something like Yang Mucheng suddenly happened. Moreover, this unexpected incident turned out to be an emperor from the mortal world. What made him even more intolerable was that this boy actually dared to speak so boldly. It only takes one move to deal with him. How could Wei Laosan endure this?
Let's just kill this guy and miss you with this strike.
He thought in his heart that at this moment, his whole body was suddenly tumbling into the sky. At the same time, the flames of the red flame demon sword in his hand increased even more. A shocking flame rolled up, as if even the air was completely burned by him. The rolling flame suddenly formed a wild dragon in midair. Amid a shocking dragon roar, it rushed towards Yang Mucheng's position. At this moment, it seemed as if the entire sky was completely on fire. Boom! The fire dragon swept across. The shocking roar set off a stormy heat wave, sweeping towards Yang Mucheng. Yang Mucheng's long hair was blown up by the heat wave, and his robes rustled.
Tongue!
Zhou Shan was even more shaken by this heat wave and lost his balance. He swept backwards and hit a rockery, causing the rockery to tremble.
Wei Laosan, let's see how I kill you today.
Yi Xianer's eyebrows stood up as she made a seal with her right hand, and the silver bracelet on her wrist flew out with a buzzing sound, spinning in front of her fingers. The light was turbulent, and a surging and powerful aura also emanated from the silver bracelet. However, a white jade-like palm slowly stretched out and grabbed Yi Xianer's wrist. Yang Mucheng grinned.
Leave it to me. This is the red flame demonic sword,
Yi Xianer exclaimed. But before she finished speaking, she was completely stunned. I saw Yang Mucheng grabbing the void with his right hand, as if the endless moonlight was gathering, and quickly formed a slender sword in his hand, like a long sword made of silver moon. Clang! Yang Mucheng gently clenched the long sword into his hand, and a thrilling sword cry suddenly resounded.
This is a middle-grade Xian-level weapon.
Yi Xianer swallowed her saliva. Although they are in the martial arts world, there are not many Xian-level weapons in their Zijin pavilion. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so surprised when she saw Wei Laosan's red flame demon sword.
I never thought that you, a little emperor in the mortal world, could also possess a middle-grade Xian-level weapon? Ha ha. This sword is mine.
Wei Laosan's eyes flashed with greed. Controlling the fire dragon, he rushed down crazily. The extreme turmoil of the shocking flames has reached its limit at this moment. Clang! Yang Mucheng swung his sword out. Wei Laosan only saw a cold light as cold as the moon passing through the sky. And then the whole world seemed to fall apart at this moment.
This...
Zhou Shan's eyes widened. This scene was almost something he would never forget. The fire dragon that could destroy heaven and earth was actually chopped into two by Yang Mucheng like a bubble. Broken flames fell down like fire rain. As for Wei Laosan, it was more like he was frozen in midair by a body-fixing technique.
I cannot be reconciled.
Phew! Before he finished speaking, his head flew up and blood suddenly spurted out. Of course not willingly. During the killing mission, I actually met Yang Mucheng.
Yang Emperor, you actually killed him with one sword?
Yi Xianer looked at the corpse on the ground, still in disbelief. The warrior at the peak of Xuanqi was unable to sustain a single move under Yang Mucheng. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Yi Xianer wouldn't believe it no matter what she said.
He.
Yang Mucheng smiled faintly and took Wei Laosan's energy and blood into his body. The energy and blood of 7 or 8 peak Qian-Qi warriors only enhanced his cultivation by less than 1/5. He picked up the red flame demonic sword and threw it to Yi Xianer.
This is your family's sword. Now return it to its original owner. No need, you killed Wei Laosan. This sword will be your trophy.
Yi Xianer thought for a while and said with a smile.
I almost forgot. You already have a middle-grade Xian-level weapon. So naturally you don't like this sword. Low grade. Since you don't need it, give it to Lu Yaoer. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Miss Yi.
Lu Yaoer's face was full of joy, and she couldn't put it down after receiving the red flame demonic sword.
Yang Emperor, I have offended you many times before. Please forgive me.
Zhou Shan staggered over and waved at Yang Mucheng.
Please also ask Emperor Yang not to blame.
Zhou Shan was naturally not afraid of Yang Mucheng's identity as emperor, but feared Yang Mucheng's strength. Even Wei Laosan was killed by Yang Mucheng with one sword. He couldn't help but tremble when he thought of his previous attitude of mocking Yang Muchung. If the other party takes the blame, I'm afraid that I won't end up well either.
Zhou Shan, if I didn't care about Miss Yi, just based on what you said to me in the hall, I could kill you with one sword.
Yang Muchung glanced at Zhou Shan. Zhou Shan trembled at the sight, and did not dare to speak anymore. If Yang Muchung had said this before, he would have just dismissed it, or even angered him, and maybe even asked the housekeeper to slap him twice. But now, he didn't dare to be dissatisfied at all. On the contrary, he was very happy that he had come back from the gate of H.L.
Lord Yang Di, if you don't argue with me, I won't be able to repay you.
Zhou Shan experienced ups and downs, and saw Yang Muchung's methods again. He was more than 2 meters tall and in his 40s, calling himself a boy to Yang Muchung. Not to mention how funny it was. But he himself takes it for granted that in the martial arts world, strength is respected, and those who are successful come first.
I have a treasured 300-year-old dragon's blood ginseng here, and I hope Emperor Yang will accept it.
Zhou Shan clapped his hands, and the butler immediately brought a wooden box. Yang Muchung secretly shook his head. If he was only in the early stage of profound energy, this 300-year-old dragon blood ginseng might still be effective on him. But now, he has reached the advanced stage, and only dragon blood ginseng that is more than 500 years old can help him improve his cultivation. But since the other party wanted to apologize, Yang Muchung couldn't refuse. He immediately accepted the ginseng, and gave it to Lu Yaoer as a reward.
Yang Emperor, Miss Yi, Zhou Mansion has been razed to the ground. My friend still has a place to go. We will rest there tonight, and set off again tomorrow.
Zhou Shan felt relieved when he saw Yang Muchung harvesting the ginseng. People are also much more relaxed. Yi Xian'er looked at Yang Muchung with a smile, and was extremely shocked in her heart. She was originally helpless, and couldn't find any help. So she planned to recruit Yang Muchung to fill her number. In fact, she didn't expect Yang Muchung to be able to help her much. But now the sword that killed Wei Laos and gave her hope.
Although I have overestimated Yang Muchung to a great extent, I didn't expect his potential is still beyond my expectations. This is a true dragon emerging from the mortal world.
Chapter 220 Don't Cause Trouble for the Lady. 3 days later, Yang Muchung, Yi Xian'er and their group appeared in front of the Yi family gate of Zijin Pavilion. What a lively mood. The Yi family of Zijin Pavilion is also a large family in the martial arts world, occupying a small town. The direct descendants, who were rarely seen in normal times, also rushed back from outside, hoping to win first place in this martial arts gathering in the family.
Miss Yi, your status in the family is not very high,
Yang Muchung said lightly. They stood here for half a stick of incense. There were many pedestrians coming and going, but few people came to pay attention to them. Even if there is, it is also a sarcastic attitude.
Little sister.
As soon as he finished speaking, a cry came from the distance. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound, but they saw a gloomy-looking man walking towards them with a hint of surprise. And he is none other than Yi Long, the eldest young master of the Yi family.
Yi Long, you still have the nerve to call me?
Yi Xian'er sneered.
Hee hee. I didn't expect that Wei Laosan couldn't kill you.
Yi Long was not angry after being exposed. He raised his eyebrows and said,
You can't blame your brother for being ruthless. I blame you for not being willing to obey the family. Arranged to marry into the Zhou family, but instead wanted to compete with me for the position of family heir.
He glanced at Yi Xian'er and said with a smile,
However, even if you come back this time, I'm afraid you won't be able to defeat me. You are destined to not win this family's martial arts gathering. You know that once you get all the results in the martial arts gathering, what will happen if you are at the bottom? It's not certain who will lose and who will win,
Yi Xian'er said angrily. Yi Long shook his head and said with a proud face,
Little sister, you are smart all your life, but you are confused for a moment. If you hadn't done business with the Emperor of the mortal world and lost 180,000 black stones, I really wouldn't have found it. You have no flaws at all.
After saying that, Yi Long glanced at Yang Muchung. He immediately laughed and said,
Hey, no wonder you don't like the young master of the Zhou family. It turns out that you found a pretty boy with thin skin and tender flesh outside. Clean your mouth.
Yang Muchung's face turned cold.
How dare you bark like a bereaved dog? This is our Yi family. Don't think that you can yell at me because of Yi Xian'er's support. Here, even if you are a dragon, you have to be under my control. And even if you are a tiger, you have to lie down for me.
Excuse me. You have no place to speak here.
Yi Long grinned. palm mouth, Yang Mucheng said lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yaoer stepped forward. Lu Yaoer absorbed 300-year-old dragon blood ginseng, and her cultivation has reached the middle stage of Xianqi. Yi Long is only a half-step Xuanqi. How can he resist Lu Yaoer's slap? In panic, he raised his hand to block it. Snapped. A hard slap hit Yi Long's face, sending him flying out. Little bitch. You dare to hit me? Yi Long covered his face, still unable to believe that someone dared to hit him in front of Ye's house. Someone is coming. There are many people paying attention to this corner. Now that Yi Long shouted, more than 10 warriors came out quickly. Just when Yi Long was about to give the order, a faint voice came from the mansion. Yi Long, you are not the heir of the family yet. The Yi family cannot allow you to show off your power. Granny Greensnake came slowly, holding a cane. This old woman seemed to have a very high status in the Yi family, and all the warriors she passed showed a look of fear. Even Yi Long had a hint of fear in his eyes. After the martial arts gathering, I made you cry without tears. Yi Long glanced at Yang Mucheng fiercely, turned around and entered the house. This little episode is over. Yi Sienna returned to the main forum to report that Granny Greensnake took Yang Mucheng and several others to the courtyard where she was. What's going on with the 180,000 black stones? Yang Mucheng vaguely felt that Yi Sienna's status in the family had plummeted because of him, so he couldn't help but ask. Of course, it's about the 20,000 Xianming wolves. Granny Greensnake glanced at Yang Mucheng and said slowly, the Yi family is a business family, and never does business at a loss. She took it upon herself to sell the 20,000 Xianming wolves. When John Lang sold it to you, he lost 180,000 black stones. There are 3 items in martial arts gatherings. The first is the profit earned in a year within the area under its jurisdiction. In the past, Miss, she was able to get first place in this first item. But because of you, she has been ranked at the bottom. Second, the competition among the strongest. The 3 strong men I hired disappeared inexplicably. Now, only you and Zhou Shan have taken their place. You don't have to think about it. And you can't get any good rankings. Third, the alchemy competition. So far, we have not been able to invite an alchemist. You don't need to watch this competition. The young lady will definitely lose. That's not necessarily the case. Lu Yaoer shouted displeased. Granny Greensnake raised her eyebrows and said, little girl, is there still hope for a comeback? Lu Yaoer nodded. Ms. Yi has already signed a trade order with Dakian Kingdom. 180,000 black stones are nothing. And you can make money quickly. My sage is a strong martial artist. With him on the field, no one can beat him. As for my sage knows how to make alchemy. Haha. Granny Greensnake shook her head. But she was non-committal, obviously not taking Lu Yaoer's words seriously. In her opinion, Lu Yaoer was just speaking for Yang Mucheng and complaining for Yang Mucheng. Even if a trade contract is signed, so what? Is there anything in the world of mortals that can attract the attention of the martial arts world? You know, even a treasure worth millions of gold coins in the mortal world is only 100 black stones in the martial arts world. As for Yang Mucheng being a strong martial artist, that's even more ridiculous. Although Granny Greensnake admits that Yang Mucheng has good potential, he is only a late-stage Xianqi warrior. In this martial arts gathering, everyone's cultivation levels are at the peak of the Xuanqi realm, or even at the perfection stage. The eldest young master Yi Long even invited a Xianqi master back. Is he qualified to appear as a warrior in the late stage of Xianqi realm? And alchemy. Granny Greensnake doesn't even want to say it. How do people in the secular world know how to make elixirs? You do not believe? Yang Mucheng hadn't said anything yet, but Lu Yaoer was vaguely unhappy. In her heart, Yang Mucheng has simply become a supreme being, and no one else is allowed to have the slightest doubt. You say it's unfounded, but it's not that easy to make the old woman believe it. Granny Greensnake glanced at Yang Mucheng. Miss believes in you, but I don't. These days are the martial arts gatherings of the Yi family, and the old lady knows that you are the emperor of Dakian Kingdom. But you are a good person in the world of mortals, but you are nothing in the world of martial arts. You have offended Yi Long. I hope that in the next few days, you will stay in the yard and don't go out. And don't cause trouble to the lady again. Chapter 221 Hidden Mission. Stay in the yard and don't go out. Don't cause any more trouble for the lady. Grandma Greensnake's words made Yang Mucheng raise his eyebrows. However, before Yang Mucheng could speak, she had already left with her hands behind her hands, leaving the 3 of them looking at each other. Your Majesty, This old woman is so rude and disrespectful to you.
Lu Yao's teeth itched with hatred. Zhou Shan also hurriedly said,
Emperor Yang, it seems that these people are blind and do not know your true ability.
Yang Mucheng smiled but said nothing. If it weren't for Yi Xianer's sake, he would have left long ago. Ding. At this time, a system prompt sounded suddenly. Hidden mission. No matter how great the king of a country is, he is just an ordinary person, who no one cares about after leaving the country. A true general, minister or prince should be known to everyone in the world, and be worshipped by thousands of people wherever he goes. Newcomer, let yourself be known in the martial arts world and have a very high status. Mission successful. Reward 3 lottery plans. Mission failed. Cultivation was abolished and kicked out of the martial arts world. Excuse me. Do you want to accept the mission? Kindness? Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. The tasks in the past were all mandatory, and you couldn't do it unless you took them. Now, a hidden mission actually pops up.
This mission appeared at the juncture of the Yi family's martial arts gathering, and it is obviously related to this martial arts gathering.
Yang Mucheng thought to himself.
If I succeed, I will definitely be able to reach the standard of a fledgling. But if I fail, I'm afraid the Yi family will be the end of my career in the martial arts world. Catch!
Without hesitation, Yang Mucheng shouted in his heart. Every mission is the best time to become stronger. As the system said, real princes and generals are not limited to any small area. Even if they leave their own country and come to another place, they should be known to the whole world. After another moment of concentration, he analyzed the task secretly. Yang Mucheng clasped his hands and said,
Lu Yao, come with me out. Yes.
Yejia Town. This is a small town in the real martial arts world. Whether it is pedestrians coming or going or old men begging for food, they are all people with cultivation. There are many shops open in the small town, including those owned by the Yi family and those owned by outsiders. Blacksmith shop, elixir shop, weapon shop. Small but complete.
Your Highness, where are we going?
Lu Yao asked curiously.
Elixir shop,
Yang Mucheng said. After getting the Hunyuan pill Ju, he has never refined the pill yet. Now that you have accepted the system's task, the easiest way to ensure you gain enough fame is to win the first place in the martial arts gathering for Yi Xianer. Only in this way will your reputation become more prominent. Stepping into the elixir shop, a burst of fragrant fragrance slowly spread to the nostrils. The levels of alchemists are the same as the levels of elixirs, divided into 5 levels: heaven, earth, Xian, Huang, and spirit. Each level is divided into upper, middle and lower grades. The level of elixir an alchemist can refine is that level of alchemy master.
The fragrance of this elixir is so refreshing.
Lu Yao couldn't help but said.
I just sniffed it gently once, and I felt that all the pores in my body were stretched. Presumably, this elixir is of high quality.
Zhou Shan on the side smiled and said,
Miss Lu, you don't know something. The alchemist of this elixir shop is alchemist Hu of Huzong. He is a middle-level alchemist of the Huang rank. He came here because he offended a powerful person in the martial arts world. Evacuate in Yejia Town. Even the head of the Yi family treats Master Hu with great courtesy.
A middle-grade alchemist in the Huang rank? This is countless times stronger than those alchemists in Yaowang Valley. Those alchemists can only refine high-grade spiritual products at most.
There's something wrong with this elixir.
Yang Mucheng frowned slightly.
Huh?
Zhou Shan was stunned. Although Yang Mucheng did say that he knew how to make alchemy, Zhou Shan did not take it seriously.
If I guess correctly, the elixir refined in this furnace should be the Depei Yuan Dan. It is a middle-grade yellow-grade elixir. The properties of the herb are divided into yin and yang and the 5 elements. The 5 elements are interdependent, and the elixir is made. The 5 elements are in conflict with each other. The elixir fails. The process of refining the elixir is like a process of balancing the scales. Pay attention to your perception. This elixir incense is filled with a violent feeling of fire. If I guess correctly, it should be some kind of fire attribute herb that has been added too much, unfortunately. He that would attribute herbs are given 2 more points. As the saying goes, the 5 elements are mutually reinforcing. And what creates fire? Within 12 breaths, the fire attribute in the alchemy furnace will reach its extreme, and the entire herb in the alchemy furnace will be burned to ashes. Shoo!
Before he finished speaking, Zhou Shan looked at Yang Mucheng with a horrified face, and quickly made a silence gesture. Only then did Yang Mucheng realize that his words had caused everyone in the elixir shop to stop what they were doing and look towards where they were.
What? What I said is wrong.
Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows and asked lightly. Although he has never refined elixirs, after obtaining the Hunyuan Danju, Zhou Tian's knowledge of alchemy was in his hands. This is equivalent to a full-level player without any skill points.
Boy, who are you? Do you know what alchemy is? Master Hu is a middle-level alchemist in the Huang rank. Even the Yi family of Zijin Pavilion treats him with great courtesy. How dare you arrange for him to have problems with his alchemy? A dog's mouth can't spit out anything like ivory.
As soon as he finished speaking, an old man with white hair and beard shouted angrily. He looked at Yang Muchung and snorted coldly.
Have you read
the alchemy book?
Do you know
the way of alchemy?
Have you ever heard of the 5 elements alchemy method? Do you know what Hunyuan Avenue is?
Every time he said a word, he took a step forward, 4 steps in a row, and came directly to Yang Muchung.
Every year, arrogant and ignorant boys like you come to our pill shop, trying to deliberately attract the attention of Master Hu. What are you?
Yang Muchung frowned and said displeased. The white-bearded old man put his hands behind his back, as if he had everything in his hands.
I am Wang Jin, a disciple of alchemist Hu, a high-level spiritual alchemist.
It can be noticed that when Wang Jin said this, both the customers who came to buy elixirs and the clerks in the pharmacy all looked at him in awe. Obviously, his status is not low. Zhou Shan shrank his head in fear. Although with his strength, he could slap this arrogant old man to death. He couldn't afford to offend him. It should be noted that alchemy masters have a high status in the martial arts world. Even such a high-level alchemy master has a huge network of contacts. If you offend him, there will be countless strong people lining up to trouble you in the future.
Yang Emperor, let's go!
Zhou Shan whispered. However, Yang Muchung's next move surprised Zhou Shan. He silently raised his right hand and slapped Wang Jin on the face, knocking the arrogant and domineering old man 7 or 8 meters away, causing several of his teeth to fall out.
A high-level alchemy master on the spiritual level dares to shout in front of me. You should be glad that you are in the martial arts world and not the mortal world.
Chapter 222 Accepting a Disciple? He hit an alchemist? When Zhou Shan saw Yang Muchung's movements, his scalp went numb, and he almost subconsciously took a few steps back, for fear of getting involved with Yang Muchung. Lu Yao on the side took it for granted, and looked at Wang Jin, who fell to the ground and sneered in her heart. 3 of the 7 high-grade spiritual alchemists in Yaowang Valley were trampled to death by my sage. The remaining 4 are either begging for mercy, or they might have to die. Who are you, Wang Jin, to dare to show off like this in front of my sage?
Well,
Zhou Shan couldn't help but sigh. Naturally, he didn't know these things. He only thought that Yang Muchung was an emperor in the mortal world, and was used to being a 9-5-year-old. No one could disobey or provoke. But this is not the secular world, but the martial arts world.
He actually beat Master Wang Alchemy. Wang Master Alchemy is Master Hu's disciple. Now we are in big trouble.
In the elixir shop, a low voice resounded. Wang Jin even covered his face, his eyes burning.
You little bastard. You dare to hit me. What happened?
At this time, a middle-aged man wearing a children's robe came out with a gloomy face. When Wang Jin saw the middle-aged man, he seemed to have seen a savior, and he shouted quickly.
Master, this guy said that you failed in making alchemy, and he dared to cause trouble in our elixir shop. Master Hu is out. It's over. It's over. This kid is dead. Yes. Last time, there was a strong Xuanqi master who wanted to force Master Hu to make elixirs for him. But he was angered. Several people from families and powerful forces beat the master to the point where he knelt down and begged for mercy.
Wang Jin covered his face, crying and repeating what Yang Muchung had said before. At first, Hu Zong's face was still full of anger, but when he heard the last word, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes.
Master, this kid is simply arrogant and unforgivable.
Wang Jin gritted his teeth and stared at Yang Muchung. In his opinion, Yang Muchung was dead. Hu Zong was extremely proud of his alchemy skills, and would never allow others to question him. Now that this kid said these words in public, can he escape unscathed? Just when Wang Jin was secretly proud, the next moment, Hu Zong did something that no one could have imagined. He quickly came to Yang Muchung and bowed heavily.
Senior, it's not convenient to talk here. Can you lend me a step? Master, why are you giving him such a big gift?
Wang Jin's eyes almost popped out. Hu Zong ignored Wang Jin and just looked at Yang Muchung expectantly.
Oh!
Yang Muchung glanced at him in surprise, then nodded. Immediately everyone walked towards the backyard of the elixir shop. Zhou Shan froze on the spot for a long time, barely able to recover. There seems to be something wrong with this situation, thinking to himself. He quickly followed. Backyard. There is a huge alchemy room with only an alchemy furnace half a person's height inside. And there is a faint burnt smell in the air.
Senior, you said earlier that I'd place 1 point more fire attribute herbs and 2 points more wood attribute spiritual herbs. May I ask what these 2 herbs are?
Hu Zong asked Yang Mucheng to sit down and couldn't wait. Asked.
Flame red fruit and thundergrass.
Yang Mucheng said.
Isn't thundergrass a herb without attributes?
Hu Zong frowned.
The evolution of the 5 elements cannot produce thunder. If you don't even understand these, how can you refine the elixir?
Yang Mucheng sneered. If others dared to say this, Hu Zong would definitely be furious. But he was shocked and thoughtful. It wasn't until a moment later that he suddenly realized and patted his head.
So that's it. I have always mistaken thundergrass as a non-attributed herb, which is specially used to adjust the balance of the 5 elements of the elixir. It turns out that the mistake is here.
Yang Mucheng nodded.
Put half of the flame red fruit. Then reduce the thundergrass by 80%. And refine the elixir again.
Hu Zong did not dare to neglect and followed the orders one by one. After a while, a large pot of Pei Yuan Dan came out.
Senior, listening to your words today is better than my 10 years of hard study.
Hu Zong couldn't help but express gratitude.
I have been stuck in the position of a middle-grade Huang-level alchemist for more than 10 years. If you hadn't appeared, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to break through after 4 or 5 years of groping alone. I still have a few issues I want to discuss with my seniors. For a moment, I wonder if Senior can clear up the confusion? Say it!
Yang Mucheng nodded. The alchemy masters in Yaowang Valley were not good enough and could not understand what he knew about alchemy. This Hu Zong seems to have some potential, so it would be a good idea to explore some of it. Zhou Shan sat aside obediently, his eyes full of shock. To a layman like him, the knowledge of alchemy was like a book from heaven. But he could clearly feel that Hu Zong was indeed discussing it at the beginning. But as the conversation progressed, it gradually turned into asking for advice. And even in the end, Hu Zong was like a student, with a face full of reverence. Could Emperor Yang really know how to make elixirs? Otherwise, why would Hu Zong be so respectful? Seeing Hu Zong's transformation, Zhou Shan's eyes almost popped out. After the conversation, the only question in Hu Zong's mind was admiration.
Senior, were you born into one of the 5 legendary alchemy families? No.
Yang Mucheng shook his head.
Senior, are you the legendary existence of the 12 elixir sects? No.
Yang Mucheng still shook his head.
And you are?
Hu Zong became more and more confused. He had been fortunate enough to listen to the elixir theory of the seniors of the alchemy family and the 12 elixir sections. Those words made him go from an unknown alchemy apprentice to a yellow-level mid-level alchemist. But compared to the knowledge of alchemy that the young man in front of me knew back then, there was a huge difference.
My sage is the emperor of the mortal world,
Lu Yaoer said proudly from the side.
This time, I'm here to attend the martial arts gathering on behalf of Miss Ye's family.
Hearing this, Hu Zong was so surprised that he almost bit off his tongue. How could an emperor in the secular world know so much? He looked at Yang Mucheng and had a vague feeling in his heart. If he missed this opportunity, he might lose it forever in the future. Boom! Hu Zong knelt on his knees, hit the ground, and said loudly,
Senior, you should be the reincarnation of the ancient alchemy god. I hope you can accept me as your disciple.
Yang Mucheng smiled softly. The reincarnation of the ancient alchemy god? This Hu Zong really dared to guess.
I am the emperor of the mortal world, and I will not stay in the martial arts world for long. After the Yi family's Zijin Pavilion martial arts gathering is over, I have to return to my country. Are you willing to do the same? Senior, if you accept me as your disciple, I will not hesitate to follow you back to the mortal world, even if I go up mountains of swords and down seas of fire with you.
Hu Zong said firmly.
Forget it. Since you are willing to worship me as your teacher, I will accept you. The alchemy department of Deqian country just lacks someone who can take on a big responsibility.
Chapter 223 Nine Dragons Alchemy. Apprenticeship? Take on a disciple? Hu Zong, who was treated with great courtesy by the entire Yi family, just became Yang Mucheng's disciple?
Di Yang, congratulations on gaining a great disciple.
Zhou Shan quickly congratulated him. Disciple? Yang Mucheng secretly shook his head. If it weren't for the low level of the alchemists in Yaowang Valley, he would look down on Hu Zong. However, with the Hun Yuan Dan Ju that he has mastered as his foundation, It is more than enough to be his master, let alone Hu Zong's master.
Bring me some of the materials for the great Peiyuan pill, and I will also refine it to make a pill.
Yang Mucheng did not forget the goal of his trip.
Yes!
Hu Zong's eyes lit up, and he quickly sent someone to make arrangements. Not long after, various spiritual herbs were delivered. Lu Yao was confused.
Your Majesty, some heavenly and earthly treasures themselves have powerful medicinal effects. Why do we need to make elixirs? Sister, you don't know something.
Hu Zong respectfully called Lu Yao to explain.
Tianling and earth treasures are certainly in the minority. Take the 300-year-old dragon's blood ginseng as an example. Although this is a middle-grade herb in the yellow grade, if it is refined with the help of various spiritual herbs, the effect can reach the level of a top-grade yellow-grade herb. Moreover, the spiritual energy contained in some heavenly and earthly treasures is too large for warriors to absorb or cannot completely absorb. Therefore, their spiritual energy must be converted into energy that is easy to absorb through alchemy. This is the role of our alchemists.
While talking, Yang Mucheng had already picked up the spiritual grass. The Peiyuan Dan has a total of 72 kinds of spiritual herbs. The higher the level of the elixir, the more complex the recipe will be.
Rise!
Yang Mucheng's eyes were like torches, and he drank attentively. Just watch as he patted the medicine box with his right hand. And 72 kinds of herbs tumbled up, turned into a spiritual light, and were thrown into the alchemy furnace.
Extract 72 kinds of spiritual herbs at once?
When Hu Zong saw this scene, he almost broke his teeth. That's the difference. He only dared to extract the essence of one kind of spiritual grass at a time. And he had to be careful, for fear that too much of a certain kind of spiritual grass would cause the 5 elements to be unbalanced and the alchemy to fail. But Yang Mucheng extracted the essence of 72 kinds of spiritual herbs at once.
Will this work?
Hu Zong thought secretly. Yang Mucheng's expression was dull. For him now, as long as there is a prescription for elixir, there is no elixir that he cannot refine. Of course, except for some pills that require the level of an alchemist.
Hu Zong, please watch carefully. I will only teach you this technique once. It depends on you how much you can master it.
These words made Hu Zong feel nervous. After extracting the essence of the 72 kinds of spiritual herbs, Yang Mucheng walked slowly around the alchemy furnace with his hands behind his back. He looks like he is taking a leisurely stroll, but he contains some strange mystery. Suddenly, Yang Mucheng stopped. At this moment, where he was standing seemed to be the center of the entire world.
Could it be the 9 Dragons alchemy technique?
Hu Zong lost his voice and said,
What is the 9 Dragons alchemy technique?
Zhou Shan couldn't help but ask.
This is a lost ancient alchemy technique. No matter what elixir is refined, the level of the elixir will be greatly improved. The 9 Dragons alchemy technique has been passed down to this day, but it is incomplete. I once heard that alchemy master Zhao Han can use the double dragons playing with pearls method to make elixirs.
Hu Zong clenched his fists, and veins popped out on his forehead. He had a hunch in his heart that he was likely to witness the ancient lost alchemy technique. Notice, it was by relying on the incomplete classics of Jiulong alchemy that Zhao Han realized the technique of 2 dragons playing with beads, which made him become an alchemist. If the 9 Dragons alchemy technique is completely used, where will there be alchemist Zhao Han? Boom! 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 The next moment, Yang Mucheng raised his hand and struck out, each strike hitting the void, making the air crackle. With every palm strike, a dragon roar could be faintly heard in the void. In the alchemy furnace, the curling elixir smoke slowly rose, and in the astonished eyes of everyone, a real dragon coiled around its body was formed.
This is a dragon ascending to heaven. 2 dragons playing with pearls.
Roar! The endless elixir smoke gathered above the elixir furnace and transformed into 9 dragon clouds. A golden light appeared. The lid of the alchemy furnace exploded with a bang.
Is this to Peiyuan Dan? The effect of this kind of elixir has probably reached the top level of Huang level.
Hu Zong swallowed. He worked hard for more than 10 years to refine a furnace of great origin pill. But the effect of the pill was uneven. But the elixirs that Yang Mucheng refined were as plump and round as pearls, and each one was 100 times more effective than the elixirs he had refined. Yang Mucheng casually collected the elixir into his storage bracelet.
Congratulations, Master!
Hu Zong was completely convinced. So what if Yang Mucheng is the emperor of the mortal world? Even if Yang Mucheng is only 16 or 17 years old. So what? With this 9 Dragon alchemy technique, even alchemist Zhao Han had to kneel down and worship Yang Mucheng when he saw him.
It's just a high-grade Huang level to Peiyuan Dan.
Yang Mucheng showed an indifferent attitude.
It's a pity that I only know the elixir recipes for all the elixirs at the Huang and Ling levels. But I don't know any of the elixir recipes for the higher heaven, earth, and Xian levels. If I knew it, it would be the elixirs for the Xian level. I can easily make the medicine.
After thinking about it, he took out 3 more Depei Yuan pills and gave one to each of Zhou Shan, Lu Yao and Hu Zong.
Elixirs can only be used as training aids. The power obtained by relying on Dantian and Tianling Dibao is not as good as the power gained from one's own cultivation,
Yang Mucheng said lightly.
Hu Zong,
please prepare yourself. After the Yi family's martial arts gathering is over, you will return to the Qin country with me.
Yes, master, Hu Zong said respectfully. Although he had worked hard to run this elixir shop in Yejia town for more than 10 years. But now that he was about to leave, he had no regrets at all. On the contrary, he was endlessly happy. Returned to the Yi family. As soon as Yang Mucheng entered the courtyard, he met Granny Green Snake.
Where have you been?
Grandma Green Snake frowned slightly when she saw this large group of people going out.
I went to the pill shop in this small town earlier and met with Hu Zong,
Yang Mucheng said calmly.
Hu Zong? Are you talking about Master Hu?
Granny Green Snake looked at Yang Mucheng's expression and immediately softened.
I didn't expect that you, a young man, are so thoughtful and know how to help the young lady solve her problems. Alchemist who is not only the highest ranking alchemist in the Yi family town, but he is also the #1 existence within 100 miles of this area. When the martial arts gathering started, the old woman personally asked him to prepare to fight for the young lady. But Master Hu was unwilling to get involved in the Yi family's fight, so she refused. Presumably, you have also been rejected. Right? I talked about alchemy with Hu Zong, and he has already worshipped me as his teacher.
Yang Mu became enlightened.
Want you to be my teacher?
As soon as she finished speaking, Granny Green Snake's expression suddenly became strange. Chapter 224 Tearing Through Emperor Yang's Hypocritical Mask.
Want you to be my teacher?
Grandma Green Snake's voice suddenly rose an octave, and the expression on her face changed from the previous relief to ridicule.
Yang Mucheng.
Granny Green Snake sneered.
I originally thought you were a talent that could be developed. Although you come from the mortal world, you have good qualifications, and may not be able to make a name for yourself in the martial arts world in the future. Now it seems that I think highly of you. It's just full of nonsense. Master whose status is so noble. When we, the Yi family, see him, we have to be polite. How can such a person worship you as his teacher?
Granny Green Snake was so angry that she was shaking all over. To her, this was like a warrior in the Xianqi realm who had an inner strength warrior as her teacher. Is this possible?
If you don't believe it, you can ask it yourself,
Yang Mucheng said lightly.
Snort.
Granny Green Snake walked away with a puff of sleeves. Ask? She couldn't do such a thing. Is it possible that he went to the elixir shop to find Hu Zong and asked, Alchemist Hu, did you just become a disciple of an emperor in the secular world? If people don't treat you as a lunatic and beat you out, they are already saving your face.
Your Majesty, this old woman doesn't believe it. She doesn't even have the courage to ask for proof.
Lu Yao frowned.
Miss Lu, Emperor Yang's ability has indeed reached an incredible level. Not to mention Grandma Green Snake. Even if others tell her, they may not believe it.
Zhou Shan said with a bitter smile. If he hadn't followed Yang Mucheng all the way and witnessed the scene of Hu Zong kneeling with his own eyes, I'm afraid he would have reacted the same way as Granny Green Snake. Until now, he has infinite doubts in his heart. Is the young man in front of me really an emperor in the mortal world? Regardless of his strength or level of alchemy, no one would doubt that Yang Mucheng was a member of one of those big families or sects. Zhou Shan even wondered whether the young man in front of him was the reincarnation of an ancient great power.
Lu Yao, go make me a cup of tea.
Yang Mucheng casually took a large Pei Yuan pill and threw it to Lu Yao. Zhou Shan was shocked. Previously, Yang Mucheng gave him a great Pei Yuan pill, and he was so excited that he almost bowed his head and bowed. Now, the other party actually used the pill to make tea, and it was more than a prodigal word to describe it. But when he thought of Yang Mucheng's methods, he felt it was natural.
Yang Emperor, are you still short of disciples?
Zhou Shan asked with a shy face.
I also want to be your disciple.
After the Yi family's trip this time, I will return to China.
Yang Mucheng glanced at Zhou Shan.
Then do you still lack guards in your palace?
Zhou Shan also figured it out and simply gave up. If you follow Emperor Yang, Your future will be brighter than joining the Yi family. If you don't want to be a disciple, you can be a guard. Or if you don't want to be a little eunuch serving tea and water in the palace, you can always do it. Right? A pill given casually was worth half of his hard-earned savings.
Since you are sincere, then follow me.
Yang Muchung nodded.
Thank you, Emperor Yang.
Zhou Shan knelt down and worshipped. After a while, Yi Xian'er and Grandma Green Snake came back. As soon as she sat down with a frown on her face, she couldn't help but sigh.
What's wrong?
Yang Muchung asked with a smile while drinking tea.
Rejected. I went to Guangshan with Grandma Green Snake before and wanted to ask Alchemist Zhao for help. Although Alchemist Zhao is inferior to Alchemist Hu, he is still a middle-grade Huan-level alchemist. But he was rejected. As of now, in the third round of the alchemy competition, I can't even find anyone who can fill the number. It seems that I have to give up.
Yi Xian'er smiled bitterly.
Miss, what are you worried about? Yang Muchung is a great alchemist. Do you know what he just said to me? He said that alchemist who has become his disciple.
Granny Green Snake said in a strange tone from the side.
With Emperor Yang here, aren't we sure of success in the third round?
Grandma Green Snake's intention was just to ridicule. But Yi Xian'er doesn't think so. Although her contact with Yang Muchung was short, she knew that Yang Muchung always told the truth and disdained to lie to others.
Really?
Yi Xian'er asked.
Yes.
Yang Muchung pushed his half-drunk tea in front of Yi Xian'er with his 2 fingers together.
Drink a sip. This tea.
There was a hint of doubt in Yi Xian'er's eyes. As we all know, tea will have some brown color. The stronger the fragrance, the heavier the tea color. Yang Muchung's cup of tea was as light as water, but the fragrance couldn't help but penetrate her mind. Take a sip. Yi Xian'er only felt that her whole body was soaked in the hot spring, and her inner strength, which had originally stagnated, also improved a little at this moment.
Snort!
Granny Green Snake snorted secretly. No matter what you say, Yang Muchung is still an emperor. Any weird treasures that the people in the secular world get will be the first to give them to him. It's natural that Yi Xian'er would be shocked. It's like a rich man who is used to eating delicacies from the mountains and seas. Suddenly eating a steamed bun will feel very fresh. But after eating it a second time, it will feel ordinary. Under Granny Green Snake's shocked gaze, Yi Xian'er took a sip and immediately lost her composure. She drank half of Yang Muchung's tea in one gulp, for fear that others would take it away from her.
Yang Emperor, I believe in you. Yi Xian'er, am really lucky to be able to ask you to help me this time. I have a question. Will you participate in the third alchemy competition in person?
Yi Xian'er looked at it with great anticipation. Yang Muchung.
The possibility of me taking action is slim. I've asked Hu Zone to help you. But don't worry. Since I came to Ye's house with you, I will definitely help you win.
Yang Muchung said with a smile. Yi Xian'er felt relieved. Attitudes change again and again. When she first met Yang Muchung, she only regarded Yang Muchung as a potential junior. When he saw Yang Muchung in Dakian Kingdom for the second time, he put Yang Muchung in a position that was equal to his own. After drinking this cup of tea, she completely placed Yang Muchung above her.
Yang Emperor, please rest. I won't disturb you for the next few days.
Yi Xian'er smiled sweetly.
If you need anything, just ask me, and I will definitely satisfy you. Miss, were you drunk by him?
After leaving the courtyard, Granny Green Snake couldn't bear it anymore and asked directly.
You put all your hopes on that boy? He is just an emperor in the mortal world. The position of this emperor is like an ant in our eyes. He can help you in this martial arts. Will you win at the party? Okay.
Yi Xian'er smiled and nodded. Granny Green Snake almost bit off her tongue in hatred. She said angrily.
Miss, I think you have fallen in love with this Yang Muchung. Right. Do you even believe his lies? What kind of person is Master Hu? How can you worship him as your teacher? If you don't believe it, I will go to him right away.
Go to the elixir shop to find Master Hu and confront Yang Muchung in person, tearing apart his hypocritical mask.
Chapter 225 Master. Master, Grandma Green Snake has a bad temper. Originally, she was still worried about Yang Muchung's face and the relationship between him and the lady, so she did not go to the elixir shop to ask Master Hu. But now, after seeing that Yang Muchung actually fascinated Yi Xian'er, he couldn't bear it anymore.
If I get a negative answer from Master Hu, I will definitely tear Yang Muchung's mouth open. I don't know what happened, but the lady actually obeyed this boy's words. Who is he? He alone can defeat the strongman Yi Long and the others found? Is he also an alchemist?
I thought to myself, Granny Green Snake has already arrived at the elixir shop.
Master Wang, what's wrong with you?
Seeing Wang Jin face to face, Granny Green Snake couldn't help but shrink her pupils. She found that Wang Jin's cheeks were bulging, and a slap mark was clearly visible. This is an alchemist. Who dares to beat Wang Jin in the alchemy shop? Could it be that it was Hu Zong who hit him? Master Hu, is he in a bad mood?
Was it Master Hu who hit you? Is he in a bad mood recently?
Granny Green Snake asked cautiously. If Hu Zong was in a bad mood, Grandma Green Snake would have no choice but to go home. After all, she did not have the guts to bear the wrath of a middle-grade Huan-level alchemist.
I was beaten by a young man. The young man said that if he were in the mortal world, he would have killed me long ago.
Wang Jin sneered and looked at Granny Green Snake.
I heard that that boy has some relationship with Yi Xianer. It seems that he is a warrior invited by Yi Xianer to attend the martial arts gathering. I haven't had time to go to your Yi family to denounce you. But I didn't expect you to dare to come here on your own initiative. Something bad happened.
Granny Green Snake's heart skipped a beat. Even with her toes, she could guess that the boy who hit Wang Jin must be Yang Macheng. Yang Macheng. You kid is simply lawless. You even dare to fight Wang Jin? I told you to stay in the courtyard a long time ago and don't go out casually. But it's a good thing for you. Just go out and make an enemy of the young lady. Thinking of this, Granny Green Snake quickly said,
Master Wang, don't be angry. The old lady will go back to the family immediately. Capture that boy and let him kowtow to you and apologize.
Wang Jin showed an expression that said,
I guess you know the truth.
Nodding, he said,
Not only will I make that kid kowtow and apologize, I will also cripple his right hand. If he dares to hit me with his right hand, I will cripple his right hand. Good.
Granny Green Snake nodded repeatedly. She doesn't care about anything now. She just wants to return to her family as soon as possible and find out that stinky and unrepentant boy.
Granny Green Snake, what brought you here?
At this time, a burst of hearty laughter came from the backyard. But he saw Hu Zong coming with a spring breeze on his face, as if he had encountered some happy event.
Master Hu, I don't dare. This old woman is here to apologize to you.
Grandma Green Snake cupped her hands.
My young lady didn't know what kind of ecstasy soup she was fed. But she actually found an emperor from the mortal world to come back to help. That little emperor, he is ignorant and boasted in front of us that he was your master. And he also beat your disciple Wang Jin when he came to the elixir shop. But don't get angry. I'll catch that kid later and make him kneel in front of you to apologize. Were you beaten?
Hu Zong raised his eyebrows and looked at Wang Jin.
Yes, master.
Wang Jin almost spit out a mouthful of blood when he heard this. You saw it with your own eyes when I was beaten. But this was not the time to care about such things. He quickly said,
Master, that kid is so arrogant. I'm about to ask Granny Green Snake to catch that kid and teach him a lesson.
Snapped. Before he finished speaking, Hu Zong swept over Wang Jin with a slap and knocked him to the ground. Just when Wang Jin and Granny Green Snake were confused for a while, Hu Zong said calmly,
Wang Jin, keep your mouth clean. Yang Macheng is my master. That is, your master. Don't say I want to beat you. Even if I beat you to death, you are not allowed to complain at all.
Wang Jin, who was about to speak, suddenly took a breath when he heard these words. When did that boy become his master? As he said that, Hu Zong looked at Granny Green Snake with a displeased face.
Grandma Green Snake, I don't like people speaking ill of my master behind my back. If it weren't for the sake of master, I don't want to get involved in your Yi family's affairs. After master's guidance, I have become Huang even if you, the top-grade alchemist, come to ask for help from the Yi family. You are not qualified to let me pass. Now, do you understand?
Granny Green Snake's eyes widened. She thought about the possibilities. If he said what Yang Macheng said, Hu Zonghue would be furious and demand that this brat be severely punished. It is also possible that Hu Zong would be dismissive and regard Yang Macheng as nothing. Even Yi Xianer will be angry because of this. However, she never expected that what Yang Macheng said was true. Not only did Hu Zong worship Yang Mu as his master, but he was promoted to a high-level yellow-level alchemist through his guidance. The status and weight of an alchemist of this level has surpassed that of the Yi family. Granny Green Snake's head buzzed, as if it exploded. She didn't even know how she returned to the Yi family.
Yang Emperor. The old lady is speechless. Please forgive me, Yang Emperor.
Grandma Green Snake came to Yang Macheng with her head buzzing, and bowed deeply without saying a word.
I am blind, and do not know the true face of Tianlong. Do you believe it? Stop saying that my words are unfounded.
Yang Muchung drank tea slowly and asked with a smile. When Grandma Greensnake heard this, she wished she could slap herself twice on the spot. As the saying goes, if a dog looks down on others, he is talking about himself. She has always been disgusted with this kind of behavior. But she didn't expect that she would become the dog that looks down on others.
Don't worry. I owe your young lady a favor. Since I came to the Yi family with her this time, I will definitely send her to the position of head of the family. Besides, if she can become the head of the family, she will do whatever she can to me. It's also good for the country.
Yang Muchung said lightly.
Thank you, Emperor Yang.
Granny Greensnake quickly thanked her. If Yang Muchung had said this before, Grandma Greensnake would have ridiculed her unceremoniously.
Even if an emperor in the mortal world has great abilities, it is only limited to the mortal world.
In the martial arts world, you are just a fart. But now, she no longer thinks so, and her face is full of surprise. With Hu Zong in charge, even if he loses the first 2 rounds of competition, Yi Xian'er will not be deprived of his position as heir.
The old lady has nothing to offer in return.
3 days later, the Yi family martial arts gathering has officially begun. Chapter 226 All parties gather. In the morning, the sky is bright. Xijin Pavilion Yi family. When the first ray of light in the distance shone on this land, the Yi family town immediately woke up from its slumber. A large number of Yi family children poured out from around the town and gathered in the square in the center of the town. Not only the Yi family, but forces related to the Yi family within 100 miles also sent their clansmen to participate in martial arts gatherings. The Yi family has a special rule. If a direct descendant can win the first place in the martial arts gathering for 3 consecutive years, he can directly obtain the position of heir. Therefore, today's martial arts gathering is absolutely crucial. Everyone knows that the young lady of the Yi family has won the first place in the martial arts club for 2 consecutive years. If she can still get the first place this time, then the power of the Yi family will completely fall into the hands of a female. And this girl is Yi Xian'er. The huge town square was filled with people from all directions. In the square, there are 2 high platforms. One is a ring for direct disciples who attend martial arts gatherings to show off their strength. The other one is a grandstand. Yi Tianhan, the head of the Yi family, sat there and kept chatting with several elders of the family. Master, who is here? Why is he here? In previous years, he just sent a disciple here. But this year, he came to the Yi family's martial arts gathering in person? It is said that alchemist who has become a high-ranking alchemist in the Huang class. At this time, a group of people came and attracted everyone's attention. And Hu Zong's arrival made everyone extremely surprised. Yi Tianhan frowned slightly. If Hu Zong is still a middle-grade alchemist of the Huang rank, although he is a little less powerful than the Yi family, it is not much different. But now that Hu Zong has advanced, he has to treat it with caution. Master Hu Zong has come to attend my Yi family's martial arts gathering. My Xijin Pavilion Yi family is very honored. Yi Tianhan obviously said with a hint of compliment. Ha ha. It's because of Master that I came over to take a look. Hu Zong nodded. Master? The respect on Yi Tianhan's face became more and more obvious. The master of a figure like Hu Zong had an extraordinary status. May I ask, where is your master? I invite him to come on stage to watch the game. No need. Master, there are still some things to do. Hu Zong smiled lightly and didn't say much. His eyes spread across the square. And when he suddenly caught a glimpse of a young man, his expression suddenly became respectful. Across the vast sea of people, I bowed deeply. Yi Tianhan and other family elders looked into the distance. Only Yi Xian'er was seen walking slowly, followed by Yang Muchung, Lu Yao, Zhou Shan, and Granny Greensnake. Could it be that Hu Zong's master was invited by Yi Xian'er? How is it possible? How could such a big shot be invited by Yi Xian'er? Yi Tianhan secretly shook his head. Not to mention Hu Zong's master. Hu Zong, for the Yi family, his status is also extraordinary. Yang Muchung in the distance saw Hu Zong's gift and nodded lightly. Miss Xian'er is here. Yi Xian'er's entrance immediately caused a sensation. It seems that as the rumors say, Miss Xian'er will not only have difficulty retaining her first position this time, she may even fall to the last place. A family martial arts gathering is a war without bloodshed. Every year, the family members compete against each other for their accumulation over the past year. If Miss Xian'er is not too willful this time, maybe the position of the head of the Yi family will become she did. It's a pity. It's a pity.
The disciples of the family shook their heads secretly. Yi Xian'er, a rare beauty of the Yi family. She is also the goddess in the eyes of countless children of the family. I don't know how many families are almost breaking the threshold of the Yi family for Yi Xian'er. But Yi Xian'er never showed any color to those families who asked for marriage. In addition to Yi Xian'er, there were more than a dozen direct descendants of the family who came towards the ring. Among them, Yi Long was surprisingly included. As soon as Yi Long appeared, he looked fiercely at Yang Mucheng and Lu Yaoer behind Yi Xian'er.
Yi Xian'er, during this martial arts gathering, I will definitely deprive you of everything. When the time comes, you can't even protect yourself. I'll see how you can protect these two people. The young master is here.
The cry rang out. Yi Long's achievements in several martial arts gatherings were remarkable. If Yi Xian'er hadn't suppressed him, he might have been burdened with the identity of the Yi family's heir.
Miss Xian'er missed the mark this time, and the young master will not let this opportunity pass by. Yes, not only will the eldest young master not let go of this opportunity, but the other direct descendants will also be aggressive this time. This time, Miss Xian'er is in danger.
Many Yi family children in the town kept sighing. A lifetime of wisdom. A moment of confusion. They could only use this word to describe Yi Xian'er. If Yi Xian'er hadn't made an exception and owed an emperor in the mortal world a Xianning warrior wolf worth 180,000 black stones on credit, how could she have exposed such a huge flaw? How could other people seize this rare opportunity? Yi Long put his hands behind his back. 3 days ago, he received a slap on the face from Lu Yaoer. Although the swelling had subsided, a bright red slap mark was still clearly visible. Under the spotlight of everyone, he slowly came to Yi Xian'er.
Little sister, the outcome this time is unpredictable. As a woman, you should marry safely instead of trying to usurp the position of the head of the family. When has it been a woman's turn to speak in this world?
Yi Xian'er glanced at Yi Long coldly and said nothing. Yi Long was not annoyed, and looked at Lu Yaoer with fascination, saying,
"What a fierce woman! A woman is like a fierce horse. The more fierce her temper, the more pleasure she will have when conquered. One day, I will let you kneel in front of me crying, begging me to love you."
After finishing speaking, Yi Long continued to look at Yang Mucheng.
"Boy, after today, Yi Xian'er will not be able to protect himself. He can't protect you. What do I think of you? I don't think you have any right to be arrogant." "Arrogant?"
Yang Mucheng shook his head and sneered.
"Yi Long, I will never rely on anyone's protection. The reason why I can be arrogant is because I have enough capital. It seems that the slap 3 days ago is still worth it."
"I didn't make you understand this."
"Damn it." Yi Long's eyes showed a hint of anger.
Palm mouth.
Yang Mucheng ignored Yi Long and continued speaking calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yaoer stepped forward with one step. Her green jade fingers seemed weak, but they swept towards Yi Long's face like an overwhelming force. Later, she swung it on Yi Long's face like it covered the sky and the sun. The eldest young master of the Yi family was thrown away in front of countless people. Chapter 227 Business Genius? Still fighting? Yi Xian'er and Yi Long were originally the two people who attracted the most attention at this family martial arts gathering. Therefore, both the family members and the elders in the stands focused their attention here. Now, this dignified young master of the Yi family was slapped away again. This scene made everyone jump with fear.
"I heard that the young master was slapped and sent flying by this woman named Lu Yaoer 3 days ago. Yes, this woman is too bold. She actually dares to beat the young master of the Yi family openly in the Yi family. Isn't she afraid of causing public anger? Did you hear just now? The boy who asked Lu Yaoer to beat the young master was the young man following Miss Xian'er. Who is he? Why haven't I seen this man before? I heard that he is Yang Mucheng, an emperor in the mortal world. It is because of him that Miss Xian'er owes 180,000 black stones. It turns out to be this kid."
Everyone suddenly realized. In the stands, Yi Tianhan frowned slightly, with a trace of anger flashing in his eyes. Yi Long was his only son, but these two people from the mortal world dared to humiliate his son like this. This is simply not putting the Yi family in his eyes. However, just when he was about to speak, Hu Zong on the side said calmly,
"Master Yi, it's time for the martial arts gathering to begin." "Good."
Suppressing the anger in his heart, Yi Tianhan nodded slightly, and immediately walked to the center of the stand. A majestic voice spread throughout the town.
"The martial arts gathering has begun. All direct disciples are invited to come to the ring and show off the results achieved this year."
The annual martial arts gathering has finally begun. This is the first round. The comparison is the number of profound stones earned by each direct disciple in this year. The 3 direct children, with the lowest overall scores in the 3 rounds of competition, will be deprived of the qualification to continue participating in the next year. Only the winner can continue to compete for the position of successor. According to the order in which you drew lots, come forward one by one. Yi Tianhan's voice was loud. First one. Yi Jian. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on Yi Jian. However, Yi Jian's face even looked a little ugly at this moment. The tribesmen around him also sighed, and seemed not to think highly of him. The area under the jurisdiction of our Yi family is divided into 36 areas. Each direct descendant becomes the steward of this area through drawing lots. The area where Yi Jian is in charge is a desert with sparsely populated people, and almost no oil or water. Yi Xianer explained. Yang Mucheng raised his brows and laughed dumbly. Where the flow of people is greater, the business will naturally be better. But if you govern a desert, no one will pass by it for 10 days and a half. No matter how big the Zijin Pavilion is, you won't be able to make much money from this area. I have earned 300 black stones this year. Yi Jian poured out the mysterious stone from the storage bag. This scene made many people twitch their mouths. In some places where oil and water are abundant, one can earn 300 profound stones a day. But in this desert area, one can only earn so much in a year, which is really surprising. The elders in the stands wrote down Yi Jian's results. Next, Yi Qiu. Yi Tianhan nodded expressionlessly. Yi Qiu sighed secretly and walked away under everyone's gaze. However, when he passed by Yi Xianer, he couldn't help but feel better. Although he didn't make much money, at least he wouldn't be at the bottom, which was much better than Yi Xianer's loss of 180,000. Thinking of this, he glanced at Yang Mucheng proudly. If it hadn't been for this kid's appearance, I'm afraid he would have fallen to the bottom. The disciples of the Yi family came on stage one by one and displayed the black stones they had earned this year one by one. Ms. Yi, won't someone falsify this testing method? Yang Mucheng asked lightly. For example, I will lend you 100,000 black stones so that you can achieve good results in the competition. After the competition is over, I take back the black stone again? It can't be faked. Yi Xianer shook his head. Every business transaction will be clearly recorded in the account books. The situation you mentioned is impossible to happen. As long as there is a check, there will be loopholes. Next, Yi Long. When Yi Tianhan read his son's name, his voice was deliberately raised. This time, without Yi Xianer's suppression, Yi Long would definitely win the first place. Everyone's eyes were looking forward, looking at Yi Long with great expectation. I earned a total of 100,000 black stones this time. Wow. Following Yi Long's voice, countless black stones rolled out crazily from the storage bag and piled up into a hill under the shock of eyes. Even half of the entire arena was submerged, and many black stones continued to roll down. Snort! Yi Xianer sneered. Yi Tianhan engaged in favoritism and cheated, and assigned his son Yi Long to the richest place among the 36 areas. Unexpectedly, he was so unsatisfied that he could only earn 100,000 black stones in a year. What if I say it? I can double this amount. After Yi Long is finished, it's your turn next. However, I think these people don't seem to have much hope for you, Yang Mucheng said with a faint smile. Yes, if it weren't for you, Emperor Yang, I would really be deprived of the qualification to continue competing this time. Yi Xianer smiled sweetly. I'm afraid these people can't even imagine how powerful the Dacian kingdom is. Not only did these people not think of it, even Yi Xianer didn't think of it back then. Normally, a blacksmithing sect would not be able to create hundreds of sets of spiritual armor in 1 year. But in Dacian kingdom, she got 20,000 sets of low-grade spiritual level armor at once. The number of these soldiers is comparable to the Yi family's stock of 4 to 5 years. And, she knows, as long as we cooperate with the Dacian kingdom, in the future, low-grade spiritual armor will be nothing at all, while mid-grade, high-grade, or even top-grade armor will become commonplace. This is an opportunity for the Yi family to become famous. Yi Long is indeed a genius in business, an elder said flatteringly to Yi Tianhan. Yes, our Yi family can only earn a net profit of 300,000 black stones a year. Yi Long alone owns 30% of it. Another elder also nodded repeatedly. Yi Tianhan smiled from ear to ear. He looked at Hu Zong and said, Master Hu, this Yi Long is my son. His intention, I want Hu Zong to get to know Yi Long, which will help Yi Long become the head of the family in the future. But Hu knew that Hu Zong waved his hand with waning interest. Next person.
The smile that just appeared on Yi Tianhan's face suddenly stiffened. Helpless, he could only announce Yi Xian'er's appearance.
Next. Yi Xian'er.
Chapter 228 Absolute Business Opportunity.
Miss Xian'er is here. She's in quite a danger this time. I'm afraid she won't be able to get half of the black stone. Right. That's right. She owes 180,000 black stones.
Under the eyes of everyone, Yi Xian'er stepped onto the ring step by step. Compared to Yi Jian, who was in charge of the desert area, everyone was even less optimistic about her.
With Yi Xian'er at the bottom, I feel a little better.
Yi Jian took a long breath. Yi Tianhan frowned slightly. He looked at Yi Xian'er, with no hint of urging and ridicule in his tone.
Yi Xian'er, how many black stones have you earned this year? According to the account books you submitted, you made a total of 60,000 xianshi in the Linshan area under your jurisdiction this year, plus the 20,000 Xiaming war wolves you owe. Not only did you not make any money this year, and I still owe 120,000 black stones. Do you still need to continue participating in this martial arts gathering?
The crowd fell silent. A bunch of eyes were cast towards Yi Xian'er. There are regrets, helplessness, ridicule, and adding insult to injury. Yi Long looked at Yi Xian'er triumphantly, as if he was sitting firmly on the Diaoyu Islands, as if he already had a chance to win.
That's right. I do owe 12 black stones, but I have discovered a bigger business opportunity in the mortal world. As long as we can seize this business opportunity, our Yi family will be able to flourish in less than 3 years. The Yi family can be promoted from an 8th level family to a 7th level family.
Yi Xian'er said lightly. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire Yi family town fell into deathly silence. Everyone's eyes widened, and a moment later a burst of roaring laughter broke out.
Ha ha! Just kidding. What business opportunities can there be for those ants in the secular world? When did our family in the martial arts world have to rely on the secular world? This is incredible. Yi Xian'er, you are so eloquent that you can even do this. You can make up any lie.
Yi Long smiled from ear to ear, leaning forward and back. The other people are almost the same.
What is there in the mortal world? It can attract the attention of our Yi family. Even the priceless jewelry in the mortal world is just an ordinary thing in our eyes.
An elder shook his head.
Yes. It seems that this time Yi Xian'er knew that he could not turn the tide. So he lied like this.
Another elder was vaguely unhappy. Yi Tianhan even frowned.
Yi Xian'er, do you think these elders of our Yi family are 3-year-old children? Do you think we are so easy to fool? Our Yi family is a business family and only focuses on profits. Don't deceive us with lies. Since you can't make money, I'm sorry, you will be disqualified from continuing to compete.
No matter how wide your network is, no matter how powerful the people you know are, but in the Yi family, if you don't have enough business ability, then everything is out of the question. In the first round, the person with the lowest score will be eliminated directly,
etc.
Yang Mucheng couldn't help but speak out. They didn't even give Yi Xian'er a chance to speak. Isn't it too ugly for these senior members of the Yi family to look at each other?
And who are you?
Yi Tianhan smiled.
He? He is the emperor of Daqian Kingdom. And he is also the pretty boy raised by Yi Xian'er.
Yi Long laughed loudly.
The 20,000 Xianning war wolves were sold to him. The emperor is nothing. The emperor of the mortal world is in our Yi family.
Just as Yi Tianhan was about to speak, Hu Zong interrupted.
I also want to know what business opportunities there are in the mortal world. Miss Xian'er, can you tell us?
Yi Xian'er nodded. She gently patted the storage ring on her hand and took out a set of armor. This set of armor is divided into 12 parts in total, including helmet, shoulder blades, armor, gloves. Each piece is a low-grade spiritual level, making it a complete set. The combination is there, exuding a chilling atmosphere.
The price of a complete set of low-grade spiritual level weapons is comparable to that of a mid-grade spiritual weapon. The price on the market is about 100 black stones. Like this set of armor. The quality is not bad, and it is very complete.
Yi Tianhan clicked. He nodded, but his tone changed.
Yi Xian'er, this kind of complete set of armor is indeed rare in the martial arts world. But can just such a piece of armor also become a business opportunity? If you can't come up with a reasonable explanation, I will definitely deprive you of your qualifications this time.
Yi Long looked at this scene with a grin, feeling extremely proud. The first 2 years, Yi Xian'er has always been ranked first, but she can't find any faults. Now that Yi Xian'er has exposed such a big flaw, how could he not beat up the drowned dog? Make Yi Xian'er unable to stand up?
Yes, it's just a set of armor. and it really won't create any business opportunities.
An elder shook his head and sighed to himself.
Yi Xianer, if there is nothing else, the result of this game can be decided.
Another elder urged. Yi Tianhan held his fists. Without the variable Yi Xianer, his son Yi Long would have been able to obtain the position of heir long ago. But, today, finally, this variable can be completely resolved. Yi Long looked at this scene with a smile. It seems that everything is already well thought out. All eyes looked at Yi Xianer, looking forward to how she will explain next.
Yes, if there is only one set of armor, it is indeed not a business opportunity. But what if there are 1,000 or 10,000 sets?
Yi Xianer raised the corner of her mouth and patted the ring again. Wow! In an instant, pieces of complete armor fell out of the ring one after another. Almost in an instant, the entire arena was filled up. And even the arena could not fit in it. More armors had already fallen down.
Here, there are a total of 20,000 sets of armor. Each set of armor can earn 20 black stones. 20,000 sets is equivalent to 360,000 black stones. Master, elders, tell me, is this a business opportunity?
Yi Xianer's eyes looked at Yi Tianhan in the stands. The smile on Yi Tianhan's face stiffened. Yi Long, who was determined to win, also widened his eyes. In the square, thousands of Yi family disciples looked forward in disbelief. There are 20,000 sets of low-grade spiritual level armor here, and they have never seen so many in their lives. Although Yi Xianer did not earn too many black stones this time, with only 20,000 sets of armor, he was able to firmly rank first. However, Yi Xianer then dropped a bombshell again.
It's not just limited to these 20,000 sets of low-grade spiritual grade armors. From now on, the mortal world will provide us with so many low-grade spiritual grade armors every year. Even medium-grade, high-grade, and top-grade spiritual grade armors are possible.
Boom! The entire Yi family was in an uproar. Yi Long's expression froze, and his eyes almost bulged out.
Impossible!
After coming back to his senses, he roared hysterically. Chapter 229. Please invite Mr. Hao.
Impossible! How can we still not know what the mortal world is like? Which country can provide you with 20,000 sets of armor at once? Moreover, this is a low-grade spiritual level armor?
Yi Long shouted unwillingly. He roared out like this, and everyone came back to their senses. Yes. How could they not know what was going on in the mortal world? A set of low-quality, high-quality armor can become a family heirloom. Weapon armor that has reached a certain level can only be possessed by some martial arts masters. If a country could get so many soldiers in armor, it wouldn't be willing to sell them to you unless it formed an invincible army. Yi Xianer raised the corner of her mouth. If she hadn't seen the forging department in Dakian with her own eyes, she might have lost her composure like Yi Long.
De Yang?
Yi Xianer smiled faintly and looked at Yang Mucheng under the ring. Grandma Greensnake's heart was even more pounding. Among the people present, only she knew that Yi Xianer went to Dakian country. Could it be that these armors were given by Yang Mucheng? How could a country in the mortal world have so many soldiers? No wonder he is so confident. Hu Zong narrowed his eyes with pride. He naturally knew that Dakian country was the country of his master Yang Mucheng. Originally, he felt somewhat inferior to his status when going to the mortal world. But now, he is looking forward to this country that has never been masked.
How to calculate this one?
Yi Tianhan was also at a loss. Originally this was a sure thing. But who knew that Yi Xianer could get so many soldiers and armors at once? In front of countless family members. He couldn't be too partial to his son.
Although Yi Xianer has lost money, with these 20,000 sets of armor, he can not only make up for the loss, but also bring huge benefits to the family. I think this should be regarded as Yi Xianer's victory.
Shen Ning, an elder after a moment. He nodded.
You can't say that. This first competition is completely about how much money the family disciples have earned in this year. Although Yi Xianer has obtained so many armors. After all, the Xianshur has not been obtained yet. So it does not count.
Another elder shook his head.
How about letting Yi Xianer's results for this round be invalidated?
Yi Tianhan suddenly said.
Let her be ranked above Yi Jian. She won't be eliminated, and she won't be deprived of the qualification to continue competing. Agree. Feasible. Agree.
Soon, Yi Tianhan announced the outcome of the elders' meeting's deliberations. Yi Xianer's results for this round were invalidated, while Yi Jian, who ranked last, was completely deprived of his qualifications.
These old guys!
When Yi Xianer learned the final result, she couldn't hide the anger in her eyes.
This favoritism is too obvious.
Lu Yaoer also saw the fishiness in it.
Ms. Ye's results in this round could clearly lead to first place, but she deliberately invalidated her results. If she fails to get a good result in the next 2 rounds of competition, she will inevitably be deprived of her qualifications. So what if it's invalid? I'm here,
Yang Muchung said calmly. He originally thought that the Yi family's method of selecting heirs was very fair and just. But he didn't expect that there would be endless behind-the-scenes operations, and too many inside stories.
This family can't do it.
Yang Muchung frowned slightly.
If it were me, I would definitely wipe out the Presbyterian Church. These old guys have no foresight. For the entire Yi family, not only will they not be able to promote it at all, but they will actually hinder the Yi family.
The existence of the Presbyterian Church is equivalent to some cabinets in a secular country. All orders issued by the emperor must be reviewed by the cabinet before being issued. If this is the case, how can the emperor keep his word and make perfect statements? Yang Muchung will never let an existence similar to the Presbyterian Church appear in Dakian Kingdom.
If I want to cooperate with Yi Xianer, I have to find a way to get rid of this Presbyterian Council.
Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes.
These guys take profits too seriously. Cooperating with these people is equivalent to seeking the skin of a tiger. You don't even know when you will be swallowed up by these people. This damn Presbyterian Council. If I become the head of the family, I will definitely get rid of the Presbyterian Council.
Yi Xianer walked down with an angry face. She glanced at Yang Muchung and said apologetically,
Young Emperor, I didn't expect these old guys to be so shameless. The next 2 rounds will depend on you. Nature!
Yang Muchung nodded. He is now in the same boat as Yi Xianer. If the Yi family wants to harm Yi Xianer, he will naturally not sit idly by.
The next is round 2.
Yi Tianhan's voice sounded slowly.
This round of competition is about connections. Just like the previous rules, you can challenge anyone. After defeating your opponent, you can seize the opponent's territory. If all the territory is taken away, you will also fail. What does this mean?
Yang Muchung was confused.
For example, someone challenges me. If I lose, Linshan under my jurisdiction will be taken away by the opponent. If I win, Linshan will still belong to me. And I can also get the opponent's territory. This challenge is also a very critical round. If all the territory under my jurisdiction is taken away, then I will also be disqualified. Moreover, once someone shows signs of weakness, or shows that his strength is not strong, other people will attack in groups like sharks smelling fishy smell.
Yi Xianer explained.
It seems that we are regarded as the weak in this round of competition.
Yang Muchung sneered. He looked around and found that not only Yi Long, but also other Yi family disciples were also looking at Yi Xianer's position with greedy eyes. The inexplicable disappearance of the 3 powerful men invited by Yi Xianer has become a matter known to everyone. In the eyes of the Yi family children, today's Yi Xianer is just a piece of fat, tender and delicious meat. Everyone wants to swallow it in one bite. Certainly, if Yang Muchung fails to come this time, then Yi Xianer will have no choice but to be at the mercy of others. But this time it may not be the case.
Since no one has spoken, let me be the first person.
Yi Long chuckled and stood up.
Little sister, I'm here to fight you. I wonder who you plan to send. Di Yang? Let me go first.
Zhou Shan said respectfully. Yang Muchung nodded and let Zhou Shan take the lead.
King Kong glazed body Zhou Shan?
Yi Long smacked his lips, showing a hint of disdain.
Do you think such a small character is still qualified to speak today?
Said. Yi Long bowed far behind him and said,
Master Hao, the next step depends on you.
Before he finished speaking, a strong man stood up. Chapter 230 The Power of the Powerful Man.
You dare to talk about me?
When Zhou Shan heard Yi Long laughing at him for being just a small character, he suddenly became angry and strode towards the ring. At the same time, his inner energy surged and continued to explode. The pure inner energy turned into a piece of diamond-colored glaze, which quickly covered the surface of the body. The whole person was like a statue completely made of colored glaze. When the light shone through, it was able to reflect a strange color.
Is this the Vidra glazed body? Zhou Shan's strength has increased a lot. That's right. His cultivation is probably about to reach the perfection of Xian Qi.
Seeing Zhou Shan's posture, many people looked shocked. And Zhou Shan, who received the great Peiyuan pill from Yang Muchung, has become more and more advanced in cultivation, and is vaguely on the verge of a breakthrough. Every move exudes infinite momentum. When walking at this moment, it is like a bronze statue walking on land, giving people the illusion of being thick and steady. At this time, Yi Long bowed far behind him and said,
Master Hao, the next step depends on you.
Before he finished speaking, a strong man stood up. This man was actually stronger than Zhou Shan. From a distance, he looked like a bronze-armed demon ape, with terrifyingly strong limbs. Just by standing up like this, he crushed Zhou Shan in terms of momentum. There was deathly silence all around the ring. The powerful man stood up like a dark cloud that pressed on everyone's heart, making them unable to breathe.
Master Hao? Is he Gui Juanhao from Hunyuan Mountain? How many wealthy men are there in Hunyuan Mountain? Who else dares to be called a wealthy man except him?
The crowd around him was as silent as a cicada. It is said that there were once 10 tigers in Hunyuan Mountain, and each tiger was a tyrant in Hunyuan Mountain. They were either bandits, who had lived on the top of the mountain for a long time, or thieves running rampant in the area. Each of them was a first-class strongman. But since this wealthy man entered Hunyuan Mountain, the 10 tigers died and fell apart. After all, as the saying goes, one mountain cannot tolerate 2 tigers. Moreover, behind this wealthy man there is a being who has reached the heavenly level. Zhou Shan's eyes twitched, and he was unable to take a step forward under this momentum. Mr. Hao just stood there quietly and looked at him. Zhou Shan felt as if he was being targeted by a man-eating tiger, and he was suddenly covered in cold sweat.
I don't believe it.
Zhou Shan noticed Yang Muqing's gaze from behind, gritted his teeth immediately, endured the suppression, and stepped onto the ring step by step.
Huh?
Seeing this scene, Mr. Hao showed a hint of surprise, as if he was a little surprised that the opponent could still step onto the ring under his pressure. But then he shook his head and said,
Originally, I thought you could retreat despite the difficulties. Since you don't know what to do, I will take action myself.
Mr. Hao grinned, walked towards the ring with his hands behind his back. Strangely enough, Mr. Hao, who is so tall and strong, almost twice as big as an ordinary person, walks in complete silence, unlike Zhou Shan who is as calm as a mountain. On the contrary, it's hard to figure out where he is.
Your Majesty, what's going on with this man? He walks like a cat? Can't he hear any sound?
Lu Yaoer was confused.
Tiger walks without sound. Now, Zhou Shan will be defeated,
Yang Muqing said calmly. He looked around and saw that many people looked nervous and were not very optimistic about Zhou Shan. Hao Yi and Zhou Shan stood quietly on the ring. Mr. Hao didn't say anything. He just stood there without moving. But Zhou Shan was sweating like rain in an instant. At this moment, it seemed that the person standing in front of him was not a warrior, but a tiger that truly chose people to devour. This is a kind of fear that stems from the weak's natural fear of the strong. It penetrates into the soul and makes his knees uncontrollably tremble. Even Zhou Shan had a feeling that if he didn't take action again, he would not have the courage to take action.
I don't care what kind of rich man you are, Mr. Cat. I will let you taste the power of my diamond-glazed body.
After saying that, he stamped his feet fiercely, and the diamond-glazed glass outside his body suddenly rose 3 inches, and his whole body seemed to be coated with a layer of gold paint, filled with radiant light. His hands were in the air, and the next moment they suddenly shot out. In an instant, endless shadows of fists appeared on the ring, and the air hit by each punch made a harsh sonic boom. With the force of the bombardment, the void surged, causing endless ripples. At this moment, it was as if the world was a chess game, and Zhou Shan was the chess player controlling the world. The fist shadows all over the sky were almost continuous, and they were crushing towards Hao Yi crazily with overwhelming ferocity.
Is this the Vidra-glazed body?
Someone in the crowd exclaimed.
After the Vidra-glazed body is in operation, it is like the body is covered with a layer of Vidra glaze. This technique is known as the indestructible golden body. Even if Zhou Shan cannot kill Master Hao, Master Hao cannot deal with him.
But he saw Master Hao grinning, facing Zhou Shan's overwhelming fist shadow. He waved his right hand forward in an understated manner. This claw was taken lightly, but in Zhou Shan's eyes, it was like a hungry tiger pounced with all its might. When this claw was swung down, it caused a harsh whistling sound. But in an instant, the fist marks all over the sky were torn into pieces. Boom! The next moment, Zhou Shan's fist hit Master Hao's claws heavily. Mr. Hao stood on the spot with one hand behind his back. He easily blocked Zhou Shan's attack with just one wave.
How is that possible?
Zhou Shan's pupils narrowed sharply. Even though he overestimated Master Hao, he never expected that he was so strong.
Come again!
He shouted angrily. And in the next moment, his attacks increased instead of decreasing. Fists, knees, elbows, and the joints of his body became his most powerful weapons. sweeping towards Hao Yi like a violent storm. Zhou Shan's figure was almost everywhere on the entire arena, as if dense clouds had enveloped Mr. Hao.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Continuous outbreaks of thunder-like attacks forced even Zhou Shan to stop panting. But what shocked him was that Mr. Hao stood there and neutralized all Zhou Shan's attacks with only one hand.
Zhou Shan is going to be defeated.
At this moment, an idea came to everyone's mind.
You've attacked me so many times. It's my turn to fight back.
Mr. Hao grinned and finally took out the other hand behind his back. He took one step forward, and his whole body was like a tiger fighting a rabbit, crushing towards Zhou Shan. Zhou Shan's heart sank. He didn't dare to face the enemy, and he retreated violently. Mr. Hao's blow did not hit Zhou Shan, but his palm slowly pressed down on the ring. This press seemed to be an understatement, but the force of the two palms seemed to have the power of shattering the earth. There was a deafening sound, and the entire arena trembled inexplicably at this moment. Centered on Mr. Hao's palms, the arena was torn into two halves.
I surrender.
Zhou Shan looked at the cracks on the ring, his eyes almost bulging out. He tried his best but didn't hurt Mr. Hao in the slightest. But with a casual slap from Mr. Hao, he had the power to kill him. How to fight this? After Zhou Shan's defeat, the only one left on Yi Xianer's side who could play was Yang Mucheng. Chapter 231. Kneel down. Quiet. There was dead silence around the arena. Is this the power of a wealthy man?
I didn't expect that eldest brother would actually invite this tiger.
Yi Qiu clenched the Grandmaster's chair with both hands, his face bloodless. He looked at an old man behind him and asked,
Master Gui, are you his opponent?
The old man had black hair and white eyes, and a sinister aura. The skin on his face was divided into two parts, one normal color and the other gray. From a distance, he looked like an evil ghost. The old man shook his head and said with a wry smile,
If I fight to the death, I might be able to injure him. Then he is no match for him.
Yi Qiu let out a long sigh and collapsed on the tie-shirt chair. He shook his head secretly.
Brother's appetite is too big this time. He not only wants to swallow Xianer in this martial arts gathering, but also wants to swallow all of us.
As he spoke, Yi Qiu looked towards the clock tower of the town. There is another figure there.
Presumably, this powerful man alone can defeat the warriors we invited without the need for that being to take action.
Yi Qiu secretly shook his head, as if accepting his fate.
Master Hao. This is Master Hao from Hunyuan Mountain.
There was an exclamation from the crowd. Not only Yi Qiu, but other direct disciples also looked helpless.
Yi Long's connections are really huge, and he actually invited this tiger.
An elder raised his hands and smiled at Yi Tianhan.
It seems that this time, your son can win the championship in one fell swoop. Master Hao alone can sweep the entire field. If all the members of the family are deprived of their territory in this round of competition, then Yi Long is the well-deserved heir. No one can deny it.
Another elder also said so. Be complimentary. Yi Tianhan smiled and said nothing, unable to hide the proud look in his eyes. Seeing Zhou Shan surrendering in despair, Yi Long swept away the previous gloom and suddenly laughed boldly and wildly. He looked at Yi Xianer proudly and shouted,
Little sister, who else can you send to play? If not, Lin Shan under your jurisdiction should belong to me. De Yang?
Yi Xianer looked at Yang Mucheng.
Forget it. It's time for me to take action.
Yang Mucheng nodded and walked towards the ring. This scene made everyone look puzzled.
Who is this kid? Even Zhou Shan, who has the King Kong glazed body, is no match for Master Hao. How dare he go to the ring?
Yi Qiu narrowed his eyes.
He is Yi Xianer's pretty boy, the emperor in the mortal world. It was for him that Yi Xianer gave him 20,000 Xianing war wolves on credit.
Yi Long couldn't help laughing loudly when he heard the doubts around him. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked.
Ha ha. What ability does an emperor from the secular world have to interfere in the affairs of the martial arts world? Is it possible that he can be Mr. Hao's opponent? For a guy like him, Mr. Hao can kill him with just one sneeze. How dare he go into the ring?
Granny Green Snake said in shock.
Isn't Emperor Yang an alchemist? Why did he get on the ring?
Zhou Shan shook his head and said,
Grandma Green Snake, you don't know something. Emperor Yang is the master of both Dan and Wu. When he was in the Zhou mansion, he was able to kill Wei Laos and with one punch. With his strength, he is no worse than Master Hao.
How much? Emperor Yang is willing to take action, so that Miss He can rest easy.
Granny Green Snake was speechless. The dual skills of Dan and Wu.
Master?
Hu Zong narrowed his eyes. Under the eyes of a pair of disbelieving eyes, Yang Muchung slowly stepped onto the ring and even came to the front of Mr. Hao.
Boy, do you know who I am?
Mr. Hao clasped his hands behind his back and looked at Yang Muchung quietly.
Have no idea.
Yang Muchung shook his head.
If that's the case, then I'll tell you.
Mr. Hao grinned, as if he had the power of the world.
I am the Lord of Hunyuan Mountain. I am 63 this year, and my cultivation has reached the perfection of the Xuanqi realm. The number of people who died in my hands is not 1,000 but 800. The status of those people is much higher than you.
Even if you are an emperor. So what? In Hunyuan Mountain, even the servant who brings me tea and water can easily crush you to death. If you roll off the road wisely, you are not even qualified to carry my shoes.
Mr. Hao sneered.
Is it?
Yang Muchung looked at the other party without any fear.
Master Hao, what are you talking about with this kid? Once you get on the ring, your life or death will be yours.
Slap this little beast to death. Yi Long jumped anxiously under the ring. If it weren't for his insufficient cultivation, he would have liked to go on stage and teach him a lesson in person. Yang Muchung.
Is this the boy?
Yi Tianhan leaned back on the imperial chair and looked at Yang Muchung quietly, sneering secretly in his heart.
The emperor's name is indeed powerful in the secular world, but it is not worth mentioning in our martial arts world.
Nature. In the mortal world, how can many heroes in troubled times command millions with one wave of their arms? Those are the warriors who can't survive in the martial arts world. So they go to the secular world. These people are just worms in the martial arts world. But when they enter the secular world, they all become dragons crossing the river and tigers descending from the mountain. Not to mention anything else. The Yi family randomly picked a disciple who served tea and poured water and went to the mortal world. Within 3 to 5 years, he was able to establish a dynasty.
Could it be that master is a dual cultivator of Dan and Wu?
Hu Zong almost crushed the Taisher's chair. He was so excited. Mr. Hao's expression gradually darkened. He looked at Yang Muchung and said calmly,
Since you want to die, then I will make it happen for you.
After saying that, he punched Yang Muchung in the chest. Don't think this punch is an understatement. But to Mr. Hao, every punch and kick he has great power. The force of this punch seemed light. But in the end, it was like a tiger descending from a mountain. Even as Mr. Hao's breath circulated, a ferocious giant tiger appeared behind him and pounced towards Yang Muchung.
It's over.
Yi Long grinned. Call. A punch was thrown out. And in an instant, strong winds filled the arena. The arena that was originally split into 2 pieces actually made a click sound at this moment. And an extreme crack burst out on the ground, like the marks left by the blade of a sword and axe.
Kneel down!
Yang Muchung ignored Hao Ye's extremely fierce punch and shouted as if no one was watching. At the same time, he took a step forward and slapped his right palm forward. At this moment, Yang Muchung's momentum suddenly changed, and he seemed to transform into a god and demon. Obviously, he was much smaller than Mr. Hao, but in the eyes of everyone, Yang Muchung seemed to be a terrifying existence that towered over Mr. Hao. A crack, at this moment, centered on Yang Muchung's body, bursting out in all directions. This is a change caused entirely by momentum.
What?
Mr. Hao's heart trembled. Before he could recover, Yang Muchung's overwhelming slap came directly and hit him hard on the head. Phew! Mr. Hao's body shook, and large amounts of blood gushed out from his eyes, ears, mouth and nose. He lost his balance in an instant, and his knees fell heavily in front of Yang Muchung like meteorites. And he fell to his knees. This crashed to the ground, making a dull thunderous noise. At this moment, the obsidian arena collapsed like a pile of sand in the eyes of countless people. Chapter 232 Kneel Down. 2. Boom. The arena collapsed, like a mountain falling apart. The terrible shock was like thousands of war horses sweeping away. A wave of air erupted from the ring and spread to all directions, sending all the people under the ring flying. These people didn't bother to get up and just looked towards the ring. I saw. The entire arena was completely shattered. Yang Muchung stood there as still as a mountain. The master fell to his knees on the ground, performing a 5-body prostrating ceremony like a commoner paying homage to the emperor. But the keen-eyed Yi family disciples saw that the face that Master Hao had almost buried under him was completely covered in blood.
Can this be killed with one slap?
At this moment, countless people gasped, their whole bodies trembling uncontrollably.
Di Yang is worthy of being a master of both Dan and Wu.
Zhou Shan clapped his hands and praised.
The lady's vision is really vicious. She was able to find this real dragon in the mortal world.
Granny Green Snake couldn't hide the shock in her eyes. Everyone was shocked. Yi Tianhan, who was in the stands, looked stiff. A moment ago, he was confident that his son would win. But at this moment, the situation suddenly took a turn for the worse. Yi Long was stunned. His eyes almost bulged out, and he swallowed his declaration of victory hard, unable to say another word. Only Lu Yaoer smiled faintly and said confidently,
I knew it would be like this.
Yang Mucheng took a deep breath and absorbed Master Hao's whole body's energy and blood into his body. At this moment, he only felt that the muscles in his limbs were swelling. The muscles contained infinite power and could break through at any time and reach the peak of Xianqi. He grinned and looked around.
Yi Long, what kind of experts have you invited? Send them out together.
Until then, only then did everyone come back to their senses.
Is this kid really from the mortal world? Can a person from the mortal world be so powerful? Even the wealthy master of Hunyuan Mountain was slapped to death by him.
Someone pointed at Yang Mucheng, eyes widening. No dare to believe. It was as if he had seen the most incredible thing in the world.
With this kind of strength, let alone being king and hegemon in the secular world, even in the martial arts world, he is definitely not an ordinary person. How could he be just a person in the secular world?
Someone shook his head repeatedly.
However, if the wealthy master of Hunyuan Mountain was slapped to death by him, his brothers might not let it go. Right.
Some people also thought of the series of things that happened after Yang Mucheng slapped the wealthy master to death. Boom! Yi Long stood up, clenched his fists, and his eyes were filled with anger. He wanted to eat Yang Mucheng alive.
Ha ha! Brother hit the wall this time.
Seeing this, Yi Qiu secretly sneered.
This Yang Mucheng is really unexpected. I didn't expect him to have such a level of cultivation. Although he may not be able to stop the eldest brother from embezzling, he can at least make the eldest brother feel pain. I don't know if the eldest brother will invite him next. Take action?
Yi Qiu thought to himself, looking towards the bell tower in the distance.
If that person takes action, I'm afraid the little emperor won't be able to stop him.
Gui Lao shook his head.
Yi Long has invited a great god to come over this time. With this great god here, no matter who the Yi family is, there is no chance of a comeback. Invite him?
Yi Long also felt a thump in his heart and looked towards the bell tower. But he knew that existence would not take action easily. The reason why he was able to invite that existence over was because he had an absolute bargaining chip. If he takes action, he will become the head of the Yi family in the future, and the owner of the entire Zijin Pavilion. And he will also have to suffer from him in the future. Thinking of this, Yi Long secretly shook his head, looked behind him, and said respectfully,
It's your turn to take action. Ha ha. Have you finally invited me?
A burst of laughter sounded like a bell, and an old man with a beard slowly stood up. He looked like he was in his final years. Because of his age, he was hunched over. But when he got up, it was like an eternal statue standing there, unmoving. The shock was even more terrifying than the previous Hao Yi.
Brother invited him all here.
When Yi Qiu saw this old man, his eyes were filled with horror.
It seems that the battle can be easily ended without that being taking action. It's actually him.
Yi Xianer's eyes turned cold.
Miss Xianer, who is he?
Lu Yaoer asked in confusion.
Old man Tengshi.
Yi Xianer's eyes showed a hint of fear.
With perfect cultivation and profound energy, he only needs one move to deal with Master Hao. Emperor Yang may be in trouble this time.
Kick! 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 Old man Tengshi slowly walked onto the ring. Unlike Mr. Hao's aura, this old man's breath was cold. Even if he stood there motionless, he would give people a fatal threat. It was like a biting poisonous snake, ready to attack at any time. Those who were stared at by his eyes felt as if they were falling into an ice cellar, and even breathing was extremely difficult. But saw him on the stage. Old man Tengshi looked at Yang Mucheng carefully and praised him.
It is really rare for an emperor in the mortal world to possess such strength. Well, if you kowtow and admit defeat, and then abolish your cultivation on your own, I can save you from death. The power of the martial arts world is not something that a brat like you from the secular world can get involved in. Today I will teach you a lesson. Be more careful in the future, and don't step into the martial arts world again.
Ha ha. Yang Mucheng smiled faintly.
Why are you laughing?
Old man Tengshi closed his eyes, and angrily said,
I asked you to decompose your cultivation, kowtow and admit defeat, and spare your life. It is already a charity to you. If you anger me, I will kill you. You're in the palm of your hand. How about this? If you kowtow and admit defeat, and then abandon your cultivation, I can spare your life.
Yang Machung looked at Old Man Tungshi.
Court death.
Old Man Tungshi was furious.
Boy, since you don't know what is good and what is good, then just die.
Boom. With his eyes wide open in anger, Old Man Tungshi stepped forward and arrived in front of Yang Machung in an instant. His aura expanded and rolled like clouds. And under the shocked eyes of countless people, it actually formed a huge soaring snake that was tens of feet tall. This snake's shadow, with the infusion of inner energy, almost condensed into substance. As it condensed and formed, it swooped towards Yang Machung.
Old soaring snake is angry. And he even used this trick. This kid is really ignorant and will do his own evil. Look, he's making a move. Or a slap. Does he think he can kill Old Man Tungshi with just one slap?
Phew. A burst of extreme whistling sound suddenly resounded. Yang Machung's palm fell lightly, and directly hit the head of Old Man Tungshi in the depths of countless people's eyes. The huge soaring snake that chose people to devour suddenly disappeared like a bubble because it lost the support of its inner energy at this moment. Finally, he patted Old Man Tungshi firmly on the head. Boom! A loud sound of landslides and ground cracks resounded loudly. Old Man Tungshi knelt down in front of Yang Machung, motionless and completely lifeless. Chapter 233 Respectfully invite the Grandmaster. Dead again. No one expected that this scene would happen. Both Mr. Hao and Old Man Tungshi are somewhat famous in the martial arts world. Although they cannot compare with the Yi family, they are also the overlords of the party. How can they be a person who can dominate the mountain and become the king? But today, two people were beaten to death by Yang Machung in an understatement.
How can this be?
Yi Long almost collapsed to the ground. Is this kid really from the mortal world? When did such a character appear in the mortal world? Could it still be said that all emperors in the secular world are as terrifying as Yang Machung? Questions could not help but pop up in everyone's mind.
This kind of person, let alone the king and hegemon in the secular world, even in the martial arts world, no one dares to rival him. How is it possible that he is not famous in the martial arts world?
Someone shook his head and questioned.
Could it be that he was originally from the martial arts world?
Some people also speculated. Failure is certainly not terrible. But the terrible thing is that he was defeated by a little emperor in the mortal world. Nowadays, more people have begun to doubt Yang Machung's identity, thinking that he is a member of the martial arts world and is not an emperor in the secular world at all.
Lu Yao sneered secretly. You guys from the martial arts world have such a condescending attitude. How do you know the strength of our Dacian kingdom? Does the martial arts world have to be noble? Does the secular world have to be despicable? If you still think so,
you are making a big mistake. Very wrong. My sage will definitely make you change this wrong thinking.
Thinking of this, she looked around. I felt more and more proud. Boom! Yi Long almost collapsed on the seat, and two consecutive strong men with perfect profound energy realm were slapped to death with one palm. Why is this guy so strong?
The eldest young master originally wanted to swallow up Miss Yenner this time, but he didn't expect Miss Yenner to find such a terrifying existence. Two consecutive powerful men with complete profound energy were slapped by her. Damn it! It seems that this time Miss Yenner will stand up and take over the position of heir.
Someone laughed.
I don't think so.
Someone shook his head.
Oh, do you have any insights? The eldest young master has invited 3 people this time. The first is the tycoon of Hunyuan Mountain. The second is Old Man Tungshi. And the third is the head of the Li family. Call.
As soon as he said this, the crowd around him gasped. The head of the Li family? Isn't he in Qingshui City? How could he get involved in the Yi family's martial arts gathering? He lives in the Li family, and he is a master of Xuanqi. If he takes action, who else can stop him?
Miss, it seems that Yi Long will invite him out next. He is the Xianqi Grandmaster.
Grandma Green Snake looked worried. Yi Xian'er also frowned slightly when she heard this, and she quickly said,
Yang Emperor, what about the Grandmaster? If he comes, I can still kill him.
Yang Machung interrupted Yi Xian'er's words and said calmly, Mad. The eyes of everyone in the Yi family almost fell to the floor. It is not that they have never seen arrogant people, but there are very few people like Yang Machung who are not even looked down upon by Xianqi realm masters. But they didn't know that after Yang Machung continuously devoured the energy and blood of Master Hao and Old Man Tungshi, his cultivation finally broke through and reached the peak of the profound energy realm. Coupled with the Silver Star's sword and the strength of the ancient dragon's blood that transformed the body. He is a master of the Xuanqi realm. And he can also be tough.
Yang Mucheng. Do you really think you can dominate the martial arts world?
When Yi Long heard these words, he became furious and roared angrily.
Okay. Today I will let you know how terrible the martial arts world is.
After he finished speaking, he turned towards the tallest bell tower in Yejia town and bowed heavily. And this time, more than 100 people behind Yi Long also stood up at this moment and bowed to the bell tower.
Regards, Grandmaster. Regards, Grandmaster.
The vast voice resounded throughout the audience. Uh-huh. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the bell tower.
Oh, is it her?
Yang Mucheng's eyes suddenly lit up. On the bell tower, a man and a woman stood quietly. The woman was Li Yanwu, whom Yang Mucheng had met in Linshan. At this time, she was standing in front of a middle-aged man. This man, with sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes, seemed to be an ordinary person. He didn't have the aura of a powerful man or old man Tunshi, but he gave people a calm and mountain-like aura. He is the head of the Li family, Li Tianhong.
Do you know this guy?
Li Tianhong asked calmly without turning his head. With his cultivation level reaching his level, even with his eyes closed, he can sense what's going on around him. Even if he didn't look back, he could still know Li Yanwu's expression behind him.
I met him once in Linshan. At that time, he was only at the early stage of Xianqi.
Li Yanwu nodded. Li Tianhong closed his eyes and looked shocked.
It was a month ago that you went to Linshan. This kid actually reached the late stage of Xuanqi within a month. It's really scary. Moreover, after he killed old man Tunshi just now, his aura surged and his cultivation level was straight. Reached the peak of profound energy. Terrible. Terrible. Terrible.
Li Tianhong looked at Yang Mucheng in the distance quietly and said this 3 times.
Father, are you really ready to take action?
Li Yanwu asked worriedly. Li Tianhong nodded. This time is an opportunity for our Li family. Yi Long promised me that if I help him seize the position of heir, we will be able to share 30% of the annual benefits of the Yi family's Zijin Pavilion. For profit. This one is a boy. However, this kid's potential is too terrifying. Either it cannot be offended, and if it is offended, it must be completely crushed to death. If you don't kill the snake, you will suffer the consequences,
Li Tianhong said. His eyes turned cold. In the martial arts world, not all families are as capable of making a lot of money as the Yi family Zijin Pavilion. Zijin Pavilion's 30% profit every year has reached as high as 100,000 xianshi, which is enough for a Xuanqi master to take action at all costs.
Boy, let me see how to kill my grandmaster.
Boom. He tapped his right hand lightly and hit the big clock in front of him. The big bell of the Yi family is made of black gold. A piece of black gold the size of a grain of rice weighs a pound. Now this big black gold bell, which is 2 people tall, weighs more than 100,000 kilograms. Every time the Yi family gathers, if they want to ring this bronze bell, it takes at least 7 or 8 people to work together. But under Li Tianhong's gentle pat, there was an extremely loud buzzing sound. An invisible wave of sound swept directly in all directions. And the copper bell, which weighed more than 100,000 kilograms, was dented in response, revealing a palm print, flying towards the ring with the ultimate roar. Chapter 234, Not a Grandmaster, but better than a Grandmaster.
Regards, Grandmaster.
Yi Long and hundreds of people roared in unison, shaking the sky above the Yi family town. Everyone's eyes were focused on the bell tower. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. There was no response from the bell tower. Are you afraid of Yang Mucheng? For a moment, such an idea could not help but arise in everyone's mind. But soon, this ridiculous idea was swept out of everyone's minds. That's a grandmaster. Is it possible that he can't teach a boy at the peak of his profound energy? Bang. At this moment, a deafening sound of bells suddenly came from the bell tower, shocking all directions, even visible to the naked eye. The turbulent sound waves spread to the extreme. At this moment, everyone in the Yi family covered their ears in horror. Boom! Immediately afterwards, the black gold copper bell weighing hundreds of thousands of kilograms flew out with a palm strike, and bombarded towards Yang Mucheng like a meteorite.
Black gold bronze bell.
Seeing this scene, countless Yi family disciples' pupils shrank. They were well aware of the weight of this bronze bell. But now that it was struck out by Li Tianhong, one could imagine how terrifying the opponent's strength was. Run away! The Yi family members all around retreated towards the surroundings. The black gold bronze bell was in such a roaring state that even if it just lightly rubbed an edge, it would be dead or disabled. As for Yang Mucheng, he dared to offend the Grandmaster and already made the Grandmaster angry. He would definitely die this time.
Do you want to use this clock to deal with me?
Yang Mucheng burst out laughing. His body was transformed by ancient dragon blood, and his physical strength increased several times. Even if Xian Qi is perfect, he is no match for him. Now if he wants to test how much his strength has increased, he can only practice with a Grandmaster. One step forward. Yang Mucheng took out both palms, and under the shocked eyes of countless people, he slapped the black gold bronze bell directly. This palm was like a yellow scarf warrior using a huge hammer to hit the black gold bronze bell. A churning sound wave was suddenly set off like a huge wave, billowing in all directions. This wave of sound, visible to the naked eye, flew close to the ground, tearing the earth apart endlessly. Countless stone slabs were shattered in an instant and crushed into powder. Wherever the rolling sound waves passed, it was like thousands of troops galloping forward.
Can you block it?
At this moment, everyone's eyes were looking forward. Boom! A tearing sound suddenly resounded. The huge copper bell suddenly cracked open at this moment, turning into countless fragments and exploding towards the surroundings. Each fragment was like a powerful crossbow arrow or a cannonball. Wherever it passed, it directly knocked down the houses and buildings along the way. Debris hit the ground and buildings collapsed. Dust flew everywhere, and the entire Yi family town suddenly fell into chaos. Everyone looked forward in stunned silence.
He actually smashed the Wujing bronze bell into pieces? This was the full blow of the Xuanqi Grandmaster. Could he really be able to compete with the Grandmaster? This kid can actually smash a bronze bell with one palm.
When everyone saw Yang Mucheng standing proudly in the center area with his hands behind his back, still unscathed, they couldn't help but exclaim. They were not surprised that Li Tianhong was able to blast out the black gold bronze bell with one palm. After all, he was a master of Xuanqi. But in the previous exchange of blows, Yang Mucheng did not suffer any loss and withstood the opponent's blow. This boy is just a young man at the peak of the Xuanqi realm, but he can actually show such great strength. Why doesn't this shock and surprise everyone?
What an arrogant boy! You are worthy of my action!
A loud sound erupted from the bell tower. Li Tianhong's eyes showed a proud look. His robe was rolled up and turned into a ray of light, rushing towards Yejia town. Boom! The white escaping light surging with strong yuan power was like a sharp arrow flying across the void. In less than a breath, it quickly flew from the bell tower to the center of the town and landed on the square.
Li family! Grandmaster of the Li family! Li Tianhong!
There was astonishment in the stands. The Yi family and the Li family have always been in harmony with each other. Although the Li family is not as wealthy as the Yi family of Zijin Pavilion, there is a Xuanqi master in his family, and his status is no less than that of the Yi family. Some unknown elders looked at Li Tianhong warily, wondering why the head of the Li family came to the Yi family town in person.
Don't worry, everyone. I was invited by Yi Long to help,
Li Tianhong said calmly. What? Sure enough, it was Yi Long who got up. He actually invited a Xian Qi master.
Alchemist Hu Zong. Congratulations on your promotion to the top rank of the Yellow Order. What a joy.
Li Tianhong looked towards the stands.
Thanks to Master's guidance. Otherwise, I would still be in the middle grade of the Huang rank,
Hu Zong replied stiffly. Li Tianhong's eyes flashed. Sure enough, the reason why he agreed to Yi Long's invitation was because he heard that Hu Zong was promoted to a high-ranking alchemist in the Huang rank. To be able to point out the existence of Hu Zong, he must be a big shot in the alchemy world. If he can help Yi Long win the position of heir, he will definitely be able to meet that big shot and ensure the stability of the Li family for 100 years.
After this battle is over, I will pay my respects to your master in person.
Li Tianhong didn't care about Hu Zong's indifference, but cupped his hands with a humble look on his face.
My master.
Hu Zong looked at Yang Mucheng in the audience and was about to speak, but Yang Mucheng shook his head slowly at this moment. After being tempered by dragon blood, his strength has improved tremendously. It has been a long time since he met a real opponent. He could get rid of the small roll before with 3 punches and 2 kicks. Now he has this rare opportunity to fight against the Grandmaster. How could he let it go so easily? Seeing that Yang Mucheng was unwilling to reveal his identity, Hu Zong suppressed all his next words. Li Tianhong was overjoyed when Hu Zong agreed. He glanced at Yang Mucheng and said with his hands behind his back,
Yang Mucheng, step back. I don't want to waste time on you. In the mortal world, you can cultivate this kind of strength, which is enough to be called a genius. But unfortunately, you only have the peak of Qianqi, and you can't challenge me.
At this time, Li Yinwu also came from behind. She looked at Yang Mucheng and said,
Emperor Yang, you are no match for my father. So you should step down. You are not a grandmaster, and you will never know how terrifying a grandmaster is.
Yang Mucheng grinned at Li Tianhong.
How will you know if you don't try?
Li Tianhong's eyes showed a hint of sadness. He knows. To deal with people like Yang Mucheng, one must either make friends with him from the beginning and not offend him, or just use the power of thunder to kill the opponent without giving him any chance to grow. The opponent's potential is too strong. If you keep it without killing it, you will definitely be breeding tigers.
You really don't want to admit defeat?
Li Tianhong clenched his fists. His face turned cold.
Really?
Yang Mucheng stood with his hands behind his back, looking down upon the master. Although he is not a grandmaster, he has the power to fight against a grandmaster. Chapter 235 The Pinnacle Battle. Really? The two words Yang Mucheng resounded through the Yi family town like rolling thunder. Along with the echoes, there was a continuous surge and explosion in everyone's ears. As this response sounded, the faces of the Yi family members all froze. And then, they all retreated back in unison, as if the young man who had challenged the Grandmaster had become a ferocious beast. But in an instant, the originally crowded and lively town square was now sparsely populated. They know, once the Grandmaster's power is taken action, the entire Yi family town may be razed to the ground in an instant. Yi Long clenched his fists, almost roaring with excitement. Yang Mucheng, if you don't take the road to heaven, you will fall into H.L. without any door. How can you compete with Li Tianhong? Let me see who dares to collect the body for you.
Grandmaster!
Yi Xianer narrowed her eyes slightly, and turned her right hand secretly. The silver bracelet on her jade-white wrist flew out with a buzzing sound, and hovered in her palm. If Yang Mucheng loses to Li Tianhong, she can stop him in time. The other members of the Yi family also looked at the square area with frightened eyes.
You're crazy!
Li Tianhong's expression gradually darkened.
Since I was promoted to Grandmaster, no one has dared to talk to me like this for a long time. Since you insist on doing this, don't blame me for being ruthless. Father!
Li Yinwu shouted from behind.
No need to say more. Stand down!
Li Tianhong waved his right hand, and a wave of air swept Li Yinwu away. He slowly raised his head and looked at Yang Mucheng with shining eyes.
End it!
After he finished speaking, he took a step forward. This foot seemed to have stepped on the center of heaven and earth, as if it had triggered an erupting volcano. The whole town seemed to tremble at this moment. At this moment, his whole body shot out like a sharp arrow, pulling out 100-meter-long dust in the Yi family town, just like the flying dust caused by the galloping of thousands of troops. And his fist was always pointed at Yang Mucheng's heart. This swift movement was like a dragon riding the wind and waves. This punch is so powerful. It was simply several times, even dozens of times more powerful than the previous attack of the black gold bronze bell. Many people trembled inexplicably at this moment. Is this the power of a master?
How can Yang Mucheng resist?
Many people were confused and looked ahead. However, when he saw it, he couldn't help but feel frightened. I saw Yang Mucheng standing on the spot, steadying his horse, and his whole body suddenly sank, as if a Lanshan mountain had stood leisurely and proudly for more than 10,000 years, looking at everything in the world indifferently.
Break!
Yang Mucheng made a fist with his right hand and pushed out with one punch. Boom! The fists of the two collided, like a huge wave rolling up into the sky. At this moment, the square within a radius of 100 meters was smashed into powder by the aftermath. The air wave visible to the naked eye swept through the entire Yi family town in an instant, knocking down more than half of the buildings.
You can actually resist my punch? Okay, let me see how long your body can support you.
Li Tianhong laughed wildly in his heart. But the attack did not slow down at all. As soon as he finished speaking, he fired 18 blows in a row. His fists, palms, fingers, elbows, knees, every part of his body seemed to be transformed into a murderous weapon at this moment, directly attacking the vital points of Yang Mucheng's body. This round of attacks was like a storm, and even a fellow master had to be extremely cautious. He wanted to see how Yang Mucheng responded to his attack.
Ha ha! Good time!
Yang Mucheng laughed loudly, and with a strong force of his feet, he dug into the ground like the roots of an old tree, facing Li Tianhong's mercury-like attacks. He was equally as tough as punches to the flesh. Every punch and every blow struck him. There was a thunderous roar. It was like one thunder followed by another, suddenly exploding in the sky above the Yi family town.
Huh?
Seeing Yang Mucheng blocking his attack again, Li Tianhong couldn't help but be surprised. Generally, a warrior's internal strength can be increased quickly by taking heavenly and earthly treasures and rare elixirs. But the warrior's physique cannot increase quickly. In addition to practicing martial arts skills, one can only rely on internal energy to continuously temper. It's like a child. Even if he is extremely talented, growing to the same height as an adult overnight. But his physique was never comparable to that of a normal person. In Li Tianhong's view, even if Yang Mucheng's cultivation is up to standard, his physique may not be his opponent. But now, he actually blocked his own attack. How could he not be surprised?
Is this guy made of copper and iron? But even with copper skin and iron bones, you can't withstand my attack.
Li Tianhong's expression changed slightly. At this time, he finally restrained his contempt and began to look at the other party squarely. He originally thought that Yang Mucheng dared to challenge him only because he was young and energetic and did not know how high the sky was. But now it seems that he has some abilities.
However, do you think that Xianqi Grandmaster only relies on physical strength? You are totally wrong.
Li Tianhong turned his right hand into a sword and slashed forward. The pure inner energy turned into a sword light, which suddenly surged several feet at this moment, suddenly fell from the sky, and slashed straight down. Before the sword light arrived, the entire Yi family town collapsed at this moment. The ground was pressed by the energy of the sword light, and split into two of its own accord. Yang Mucheng frowned slightly, and slapped his palm forward. In the void, the inner energy surged, transforming into a giant palm that was 7 or 8 feet in diameter. This giant palm was almost condensed into substance, filled with infinite internal energy, and hit the sword light with a bang. Boom! A loud sound resounded, and a burst of dazzling golden light erupted in midair. The strong wind swept down, and Li Tianhong stood proudly on the spot, his long hair flying, and his clothes flying. Yang Mucheng took 3 steps back under the impact of the strong wind. Repulsed? At this time, the crowd responded and let out a burst of exclamations. But Li Tianhong's expression became increasingly gloomy. With the power of a grandmaster, it should have been a sure thing for him to deal with a young emperor at the peak of his profound energy. But he used his physical strength first, and then his inner strength to knock it back 3 steps. This is not glory, but a naked slap in the face.
We absolutely cannot keep this child.
At this moment, Li Tianhong's heart trembled. A person who is only at the peak of his profound energy possesses such strength. If he reaches Xianqi Grandmaster, who else will be his opponent? Call. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Li Tianhong's energy surged throughout his body. The wind stopped, but Li Tianhong's 3-foot-long hair shot up into the sky, and his robes fluttered. At this moment, the air around him was squeezed away by this sudden burst of inner energy, and there was a crackling explosion sound. He slowly raised his head and stared at Yang Mucheng.
Game over!
Clang! As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his right hand, and a bright blue light gathered in his palm, forming a 3-foot-long sword with unbridled coldness. Chapter 236. Do you really want to fight?
Xinghan sword.
Call. As soon as the 3-foot-long sword came out, Ye's small town suddenly erupted into a shocking roar. Lu Yao's eyes narrowed. She could clearly feel that since the sword appeared, the red flame demon sword in her arm shrank into her arms, as if trembling. The flames on the sword seemed to be restrained out of fear.
Li Tianhong has drawn his sword. A generation of Xuanqi masters were actually forced to use their last trump card by a little emperor from the mortal world.
Shock, doubt, trembling, fear. A bunch of eyes looked towards Yang Mucheng.
I didn't expect you to be able to compete with the Grandmaster. But this time it's really over.
Yi Long clenched his fists and stared at Yang Mucheng with his eyes.
Can Master win?
Hu Zong looked forward without blinking. Phew! The Xinghan sword appeared, and the violent aura above the Yi family town gradually cooled down at this moment. A bone-chilling coldness swept across Li Tianhong's body in all directions. As this coldness spreads, it can even be clearly seen that a huge piece of frost is quickly sweeping across the ground.
When I was in Zhao State, Zhou Yushin could also use his inner energy to condense ice. But compared to Li Tianhong, he is nothing like clouds and mud.
Yang Mucheng thought to himself. While he was thinking, he saw that the entire town was completely enveloped. The houses are covered with ice skates. The surging fountain turned into icicles. The tops of the trees were covered with frost flowers. The entire Yi family town seemed to be wrapped in a cold winter.
This sword is a low-grade Xian-level weapon. 13 years ago, I went deep into the extremely cold ice field and risked my life in the depths of the ice field to obtain a piece of century-old Xian ice. The master swordsmith Qin Ting personally forged it for me. This sword is 3 feet, 2 inches and 7 points. Those who die under this sword are all Xuanqi masters without exception. You, a little emperor in the mortal world, are proud enough to be able to die under this sword.
Li Tianhong held the Qinhan sword and looked at Yang Mucheng. As soon as he finished speaking, a sneer appeared on his face, and he swept forward. In an instant, a shocking chill crazily gathered in the void, and the ultimate transformation surged. This sword light actually transformed into a one-horned snow wolf. At the same time as it formed, it rushed towards Yang Mucheng. Boom! 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 It's obviously just an illusion transformed by inner energy. But at this moment it seems like it really exists. The 4 sharp claws landed on the ground and scratched lightly, revealing a terrifying deep pit. Seen from a distance, it looks like a ball of rushing snow.
Get out of here!
Yang Mucheng shouted and punched forward.
Ha ha! Yang Mucheng, you fell into the trap.
When Li Tianhong saw that Yang Mucheng actually attacked Snow Wolf, he was not surprised but overjoyed. Instead, he laughed. With just a bang sound, the Snow Wolf was directly shattered by Yang Mucheng's punch, and instantly transformed into a sky full of frost. He grasped it with his 5 fingers, and at that moment, Yang Mu became the center of the sky-white frost, which quickly gathered like a tornado, and the ice flowers shot towards Yang Mucheng's cave like sharp locust arrows. At this moment, the attack of frost swept across the world. Then there was a loud sound, and countless pieces of ice suddenly hit one point. Tongue. Just before the explosion, Yang Mucheng quickly retreated.
Di Yang?
Yi Xianer cried out.
Your Majesty.
Lu Yaoer tightened her grip on the red flame demon sword. Although Yang Mucheng escaped this fatal blow, but half of his body had frozen into ice. How could it be so easy to escape from the Xuanqi Grandmaster's attack? Invaded by the cold air, Yang Mucheng's complexion turned pale.
Ha ha! Master of the Li family, hurry up and pursue the victory and kill this son.
Yi Long clapped his hands and shouted. Yi Tianhan narrowed his eyes with a smile and stroked his beard proudly, as if he had everything in hand.
Stop!
At this time, Hu Zong finally couldn't stand it anymore, and his voice was louder.
Master who?
Li Tianhan looked doubtfully.
Yi Tianhan, didn't you say you wanted to meet my master? Emperor Yang is my master. It was through his advice that I was promoted to a high-grade Huang-level alchemist.
Hu Zong walked out slowly, and said he bowed to Yang Mucheng from a distance. Quiet. The Yi family town fell suddenly silent. If we say that Yang Mucheng, the emperor of the mortal world, can resist the Xuanqi master, it is incredible to everyone. So Hu Zong personally admitted that Yang Mucheng was his master. To everyone, it was as absurd as someone telling you that the end of the world is coming soon.
Master Hu, please stop joking.
Li Tianhong's expression was extremely complicated. He didn't know whether it should be shock or doubt. In the end, it all turned into a wry smile. Certainly, in his heart, he really hoped that Master Hu was joking with him. After all, he and Yang Mucheng had been fighting for so long, and he even had murderous thoughts. Now you come over and tell him that this young man, who was almost killed by you, is the big shot you want to meet. How can he accept this?
I'm not kidding,
Hu Zong said loudly. Li Tianhong held his breath in his chest and could barely breathe.
He is actually Master Hu's master? How is it possible? What qualifications does he have to give advice to Alchemist Hu? Does an emperor in the secular world know what alchemy is? But Master Hu personally admitted it.
Everyone in the Yi family town was in chaos. They even feel as if the whole world has been turned upside down. Yi Long's eyes almost bulged out. The smile on Yi Tianhan's face completely stiffened.
Since you are Master Hu's master, why didn't you tell me earlier? Tianhong has offended many people, so please forgive me.
Li Tianhong pondered for a moment, bowed to Yang Mucheng, and even changed his title to an honorific.
Yang Emperor, you and I have different positions. This competition is not over yet. You might as well admit defeat. Admit defeat?
Yang Mucheng slowly shook his head. He took a step forward, and the inner energy trapped in the body exploded, breaking the ice outside his body.
Li Tianhong, our outcome is still undecided.
Li Tianhong frowned slightly. He didn't expect Yang Mucheng to be so difficult to deal with. He had given up the idea of killing him. It was obvious that the battle could end by asking the other party to admit defeat. But he just didn't agree. But he forgot that behind Yang Mucheng was Yi Xian'er. As soon as Yang Mucheng admits defeat, Yi Xian'er will be deprived of his qualifications as heir.
Di Yang, do you really want to fight?
Li Tianhong asked again.
Really?
Yang Mucheng nodded. Li Tianhong clenched his fists, and the dissipated killing intent quietly gathered in his eyes.
Yang Emperor, we are each our masters, and we all have reasons why we cannot give in. Since you insist on fighting to the end, then I have no choice but to accompany you. However, you have to be careful. I will not hold anything back next. Me too.
Yang Mucheng nodded slowly. Chapter 237. This sword is what you gave me before. War. Still fighting. No one thought that until this moment. The battle was still inevitable. Lu Yaoer exhaled a breath of turbid air. Only she understood Yang Mucheng. The Holy One is proud, and his self-esteem will never allow him to give up without a fight. Seeing this battle, Hu Zong couldn't stop it at all. He couldn't help but sigh and retreat slowly. Li Tianhong narrowed his eyes slightly. This time, he didn't say much and swept the Qihan sword forward. Ouch! A shocking wolf howl resounded over the Yi family town. A monstrous snow light spread to the sky, transforming into one-horned snow wolves in the rolling inner energy. In the past, just one single-horned snow wolf was enough to put Yang Mucheng in danger. But now there are more than 100 of these snow wolves. After the one-horned snow wolf formed, it rushed away with extreme force. After the illusion turned into reality, the huge four claws stepped on the ground, making a sound like thousands of troops rushing towards the enemy. Wherever he passed, the frozen buildings and frozen things in the Yi family town were suddenly shattered. A shocking chill surged around.
Too strong.
Li Tianhong's sword seemed to have changed the season of the entire Yi family town. Everyone just felt that Li Tianhong seemed to be a god who controlled the world and was omnipotent.
Di Yang shouldn't fight anymore.
At this time, a disciple shook his head and sighed. His words seemed to speak to everyone's hearts. If there is no fight, Yang Mucheng will still have a way to survive. In a few years, when he reaches the master level, he can crush Li Tianhong with just a raise of his hands. But today, he had to use his cultivation at the peak of Xian Qi to attack the Li family grandmaster. This was tantamount to hitting an egg against a stone.
Looks like it's over.
Yi Tianhong exhaled a breath of turbid air, and the boulder that had been hanging in his heart fell down. Who would have thought that this simple martial arts gathering would turn out to be full of twists and turns? But Li Tianhong's sword was obviously determined to kill, and he had no intention of giving Yang Mucheng a chance.
Die! Die! Die!
Yi Long clenched his fists and stared at Yang Mucheng. Yi Xian'er, Granny Green Snake, Lu Yaoer, and Hu Zong also looked with worried faces. But at this moment, facing hundreds of one-horned snow wolves, Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes slightly and raised his right hand to the void. A piece of moonlight flashed and gathered between his palms. Gather into a sword. Silver Star's sword. Clang! A burst of extreme sword sound suddenly resounded. At this moment, it was as if heaven and earth had condensed into a thin line. An infinite light shone on him.
This is? Middle-grade Xian-level weapon?
A trace of greed flashed in Li Tianhong's eyes. Now that the murderous intention has arisen, he no longer has to worry about anything. He had already made up his mind to kill Yang Mucheng first, then Hu Zong and Lu Yaoer, completely eradicating the problem without leading any further trouble. Now the appearance of this middle-grade Xian-level weapon made his heart move even more.
This little emperor's treasures are endless. Not only does he have mid-level Xian-level weapons, he can also produce more than 20,000 sets of low-level spiritual-level weapons. After this battle, I have to go to Dacian Kingdom to have a look in person.
It's not just Li Tianhong who thinks this way. Yi Tianhong also had the same idea.
I didn't expect that there are such treasures in the mortal world. After the battle, I will lead more than 100 disciples of the Yi family to wipe out the Dacian Kingdom. Maybe I can get a lot of treasures.
Boom! At this moment, Yang Mucheng took a step forward and slashed diagonally with his sword. Bah! This sword seemed to split the air. More than 100 one-horned snow wolves surged to the extreme at this moment, and suddenly stopped in midair, as if they had been cast on a body-holding technique. In the eyes of countless people, it was actually split into two.
It's useless!
Li Tianhong shouted and put his palms together. Suddenly, the broken one-horned snow wolf transformed endlessly at this moment, and the turbulent frost shot out like sharp blades at this moment, sweeping towards Yang Mucheng again. The previous attack by a one-horned snow wolf put Yang Mucheng in danger. What about this scene now? Everyone quickly looked forward. But when Yang Muchung danced his sword, the infinite sword light turned into a ball. The Silver Star sword struck the incoming thrust, and bursts of clashing sounds broke out.
How long can you resist? There are more than thousands of my snowflakes. When your inner strength is exhausted, not even the Emperor can save you.
Li Tianhong laughed.
We can't hide anymore.
Yi Xian'er gritted her teeth. She had already reached the level of Xuanqi Master. No one in the Yi family knew about it except Granny Green Snake. This is her last trump card. The one she will use when she is ready to be cornered. But now, Yang Muchung is in a desperate situation. And she has to reveal this trump card in advance. But at this moment, Lu Yaoer had already taken action in advance. Clang! She moved her sword forward. And the red flame demon sword was already unsheathed. Although the red flame demonic sword was suppressed by the Qihang sword, Lu Yaoer's inner strength poured into it. And the sword actually burst out with infinite fire. At the same time, there was a thunderous roar. Like a rolling fire dragon.
How can you interfere here? Get out of here!
Li Tianhong waved his right hand. And a surge of extremely cold inner energy rushed towards Lu Yao.
What?
Lu Yaoer was shocked. The fire dragon she summoned was quickly blown away by this extremely cold internal energy. The terrifying inner energy of extreme cold spread rapidly along her red flame demon sword. And most of it was frozen in an instant. Shaken by this inner energy, she spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. When everyone looked at her, Lu Yaoer's face was covered with frost.
Don't be impatient. Wait until I kill Yang Muchung. And then I'll kill you.
Li Tianhong glanced at Lu Yaoer. And then his eyes returned to the rapidly spinning snowball in front of him. He grinned and suddenly closed his fingers. At this moment, the endless snowflakes seemed to be pulled, like a volley of thousands of sharp arrows, blasting directly towards the rapt Yang Muchung. Bang! However, just when everyone thought that the overall situation was decided and Yang Muchung was unable to make a comeback, a burst of explosion sounded like crazy. A shocking pillar of fire blasted out of the snowball. The snowflakes flying in the air were ignited directly, as if they were touched by gasoline when they encountered this flame. Everyone looked forward, only to see Yang Muchung standing there, his eyes spitting fire. Everywhere he looked, all the falling snowflakes were directly burned into a vacuum at this moment. More than that, the Yi family town, which was originally frozen, suddenly started to boil at this moment. It was as if the frozen 12th lunar month of winter had crossed directly to the dog days of summer in an instant. It even makes people feel like the heat is unbearable.
How can this be?
The pride on Li Tianhong's face froze in an instant. I saw. Yang Muchung was in ragged clothes and covered in blood, as if he had stepped out of a blood prison. But his momentum was extremely high. Instead, he soared into the sky at this moment, with the potential to suppress Li Tianhong. Seeing Li Tianhong's panicked look, Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes slightly and slowly raised the Silver Star sword in his hand.
This sword is what you gave me before.
Chapter 238. I'll give you 3 days.
This is impossible.
Li Tianhong's face was ashen, and he couldn't believe it. At this moment, he felt an extreme killing intent surrounding him. This was a feeling he had never felt since he reached Xuanqi Master level. Unexpected. He only saw a swift figure whistling towards him like the moonlight. He gritted his teeth, and the suppressed inner energy burst out again. There was only a rumbling sound, and a huge snow wave seemed to appear behind him, appearing like an avalanche at this moment.
Yang Muchung, I don't believe it. With my power as a master, I can't kill you. A little emperor in the mortal world.
Rumble. He slashed forward with his sword, and in an instant, a shocking avalanche rolled in. Wherever the snow wave passed, it crushed a small town like a torrent. Houses, trees, and bell towers were all crushed to pieces at this moment. But Yang Muchung is just a sword. With this sword movement, he poured all the energy and energy in his body into it. It's like the secret technique of sacrificing one's life in Dayan family boxing. But when Yang Muchung used it, it was hundreds of times more powerful than the secret technique of sacrificing one's life. Clang! It's like the moonlight is falling. The cold moon is like a hook. The snow wave sweeping across the world was suddenly cut open by a sword.
No!
Li Tianhong's eyes flashed with extreme panic, and he let out a shocking roar. However, halfway through the roar, it stopped abruptly. His body also suddenly separated under the sword. Countless amounts of blood were splashed down. Boom! The power of this sword has not disappeared. Instead, it spread along the Silver Star sword, leaving a bottomless sword mark more than 100 feet long on the ground. The entire Yi family town was split into two under this sword. There was dead silence in the field. No one spoke, and everyone looked at all this in stunned silence.
Li Tianhong is dead?
Yi Long said these words tremblingly.
It's over. It's over.
Yi Tianhan's face was ashen. A generation of Xuanqi master died in his Yi family. How can the Li family be willing to give up? Everyone present looked at the young man standing proudly in the field with extremely reverent and shocked eyes. Sword-cutting master. This is not horizontal training, channel connection, or internal strength, but Xuanqi master. You? Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes slightly, and directly absorbed the energy and blood of Li Tianhong, the master, into his body. The next moment, he frowned slightly. The Grandmaster's energy and blood did not allow him to break through. A powerful blow from the secret skill of sacrificing one's life emptied the very essence of his body. This Grandmaster Qi and blood only allowed him to replenish his previous depletion and push him one step closer to the position of perfect Xian Qi. As for a breakthrough, it is still far away. Even so, but his energy and blood were stable, and his strength was even stronger than before.
I won this battle. Yi Long's territory belongs to Yi Xianer. Who else has any objections?
Yang Mucheng retracted the Silver Star sword, looked around and said calmly. Wherever he looked, the disciples of the Yi family and the senior members of the Yi family all bowed their heads. How could they be qualified to challenge the existence of the Sword/Grandmaster? Yi Long fell to his knees with a thud. Like mud. Everything he had worked so hard to arrange was completely wasted by Yang Mucheng's sword. Not only that, his territory was also taken away, and he should be completely deprived of his status as heir.
Di Yang.
Yi Tianhan's eyes flashed, and he took a step forward.
The town of Ye's family is no longer intact. The martial arts gathering will stop here. Wait for us to restore the mess before continuing.
Want to drag? Yang Mucheng sneered. How could he not know that he killed Li Tianhong and prevented Yi Long from becoming the head of the family? Yi Tianhong knew that he couldn't resist him, so he used the drag technique. According to the degree of damage to Yejia town, it will definitely not be repaired in 3 to 5 months. In the past 3 to 5 months, they had already figured out how to deal with it.
I only give you 3 days.
Yang Mucheng glanced at Yi Tianhong lightly.
Yang Emperor.
Yi Tianhong was about to argue, but when he saw the look in Yang Mucheng's eyes, he swallowed all his unwillingness. He was not qualified to challenge Yang Mucheng. He nodded and said,
Okay. In 3 days, I will definitely give Emperor Yang a formal reply.
Although the Yi family town was destroyed, due to Yang Mucheng's strength and Hu Zong's identity, they still got a good courtyard. Yang Mucheng checked Lu Yao's injuries, and breathed a sigh of relief after finding that there was nothing serious. As for Li Yanwu, who was traveling with Li Tianhong, he also arrested him. He and Li Tianhong were fighting in the ring. Life and death depended on fate. But he shouldn't take action against Lu Yao. He took down Li Yanwu, firstly to seek justice from the Li family in the future, and secondly, to prevent the Li family from jumping over the wall because their master was killed.
Yang Emperor, thank you very much this time.
Yi Xianer was extremely excited. Her biggest competitor, Yi Long, had even lost his territory and was no longer qualified to be the successor. In the third round, Hu Zong will take action to refine the elixir, and no one will be his opponent. The position of heir is already a certainty.
Why do you want to be the heir so badly?
Yang Mucheng drank tea and looked at Yi Xianer faintly. Yi Xianer glanced at Yang Mucheng resentfully and said,
Emperor Yang, don't you know that you were born in an emperor's family? We women are naturally inferior to men. For the family, they are a tool for marriage. The family has always wanted you want to marry me to the Zhou family. Do you think I am willing? Therefore, I can only avoid being manipulated by being the head of the family.
Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. Yi Xianer's experience was somewhat similar to his own. It was also because he was controlled by others in the palace and almost turned into a fish. So he had to become stronger.
Thanks to Emperor Yang this time, my young lady can get the position of heir.
Granny Greensnake also said excitedly.
Get the position of heir?
Yang Mucheng shook his head and looked at Yi Xianer with a smile.
Yi Xianer, you are thinking too much. How could Yi Tianhong give up the position of heir to you? Do you think Yi Long has the ability to invite a grandmaster? Isn't this what Yi Tianhong is manipulating behind the scenes? If you really want to get rid of being controlled by the family, I will teach you a way. That is to kill. But those in the family are all my relatives.
Yi Xianer hesitated.
Relatives? When they wanted to marry you to the Zhou family, Did they think that you were their relatives? When they wanted to deprive you of your status as heir, did they think that you were their relatives? Yi Xian, if you don't believe me, you can see it.
Yang Mucheng smiled lightly and looked outside the courtyard. Chapter 239 Strong Enemies Are Coming. Yi Family. Main Hall. The entire hall was split into two parts by Yang Mucheng's sword, and the entire sky was split open. Although it has undergone simple repairs, the entire hall is still in a state of chaos, like a raging cloud. Ever since the arrangements for Yang Mucheng and others were made, the top executives of the Yi family gathered here and kept arguing.
Master, after this battle, no one can stop Yi Xian from winning 3 consecutive games. According to the family rules, she should inherit the family,
said an elder.
Yi Xian has a good relationship with Emperor Yang. If our Yi family forms an alliance with the Deqian kingdom, as Yi Xian said, we will surely prosper in the future. I think so too. Emperor Yang can kill the master with a sword, and he has accepted Hu Zong as his disciple. He can defeat a whole family by himself, with Emperor Yang as his backer. Our Yi family can also sit back and relax.
Another elder nodded in agreement.
That's right.
Everyone nodded in agreement. A powerful backer who not only has extraordinary military power, but also knows how to make alchemy. An empire in the palm of your hand, with unlimited resources. If the Yi family could rely on such a being, how could they not thrive in the martial arts world?
Sit back and relax?
At this time, Yi Tianhan, who had been silent all this time, sneered. He glanced at all the senior officials.
Do you think this will really happen? Don't forget who Yang Mucheng killed at the martial arts gathering. The wealthy man in Hunyuan Mountain died at his hands. The old man Tangxi in Wuji Palace died at his hands. Li Tianhong, the head of the Li family, died at his hands. Do you think Yang Mucheng can withstand the revenge of these 3 forces? If the 3 forces came to our Yi family to demand people, and Yang Mucheng walked away, what should we do if they anger our Yi family?
The hall suddenly fell silent. The smiles on the faces of the elders, who were still thinking about the possible success of the Yi family, became completely stiff.
Isn't Yang Mucheng that kind of person?
At this time, an elder spoke softly.
Snort.
As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Tianhan snorted coldly.
Don't forget who he is. He is the emperor of the mortal world. How can a person who can ascend to the throne of a country and become the most respected person abandon himself? His roots are in the mortal world. How can he still serve us? Can we stick to these 3 parties? If we cooperate with him, isn't it equivalent to seeking the skin of a tiger?
Another elder couldn't help but said.
Then what should we do?
Yi Tianhan smiled faintly.
I have contacted Hunyuan Mountain, Wuji Palace, and the Li family. By then, our 4 forces will crush Yang Mucheng in this Yi family town. No matter how powerful he is, he only represents an individual. Only our Yi family knows about Yang Mucheng becoming the emperor of Deqian Kingdom. When Yang Mucheng dies, our Yi family will directly control Deqian Kingdom and monopolize all the profits. Isn't this more profitable than cooperating with Yang Mucheng? When will our Zijin Pavilion Yi family be reduced to the world of mortals? Only through cooperation with other countries can we achieve great success.
When everyone heard these words, they felt very excited. What a trick to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Use Hunyuan Mountain, Wuji Palace, and the Li family to deal with Yang Mucheng, and they were able to monopolize the Deqian Kingdom.
What about Yi Xian?
The elder who was the first to speak couldn't help but ask.
After all, she has won 3 consecutive victories in the martial arts gathering. Logically speaking, she should become the heir of the family. And Hu Zong? He is a high-ranking alchemist of the Huang rank. He is Yang Mucheng's disciple. If Yang Mucheng is killed, won't he fall out with our Yi family?
Another elder asked.
Kill!
Yi Tianhan narrowed his eyes slightly, and made a beheading motion with his right hand.
Under the great fortune, everything is an ant. No matter who Yi Xian or Hu Zong is, kill them all. Their deaths can be completely compensated by the Deqian Kingdom. Moreover, it can also prevent future troubles.
Yi Tianhan's eyes flashed coldly, and there was no trace of humanity left. 3 days passed in a flash. When the first ray of sunshine fell on the Yi family on the 3rd morning, Yi Tianhan was already guarding the entrance of your town with a group of elders and the children of the Yi family. A group of people is approaching quickly. The number is small, but it gives people a great sense of oppression.
Is that someone from Hunyuan Mountain?
An elder stood on tiptoes to look. This group of people had already arrived at the entrance of the town. The leader was an old man with a long beard. He was riding a rhinoceros whose body was as white as jade. Behind him were more than 30 people who were riding dragon-scale war horses. More than 30 dragon-scale war horses, with fire under their feet, seemed to be stepping on flames. And they moved swiftly and silently, like a hurricane. What is even more shocking is the white jade rhinoceros under the long-bearded old man. It seems to be taking every step slowly, like an old ox. But it is always ahead of more than 30 dragon-scale war horses.
Tiger Ancestor!
Yi Tianhan stepped forward quickly and bowed to the old man.
Where is my son's murderer now?
The old man, with a long beard, narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced at Yi Tianhan.
In the small courtyard.
Yi Tianhan pointed his right hand far away and landed in the small courtyard where Yang Mucheng was.
Why don't you take action yet?
The bearded old man asked with narrowed eyes.
Wuji Palace. The Li family hasn't arrived yet.
Yi Tianhan said respectfully. The words just fell. Then I heard a rustling sound. A venomous snake with a dark body and a triangular head sprang out from the forest outside Yi's small town. This black snake was 7 or 8 feet long, and its thickest part was even larger than a water tank. What's even more shocking is that this black snake has a single horn on its head, which is obviously a dragon. However, this dragon became the mount of an old man in black robe.
Old man Tingjiu from Wuji Palace.
Yi Tianhan's eyes lit up, and he quickly strode over to greet him. Wow! With the appearance of the old man Tingjiao, more than 30 Yin snakes emerged from the forest, each of which was slightly larger than the Yin dragon that Yang Mucheng killed in Yaowang Valley. On the heads of these sinister snakes stood men in black robes.
Where is my brother's murderer now?
The old man in black robe asked in a cold voice.
In the small courtyard.
Yi Tianhan said again.
Everyone from Wuji Palace and Hunyuan Mountain is here. Who is still here?
The old man in black robe said solemnly.
Li family.
The old man in black robe looked displeased, but did not speak and nodded. For a while. In Yi's small town, the two teams are clearly distinct. One is led by Tiger Ancestor of Hunyuan Mountain, and the other is led by the old man Tingjiu of Wuji Palace. They are all waiting for someone from the Li family to come. A moment later, the momentum over the Yi family town suddenly stopped, like a huge mountain suddenly appearing, weighing on everyone's hearts. Ancestor who? Old man Tingjiao and Yi Tianhan were all stunned and looked into the distance.
Someone from the Li family is here.
Chapter 240 Dragon Pond and Tiger Den. I saw an old figure slowly appearing where the sky and the earth met. His beard and hair were all white. He was dressed in a white robe, with his hands behind his back, without the slightest breath, like an old man taking a walk. But as he walked slowly, everyone felt a feeling like a dark cloud coming over their hearts, making them almost breathless. Although one person, but it's like 1,000 troops. Although one person, but like a wild beast.
He actually came.
Yi Tianhan's eyelids twitched, and he immediately showed a trace of ecstasy.
It's actually him.
Old man Tingjiu and Ancestor, who also restrained their previous arrogance, jumped off their mounts obediently, and bowed to the visitor. Strange to say, the old man was clearly still at the junction of heaven and earth. But with every step he took, he seemed to shrink into an inch. After only 10 steps, we arrived at the center of Yijia town. When the old man stood in front of everyone, the compelling aura suddenly disappeared. Whether it was Yi Tianhan, old man Tingjiao, or Ancestor Tiger, they all subconsciously held their breath and silenced their voices, because they understand that the existence in front of them is like a volcano that will erupt at any time.
Where is my son's murderer?
The old man glanced at Yi Tianhan and the others lightly, and asked lightly.
In the small courtyard.
Yi Tianhan felt like his scalp was exploding when the other party saw him like this, and the blood all over his body seemed to have solidified, suppressing the fear in his heart. He pointed to the Yi family courtyard.
Let's go!
The old man did not explode on the spot as everyone imagined, but nodded and stepped towards the small courtyard with his hands behind his back.
Coming!
Yang Mucheng suddenly opened his eyes. Squeak! As he opened his eyes, the courtyard door that had been covered with dust for 3 days actually opened on its own at this moment, and a group of people filed in. Yi Tianhan leads the team. Old man Tingjiu is on the right, and Ancestor Tiger is on the left. Grandma Greensnake's face turned pale when she saw these two people, as if she was mourning. Hu Zong's eyes widened, and he took a breath of air. Yi Xianer clenched her silver bracelet tightly and looked straight ahead. Lu Yao's breath was heavy, and she almost couldn't breathe. Only Li Yinwu looked happy.
Wuji Palace. Hunyuan Mountain. Both of your families are here.
Yang Mucheng sat leisurely on the Grand Master's chair, looking straight ahead.
Where are the Li family members?
The words just fell. The crowd split into two like a tide, and the old man in white robe emerged from behind the crowd.
I am from the Li family. You're the only one?
Yang Mucheng seemed a little regretful.
I alone can defeat your thousands of troops.
The old man in white robe snorted coldly. He looked Yang Mucheng up and down, showing a hint of surprise.
You seem to have known we were coming. Why didn't you run away? Aren't you afraid?
Yang Mucheng drank the Depei Yuan Dan tea in one gulp, but smiled and said nothing. These 3 days, he thought a lot about how Yi Tianhan would deal with him. After much deliberation, the only option was to recruit the 3 forces of Wuji Palace, Han Yuan Mountain, and Li family. All this was within his expectation. Even if he escaped, what if the other party chased him to the Qian country? It's better to end everything in this Yi family town. Looking at the 3 leaders, Yang Mucheng sneered secretly.
I originally thought that by winning the first place for Yi Xiener at the martial arts party, I would be able to complete the task. Unexpectedly, the system did not prompt for a long time. Obviously, it was not enough. These 3 people should be big shots, so I will use them as my big boss. A springboard for the country to enter the martial arts world.
Yi Xiener stepped forward angrily.
Master, what do you mean?
Yi Tianhan laughed and said,
Yi Xiener, what do you mean? You colluded with outsiders and attracted powerful enemies for our Yi family. I just pushed out the sitters of the Yi family. I think you are still a member of the Yi family, so I advise you. It's better to just surrender.
Yi Xiener's face turned cold, and she clenched her fists. She began to regret not listening to Yang Mucheng. These profit-oriented guys. You treat them like relatives, and they treat you like goods.
Yang Emperor, when you slaughtered everyone at the martial arts gathering, didn't you expect this scene today?
Yi Tianhan turned his eyes, fell on Yang Mucheng, and laughed loudly.
As a person in the mortal world, you should stay in the mortal world honestly. Our martial arts world is like a dragon's pond and a tiger's den to you. Dragon pool and tiger den?
Yang Mucheng's eyelids drooped slightly. He slowly put down the teacup in his hand, and then looked at Yi Tianhan.
Today, I am going to break into this dragon's den and your tiger's den. Stop talking nonsense. Yang Mucheng, if you dare to kill my child, you and I will have a sworn hatred.
Enemies are extremely jealous when they meet. Tiger Ancestor was already unbearably angry, and he let out a roar, which was like a roaring mountain forest, shaking the Yi family town in turmoil. A sound wave visible to the naked eye spread, and with a pop sound, the teacup in front of Yang Mucheng shattered. The walls and beams in the courtyard were also crackling and cracking at this moment. Before the voice fell, a huge white jade rhinoceros rushed in from outside the courtyard. The thick wall was torn into pieces as easily as paper. He rushed directly into the hall, and came on a rampage.
Di Yang, be careful. That's Tiger Ancestor's mount, the white jade rhinoceros. A low-level demon at the peak of his profound energy.
Granny Greensnake's face changed drastically, and she exclaimed, "Boom!" Almost at the same time, the roof above the main hall suddenly collapsed, and an evil dragon thicker than a water tank was seen tearing apart the roof and shooting towards Yang Mucheng like a sharp arrow. The huge mouth full of sharp teeth bit directly into Yang Mucheng's throat.
Old Man Tingjia's mount. Injiao, a low-level demon with peak profound energy.
Hu Zong took a breath of air, and was so scared that he peed.
Tiger Ancestor, Old Man Tingjiao, you two are already famous seniors after all. But you are actually joining forces to deal with a junior who is at the peak of his profound energy. How shameless are you?
Yi Xiener was furious. Hu Zu snorted coldly and said nothing. Old Man Tingjio smiled sinisterly, staring straight at Yang Mucheng and said,
This kid can kill Li Tianhong, and his strength is more terrifying than the elders in the martial arts world. We have been wallowing in piles of corpses all our lives. So face is nothing. Let's talk about it if we can survive.
Boom, boom, boom. Rumblings and roars are endless. Attacks from heaven and earth gathered together. The 2 low-level monsters are enough to kill any strong man in an instant. But for Yang Mucheng, it only provided him with supplements for his cultivation. Clang! A fierce sword light quickly stirred up at this moment. The entire hall was instantly filled with infinite sword light, and everyone saw only a cold light emerging. Immediately afterwards, there was a spray of blood. The Yinjiao falling from the sky suddenly paused, as if it had been cast on a body-fixing technique. Half of his head suddenly fell to the ground. The white jade rhinoceros that rushed towards Yang Mucheng was split into 2 before it could reach Yang Mucheng. Boom! 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 In the violent rush of blood, The two low-level monsters were killed in an instant.